Chapter 1. The overbearing turns out to be myself. The dim yellow light by the bedside cast a warm hue upon the solid wooden floor and half of the wall. Faintly, one could discern the handsome visage of a man resting on the grand bed. His brow furrowed tightly, breaths coming in rapid succession. A painful expression etched upon his face as he tilted his head back, desperately tugging at the silk tie that constricted his throat. It was sweltering. The heat suffocated her. Ming Yin felt as though she were engulfed by a relentless wave of warmth, crashing over her in relentless surges. With an unknown exertion of strength, she managed to pry her heavy eyelids open from the stifling environment. Fortunately, the heat had not yet completely obliterated her sanity, leaving only a haze in her gaze. As Ming Yin struggled to open her eyes, she was met with the sight of an enormous mirror on the ceiling. In the reflection, the man's robust form dominated much of the European-style bed. Though she could not clearly see his face, an instinctive alertness surged through her, prompting her to scramble out of bed. The presence of a stranger lying in her bed was far too shocking for a single woman living alone. The inexplicable heat coursing through her body compelled Ming Yin to grit her teeth and, gasping for breath, she stumbled towards the door, leaning heavily against the wall for support. The heat had already begun to sting her eyes, the room seeming to sway around her. Just in the nick of time, she managed to open the door. The man's face was flushed, breathing heavily, and upon seeing Song Li, it was as if he had spotted a lifeline. He lunged towards her before she could react. Song Li's gaze tightened suddenly, her fists clenching. Yet, she momentarily hesitated, allowing the man to lean against her shoulder. Ming Yin, collapsing against Song Li, felt a weight lift from her chest upon spotting the beautiful woman, instantly surrendering to the relief of her presence. She could only hope that Song Li would aid her in reaching a hospital. She truly felt dreadful. Ming Yin, now slumped against Song Li, had lost consciousness. The weight of an adult man was beyond the capacity of the petite Song Li to bear. After a brief moment, she stepped back with a frown of distaste as the man, lacking any support, fell helplessly to the floor. In the corridor, the man's labored breaths persisted, while the woman beside him simply stared at him. After what felt like an eternity, until a sound echoed from the elevator. Only then did Song Li resignedly close her eyes, half dragging the man back into the room, using her foot to shut the door behind them. The weather in High City had just turned bright again before a torrential downpour began. Dark clouds loomed over the city, enveloping the HK building in a shroud of gloom. Outside, lightning flashed and thunder roared, as the rain fell in a frenzied deluge. The building's decor and materials were of the highest quality, yet the faint sounds of the tempest still seeped in. In a state of unconsciousness, Ming Yin acted purely on instinct, engaging in mindless actions. The blazing sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the European-style bed where the man lay, his clothing discarded, exposing his bare form. Fortunately, the suite maintained a comfortable temperature, sparing him from the chill. Bang! 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 The urgent knocking at the door roused Ming Yin from her slumber. Squinting her eyes, she rose, instinctively grabbing a towel and securing it around her waist to cover her modesty. Irritated from being awakened, she opened the door, putting an end to the incessant noise. "Who is it?" Ming Yin squinted, frowning. The door swung open slightly, revealing the man's muscular upper body in full view. "Ah! Help!" Lu Yu gasped, his jaw dropping in astonishment. He had never expected to witness Li Xiao's 8-pack abs in his lifetime, feeling as though he could die without regrets. Adrenaline surged through him, and he rolled his eyes, collapsing onto Li Mo. Li Mo glanced disdainfully at the person sprawled across him, then awkwardly shifted his gaze to Ming Yin. Ming Yin blinked in confusion. How could she have produced such a magnetic sound? Upon hearing the shriek from the petite figure, Ming Yin looked down only to realize her bare upper body. Her pupils constricted, lips parting slightly, as terror and confusion flooded her mind. Fortunately, she was not one to scream. With a loud bang, the door slammed shut, obstructing their view and concealing the disbelief evident on Ming Yan's face. Staggering into the bathroom, she caught sight of a stranger's shocked countenance in the mirror. Ming Yin swallowed hard, struggling to contain her expression. Before she could fully process her shock, The protagonist's vivid memories surged in her mind like a tidal wave. Years of memories crashed upon her, overwhelming Ming Yin. She leaned against the wall, clutching her throbbing head, sweat trickling down her face in an instant. The intense impact and shock ignited her mind, causing her brain to momentarily stall. After what felt like an eternity, this is absurd, utterly preposterous. Ming Yin forced a bitter smile, slowly raising her hands, fingers curling slightly, revealing faint veins on the back of her hands, her fingers long and strong. Normally, she would have taken a moment to appreciate her physique before carefully inserting a needle into a textbook-perfect vein. But now, all Ming Yin desired was to clench her powerful fists and beat herself to death. What was the point of burning the midnight oil and working overtime? If she were to die, so be it. She had even transformed into a man. Transforming into a man was one thing, but she had become the obsessive and deranged Li Ming Yin. Ming Yin sighed, feeling as though she were on the verge of losing her mind. Who among us hasn't indulged in a few melodramatic tales of domineering CEOs during our youth? With countless novels swirling in her mind, why did she have to inhabit this particular one? Ming Yin could still vividly recall the title. The young mistress of a wealthy family runs away with a baby. The female protagonist, Song Li, became pregnant with the child of the unstable and obsessive Li Ming Yin before even graduating from university. The scoundrel, Li Ming Yin, shirked his responsibilities, allowing the malicious female antagonist to drive the female protagonist's family to ruin. Forced to flee abroad, Song Li became the object of Li Ming Yan's insatiable desire. 3 years later, he located Song Li abroad, forcibly bringing her and their child back to the country for confinement, only for the children to ultimately be killed by the villainous second male lead. Ming Yin had been so repulsed that she could not finish reading. The revolting plot left her unable to eat for several days, and even in subsequent days, the mere thought of it made her stomach churn. Never had she imagined she would become the detestable Li Ming Yin. Ming Yin grimaced in disdain, exhaling a heavy sigh, beginning to scrutinize her unfamiliar body. Pain radiated from her back, causing her to furrow her brow. Slowly, she stood before the mirror, tilting her head to observe her back. There, she discovered her back marred with clear, swollen scratch marks. Ming Yin reached behind to touch the wounds. Though they were not inflamed, they required disinfection. As her fingertips grazed the injury, she winced. A fleeting image flickered in her mind, triggering lost memories to resurface. Ming Yan's gaze wavered, her pupils widening in shock, her thick eyelashes fluttering. Trembling, she bolted out of the bathroom, racing towards the European-style bed where she had awakened. The silk quilt had long since fallen to the floor. A dark red stain on the pristine white sheets was particularly jarring. After a long moment, Ming Yin stood there, frozen, without moving. Her mind, once again, stalled. Thoughts exploded in her mind like fireworks, crackling and sparking. Beep! A jarring sound momentarily deafened her, bringing on a temporary ear ringing. Time seemed to freeze at that moment until a knock resounded from outside. Bang! 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 The knocking pulled Ming Yin back to reality. Dazed, she swallowed hard, numbly picking up the clothes scattered on the floor, slowly putting them on the fabric. Brushing against her back wound sent a jolt of pain through her, bringing some clarity. With a face full of despair, Ming Yin opened the door. Boss, the shareholders' meeting has been delayed for an hour. Li Mo, not wanting to knock, was nonetheless compelled as the shareholders had grown impatient. Boss! Ming Yin had never expected to hear someone refer to her as such in her lifetime. Her temples throbbed. Li Gu, you left your phone in the box last night. I'm here to return it. Lu Yu gingerly handed the phone to Ming Yin. The expression on Yin Guest's face was terrifyingly silent, yet he truly came with good intentions. Ming Yan's gaze flicked between the two. Li Mo, one of Li Ming Yan's assistants. Lu Yu, a childhood friend of Li Ming Yin, who had harbored a secret crush on him for years. Li Ming Yin held no fondness for him and had always kept his distance. Ming Yin inhaled deeply. Her immediate priority was to ascertain the identity of the person who had entered her room last night. The shareholders' meeting is temporarily canceled. Lu Yu, take me to check the surveillance footage from last night. Understood, boss. All right, Li Gu, the 5th floor houses the management. We can access the footage there. Ming Yin harbored a glimmer of hope, her long legs moving instinctively forward, with Li Mo and Lu Yu jogging behind to keep up. Having spent years in the emergency department, Ming Yin had cultivated a habit of walking briskly, only to realize as she entered the elevator that her companions had not followed her. Chapter 2. The emergency contraceptive. As the scene zoomed in, Ming Yin inquired, "Who is that person?" Pointing to the girl standing at the door in the video, that's the newly hired temp, named Song Li. She came in early this morning to resign. The image was blurry, yet the delicate profile of the female lead could be faintly discerned. Although clad in a cleaning uniform, her alluring figure was unmistakable. The cleaning staff held a profound impression of Song Li. Who could have anticipated that such a stunning young lady would take on a role in cleaning? Ming Yin exhaled softly, gazing out the window. The azure skies somewhat alleviated her despair. Adjusting her mindset, she suppressed the tumultuous waves of emotion within her. "The surveillance footage from last night has been completely deleted," she remarked, her tone fluctuating as soon as the words left her lips. The general manager of HK promptly stepped forward to erase the video. Only after witnessing the deletion did Ming Yin compose herself and turn to leave, her mind racing with thoughts. She vividly recalled that in the original text, when Song Yi had personally reviewed the surveillance footage and discovered that the female lead, Song Li, had entered Li Ming Yan's room, leading to jealousy that ultimately drove the female lead to ruin. "I need to know Song Li's exact location within 30 minutes, Ming Yan commanded, striding into the elevator, adopting Li Ming Yan's previous tone of authority. "Understood." Boss. Li Mo, the professional assistant to the CEO, was adept at navigating both high society and domestic affairs. He immediately picked up the phone to inquire about Song Li's information. Upon reaching the ground floor, the double doors swung open, revealing the opulent decor of HK, nearly blinding Ming Yan. A 3-meter-high chandelier made of Swarovski crystals hung majestically in the 5-meter-high lobby, which was predominantly adorned in gold, exuding an unmistakable air of luxury. And oh wonder, it was the largest entertainment venue in Haicheng. The decor radiated a sense of indulgent extravagance. However, there was a slightly garish quality to it that Ming Yin found hard to pinpoint. She remained noncommittal, striding purposefully towards the entrance of HK. A long Lincoln limousine came to a halt before Ming Yan stepped forward to open the door, ensuring she did not bump her head. Ming Yin endeavored to maintain an aloof demeanor, though her lips twitched slightly. Once inside the vehicle, she swiftly raised the partition to conceal her almost uncontrollable emotions. The spacious limousine felt a tad cramped with her 187-meter frame inside. In solitude, Ming Yin pinched her thigh hard, the sharp pain jolting her mind back to focus. "Ouch!" she grimaced, her previously cool demeanor distorted into an amusing expression. The genuine pain brought her back to her senses. "This is quite good. No more late-night shifts. Wealthy, powerful, and handsome. An absolute charmer," she consoled herself, her hands resting on her chest as she accepted the reality of being Li Ming Yin. The steady rhythm of her heart offered her some solace. Ming Yin gazed out at the bustling streets, exhaling a heavy sigh. She never wished to experience the sensation of her heart stopping again, as an emergency room nurse in a top-tier hospital. Her salary was modest, yet the workload was exhausting. Upholding a strong sense of professional ethics, she had tragically collapsed after working for 24 consecutive hours. Her thoughts spiraled, fragmented, and chaotic images from the previous night flickered through her mind. Though hazy, the stark whiteness of memories lingered hauntingly. Ming Yin swallowed hard, clenching her fists and striking her uncontrollable head. A frown of distress etched on her face. "Why am I so unfortunate, ending up in this predicament last night?" she lamented, leaning wearily against the leather seat. The pressure on her back exacerbated her pain, compelling her to straighten up instantly. The painful scratches on her back demanded urgent disinfecting and treatment. Limo. "First stop by the pharmacy to get iodine swabs and metronidazole gel," she instructed, "and also a box of emergency contraceptives." "Understood, boss," he replied. "Wait, also procure some Yuting." The narrative flashed vividly in Ming Yan's mind, prompting her to add hastily, "What is Yuting?" Li Mo, clearly an unmarried bachelor, looked puzzled. "Emergency contraceptive." Ming Yan mimicked Li Ming Yan's tone before swiftly closing the partition, concealing her embarrassment. Having worked as a nurse for 7 or 8 years, she had often fetched medication for patients, yet never had she felt so bashful. "Boss, I've located Miss Song Li. She is currently at a public hospital in Haicheng. attending to her gravely ill mother. In this era of big data, wouldn't this be considered an invasion of privacy? Ming Yin tore down the partition upon hearing Li Mo's words, taking the tablet he extended, which displayed all of Song Li's information. Arrange for someone to transfer Song Li's mother to a private hospital under Li's jurisdiction and have doctors search for a suitable kidney donor for her mother. Additionally, ensure that any outstanding medical fees are settled before the transfer. Ming Yin instructed, emphasizing the urgency of her mother's condition, which could not be delayed any longer. Understood, boss. Li Mo prepared to make the call. Stop at the mall in front. You will handle it personally. I want to see Song Li and her mother at the hospital within 2 hours. The effectiveness of the contraceptive lasts 48 hours, but for safety's sake, it is best to take it as early as possible. Ming Yin realized she needed to change out of her fitted suit. The hot coastal weather of Haicheng would aggravate her wounds if she continued wearing tight clothing at Li's hospital, the doctor reported. Mr. De Li, the wound has been disinfected and treated. Please avoid sun exposure and refrain from irritating the area for the next few days. Ming Yin lay on the hospital bed, burying her face in the pillow, gritting her teeth. She could not afford to show any weakness as the domineering so. The yellow iodine stained her entire back, something the doctor had grown accustomed to. You may leave for now. Ming Yan's voice emerged, gravelly and magnetic as she clenched her teeth. The nurse standing nearby raised an eyebrow, instinctively clearing her throat. The doctor immediately shot her a warning glance, signaling the new nurse to tread carefully. Angering Ardell, I could cost her more than just her job. Realizing her voice had taken on an unexpectedly alluring tone, Ming Yin coughed awkwardly, mimicking Li Ming Yan's authoritative demeanor. Leave to go, she commanded indifferently. Leave, leave, leave. Truly, she sounded like the epitome of a domineering self. Once the doctor departed, Ming Yin was left alone in the ward, in solitude. She finally relaxed, gazing into the mirror to appreciate the rumored beauty of the sea, deep-set eyes, thick lashes, and light blue irises infused with a hint of mixed heritage, all reflected back at her. As she scrutinized her reflection, she unwittingly adopted a cool demeanor, with a slight smirk and a raised brow. Her exquisitely crafted face seemed capable of captivating anyone, that I must admit. I truly am quite handsome. Ming Yin, a serious admirer of beauty, cupped her face, admiring it while sighing in admiration that it was only the sound of a knock at the door that jolted her from her reverie to boss. A kidney source has been located for Miss Song Li's mother. Should we proceed with the surgery immediately? Li Mo inquired, entering the room. Once a donor is found, we will proceed with the surgery, Ming Yin replied, slipping back in her persona, her expression impassive. Internally, she scoffed. Why are they asking me? I'm not a doctor. And Song Li? She asked, her brow furrowing slightly. Miss Song Li is on the 5th floor, in the same room as her mother. How could she persuade Song Li to take the contraceptive? Ming Yin pondered, her lips pursed in contemplation. Expedite arrangements for her mother's surgery. You go up now and bring Song Li down to see me, she commanded with an air of authority that mirrored Li Ming Yan's demeanor. Understood, boss. Ming Yin coolly shut the door, slightly disdainful of the title boss. But knowing she must maintain her facade for the time, being 12 hours had already elapsed, she retrieved the emergency contraceptive she had prepared earlier, placing 2 tablets on the coffee table alongside a cup of warm water. Would it be better to replace it with milk? She mused, crossing her arms and instinctively biting her lip in thought. Chapter 3. The start of the CEO's daily life, Mr. Li? The unexpected voice of the female lead startled Ming Yin from behind. She turned calmly to face the character from the book. Song Li? Ming Yin feigned a probing inquiry. Li Ming Yin and Song Li had never met before, and Ming Yin treated this encounter as though she had never seen Song Li at all. Thank you, Mr. Li, for helping my mother find a kidney source, Song Li replied, her expression neutral, her voice cold and detached. The stark contrast between the young woman's icy tone and her youthful face created a strikingly appealing dynamic. Ming Yin intended to engage with Song Li in her original persona, but instinctively fell back into the character of Li Ming, Yan. I no need to mention it. This environment is quite suitable for your mother to recuperate. She replied in the familiar, deep, husky voice that resonated with authority. Thank you, Mr. Li, Song Li responded, her demeanor remaining distant and aloof. Ming Yin towered over Song Li, who stood at merely 1.65 meters, and her elevated perspective allowed her to observe the exquisitely crafted features of Song Li's face with clarity. According to the timeline, Song Li was only 21 years old. The summer heat in Haicheng was oppressive, and the snug white top paired with flowing blue flared pants accentuated her graceful curves. Ming Yin felt an instinctive urge to protect the delicate waist that seemed small enough to be grasped by just two hands. Ming Yan's gaze unconsciously settled on Song Li's casually styled ponytail. How can someone have such an abundance of hair? The lustrous, raven hair, even when styled into an upright fashion, possesses a thickness akin to that of a young girl's arm. Day after day, clad in a nurse's cap, Ming Yin finds herself enviously admiring this sight. The face is nothing short of exquisite, with its thick black locks and a remarkably defined hairline accentuating its delicate features. That it is only now that Ming Yin truly comprehends the essence of a strikingly beautiful woman. The lashes, gently arched and abundant, the effortlessly shaped brows, and the subtly uplifted, phoenix-like eyes, combined with a plump, rosy mouth, create a visage reminiscent of a heroine from a literary masterpiece. Gazing at Song Li's slightly youthful countenance, Ming Yin lowers her gaze, concealing her emotions. She begins to understand why the protagonist regards her with such a gaze. Reflecting on her indiscretions from the previous night, she wishes to chastise herself. Cursing her own beastly behavior, that a wave of guilt and sorrow uncontrollably surges through her features. Song Li, however, remains inscrutable, her captivating eyes cast downward, imparting an air of aloof beauty to "I apologize for last night. If you encounter any difficulties in the future, please feel free to seek me out." Ming Yin expresses her remorse, lips pressed tightly together. "You are still quite young. Perhaps you should take the medication on the table first." She attempts to project a gentler demeanor, yet her deep, resonant voice, coupled with her detached words, renders her akin to a callous scoundrel. Damn it. Song Li, glancing at the pills on the table, comprehends the situation without hesitation. She steps forward, takes the medication, and swallows it down with a swift gulp from her cup. The fluidity and speed of Song Li's actions catch Ming Yin off guard, deepening her feelings of guilt. Wiping the remnants of water from her lips, Song Li instinctively furrows her brow, a hint of distaste flickering in her eyes. "That Mr. Li, may I take my leave now?" "Oh, very well," Ming Yin replies, eager to say more. Yet Song Li has already turned to exit. Her slender, carefree silhouette elicits a soft sigh from Ming. At the onset of this narrative, the source of pain has been severed. She harbors hope that the protagonist will no longer suffer and can lead a tranquil life. She feels remorse for her actions. The delicate flower despises her, as Ming Yin is inherently a troublesome existence, bringing harm to anyone who approaches. Shaking her head, Ming Yin resolves to address the mess created by Li Ming Yin. In the corner restroom, Song Li expels the pill hidden beneath her tongue, allowing the flowing tap water to cleanse her mouth. The thought of the medication mingling with saliva and entering her stomach prompts her to hastily induce vomiting. Determined to purge every last remnant from her system, the forceful act brings beads of perspiration to her brow, and she wipes the moisture from her lips with a swift motion. Exhausted from her retching, she leans against the sink, raising her head to gaze at her reflection in the mirror. Her eyes, now deep set, reveal a fierce intensity that was once concealed. Yet, this fierce expression only lasts a fleeting moment before she breaks into a derisive smile. Even the most ferocious visage on her youthful face carries a hint of playfulness. Standing tall, she caresses her tender cheeks. "Long time no see, 21-year-old Song Li." She muses, a smirk gracing her lips as her left hand lightly rests on her abdomen. "My two little treasures, this time, Mother will protect you well, and you will finally meet your grandmother." Imagining her mother frolicking with her two grandchildren brings a tremor of joy to her features. However, her thoughts inadvertently drift back to the person from earlier, clad in a loose white t-shirt and gray sweatpants, a sight she had never witnessed before. For a moment, she struggles to recognize him. In the depths of her memory, he is eternally clad in a black suit, yet even the most polished exterior cannot conceal the foulness within. Disgust wells up within her as she notices her expression gradually aligning with her future self. With a soft hum, she turns and strides away with grace. Unaware of the unfolding drama, Ming Yin believes she can now relish in the spoils of a scoundrel's life, cheerfully returning to Li Ming Yan's villa. Nestled in the affluent district of High City, the villa rests upon a hill, offering a panoramic view of the city's splendor the moment one steps outside. Though situated on a mountain, The commercial district lies just below, making the commute a mere hour. A taste of true opulence. Observing the sprawling garden of nearly 1,000 square meters, she swallows hard, grateful for the luxurious abode bestowed upon her, that I apologize for the years of criticism. Dear author, Ming Yin reflects as she leisurely enters the villa. With only Li Ming Yin residing there, the home spans 3 stories, spacious, yet not overly abundant in rooms. Thankfully, there is no legendary 600 square meter bed. However, her momentary relief is swiftly dashed as a grimace freezes on her face. Who could possibly be so misguided as to furnish a room entirely in pitch black? The darkness is all-consuming. This indeed aligns with the archetype of a deranged, domineering CEO. Yet, black is the very color she despises. She yearns for bright, airy spaces. Without hesitation, she pivots and decisively instructs the butler downstairs. Tomorrow, find a renovation company. I want to redecorate the house. Yes, young master. Wait. Young master. Ming Yin closes her eyes, suppressing the urge to smirk. Thus begins her daily life as a domineering CEO. She had anticipated a carefree existence filled with leisure. Yet she finds herself trapped in the relentless grind of work. At 7 in the morning, the butler rouses her for breakfast. By 8, the assistant and driver arrive to escort her to the office. 9 o'clock brings the senior management meeting, where Ming Yin, expressionless, endures 2 hours of torment, comprehending nothing. Upon returning to her office, she spends an hour signing documents. Thankfully, replicating Li Ming Yan's signature proves relatively simple. At noon, the assistant delivers lunch, and she retreats to a 30-square-meter room in the back to take a nap. The rest of her day is filled with ceaseless meetings with investors. Overtime, truly my destiny. Ming Yin wonders aloud, clutching her schedule and gazing skyward, questioning why there are evening engagements as well. Someone with invisible social anxiety. She dreads interactions with unfamiliar faces, save for patients. Limo, from this day forward. Cancel all evening engagements. Overwhelmed by her workload, Ming Yin would rather shatter her carefully crafted persona than endure another late night. She longs for early nights and early mornings to nurture her health. Boss, tonight's dinner with Mr. Yin is regarding the plot in the western suburbs. Limo nervously reminds her, fearing she has forgotten, and no need to concern yourself. Simply post a recruitment notice stating that Li Corporation is seeking professional managers. And cancel tomorrow's morning meeting, that I will conduct the interviews personally. Ming Yin exudes a palpable frustration towards overtime, her voice imbued with newfound authority. Limo is not the only assistant present, observing Li Mo's hesitation. Yen Jing timidly rises to interject. Boss, recruiting a professional manager requires a board vote, that I am aware. Just publish the notice that I will handle the rest, Ming Yin asserts, her mind racing with thoughts about Li Corporation. Perhaps this is the opportunity to separate Li Ming Yan's private ventures from the family business. Understood, boss. Ming Yin nods slightly before returning to her office. Chapter 4. The protagonist's rebirth at her desk. Ming Yin casually crosses her legs, perusing the investment proposals before her. In her mind, she contemplates how to sever the ties between the original owner's enterprises and the Li family. Li Ming Yin has long aspired to establish independence for the company. Yet his grandfather and mother have consistently thwarted his efforts. Ming Yin muses, stroking the stubble on her chin as she reflects on the narrative, dismissing the Li family with disdain. The Li family has thrived on real estate, but the market has long since cooled. After graduating from university, Li Ming Yin launched his own company in the burgeoning field of internet finance, gradually venturing into the entertainment industry in alignment with contemporary trends. Witnessing Li Ming Yan's success, the Li family has latched onto him like parasites, leveraging their shares and familial ties to suck him D. Why did I end the story? Li Ming Yin, known as a devoted son, is coerced into marrying Wen Song, but later calls off the engagement for Song Li, only for the Li family to subject Song Li to relentless torment, even resorting to harm. The notorious scoundrel Li Ming Yin is portrayed as a paragon of filial piety, obediently complying with his mother's wishes. As Ming Yin delves into Li Ming Yan's memories, she begins to harbor profound skepticism regarding his mother's love for her son. The novel is rooted in the real world and has been published for many years. Ming Yin, hailing from the future, believes her investments will prevent the Li Corporation from declining. However, she recognizes her lack of management skills, making the search for a professional manager the most prudent course of action. High City, the most prosperous metropolis in Huagua, glimmers brilliantly at night. Standing before the floor-to-ceiling windows, Ming Yin gazes down at the sprawling city below. Although she dreads overtime, she begrudgingly meets with the waiting investors. After concluding her final meeting, night has fallen. Finally afforded some leisure, Ming Yin admires the cityscape while engaging in neck and shoulder exercises. Prolonged sitting can lead to various cervical ailments, and having spent time in orthopedics, Ming Yin is all too aware of the dangers. Yet, the vigorous movements inadvertently tug at her already scabbed wounds. TSK, it would be prudent to visit the hospital once more for medication. Scarring is undesirable. Additionally, I shall inquire about Song Li's condition. Without further ado, Ming Yin donned her coat and drove towards the hospital. Ming Yin possessed a fondness for cars, yet the busyness of the hospital left her little opportunity to indulge. Now, with a luxurious garage at her disposal, she relished the chance to drive out for a spin. The daytime in Haishur was swelteringly hot, while the evenings offered a refreshing coolness. Ming Yin opened the convertible top, allowing the sea breeze to envelop her, accompanied by exhilarating music. What bliss it would be if she didn't have to work. Oh, what a delight! Ming Yin extended her hand out the window, feeling the caress of the sea wind on her skin, a sensation that brought her immense joy and comfort. Wow! Is that truly a Lamborghini? A Porsche alongside her also opened its top, revealing 4 young men in their 20s. The passenger in the front seat recognized the model and gasped in astonishment. The deep space gray is stunning. The owner has opened the convertible. How youthful they appear. The 2 boys in the back seat were visibly excited. It seems they are wealthy second generation like you, the passenger remarked to the driver. I've never seen him before. Perhaps he is from out of town. The driver replied nonchalantly, scrutinizing the Lamborghini owner with disdain. Who knows where this nouveau riche comes from, driving the same caliber of car? Yu Yong thought, his eyes betraying a hint of contempt. The sea wind rustled past Ming Yin's ears, rendering the conversation beside her inaudible. Yet it was clear they were enamored with her vehicle. Coincidentally, she shared their enthusiasm, and Ming Yin tilted her head to smile at them in acknowledgement that in the presence of strangers, she felt no need to disguise her true self. My goodness, what a handsome man. The passenger clearly saw Ming Yan's face and her smile. Yu Yang shot a glance at his roommate, closed the car window, and accelerated away, leaving Ming Yin in their wake. A look of confusion crossed her face. Did I perhaps smile too awkwardly, scaring them off? Ming Yin pondered. The sea breeze was tinged with salt. The company was located in the city center, while the hospital was built by the sea. In Haishur, any location with a view of the ocean was considered expensive. Ming Yin parked her car in front of the hospital, reminiscent of a private estate, and proceeded directly into the underground garage. She intended to first procure her medication, then inquire about Song Li's mother's condition. Ming Yin habitually planned her itinerary, partly to avoid encountering Song Li. Just yesterday, she had left HK, and immediately afterward, when Song arrived at the hotel to check the surveillance footage. Although the recordings had been deleted, it was conceivable that when Song had noticed Song it wasn't that she feared when Song. Rather, since the latter had not yet acted, it was unwise for her to take the initiative. She decided to maintain her distance from Song Li to avoid drawing any trouble upon herself. However, plans often falter in the face of reality. As the elevator ascended to the first floor, Song Li entered, carrying her belongings. The aloof Song Li did not spare Ming Yin a glance, her expression unchanging as she pressed the button for her floor. Turning her back on Ming Yin, the elevator was spacious, leaving a meter of distance between them. Ming Yin gazed at the slender, frail figure before her, her heart swelling with compassion. Her understanding of Song Li was solely derived from literature. Her memories of that night were muddled, and she could scarcely recall her own actions merely 21. Song Li had endured so much as a fellow girl. Ming Yin felt guilt and self-reproach. She had not intended to act so beastly. Overwhelmed by remorse, she instinctively cleared her throat, a slight cough escaping her lips. The sound echoed conspicuously in the elevator. "How is your mother?" Ming Yin asked, her voice somewhat hoarse, following her cough. "Thank you for your concern." President Li mother's surgery was very successful, Song Li replied, still facing away from Ming Yin, her tone as frosty as ever, devoid of warmth. The surgery was successful? Was it really so swift? Ming Yin recognized that Song Li harbored disdain for her. Lingering behind, she hesitated before offering Song Li her assistant's business card. Her instincts told her that Song Li would not accept her own card. "This is my assistant's number. Should your mother or you require anything, he can assist you, and you may also reach me through him," Ming Yin said, stepping closer to present the card to Song Li, who stood beside her, her fair and delicate face clearly visible. "Thank you, President Li," Song Li said, still not granting a single glance to the person beside her, as she accepted the card without hesitation. Reborn with nothing, feeling utterly powerless, she could not even afford her mother's medical expenses, let alone contend with when Sanjay. In the midst of this exchange, the elevator reached the 5th floor. Ming Yin needed to find a doctor to attend to her wound. Song Li, still with her back to Ming Yin, tilted her head to glance at the card before turning aside to lean against the wall. Ming Yin touched her nose and exited the elevator. After Ming Yin left, Song Li raised her head, scrutinizing the man in front of her, who still wore casual attire. His previous demeanor and tone starkly contrasted with those of the individual she was familiar with, and his aura had undergone a dramatic transformation. Confusion flickered within Song Li, and she instinctively licked her sharp, canine teeth, her eyes deepening. The dark yellow iodine stained her back. This time, the application of medication was not as painful. Ming Yin lay on the bed, waiting for the iodine to dry. Suddenly, she remembered that she needed to ask the doctor about Song Li's mother's condition. Tilting her head, she addressed a nearby nurse. "Please summon Song Li's attending physician to see me." "Yes, President Li," the young nurse's voice caused the doctor to furrow his brow slightly. Even her brief words exuded a sense of charm. Ming Yin frowned slightly, her tone clipped. "Hello, President Li. I am Zhu Yong, Song Ran's attending physician." The doctor had just transitioned from a public hospital and had not yet met Ming Yin. He reached out to shake her hand, but was promptly interrupted by a nearby doctor. "No need for that. Please tell me about Song Ran's condition," Ming Yin interjected, aware of the common affliction of domineering CEOs. "Obsessive cleanliness. Song Ran underwent surgery overnight, and from what I see today, there appear to be no issues. However, we will need to monitor her for any potential rejection in the coming days." The doctor beside him cleared his throat, urging clarity. "Will Song Ran recover fully?" The doctor understood that President Li disliked superfluous dialogue, and yet he had brought his usual manner of speaking to this setting. Given the rapid changes in the patient's condition, the doctor was unable to make any guarantees. Nevertheless, Ming Yin still wished to hear the prognosis. "Oh, rest assured, President Li, Song Ran's health will undoubtedly return to normal," the doctor quickly assured, changing his tone. "Very well, by the way, please ensure that she is not discharged until she is fully recovered. Acute renal failure has forced Song Ran to sell her house and exhaust her savings. Upon discharge, the mother and daughter would have nowhere to go. The hospital environment is quite pleasant, making it a suitable place for recuperation." Chapter 5. By the way, which ward is Song Ran in?" Ming Yin inquired, unable to visit in person. "She is in a double room on the 9th floor, currently occupied solely by Song Ran." "Move her to a suite on the top floor," Ming Yin commanded, her tone authoritative and indifferent that if she is to stay long-term, the space must not be too cramped. "Yes, President Li." Ming Yin donned her clothes and regarded the two doctors before her, who appeared slightly apprehensive. Why do they seem so timid? However, it must be said that the quality of care and service from the hospital's doctors far surpassed that of her own department. Ming Yin silently lamented this until she later discovered the doctor's salaries. "Here is my business card. Please notify me immediately should there be any issues concerning the mother and daughter," Ming Yin said, adjusting her light jacket and handing the card to the two doctors with firm instructions. Glancing at the time, she noted it was nearly 10 o'clock. She needed to retire for the night, as staying up late was detrimental to her health. In the hospital room, Song Li was gently using a cotton swab to moisten her mother's cracked lips. "That's enough. I don't feel dry," Song Ran said, brushing her daughter's hand away. For some reason, her daughter had been especially attentive these past few days. "How is your health, mother?" Song Li set down the cup and grasped her mother's hand with concern. "I am quite well, but you should extend your gratitude to your classmates. Once I recover, I'll need to properly thank them." After the surgery, Song Ran's complexion was somewhat pallid. The visitor only mentioned that their family owned a hospital and could assist in finding a kidney donor. Beyond that, Song Ran was unaware of the details. Yet she felt profoundly grateful, for it was a matter of life and death. "I understand. Song Li replied, her heart aching for her mother. The past few days. Her mother's constant care had made Song Ran acutely aware of her daughter's transformation. She was about to inquire about the reason when the attending physician entered to conduct rounds. Song Ran, do you have any discomfort? The attending physician asked, standing at the bedside with the medical record in hand. Much better. I haven't experienced any discomfort, Song Ran responded, mustering a smile despite her lack of strength. Song Li, standing beside her, felt a pang of sympathy. That's good. Your condition requires ample rest. The suite on the top floor is ready for you. You can begin moving your belongings, but the patient cannot be relocated just yet. So perhaps wait a few days before transferring? The doctor recalled his colleague's instructions, slightly altering his demeanor. Why must we move to the top floor? Song Ran inquired, puzzled. The top floor is President Li's designated room. I thought it would be too cramped for you both, so I arranged for you to move to the suite up there. What President Li? Song Mu, filled with confusion, inquired of the doctor while her gaze remained fixed on her daughter. General Li frequently provided financial assistance to students at the school, and it was only through the teacher's request for his help that they could locate a kidney donor for the surgery. Song Li forced a stiff smile as she attempted to explain that is generally still here. I would like my child to pay him a visit. Song Mu grasped Song Li's hand, directing her gaze toward the doctor. The general just left, the doctor responded, somewhat perplexed by their relationship, but remained honest. Then he can't be far off, that Ali. Hurry and go take a look, that we must at least express our gratitude. After all, he is our benefactor, and we cannot afford to be remiss. Song Ran gently urged her daughter, nudging her forward. Song Li intended to decline, but upon noticing her mother's anxious expression, she acquiesced with a soft voice. All right, I will go at once. Please, do not move. That a reassuring smile graced Song Li's lips as she proceeded toward the entrance. The corridor's windows stood wide open, allowing the humid sea breeze to caress Song Li's frail form. Approaching the window, she gazed at the undulating waves in the distance. The night of her suicide had been equally refreshing, and the scent of the ocean remained hauntingly familiar. Tenderly, she placed her hand on her abdomen. A pregnant woman must not dwell in melancholy. Resolutely, she turned and entered the elevator, planning to descend to the basement before returning, claiming she had found no one in the underground garage as the elevator doors slid open. Ming Yen was abruptly tackled against AC air de Li Xiao. How delightful. The nurse's melodious laughter resonated as she removed her cap to reveal cascading red hair, her legs clad in black stockings brushing against Ming Yan's calves. Her voice sultry as she greeted him. Ming Yan, taken aback, recognized the nurse from the ward. There's something you need. He blinked, his voice soft and innocent, betraying his nervousness. Naturally, I wish to become better acquainted with General Li. The nurse purred, her hands resting on Ming Yan's shoulders as she leaned closer. Ming Yan, with his startled expression, appeared adorably naive, much to the nurse's delight, who shot him a flirtatious glance. Ming Yan, overwhelmed. He averted his gaze, yet caught sight of the tumultuous waves below, his eyes flashing with alarm. He immediately pushed her away, standing upright and creating distance, finally recognizing her features, a look of astonishment crossing his face. How can it be that the same nurse looks so appealing in her uniform on someone else? Lost in thought, Ming Yen stood there as the nurse, with her voluminous curls, leaned in closer. Her right leg slightly bent, pressing him against the car. Just as he attempted to push her away, the elevator doors opened, revealing Song Li, who witnessed their intimate interaction. Ming Yan's eyes widened as he shoved the nurse off him, directing his gaze towards Song Li. Their eyes met for a fleeting moment, and a wave of nausea washed over Song Li, her hand instinctively clutching her chest, her face betraying her distress. Ming Yan hastily moved to her side, concern evident in his voice. What is wrong? Song Li's discomfort intensified at his caring tone, prompting her to push him away and rush to the nearest trash bin to vomit. The reasons for nausea are manifold, and the remedy lies in soothing the patient's back. Ming Yan, instinctively, began to gently comfort her, his broad hand accentuating her frail spine. His tenderness deepened as he sensed her discomfort, leaving the nurse beside them in shock. Unbeknownst to her, the previous bout of induced vomiting had left Song Li with a poor appetite, and the sight of something repugnant now overwhelmed her further. Tears streamed down her face as she heaved. The nurse's technique proved effective, granting Song Li some relief, and she accepted a tissue offered to her. Wiping her tears as she cleaned her face, she slowly lifted her head, only to realize that it was Ming Yin who had been supporting her. The feeling of nausea surged once more. She could not allow herself to vomit again. "Get away!" Song Li forced down her revulsion, pushing Ming Yin aside and darting into the restroom. Ming Yin, beginning to grasp the situation, clenched his jaw and turned to the casually dressed nurse. "You need not come to work tomorrow." His voice was devoid of warmth, and after delivering the message, he bypassed her, driving away with a flourish. In a prestigious hospital like High City, where she had secured a well-paying position, the nurse realized she could not afford to lose her job. She attempted to pursue him, but was only left watching the tail of his departing car. Humph. Emerging from the restroom, Song Li leaned against the wall to regain her strength, eyeing the girl who stood frozen in place, a disdainful sound escaping her lips. Chapter 6. The Basement. High City. Situated in the tropics, basked in the scorching summer sun. The newly transplanted roses in the garden flourished rapidly, while the villa's renovation progressed fervently. Despite Ming Yan's relentless efforts, the Li group remained intact. Even the elderly chairman had been driven to the hospital out of frustration, leaving her with little recourse. Fortunately, a professional manager had been brought on board, relieving her of the burdens of managing the company, allowing her to focus solely on significant decisions and investments that lie in the basement. Ming Yin reclined in a leather massage chair, sipping milk tea as she indulged in a captivating new television series. Although the narrative was rooted in reality, the cinematic portrayal offered a different experience, and Ming Yin felt she could binge-watch here all day long. The basement maintained a comfortable temperature, and no one dared to intrude upon her sanctuary, providing her with the freedom to revel in her private space. Unaccustomed to the presence of dozens of butlers and servants in the villa, she felt their omnipresence intrusive. Yet, dismissing them all would leave the villa unkempt and unmanaged. Fortunately, the basement had a lock to keep intruders out, and its decor starkly contrasted with the dark aesthetics of the upper floors, simple and unadorned, featuring only a sofa and a bed, until the villa's renovation was completed. Ming Yin remained in the basement. Unbeknownst to her, this very place had been where Ming Yin confined Song Li. "Young master, young master." The butler's voice echoed through the heavy iron door, calling out to Ming Yin. Ming Yin, feeling inexplicably compelled, paused her show and ascended to open the basement door. "What is it?" "Your mother just called, requesting that you visit the old chairman when you have the time. Understood." In the basement. The signal was poor, and it was only upon emerging that Ming Yin realized her original self's mother had attempted to contact her. Nodding in acknowledgement, she turned back to the basement to continue her show, slamming the heavy iron door shut behind her. The butler, nearly 50, was caught off guard by the sudden closure, his inquiry about arranging a driver caught in his throat. Typically, when the mistress called, the young master would rush to comply. Why was he so unhurried this time? At midday, who wished to venture outside? Moreover, Ming Yin had no desire to engage with Ming Yan's family, coupled with the dreams she had experienced the previous night concerning Ming Yan's childhood. She was even less inclined to meet his mother. It was evident that like father, like son, Ming Yin had inherited his father's proclivity for confinement, that in his youth he had kept his mother, Su He, imprisoned in the basement. Fortunately, the original father had passed away when Ming Yin was just Tian. Su He harbored resentment toward her husband, which naturally extended to her feelings toward Ming Yin. Yet, she never openly expressed her disdain. Instead, she resorted to various forms of psychological manipulation, leading Ming Yin to believe that his mother suffered due to his existence. This distorted perception gradually transformed the once cheerful Ming Yin into a silent and melancholic figure, relentlessly striving to provide the best for his mother. However, as he matured, he bore an uncanny resemblance to his father, inheriting his father's twisted possessiveness and coercion. Consequently, Su He grew increasingly indifferent toward Ming Yin, even avoiding encounters with him. Ming Yin, observing the memories of Ming Yin, could keenly feel the coldness of this mother. Not only did she transfer her hatred for Ming Yan's father onto him, but she also unleashed her negativity upon the young boy, never once showing him care or affection, not even a simple embrace. As an observer, Ming Yin felt deep sympathy for the childhood of Ming Yin after witnessing all his memories. If she was not fond of her son, then Ming Yin would not go out of her way to seek his approval either. Furthermore, the pain Ming Yin endured in the past, and the years of subservient atonement could be seen as a form of reparation for the sins of his father. Moreover, in the narrative, this Lady Li, Su-hee, was aware of Song Li's confinement by Li Ming-yen and not only failed to intervene, but also relentlessly tormented her. Watching her mental collapse unfold with indifference, alas, Ming-yen harbors no fondness for the formidable Madame L. As the sun descends in the west, it leaves behind only a half of fiery brilliance on the horizon. Having spent an extended period in the basement, the air felt stifling, prompting Ming-yen to step outside to breathe in the fresh air. Haisher, situated by the sea and basking in a tropical climate, remains verdantly alive throughout the year. Ming-yen extended her arms, inhaling the crisp air. Although it was merely ordinary air, for someone like her, who toils in a hospital reeking of disinfectants, it felt immensely luxurious. Young master, the steward from the old residence, just called to inform me that the old chairman has been mentioning you in the hospital. The elderly steward suddenly appeared behind Ming-yen, speaking in a low tone. Understood, Ming-yen replied, her expression becoming composed. The old steward knew her too well. Any hint of abnormality on her part would raise suspicion. She had unwittingly taken over Li Ming-yan's body. And if she were to maintain this masquerade for a lifetime, she would prefer to return to her former role as a nurse that a plan to transfer the old steward crossed her mind. The weather had turned cooler. Perhaps it was best to pay a visit after all. Would you like me to arrange for a driver, young master? Before Ming-yen could respond, the old steward anticipated her intentions. No need, I shall drive myself, she replied. The old steward was accustomed to discerning the unspoken wishes of his master, which was advantageous for Li Ming-yen, yet Ming-yen remained indifferent, hastening to the garage. She gazed at the row of sleek black sports cars, letting out a soft sigh. While black indeed exuded sophistication and allure, it was too somber for her taste. She preferred brighter hues, choosing a random car. She departed, resolving to select some vehicle she truly liked when time permitted. The location of the old man's hospitalization was naturally in the private hospital owned by the Li family. Upon arrival, Ming-yen discovered that Song Li's mother and grandfather were on the same floor. During her recent days, she had been oscillating between the company and the hillside villa, which had prevented her from seeing Song Li. However, according to the daily reports from the doctors, Song Li's mother was recovering well. The hospital resembled a grand estate, with a maximum of 9 stories, and the 9th floor contained only 4 suites. Designated for the Li family's exclusive use, that of course, as long as Li Ming-yen consented, non-family members could also reside there. The old chairman is advanced in age, with diminished oxygenation capacity in his heart, compounded by hypertension. He must not be subjected to any further stress, the elderly director, over 50, explained as he walked alongside Ming-yen, detailing the old man's condition. Ming-yen entered the elevator with an aloof demeanor, listening to the director's discourse. How shall I put it? After 5 years as a nurse, not even the director or head nurse has spoken to me with such familiarity, Ming-yen mused, reflecting on the world of domineering executives. Grandfather's health is precarious. His diet must be monitored. Please prepare a list of dietary restrictions for me. I shall personally oversee his meals, she instructed. The old man dotes on Li Ming-yen, but he has grown quite obstinate with age. Much like the original narrative where he insisted that Li Ming-yen marry when Song-yi. This posed a dilemma that Ming-yen needed to navigate. Chapter 7. The hospital grandfather. Ming-yen followed the director into the hospital room, forcing a smile as she greeted him in a hoarse voice. I thought this old man of mine had outlived his usefulness. Some people seem reluctant to come and pay their respects. Old Master Li sat cross-legged on the bed, his hands fiddling with a rosary made of rosewood. Ming-yen mimicked Li Ming-yan's expression, remaining unperturbed by his words. The director and nurses beside them lowered their heads. Let the director check your blood pressure first, grandfather. You haven't had it measured today, Ming-yen suggested. Moving to the old man's bedside, the director, understanding her intent, prepared to act, but silently acknowledged that measuring the blood pressure of someone nearing the end of their life was a futile endeavor. Old Master Li cast a disdainful glance at the others, huffing as he turned his head to gaze out the window, exuding discontent towards Li Ming-yen. Grandfather. Ming-yen felt a deep sense of helplessness. Currently, she was Li Ming-yen. She could not behave as she had when she was a nurse, coaxing patients gently to take their medicine. How is your health, grandfather? At that moment, Song Li entered the room, carrying a pot of freshly brewed soup, her gaze warm and affectionate as she regarded the man on the bed. Ming Yin looked up, astonished to see Song Li, who placed the chicken soup on the table and knelt beside the bed. Her starry eyes sparkling with kindness as she spoke softly. "Grandfather, let me help you measure. Once we're done, we can enjoy some chicken soup together, da. It's been a whole day since you brought me soup." Old Master Li turned his attention to Song Li, his previously stern expression instantly softening. Elderly individuals require a bit of coaxing, Ming Yin noted, silently admiring Song Li's gentle and patient demeanor. Her character. The innocent heroine was indeed kind-hearted and sincere. As Song Li took the blood pressure cuff, she gently rolled up the elder's sleeve. Silence enveloped the room, with everyone refraining from speaking while the measurement was taken. Ming Yin stood still, observing Song Li's every action with a facade of indifference. Song Li smiled as she awaited the results, internally lamenting, "Damn it, this rebirth is far worse than my previous life." "All right, grandfather, your blood pressure is still a bit high. You need to maintain a light diet and refrain from alcohol," Song Li said with a charming smile, endearing herself to all. "Understood. Quickly serve me a bowl." Old Master Li ignored Ming Yin entirely. Ming Yin was unbothered, addressing the bystanders. "You may leave for now. Why the sudden talk of splitting the company?" Old Master Li took a few sips of chicken soup, smiling slightly at Song Li before turning to Ming Yin, his tone instantly turning grave. "That MY assets have always been separate from the Li families. I'm merely tearing down the facade," she explained. Ming Yin glanced out the window. With the last rays of sunlight were swallowed by the encroaching night, "Do you believe the Li family is a burden to your own enterprise?" Though nearing 80, Old Master Li's mind remained sharp. The family business beneath the Li name had been operating at a loss for years, and it was Ming Yin who had been using the company's funds to balance the books. Should I support them for a lifetime? Having scrutinized all of Li Ming Yan's enterprises, Ming Yin recognized that the original Li family business was a traditional family-run enterprise with low profits, unable to withstand the rapid economic growth of recent years. Were it not for Li Ming Yin expanding the main company's operations to include her own ventures, allowing them to receive dividends to stay afloat, they would have long since collapsed. In the original narrative, these relatives had taken Li Ming Yan's money while criticizing her, even insulting Song Li. This was something Ming Yin could not tolerate. Supporting them would hardly cost much. So why strain the relationships to such a degree? The roots of the Li family run deep. Should they collapse, what would she amount to in Haicheng? Although Haicheng is economically prosperous, it thrives on social circles rather than feudal legacies. Eschewing family lineage, Li Ming Yin had no grand aspirations to become the world's wealthiest individual. He merely sought his mother's approval. Ming Yin harbored no such ambitions, as long as she could ensure that Li Ming Yan's company did not falter. She would consider it a fulfillment of her duty to him. "Very well, I shall refrain from taking action against them for now. However, should they continue to speak out after receiving funds, they must not blame me for disregarding familial ties." "Are you suggesting that I have been too lenient?" Old Master Li, a self-made man with countless lives in his hands, fixed his gaze on Ming Yin, who remained unfazed. Though she had never taken a life, she had certainly witnessed more than he could imagine. "I do not intend to target you." Ming Yin opted for a conciliatory tone, recognizing the elder's age. "Humph," the old man scoffed dismissively, continuing, "I understand that young people possess their own ideas and dislike unsolicited advice. But the winds of Haicheng are treacherous. One misstep could lead to disaster." "Thank you for your guidance, grandfather," Ming Yin replied, lowering her head in submission. "However, your support for Li is commendable. We are the leading enterprise in Haicheng, and our foundation should not be a mere facade, that we must assist where assistance is due." "Understood, grandfather," Ming Yin acknowledged. "Now, put the chicken soup down. Go tend to your mother, Yin. You should check on your aunt's health as well." In that moment, Ming Yin grasped the essence of double standards. Just a moment ago, the old man had been warm and tender towards Song Li, yet now he turned coldly towards her. "Understood, grandfather." She followed Song Li out of the ward, intending to see how Song Li's mother was faring in her recovery. Inside the room, Song Ran was already able to get out of bed and was seated by the window, reading and enjoying the night view. Song Li hurried to her mother's side, and Ming Yin distinctly sensed the disdain directed at her from the protagonist. "Who is this?" Song Ran looked up to see her daughter enter, only to spot Ming Yin following closely behind. "Hello, Aunt. I am Li Ming Yin, the grandson of the patient next door, that I came to express my gratitude for the chicken soup you and your daughter prepared for my grandfather," she said, projecting a friendly smile as she approached Song Ran for a handshake. The older generation places great importance on social etiquette, and Song Ran was no exception. She quickly returned the smile, saying, "I can't drink much myself. It would be a waste if I poured it out. It's perfect that we're all on the same floor to share. Your kindness is greatly appreciated. By the way, how is your health?" Ming Yin inquired, bowing slightly as she spoke. She displayed a stark contrast to her demeanor in front of old Master Li. Standing nearby, Song Li exhibited a rare expression of surprise, wondering how this person could be so capricious. Was she experiencing a split personality? Ming Yin was preoccupied with exchanging pleasantries with Song Ran, oblivious to Song Li's demeanor. By the way, do you know the sponsors of this hospital? I am nearly recovered and should express my heartfelt gratitude for the life-saving assistance," when her own daughter claimed not to know anyone. Song Ran was left unaware of what the esteemed Li looked like, and it's merely a trifling matter. Annie need not concern herself with it. Ming Yan's thin lips curved slightly upward as she smiled with composure. "Are you Mr. Li?" Song Ran gazed at Ming Yan in astonishment, then turned to glance at her daughter. "Yes, Annie, it is customary for juniors to show their gratitude. There is no need to take it to heart." Ming Yin relinquished the facade of the formidable Li Ming Yin and smiled benevolently. "How can one not hold a life-saving grace in high regard? Thanks to you, I have regained my health. You see, I have not brought any gifts. How can I properly express my gratitude?" Having worked as a nurse for many years, Ming Yin was well aware of the older generation's aversion to ostentation. With a gentle wave of her hand, she added, "Auntie, you are being overly courteous. Besides, Ali is also taking care of my grandfather, is she not?" Ali, upon hearing this address, turned to suppress the urge to retaliate. Chapter 8. When Song Yi Brother Yin. "What brings you here? I've been searching for you for ages." When Song Yi feigned surprise, her high heels clicking as she approached. Just a moment ago, Ming Yin was laughing amiably with Song Ran, and in the next instant, the venomous voice of the antagonist pierced her ears. Her dark eyes darkened as she straightened up and turned to face Wen Song Yi. Truth, this was her first encounter with Wen Song Yi. During these past few days, she had been flitting between two places, and the friends of the original character, including Wen Song Yi, had not had the opportunity to meet her, though labeled a vile antagonist. Her appearance was not garish. With a flawless makeup and a white haute couture dress, she exuded a refined beauty, devoid of any hint of madness described in the original text when Song Yi spoke. She reached out to take Ming Yan's hand. Ming Yan skillfully evaded the gesture and said to Song Ran, "Annie, please take care of your health. I will visit you again in a while." Ming Yan's smile faded. She nodded to Song Ran and headed for the door, with Wen Song Yi following closely behind in her heels. "Brother Yin, why are you walking so fast?" Ming Yan made her way to the elevator. Casting a resigned glance at Wen Song Yi, "There's something you need. I just wanted to see you since it has been a while." She spoke. She attempted to link arms with Ming Yan again. But once more, Ming Yan sidestepped her, politely yet firmly stating, "Thank you for your concern, but I must take my leave now." With that, she stepped into the elevator, with Wen Song Yi trailing right behind. "I know that the nurse from last time annoyed you. I've already dealt with it, so don't worry, okay?" Wen Song Yi, unfazed by Ming Yan's avoidance, explained. Upon hearing this, Ming Yan's pupils dilated as she turned to Wen Song Yi. "What did you do to that nurse? I just made her disappear from your sight." Ming Yan scrutinized the seemingly gentle and demure Wen Song Yi before her, struggling to fathom what she could have done. "Where is that nurse?" Ming Yan, realizing the gravity of the situation, sharpened her tone, her gaze piercing and imposing, bearing down on Wen Song Yi. Wen Song Yi was momentarily taken aback by Ming Yan's demeanor. Blinking in confusion, instinctively, she replied, "I sent her to my brother for his amusement." Ming Yan closed her eyes, taking a deep breath as the image of Wen Ru Yin flashed in her mind. Wen Song Yi was ruthless, but Wen Ru Yin was even more so, having wreaked havoc on countless girls. "Immediately call your brother and ensure that she is returned unharmed." "Brother Yin, do you have feelings for that girl?" Upon noticing the protective tone in Ming Yan's voice, Wen Song Yi quickly regained her composure and questioned. "Protecting?" Ming Yan was incensed, almost on the verge of swearing. "Yes, it seems she has Wen Ru Yan's number." As the elevator doors opened, Ming Yan pushed past Wen Song Yi while dialing a number. "Hello, Li Gu. Is there something you need?" when Ru Yin was somewhat taken aback to receive a call from Li Ming Yan for the first time. "The girl that your sister sent you. Return her to me immediately." Ming Yan's furious tone lent an air of authority to her already deep voice that MY's sister sent her. At that moment, when Ru Yin was in an HK private room, and upon hearing Ming Yan's words, he shouted to the group of girls in the room, "Who is the girl sent by my sister?" A moment of silence fell over the room, and after a few seconds, a girl with a swollen, bruised face timidly stepped forward. Upon seeing her, when Ru Yin immediately addressed Ming Yin respectfully over the phone, "Li Go, I found her. Should I send her over right away?" Rest assured, I did not lay a finger on her. Among the wealthy second-generation elites in High City, no one dared to cross Li Ming Yin, save for Xin Yin, that I want her here in an hour. Understood. Li Go. Ming Yin hung up the phone, acknowledging the effectiveness of the domineering manner in which he spoke. "Brother Yin, do you have feelings for that girl?" Ming Yin, having to wait for someone, turned back to the elevator. While when Song Yi followed closely behind, her tone laced with feigned innocence that I do not harbor any such feelings. Please refrain from engaging in such behavior in the future. Ming Yin, though often soft-hearted towards women, did not lessen her irritation. Understood, Brother Yin. When Song Yi lowered her head, adopting a pitiful guise, had she not been privy to the original text, Ming Yin would have likely been deceived by her faade. For the vile antagonist excels in presenting one face while harboring another behind the scenes. Ming Yin, disinterested, pressed the button for the top floor. Noting Ming Yan's indifference, when Song Yi raised her tearful face, gazing at Ming Yin as she pressed on with her inquiry. "That night, you were drugged. Who was the girl that entered your room?" Unable to find the answers herself, when Song Yi had no choice but to ask directly, cursing her attendance at that tedious fashion week abroad that had caused her to miss this grand opportunity. Ming Yin felt a throb in her temple that no one entered my room. "Miss One, my affairs are of no concern to you, that you're lying." The hesitance of the staff made her realize that Ming Yin had suppressed the news. Enough. When Song Yi, this is my final warning. Should anything like today happen again, you will face the consequences. The depth of his gaze was imposing, his cold eyes narrowed, radiating an aura of authority that instilled fear. Ming Yin was unaware of how intimidating her appearance was. Having issued threats and offered gentle advice to no avail, she resorted to a more domineering stance. Indeed, when Song Yi was left stunned, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, that as the elevator doors slid open, Ming Yin strode out, oblivious to the presence of the person behind her. In the HK building, amidst the opulent dance floor illuminated by flickering lights and deafening music, Xin Yin lounged lazily in a booth, adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses as he observed the graceful figures swaying to the rhythm on stage. Xin Xiao, Li Ming Yin personally called when Ru Yin to request a woman. A subordinate with a swagger reported to Xin Yin amidst the crowd. When did this happen? Xin Yin maintained his composure, idly toying with his wine glass. Just now, when Ru Yin hung up the phone and immediately sent the woman back to Li Ming Yin. Is that so? Xin Yin raised a brow, his eyes shifting beneath the golden frames. Absolutely true. When Ru Yin had just exited the HK premises, intending to deliver the woman to the private hospital owned by the Li family. Bring my car around. Xin Yin's lips curled into a sly smile, his eyes gleaming with intrigue as he stood to adjust his tie, eager to join the unfolding drama. The young elites seated nearby wore expressions of curiosity. Yet none dared to intrude upon the spectacle as Xin Yin did, instead choosing to await the unfolding news in silence. With a rev of the engine, when Ru Yin and Xin Yin arrived at the hospital in tandem. The 9th floor VIP suites housed only 4 rooms, with the entrance leading directly into the ward for ease of emergency care. The ward flanked by 2 bedrooms, effectively comprising a 3-bedroom layout. Ming Yin reclined beside the bed at the entrance, engrossed in her phone. Recently, numerous investment opportunities had been presented to her, and she could not afford to be hasty. It was essential to assess both domestic and international trends. Fortunately, the economic landscape within the novel mirrored that of reality closely, instilling a sense of confidence in her. Knocking echoed through the air. The knock at the door was faint, revealing the individual's cautious demeanor. "Come in," Ming Yin said, maintaining an upright posture despite the scabbing on her wounds. "That Li Go. I brought the person." When Ru Yin entered with a slight bow, a cheerful smile adorning her face. The girl from that day stood behind her. Ming Yin lifted her gaze, noticing the handprints on the girl's cheeks and the severe redness around her eyes. Without needing to ask, she already knew who was responsible, that a quick glance from her delicate brows sent Wen Ruyan into a flurry of explanations. Li Gu. I swear I didn't hit her, I didn't even touch her. You must explain this to Li Gu. Wen Ruyan, trembling at the thought of the notorious tyrant from Haicheng, pushed the girl forward. The girl attempted to speak, but her swollen face hindered her, prompting her to immediately shut her mouth and shake her head in denial. The door to the hospital room remained ajar, and Shen Qingyan, hearing the commotion, strode towards the room. Long time no see, Ming Yen, he greeted with a composed smile, boldly pushing the door open and entering with an air of nonchalance that suggested he was merely there to observe the chaos. The moment Shen Qingyan stepped inside, Ming Yen recognized him as the antagonist from the novel, a character even more deranged than Li Ming Yen. The man had a prominent nose, and beneath his golden-framed glasses, his eyes resembled deep blue whirlpools, drawing one in irresistibly. His lips perpetually held a captivating smile, exuding warmth and elegance. Yet beneath this polished exterior lay a soul of extreme madness. Ming Yen recalled the text and couldn't help but click her tongue in disbelief. Li Ming Yan's appearance and demeanor perfectly matched his image as a possessive tyrant, that in stark contrast, Shen Qingyan presented a completely different facade. At first glance, one might easily mistake him for a refined and gentle youth. However, under the deliberate provocation and superior presence of Li Ming Yan, Shen Qingyan's carefully constructed facade began to crumble, revealing the true nature of Haicheng's second, most powerful figure. That, of course, this was merely the title bestowed upon them by the outside world. Shen Qingyan had once again found himself in the role of the perennial second-in-command, currently suffused with unexpressed rage. Shen Qingyan, equally unperturbed, scrutinized Li Ming Yan with a subtle intensity. His rival had surprisingly altered his attire, donning a loose-fitting white cotton t-shirt paired with gray sweatpants. Though he appeared casually seated, the pants unmistakably accentuated the man's robust physique, while the once formidable aura was diluted by his light-colored attire and neatly cropped hair. Damn, he still retained a hint of youthful charm, Shen Qingyan thought, his lips curling in a sardonic smile as he clenched his jaw. Ming Yen, oblivious to Shen Qingyan's inner turmoil, was preoccupied with her first experience as a man, grateful merely to be able to use the restroom without incident, and thus had no attention to spare for such matters. Ming Yen, so you have a taste for this sort of thing? Shen Qingyan's tightly clenched jaw relaxed immediately upon spotting the nurse, his expression morphing into one of glee. His words made the nurse lower her head in embarrassment, attempting to shield her swollen, unattractive visage. Oh, you need something. Ming Yan's eyes returned to their icy indifference. Shen Qingyan knew Li Ming Yan better than anyone, and she could not afford to be careless. The familiar tone and the all-too-familiar grimace brought a sense of comfort to Shen Qingyan. I heard you found a girlfriend, so I came to vet her for you. This must be the girl from that day in HK. Shen Qingyan sauntered past the girl towards Ming Yan, deliberately hinting that he was the one who had drugged her that day, eager to witness Li Ming Yan's reaction. However, Ming Yan was not Li Ming Yan. The crazed Shen Qingyan was a force to be reckoned with. And Ming Yan was even more so. That my affairs do not concern you. The elevator is to your left. Take care and don't let the door hit you on the way out, Ming Yan retorted, striving to avoid any contact without compromising her persona and provoking Shen Qingyan. Yet, the chaotic scene was utterly unavoidable. So that woman from the hotel is actually her. When Songyi, who had never left and was eavesdropping at the door, burst in after Ming Yan finished speaking. The woman's malicious voice echoed near the nurse, who instinctively leaned closer to Ming Yan for protection. You shameless hussy, trying to seduce Yen Gu right in front of me. When Songyi erupted, charging towards the nurse after shoving Shen Qingyan aside. When Ruyan, Ming Yan's brows furrowed in anger as she shouted. When Ruyan, standing close by, immediately reacted, gripping her sister tightly. Enough, stop throwing a tantrum, she exclaimed, attempting to restore order. The situation descended into chaos. Damn it. A bunch of lunatics. What kind of mad story has this deranged author written? Ming Yan observed the turmoil, her expression unchanged as she silently cursed in her mind. In the adjacent hospital room, Ali, what are you doing? Due to the excellent soundproofing of the suite, Songli found herself pressed against the wall, attempting to discern the commotion from the neighboring room, as if her reincarnation had triggered a butterfly effect. Yeah, Ali, what are you doing? In the quiet of the top-floor suite, The elderly gentleman, feeling rather bored, came to find Song Ran for a chat, bringing along some fruits. Song Ran intended to call her daughter out for a snack, but upon opening the door, she was taken aback by her daughter's peculiar behavior, seeing the two stare at her oddly. Song Li belatedly realized her actions were rather undignified and offered an awkward smile to her mother. "Are you eavesdropping?" Although the elderly gentleman was advanced in years, his senses remained sharp upon observing Song Li's actions and the cup in her hand. He quickly deduced what she was up to. Song Li smiled sheepishly in response. "Isn't there someone in the next room?" The elderly gentleman queried, puzzled that I think I heard Mr. Li's voice, so I took the cup to listen more closely to confirm. Song Li explained, using her father's presence as a shield against her own concerns about the unclear sound she had heard. "That kid hasn't left yet." Indeed, judging by the noise, there seemed to be quite a few people in the room. Song Li replied innocently, her pure face and wide-eyed innocence raising the elderly gentleman's suspicions, prompting him to head towards the adjacent room with his cane. Song Li raised an eyebrow and followed closely behind. The chaos reached a peak with the arrival of Song Li and the elderly gentleman. How dramatic, Ming Yin thought, a hint of amusement creeping into her thoughts, though she merely entertained the notion without expressing it. "What are you all doing?" The elderly gentleman's authoritative presence filled the room as he entered, his cane striking the ground with a firm thud. When Song Yi fell silent at once, the elderly gentleman was far more intimidating than her father. Song Li obediently stood beside the elderly gentleman, causing Ming Yan's gaze to linger on her. "Why does it seem like you've lost weight again? You're far too thin. It could affect your health. It seems I need to ask the hospital's kitchen to prepare more nourishing dishes for you." Ming Yan pondered, her thoughts drifting far away. Shin Qingyan, facing away from Ming Yan, turned to the elderly gentleman. A grin forming as a cunning idea took root in his mind. "Good evening, elderly," Shin Qingyan greeted with feigned reverence. This broke the silence that had enveloped the room. "Young Shin, what brings you here? What is all this commotion about?" The elderly gentleman, perceptive as ever, saw through Shin Qingyan's facade and inquired in a tone that suggested he was not easily deceived. Shin Qingyan, with mischief in his mind, was about to speak when Ming Yan swiftly interrupted. "Ming Yan, Qingyan is merely here to observe the commotion, unaware of the details. It's just a misunderstanding that has already been cleared up. Isn't that right, Song Yi?" "Elderly, I misunderstood Yen Ji's intentions. It was my fault," when Song Yi interjected, managing a feeble smile. She was no fool and understood Ming Yan's implication. Once when Song Yi finished speaking, the elderly gentleman remained silent, his sharp gaze scrutinizing the crowd, pausing momentarily when he glanced at the nurse. "Well then, it's late, but if you're not sleeping, I shall retire. If there are matters to discuss, do so outside and do not disturb my peace," he concluded. "Understood, grandfather," Ming Yan replied, lowering her gaze, mirroring Shin Qingyan's respectful demeanor. The elderly gentleman cast a brief glance at Ming Yan, snorted softly, and with his cane, exited the room. Song Li followed closely behind, her tightly clenched fists retreating into her sleeves. A few brief exchanges made the situation clear. Shin Qingyan's delight in others' misfortune, when Song Yi's jealousy-fueled rage, just as usual. But when would Li Ming Yan ever concern himself with others' affairs? Doubts about Li Ming Yan began to grow in her heart. "When Ruyan, please take your sister back and entrust her to your father's care for proper guidance. I hope such an incident does not recur." Ming Yan's gaze was piercing, and his tone carried an undercurrent of threat. "Understood, brotherly," when Ruyan replied, casting a disappointed glance at her sister. They were acutely aware that Li Ming Yan was not someone they could provoke, and he roughly pulled when Song Yi away. "Nurse, I sincerely apologize for the trouble caused to you. Please rest in the vacant room next door for the night. You will be compensated tomorrow." The chaos of the situation weighed heavily on Ming Yan, who wearily rubbed his temples. The nurse dared not linger. Quietly departing the ward, Qing Yin, turn left out the door to the elevator. "And take your time. I want to see you off," Ming Yin remarked, keen to avoid further complications, and with a polite nod. He gestured towards the exit. "That it's late, and I wish to avoid further commotion, that I too seek rest here," Shin Qing Yin said, surprised to witness the fatigue displayed by Li Ming Yin, though he maintained a cheerful demeanor. Ming Yin glanced at his watch, which read midnight. "That I absolutely cannot afford to stay up late. Please be on your way," he stated, not wishing to engage in further disputes. That he stood and walked directly to the right bedroom. Closing and locking the door with a decisive motion, leaving Xin Yin speechless. Chapter 10. The painful past in the adjacent room. Song Ran, weakened from surgery, had long succumbed to slumber. Song Li returned home from the chaos. The balcony door stood wide open, allowing the cool sea breeze to sweep through the stifling night, bringing with it a gentle caress. Yet, the refreshing wind could not dissipate the bitterness festering within Song Li's heart. Her tightly clenched fists slowly relaxed, revealing crescent-shaped red marks etched into her palms from her own nails. The coastal high-rises loomed, and the ocean suddenly roared, the chilling sea breeze pulling back a fraction of Song Li's sanity. Memories of her painful past flooded her mind. Ally Ming Yin had shattered her life. When Song Li had caused the death of her only mother, Xin Yin had taken the lives of her two children. In her previous life, she had endured humiliation and feigned obedience to Li Ming Yin, leveraging his power to dismantle the Wen and Shen families. She had personally avenged her mother and children by killing Xin Yin and Wen Songyi. However, her mother and children could never return. Even if Li Ming Yin was tormented to the brink of death, she could not revert to the past. With these thoughts, tears finally streamed down Song Li's cheeks uncontrollably. In this new life, she yearned for her mother to live healthily and for her children to grow up joyfully, and she demanded that they all pay the price. Releasing her hands, she clenched them tightly once more. Acutely aware of her current vulnerability, in her past life, she had imprisoned and drugged Li Ming Yin into madness to gain control of the Li family in this life, for reasons unknown, perhaps due to her rebirth. Li Ming Yin seemed markedly altered. This implied that the path she had previously taken was no longer viable. Gazing at the tumultuous sea, she recalled Li Ming Yan's obsessive and insatiable desire. The mere thought of him made her stomach churn. Revulsion surged in her throat, but she furrowed her brow, suppressing it, exhaling a deep breath as the clock on the wall ticked away. Checking the time, she realized it was indeed quite late, for the sake of her baby's development. She could not afford to be overly emotional or stay up late. She strode to the balcony, closing the door to shield herself from the howling sea breeze. Slowly settling into bed, she tucked herself in, reluctantly conceding to temporary compromise. "Baby, for our future peaceful life, I am willing to do anything," Song Li thought, closing her eyes and placing her hand on her abdomen. 18 noon. The scorching sunlight streamed through the glass into the room. While the air conditioner hummed coolly on a simple desk, a pile of documents awaited attention as a man lowered his head to read them, occasionally glancing at the tightly shut door directly in front of him. Finally, at 12:15, the door creaked open. Ming Yin emerged, clad in silk pajamas, rubbing his eyes. "What are you doing here?" Ming Yin exclaimed, astonished that this person had yet to leave. "Li Ming Yin, did you take sleeping pills?" "You're just getting up now." Xin Yin, fueled by the frustration of waiting all morning, couldn't help but retort. "What does it matter to you when I rise?" Ming Yin mimicked Li Ming Yan's tone, disregarding the inquiry as he walked to the water dispenser and gulped down a glass of water. "You." Xin Yin clenched his teeth, inhaling deeply to suppress his anger. "Why is this project not being funded?" he demanded, slamming the investment proposal onto the table, which was precisely why he had been waiting here. Ming Yin cast a casual glance at the document regarding the development of a commercial real estate area. "From now on, you handle all matters related to real estate projects," he replied, picking up his phone to inquire with Li Mo about the delayed breakfast, casually texting as he did so. "What are you up to?" Xin Yin asked, furrowing his brow, bewildered by the man before him. Aside from the familiar face, there was nothing else that seemed to align. How could this renowned workaholic possibly sleep in until noon? The recent uproar surrounding the Li family's public recruitment of professional managers had been all the rage, and now they were seemingly abandoning such a crucial sector. What was his intention? The real estate industry was undeniably lucrative, but it would soon be overshadowed by the burgeoning internet sectors. The Li family had already begun venturing into the entertainment industry, and Ming Yin also planned to enter the internet realm. Yet investing in real estate simultaneously would strain their financial resources. "Boss, breakfast has arrived," Li Mo announced, entering the room somewhat hurriedly with a basket of dumplings. However, the room contained only a table, leaving Li Mo slightly taken aback. "Xin Yin, please exit to the left." "I won't see you off," Ming Yin said, lifting his eyelids slightly. Xin Yin's face darkened with anger. It seemed nothing had changed. He remained as infuriating as ever. Watching Xin Yin storm away, Ming Yin licked his lips, chiding himself for not being able to restrain from provoking him, as the leading enterprise in Haicheng. The Li family's slightest disturbance could incite a flurry of reactions. Upon hearing the news that the Li family intended to withdraw from the real estate market, several small enterprises promptly followed suit, abandoning real estate to pursue the entertainment industry alongside the Li family. Meanwhile, medium to large enterprises remained cautious, recognizing the undeniable profitability of the real estate sector. Xin Yin, perplexed by Ming Yan's actions, pondered the implications of this shift. Time would reveal all truths, and a month swiftly passed. The real estate industry remained steadfast, while the Li family's profits had notably dwindled since their withdrawal. Coupled with investments in the internet and entertainment sectors, they were beginning to experience financial shortfalls. Albeit it was merely a month's worth of fiscal imbalance that in the top floor office of the Li building, two professional managers reported on the company's operational status as scheduled. Within a month, the Li family's noticeable decline had become apparent, and those unaware of the situation were quick to assign blame to the two of them. How others chose to accuse them mattered little. If the big boss were to attribute the downturn to them, it would spell disaster. The two reported their recent work with trepidation, sensing the tension in the air. Ming Yin, seated at the head of the desk, listened intently, observing their anxious demeanor. Good, very good, he affirmed, fully aware of the reasons behind the Li family's recent profit decline and would not lay blame on them. Chapter 11. The renovated villa. Both individuals were renowned talents in the industry. And to ensure fairness, Ming Yin had deliberately selected one man and one woman to manage the company. The proud man and the ambitious woman would inevitably foster a competitive environment that would propel the company forward. I am aware of the recent economic downturn at the Li family. The fault does not lie with you, so do not concern yourselves with that. Focus on managing other matters, he reassured them. Causing their bodies to relax considerably. Mr. Li, shall our future objectives still lie within the realms of internet finance and the entertainment industry? As Rong Hao, a seasoned finance professional with years of experience, recognized the inevitable rise of the internet industry, he reaffirmed his commitment. Indeed, I am prepared to entrust the entirety of the internet sector into your capable hands. The short video market is thriving domestically, and I have invested in another short video app. You will take charge of this endeavor, dedicating your focus to it. This is the strategic plan that Ming Yin has outlined, detailing the app's general development trajectory. Following this, we can expect to align with a significant growth path, positioning ourselves as a major player in the online realm, with future prospects and profits that are beyond estimation. The entertainment sector will be your responsibility as well. Ming Yin handed another planning document to Su Bolin, das a returnee. Su Bolin possessed extensive knowledge of the overseas entertainment and fashion industry, which was precisely why Ming Yin had chosen her. By bifurcating the company's future development plans, they would effectively test the capabilities of both individuals. With the tasks allocated, it was now a matter of their abilities. They were to report progress to me monthly, and by year-end, we would compare results. The one who excels will surely appreciate the gift I have prepared. Ming Yin smiled gently, and the two individuals across from her exchanged determined glances, brimming with motivation. Most professional managers hail from humble backgrounds, and that gift would likely transform them from mere employees into formidable capitalists. The transformation into capital signifies a leap in class. Who wouldn't desire such a change? Now, go forth and strive diligently, Ming Yin said, her smile fading as she rubbed her temples. The whirlwind of activities over the past month had nearly exhausted her. Indeed, there is no free lunch in this world. One must work diligently in their position, and there is much for her to learn. The fatigue she felt was the result of mental exertion. Glancing at the clock, she noted it was 4 p.m. Work was complete, and it was time to leave. After all, as the president, she could depart whenever she pleased. Eager to return to her villa in the hills, she thought about the excessive dust generated by the extensive renovations, which was detrimental to her health. For the sake of her well-being, Ming Yin had chosen to reside in a high-rise apartment near Li Ming Yin. Although the decor remained somewhat dreary, she endured it for the sake of her health. A professional formaldehyde removal service had already addressed the indoor air quality, and with the use of top-grade materials, along with an abundance of greenery both inside and outside the home, she felt reassured. Mr. Li, the formaldehyde removal at the villa has been completed, and the newly appointed butler and staff are in place. Shall we return now? Ming Yin picked up her suit jacket and approached the office door. While her assistant, Li Mo, reported the situation, in conjunction with the renovation, Ming Yin had reassigned the former butler and staff to a country estate. The eco-friendly environment of the farm was undoubtedly appealing to the old butler. "How many staff members are there?" As the elevator doors opened, Ming Yin inquired while stepping inside. "As per your request, there is one butler, 2 chefs on rotation for permanent servants, and 4 security personnel for the villa on rotation, along with 2 full-time gardeners to maintain the garden." "Very well. I shall return immediately." "Understood, boss. The driver is waiting in the car." Ming Yin nodded, and as she spoke, the elevator reached the underground garage where a black and white Maybach awaited her. Li Mo routinely assisted her in avoiding any potential mishaps as he respectfully ushered her out. As the vehicle glided out of the garage, Ming Yin rubbed her temples. The constant mental engagement at work had left her feeling fatigued, and she lacked the energy to drive home. The hour-long commute would serve as a time for her to rest her eyes. By the time she returned to her hilltop villa, her spirits had notably improved. Upon seeing the brightly lit, warmly decorated mansion, her mood lifted even further. The grand double doors opened automatically upon sensing her arrival, revealing 2 gardens adorned with lush greenery. Entering the living room, she admired the solid wood flooring, the warm color palette, and the large crystal chandelier casting a warm glow, enhancing the homely atmosphere of the expansive villa. The sunlight in High City was exceptional. The designer had ingeniously utilized sunlight and architecture to create stunning reflections on the pristine white walls. Exuding artistic flair, Ming Yin found herself increasingly satisfied as she surveyed the residence. Various plants and vibrant flowers were strategically placed throughout the villa, giving it the appearance of a tropical rainforest. She ascended the staircase to her luxurious suite, where bright sunlight streamed onto the grand bed. Every piece of furniture had been personally selected by her. The television backdrop and the wall behind the bed had been cleverly designed as ecological fish tanks, filled with colorful fish and lush aquatic plants, breathing life into the warm room. My paradise of happiness. Ming Yin sighed contentedly as she collapsed onto the meticulously chosen mattress worth millions. Thus began her blissful life. The future promised to be even more splendid, and all her work-related anxieties dissipated in an instant. "Let me lie here forever," she mused as she lay on the bed, gradually succumbing to a gentle slumber. Meanwhile, in the basement, Song Li, who had transformed into a maid to survive, traced her fingers along the walls of her confinement, a cold smile creeping onto her lips. Truly, one cannot change their nature. The brighter the surface, the darker the depths. Song Li scrutinized the underground chamber that Li Ming Yin had constructed to imprison her. In her previous life, she had been confined here for 3 long years, and of course, Li Ming Yin had also been held captive here for over 3 years. Had it not been for her sudden rebirth, Li Ming Yin would have remained in this place for eternity. The basement had been adorned with several new items, including a projector, a massage device, and a small table, since Ming Yan's arrival. Noticing these extraneous objects, Song Li's brow furrowed as she approached the small bed where she had once slept. Still unkempt, bearing the unmistakable signs of someone having occupied it. Observing the crumbs of snacks scattered across the small table, her frown deepened. Was it possible that Li Ming Yin had imprisoned others before her? The thought troubled her as her brows knitted together. A month had swiftly passed, and the hospital had detected the presence of 2 little ones, though they were still too small. Song Li caressed her belly, a gentle warmth flickering in her eyes. Had it not been for when Song Li nearing the discovery of her identity as the one who had entered the room, she would not have come here. "Song Li, hurry up and get to work." The butler, having searched for her for quite some time, finally found her hiding in the basement. Had it not been for Assistant Li personally bringing her, he would have surely dismissed her. "I'm coming," Song Li replied, feeling somewhat disheartened by her lackluster rebirth. Upon seeing the newly renovated villa, she felt as though she had stepped into a fantastical world. How could Li Ming Yin, who was obsessed with all things dark, have created such a bright and beautiful home? After pondering for a while, she concluded that it must be the work of the designer. Otherwise, given Li Ming Yan's disposition, such decor would have been unimaginable. Chapter 12. Made Song Li come here quickly. These new kitchen utensils and tableware need to be washed with detergent and disinfectant 3 times. Why are you still standing there? The butler's tone was tinged with impatience. Song Li observed the vacant dishwasher, her lips twitching slightly. She squatted down to wash dishes with a woman in her 40s, who appeared quite adept at the task, and inquired while scrubbing, "Annie, is there a chance of excessive formaldehyde in this freshly renovated house?" The professional kitchen attendant observed Song Li's awkward washing technique, silently scoffing. "Wealthy families do not have formaldehyde," she replied haughtily. "Isn't there supposed to be some after renovation?" Song Li had never renovated a house, but for the sake of her child's health, she forced a smile and politely inquired further. The professional kitchen attendant rolled her eyes at Song Li, her tone dripping with disdain. "The villa's materials are of the highest quality, devoid of harmful substances that a professional team will come in after the renovation to eliminate all formaldehyde. Have you seen all the plants in the house?" The aunt proudly gestured for Song Li to look around at the greenery. "These not only serve as decor, but also help eliminate any lingering traces of formaldehyde, making this place very safe." Song Li conceded, realizing her naivete. The villa had just been renovated, and there was still much to address. The professional butler approached the two, glancing at his watch to avoid disturbing the occupants upstairs. He spoke in a rather cordial manner that it's 5:30 in the afternoon. Between 6:30 and 7:30, the young master will come down for dinner, so you must tidy the kitchen within the next half hour, allowing the chef to prepare the meal. You understand? The newly appointed butler, with a seemingly amused expression, briefed them on the tight schedule, not waiting for a response before moving on to assign tasks to others. Song Li surveyed the expansive kitchen, which seamlessly blended Western and Eastern styles, feeling her lips twitch again. Indeed, Li Mingyan had been fortunate. Simply confining him in the past seemed like a missed opportunity, especially after they had finished tidying up the enormous kitchen. The sun dipped below the horizon, the sky darkened, leaving only a few mottled clouds behind. The faint glow of the setting sun filtered through the tightly shut floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating the grand bed. The occupant stirred slightly, her eyelashes fluttering as she slowly opened her eyes. The last rays of sunlight cast a soft glow over the bed, while the heavy twilight seeped into her gaze, bringing with it an overwhelming sense of emptiness and profound solitude that enveloped her body and soul. Sigh. Ming Yin could not help but sigh, reaching out to turn on the light. The warm white illumination instantly transformed the dimly lit room into a bright haven. How vexing! This wretched dust phobia nearly plunged me into despair. Ming Yin loathed feeling melancholic. With a silent grumble, she rose, observing the small fish that swam animatedly on the wall behind her, a vibrant testament to life's rhythm. After a refreshing afternoon nap, her mind was alert, yet her stomach felt empty. Still slightly dazed from just waking, Ming Yin descended the stairs clad in comfortable loungewear, her tousled hair obscuring her brows. Awaiting her downstairs were the butler and the chef, who had been anticipating her return. With a faint sense of disorientation, Ming Yin bypassed a few individuals and took a seat at the dining table. "Young master, what would you like for dinner?" inquired Zhang Yu, her private butler, whose training abroad had honed his every gesture and expression to ensure the utmost satisfaction of his employer. "Chinese cuisine will suffice. Please instruct the chef to expedite the meal, and also bring me a cup of hot milk," Ming Yin replied. Habitually, she picked up her phone to scroll through Weibo, still adjusting to the company of others after a long period of solitary living. "How many servants are currently residing in the villa?" Ming Yin asked, cradling the milk handed to her by the butler, still feeling overwhelmed by the number of people. Zhang Yu inclined slightly, including myself. "There are a total of 14 individuals residing in the villa, while approximately 10 others come periodically for cleaning duties." Nodding while sipping her milk, Ming Yin stated, "When I am not home, you may enter freely to clean the villa. When I am present, please refrain from disturbing me. I will call you if needed." The butler appeared hesitant, expressing concerns about the staff not being able to remain in the villa if they had to stay confined to their rooms, as it would significantly reduce their working hours. "There are too many permanent residents in the villa. Let us reduce the number by 2. I own another property in the city that will be ready for renovation soon. You may assign 5 individuals to reside there. For the cleaning duties in the villa, I can manage those when I am at work. I do not appreciate having too many people around. Do you understand?" "Understood, young master," Zhang Yu responded, having grasped the implication of Ming Yin's words. "However, which 2 individuals do you deem suitable for removal?" he inquired, uncertain but having a candidate in mind. The individual in question, however, was attractive and acquainted with Assistant Li, which raised concerns about potential favoritism. Ming Yin, puzzled by the inquiry, replied, "You need not consult me on such matters. You may decide." Zhang Yu nodded but remained apprehensive, suggesting, Perhaps we could let go of the girl introduced by Assistant Lee and an older staff member, who was introduced by Assistant Lee. Ming Yin inquired nonchalantly. Li Mo does not strike me as someone who would engage in nepotism. The young lady, personally brought by Assistant Lee, is named Song Li, Zhang Yu clarified. What? Song Li? Ming Yin's pupils constricted in disbelief. Could it be the same Song Li she was thinking of? Bring her to me. How could the female protagonist possibly come here to work as a servant? Ming Yin remained skeptical. That I had a feeling you would react this way. Zhang Yu chuckled, relieved to find Ming Yin's reaction as anticipated. Very well, young master, at that moment. Song Li had spent the afternoon tending to the garden, her slender legs trembling slightly from fatigue. Song Li, tidy yourself up and proceed to the living room to meet the young master. Zhang Yu called out, his expensive shoes intentionally avoiding the muddy garden as he stood on the marble pathway. Song Li responded with a stiff smile, her lips curving over clenched teeth. All right. She removed her muddy rubber shoes and stepped onto the marble path to put on her own shoes, suppressing her thoughts as she followed him into the hall to meet Li Mingyan. The living room was spacious and bright, with steaming noodles elegantly presented on the table, just as Ming Yin was about to pick up her chopsticks. She looked up and saw Song Li approaching. Having spent an entire afternoon in the garden, Song Li inevitably bore remnants of dried leaves and dirt, despite having attempted to rid herself of the debris clinging to her clothes during her hurried arrival. However, noticing the mud on her hands, she instinctively tucked them behind her back upon meeting Li Ming Yin's gaze. That Li Ming Yin observed Song Li's movements and, upon seeing the dirt that remained on her attire, cast a sharp glance at the butler. Regardless of whether it was Song Li or anyone else, tasks in the garden should not fall to a frail girl. Directing her gaze back to Song Li, Ming Yin smiled gently, her eyes soft as water. There's something my dear mother requires. What brings you here? Moreover, when had the female protagonist fallen to the status of a servant? Did she not recall that Song Li was still in university? Chapter 13. The Little White Flower. Song Li, attentively observing the shifts in Ming Yan's expression, felt her own confusion deepen at the warmth in Ming Yan's voice. She had never witnessed Li Ming Yan display such a demeanor. Her eyes momentarily taken aback at Mr. Li. My mother's medical expenses have become burdensome that I wish to contribute in some way to repay her, so I sought assistance from Assistant Li. Suppressing her bewilderment, a hint of scrutiny glimmered in her eyes as she adhered to her earlier plan and addressed Ming Yin. As Ming Yin regarded Song Li standing opposite her, she reflected on her own 21-year-old self, realizing she had not possessed such maturity nor faced such dire circumstances as Song Li. Her heart ached for her. Yet, she first inquired, have you eaten yet? Upon hearing this, Song Li cast her gaze downward and shook her head, her once vibrant eyes now cast downwards. The seemingly pitiful sight struck a chord within Ming Yin. What is going on? Ming Yin raised her brows, glancing at the butler. There was no reason for either the servants or Song Li to go without dinner. Zhang Yu felt a sense of foreboding, suspecting that someone had bullied the newcomer. After all, who would be so thoughtless as to create trouble on her first day? Young master, they all dine in the staff quarters, and I'm not entirely sure why Miss Song did not receive her meal. I will inquire immediately. No need. Song Li, please tell me who denied you dinner. Having perused the original text, Ming Yin understood that Song Li was someone easily bullied. She turned to Song Li and inquired gently, her demeanor suggesting a readiness to stand up for her. It's just the aunt who washed the dishes with me today. She simply didn't invite me to dinner. Noticing Ming Yan's inclination to defend her, Song Li lowered her gaze and replied in a hushed tone that it was indeed true that once the dishes were washed, a meal could be enjoyed. That person had deliberately assigned her the task of watering the flowers, leaving her feeling quite famished. Hearing her soft voice, Ming Yin felt a pang of sympathy. Why wash dishes when there's a dishwasher at home? She decided that the aunt should be dismissed immediately, and if there were any other disruptive individuals in the household, they would be promptly terminated. Ming Yin found the intrigues and rivalries utterly distasteful. Young master, I will take care of it right away. By the way, have the chef prepare a bowl of noodles. I imagine you must be starving after not eating all afternoon. Song Li, you Haven tea touched this portion. Please go ahead. Ming Yin pushed her own bowl of fragrant noodles towards Song Li, the enticing aroma wafting into her nostrils. Thank you, Mr. Li. With her objective achieved, the importance of nourishment prevailed. Song Li beamed. unabashedly taking her place across from the man and quickly picking up her chopsticks. Her radiant smile dazzled Ming Yin, leaving him momentarily flustered as he lowered his gaze to his phone, attempting to mask his flushed cheeks and racing heart. Song Li's beauty was undeniably perfect. And while Ming Yin had initially felt indifferent, the sudden realization sent his heart racing uncontrollably that moment. Song Li was too preoccupied with her hunger to notice Ming Yan's reaction. Ming Yan's attention was drawn to the sound of her slurping noodles. And as he glanced up, he caught sight of her petite mouth diligently chewing that he felt awkward staring. Yet the sounds of her chewing echoed distinctly in the quiet hall, only intensifying his own hunger as he swallowed hard. His gaze darted about, landing on a leaf caught in Song Li's hair. Feeling a sudden urge to assist, he reached out to remove it. However, the sensitive Song Li instinctively recoiled, her lips stained with soup as she warily regarded Ming Yin. His hand hovered awkwardly in the air, a moment of unintended intrusion that I merely intended to help you with the leaf in your hair. There was no ulterior motive, Ming Yin clarified, noticing the wary look in Song Li's eyes, which tugged at his heartstrings. Though she appeared cautious, Song Li was scrutinizing the person before her, that I in her mind. The usually aloof Ming Yin would not exhibit such tender concern that a seed of doubt began to sprout within her. "It's nothing. It was merely a reflex," Song Li replied, averting her gaze and focusing on her bowl. She made an effort to conceal her true feelings, for at the tender age of 21, she was not feigning innocence and kindness. It was simply her nature, and this too served as a form of strategy. With that, she casually removed the dried leaf from her hair and resumed her meal. Ming Yin, pursing her lips, set her hand down and resumed scrolling through her phone, leaving them in silence. "Young master, the chef has prepared the freshly made noodles for you." The steaming bowl filled with fragrant steam was set before Ming Yin, who set aside her phone and began to eat with earnestness. Song Li, equally hungry, found the aroma irresistible. Having transformed into a man, Ming Yin seemed to have developed a larger appetite as she polished off a substantial bowl of noodles in under 5 minutes. While Song Li, though eating quickly, could not keep pace. Feeling somewhat satiated, Ming Yin began to slow her pace. 5 minutes later, she finished the last noodle, while Song Li savored the final spoonful of broth. "Are all the young girls here such hearty eaters?" Ming Yin marveled. The chef had likely prepared around 3 tails of noodles, plus the broth, making it at least 4 tails in total. When she was a girl, even 1 tail had been a struggle for her to consume. Ming Yan's gaze drifted to Song Li's slender waist, which seemed slightly fuller than before. "I recall you haven't graduated from university yet. Perhaps it's best to wait until after graduation to discuss employment," Ming Yin offered kindly, presenting her with a napkin. "It was summer vacation now, and with the new semester approaching, she would be entering her final year. I need to find an internship." "There's nothing wrong with that," Song Li replied, accepting the napkin. "Since it's an internship, why not consider working at Li Corporation? I truly regret what happened last time and didn't compensate you properly. At Li Corporation, you can choose any position you desire." Ming Yin, having read the original text, knew that although Song Li was a dance major, she possessed a remarkable talent for business, which had gone unrecognized when she was pulled back into domestic life by Ming Yin. Ming Yin felt a deep sense of regret and saw this as an opportunity for Song Li to shine in the company, discovering her own brilliant path in life. The thought of Song Li being manipulated by Ming Yin, willingly confined to domestic duties, troubled Ming Yin. She was determined not to let the heroine follow that path. Song Li, who was indeed inclined to take the safer route, felt satisfied with Ming Yan's suggestion. She had been hoping to enter Li Corporation. Although she initially desired to join directly, her dance major bore no relevance to the corporation in a society that valued educational credentials, even with Li Mo's assistance. She would have found it challenging to gain entry. However, if Ming Yin were to advocate for her, the situation would be drastically different. "Thank you, Mr. Li, I will strive to cherish this opportunity," Song Li said, her demeanor shifting to a more demure and flattering tone, glancing at Ming Yin with a hint of flattery. Once, she had been a beloved child, and now she reflected on the lives she had held in her hands with a sense of nostalgia. Meanwhile, the genuinely oblivious Ming Yin felt an overwhelming sympathy for the seemingly innocent heroine. "Have you decided which department you wish to join?" Ming Yin, now the president and chairman, could easily handle personnel matters with a mere word, directly inquiring without hesitation. Song Li paused for a moment. "Perhaps the Human Resources Department." I haven't studied the necessary knowledge, so I'd like to start from there. The reborn Li Mingyin was markedly different. However, based on their recent interactions, she felt that this version of Li Mingyin was perhaps easier to deceive. Sitting across from her, Mingyin naively viewed the flower-like Song Li as harmless and nodded in agreement. By the way, how is your mother? I've been too busy to visit her lately that mother's health has improved significantly. She was considering discharge, but the doctor advised further observation that we haven't had anywhere to go. Song Li hesitated before continuing. Moreover, I can't shake the feeling that it's unsafe outside the hospital. Song Li's words carried a hint of testing. After all, Li Mingyin had been aware of Song Li's actions in the past, yet remained indifferent. Now, Song Li felt vulnerable, aware that if Song Li targeted her, both she and her mother would be in peril. Only Li Mingyin could suppress Song Li. Is there someone looking for you? Upon hearing Song Li's statement, Mingyin immediately recalled Song Li. Although she had distanced herself from the characters in the novel for some time, if the hotel incident were to come to Song Li's attention, Song Li could be in grave danger. Hearing Li Mingyin's response deepened Song Li's sense of confusion. Her reaction was completely contrary to the past, as Li Mingyin had previously shown little regard for her, allowing Song Li to act as she pleased. Chapter 14. Cohabitation. Song Li's remarks plunged Mingyin into contemplation. Song Li, Li Mingyin, and Xin Xingyin were all unpredictable characters, each capable of madness at any moment. That asked the president of Li Corporation, Song Li and Xin Xingyin dared not act against her. However, Song Li was different. She was vulnerable, and if Song Li truly found her, it could spell disaster. Mingyin recalled Song Li's past actions vividly, her expression growing serious. The only viable solution was to keep Song Li close and under watchful eyes, seeking an opportunity to eliminate both Song Li and Xin Xingyin. The looming threats. Having made up her mind, Mingyin stated, "Your instincts are correct that I will find a way to handle this. You needn't worry about your mother, as long as she remains in the hospital. She will be fine that if you wish to start working." Mingyin paused, tentatively suggesting, "Perhaps you could stay in the villa, accompanying me to and from work daily for both convenience and safety." As she spoke, her voice dropped, feeling as though she were coaxing a virtuous woman into a precarious situation. The virtuous woman, Song Li, glanced instinctively toward the basement at the mention of living arrangements and asked, "Where will I be staying?" "The villa offers limited accommodation, and I am currently residing in the largest master bedroom. You may choose any of the remaining rooms, provided they are not in the basement." Song Li must stay close to Li Mingyin, for if that lunatic Song Li discovers her whereabouts, her life will be in jeopardy. I suppose I will take a room on the first floor. Song Li recalls that there are 4 guest rooms on that level. She can occupy any one of them. Mingyin, though not opposed, cautioned her. "The rooms on the first floor lack en-suite bathrooms, so you'll have to use the public facilities for washing and such." Upon hearing this, Song Li furrowed her brow. She remembered that all rooms in the villa, including those in the basement, were suites, suggesting that renovations had altered this arrangement. Would she then be compelled to reside on the second floor? As Song Li glanced upward, the previously dim and shadowy corridor on the second floor was now illuminated by warm ambient lighting, rendering its former state unrecognizable. Yet she could not quell her fear. At the end of the corridor lay my bedroom, flanked by 2 smaller rooms on either side, all of which were tastefully decorated and equipped with bathrooms. Mingyin explained, observing the direction of Song Li's gaze. She reasoned that a villa of this nature would not typically require an abundance of guest rooms, so 2 rooms along with their bathrooms had been removed. Song Li appeared conflicted, her delicately arched brows instinctively knitting together, her youthful visage betraying a sense of unacknowledged melancholy. After a moment's contemplation, she replied, "I can sleep in a side position." "Very well. Have you brought your luggage?" Naturally, a live-in housekeeper would need to bring a change of clothes. "The luggage has arrived at the staff quarters. I will fetch it shortly. Let the housekeeper accompany you to retrieve it later." "What are your thoughts on the position of human resources manager?" Mingyin, ever engrossed in her phone, flicked through the company's job listings at the mention of this. Song Li's eyes widened in surprise. Li Mingyin was not supposed to assign her to a role at such a level, especially considering she was merely an undergraduate dance student. Song Li pondered whether she should politely decline and begin at the grassroots level. This notion, however, was swiftly dismissed. She could afford to wait, but the child could not. She needed sufficient authority to safeguard herself. After all, she could barely contend with when Song-yi alone. Thus, she resolved to accept the arrangement proposed by Li. All right, Ming-yin nodded and sent a message to Li Mo. Given the protagonist's inherent advantages, she would undoubtedly excel in the role swiftly. After all, in the original narrative, she assumed the position of vice president upon her arrival. Regardless, this was not her primary focus. The appointment was merely a matter of her directive. And besides, Song Li's presence in any role would not lead to the company's downfall to Tio Ming-yin. That was more than sufficient. Song Li, maintaining her composure, raised her cup to obscure the skepticism on her face. How could Li Ming-yin, who was so suspicious and wary, permit someone she hardly knew to enter such a critical department, especially one at the managerial level? The enigma of her uncertainty expanded like a riddle. You should come upstairs. I'll show you the rooms. Ming-yin gestured for the chef to tidy up the dishes before leading Song Li upstairs to view the accommodations, each of which she had designed in collaboration with an architect, certain details still requiring clarification. Song Li nodded slightly. Ming-yin's demeanor towards her was quite favorable, and she could not afford to drop her fade. The two rooms on the second floor were similarly appointed. Take a look and see which one you prefer, Ming-yin said, opening the doors to both rooms and stepping aside for Song Li to explore their interiors. Song Li's expression remained neutral. She had always interacted with Li Ming-yin in this manner, with no need for alteration. Ming-yin was accustomed to this dynamic, for it was she who had initially chosen not to engage. As Song Li entered one of the rooms, her gaze was immediately drawn to a large floor-to-ceiling window, with a bathroom conveniently located near the entrance. Inside, to the left, was a solid wood bed sized at 1.5 meters. While to the right, across from the restroom, lay a modest dressing area, adjacent to a small circular desk that served as a quaint study nook. Each corner of the room was adorned with water-propagated greenery. Song Li took tentative steps forward, closely examining the aquatic plants in the corner of the desk, which housed a few pea-sized fish and shrimp. The room lacked a central light fixture, instead illuminated by ambient lighting that spread like the lush foliage throughout the space. It appeared both warm and natural, a stark contrast to the owner's shadowy inner turmoil. Song Li mused. Yet she could not deny her fondness for this room, unaware of which designer had crafted such a space. She would undoubtedly seek their services should the opportunity arise in the future. In her previous life, after ascending to prominence, Song Li had inherited all of Li Ming-yin's properties. However, she had never encountered a skilled designer and had left those houses untouched. The bright room would surely benefit the child's development, and Song Li felt a genuine smile of satisfaction tugging at her lips. Standing at nearly 180 centimeters tall, Ming-yin caught sight of Song Li's emerging smile. I am pleased you like it, she remarked. Thank you, Li Zong, Song Li replied, concealing her expression before turning to Ming-yin. You should rest early, that if you need anything, just summon the housekeeper using the intercom, Ming-yin instructed, gesturing to the communication device on the bedside table. Song Li nodded, acknowledging her understanding, while Ming-yin, perceptive, exited the room, returning to her own quarters. Now, with her newly acquired space, Song Li was eager to explore and make it her own. While Ming-yin enjoyed a restful night, Song Li lay awake, her eyes wide open throughout the hours. After having pulled Li Ming-yin down from her pedestal, she had imprisoned her in the basement, never again stepping foot in the upper rooms. That space belonged to Li Ming-yin, the atmosphere imbued with her essence, with the dark decor casting an indelible shadow over Song Li's psyche. Even after tormenting Li Ming-yin to the brink of despair, the memories of that chapter left an enduring mark on her life. Her soul bore the scars of that experience, compelling her to avoid all matters related to Li Ming-yin as much as possible. Upon her rebirth, she could no longer evade the past. Instead, she was willing to confront it head-on for the sake of her mother and child, a challenge she was prepared to embrace. Chapter 15. Goji berries steeping in a thermos. The following morning dawned bright and blue, the sun radiating warmth. Outside, birds chirped merrily at the break of day, and the fragrance of newly bloomed flowers wafted in with the cool morning breeze. The earthy scent of vegetation filled the room, as if she were residing in a tropical rainforest. Ming-yin slowly opened her eyes, ready to embrace another promising day. With material needs met, her spirits soared, and without realizing it, she had begun to alter her once lazy habits. A beautiful day commenced with a morning RU in at 7:30. Ming-yin jogged around the expansive garden for half an hour, the gentle glow of the rising sun illuminating the vibrant flora and fauna. Her hair damp with perspiration, she returned to her room to prepare for a shower, only to find a somewhat listless Song Li emerging from her quarters, even with a light application of makeup. Ming Yin, recognizing the signs of fatigue in her fellow woman, noted the faint dark circles beneath her eyes. "Did you not sleep well last night? Is it that obvious?" Upon hearing Ming Yan's words, Song Li felt a twinge of panic. She had deliberately concealed her dark circles, yet it seemed her efforts were in vain. The slight fluster she displayed was unexpectedly endearing, prompting a smile to dance upon Ming Yan's lips as she shook her head. "Not obvious. Perhaps I am merely too observant. Ditto. Thank you. See, that I shall go and apply more concealer." Song Li replied with a hint of frustration, having played the role of the dutiful daughter in front of her mother for far too long. Her true nature beginning to resurface, she despised this version of herself. Maintaining composure and rationality was paramount to safeguard her mother and child. Back in her room, she scorned the emotions she had just revealed. When Ming Yin emerged from her morning routine, impeccably dressed in a tailored suit, Song Li had reverted to her usual aloof demeanor, now tinged with an additional layer of coldness. Ming Yin found herself perplexed. Sitting across from her, Song Li sipped her porridge in small, measured bites, not granting a single glance to the man opposite her. Ming Yin was undeterred. After all, Song Li had treated her similarly upon their first encounter. Besides, it was only natural that one who had committed a transgression would not receive a warm reception. She merely wished to mend the rift in their relationship, for she had always cherished the delicate, innocent heroine. Given prior arrangements, the dining hall was devoid of others, allowing for a gradual, unhurried interaction. Ming Yin refrained from excessive enthusiasm, believing that actions often speak louder than words. To be 8:30, the two had finished breakfast and were ready to depart. The specially commissioned business vehicle remained steady even on winding roads. With ample space, Song Li sat by the window on the opposite side, separated from Ming Yin by approximately half a meter. Gazing out at the swiftly passing landscape, Ming Yin perused the latest financial updates on her tablet, aware that she had much to learn. Each was absorbed in their own pursuits until they arrived punctually at the company's entrance at 9:30. "CEO Li, I would prefer to report to my department alone," Song Li stated. Throughout the journey, they had exchanged not a single word, and she surmised that Ming Yin intended to escort her personally for her onboarding. This was the last scenario she desired. As a woman, being escorted by Ming Yin to human resources would undoubtedly spark rumors throughout the company in mere moments, branding her as Ming Yin's mistress, which would be detrimental to her plans that in her past life. Her ascent to vice president as Ming Yan's girlfriend had incited discontent and scrutiny throughout the organization, leading to fierce opposition when she eventually obtained shares and control of the corporation. Were it not for the support of her loyal subordinates, she feared she would have been unable to secure her position. "But you are new to the company," Ming Yin began to protest. "If you personally accompany me to report, they will misinterpret our relationship," Song Li interjected. Ming Yin had not considered this angle. She had merely wished to protect Song Li from potential bullying, demonstrating that she had backing. "In that case, let Yin Jing take you. She is my assistant." Still somewhat apprehensive, Ming Yin recognized that newcomers often became targets. Yin Jing, one of Ming Yan's aides, was known for her striking beauty, with rumors circulating that she was Ming Yin's lover. However, Song Li understood that Yin Jing was merely a competent assistant. After Song Li's rise to power, both Li Mo and Yin Jing had resigned, a fact that made her reflect with a slight grimace. "Thank you, CEO Li. Indeed, please wait in the car for a moment. Yin Jing will be down shortly," Ming Yin replied, her phone already in hand to send a message that in less than 3 minutes, Yin Jing arrived at the car. Her long, dark, wavy hair cascaded like a waterfall, accentuating her arched brows and Western-style eye makeup paired with fiery red lips. The somewhat conservative work attire was complemented by black stockings and YSL heels. Exuding a bold allure, Yin Jing opened the car door, assisting Song Li as she emerged. The subtle scent of her perfume, while not overpowering, was enough to make Song Li slightly uncomfortable, her brows furrowing. As a professional assistant, Yin Jing could not overlook Song Li's demeanor, subtly adjusting her stance to create distance. Ming Yin, unaware of Song Li's unease, instructed, "Ensure she is well taken care of in human resources." "Understood that LIMO has already informed me of her distinguished status." Yin Jing nodded, reaching out to guide Song Li upstairs. Yin Jing, There is no need for the exclusive elevator. The regular one will suffice. Song Li said, pulling down Yin Jing's hand, aware that being escorted by the CEO's assistant would invite just as much speculation as being Ming Yin's mistress. The heroine was indeed astute. Behind them, Ming Yin nodded before heading toward the deserted private elevator, knowing she needed to address Shinqing Yin, who had been seeking her out in the CEO's office, precisely at 10 o'clock. Sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating the room where a man with gold-rimmed glasses Saturday his lips were tightly pressed, exuding an air of chilliness. As Ming Yin stepped inside, the author's depiction of Shinqing Yin flashed in her mind. Only Shinqing Yin could embody such pretentiousness with such grandeur. Ming Yin strode confidently to sit opposite him, silently reminding herself not to provoke or irritate Shinqing Yin, lest she find herself overwhelmed. "Is there a reason you sought me out?" Ming Yin inquired, projecting as much goodwill as she could muster. However, Shinqing Yin was already teetering on the edge of agitation. That Li Ming Yin, arriving at 10 o'clock? "You must have an abundance of free time," he remarked, a smile masking his clenched jaw. Curiosity piqued. He wondered what had transformed the relentless workaholic Li Ming Yin into someone so drastically altered. "If there is nothing pressing at the company, I may arrive a bit later. Apologies for the wait," Ming Yin thought to herself, mentally chiding her lack of foresight in not scheduling an appointment beforehand. "Is there something you need?" Ming Yin asked, rising to pour herself hot water from the corner water dispenser. "Not particularly," Shinqing Yin replied, his gaze trailing her as he pondered Li Ming Yin's recent peculiar behavior, declining all invitations and avoiding commercial gatherings altogether. Rumors circulated. Even his father had inquired whether Li Ming Yin was planning something significant. It dawned on him that he had not seen her in over a month. Memories of Li Ming Yin flooded his mind. His gaze inadvertently landed on the transparent cup she held. He was taken aback. When had she taken to using such a mundane vessel? However, upon noticing the peculiar contents steeping within, his expression shifted to one of disbelief as he scrutinized her from head to toe. "What is the matter?" Ming Yin asked, puzzled by his reaction. Shinqing Yin's astonishment was evident, as the cup contained an assortment of strange items, yet he recognized the goji berries without a doubt. Chapter 16. Entering the company, Ming Yin remained oblivious to Shinqing Yin's surprise. The beverage she held was merely a standard health tea, chosen to replace her previous reliance on coffee, which had become excessive. To break the habit, she had sought out a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner to prescribe a suitable alternative. "That it's nothing," Shinqing Yin composed himself, adhering to the fundamental professional ethics of respecting one's opponent. However, he couldn't suppress his thoughts. Suddenly, everything clicked into place. No wonder she had abruptly delegated company duties to professional managers. No wonder she had shunned socializing. And no wonder her temperament had shifted. It seemed her romantic life was far from satisfactory. As Shinqing Yin's mind gradually untangled the chaotic threads of thought, he discerned that the source of this turmoil led back to that fateful night at the hotel. Yes, indeed. It was that very night when he had administered a drug to Li Ming Yin, after which Li Ming Yin began to undergo a transformation. And no wonder there was a need to erase the surveillance footage. No wonder they had been so vigilant in preventing Wen Songyi from discovering that girl. That it was likely from that night onward that Li Ming Yin realized his predicament. That it was no surprise he had never been seen with any women. The only instance being that night when he was drugged, leading to his self-discovery of inadequacy. The once imperious Li Ming Yin had developed a fatal weakness, which drastically altered his demeanor. Shinqing Yin was astounded to have uncovered the most poignant vulnerability of his arch-nemesis. His expression shifted rapidly as he sat across from Ming Yin, who remained blissfully unaware, though her intuition hinted at his inner turmoil. "Hey, what are you thinking?" she inquired. "Nothing," he promptly replied, snapping back to reality. Ming Yin furrowed her brow, contemplating whether this fellow might be concocting some sinister scheme. Sensing her skepticism, Shinqing Yin emphasized, "I'm fine." Truly, that as he spoke, Ming Yin delicately sipped from her water cup, filled to the brim with goji berries. Shinqing Yin swallowed hard, suppressing the urge to smile as he rose and comfortingly patted her shoulder. Although he had no such concerns himself, as a fellow man, he understood. He cast a sympathetic glance at Ming Yin, recognizing Li Ming Yin's prideful temperament, which would likely compel him to bury such matters deep within his heart, never to share with others. Naturally, as a rival, Shinqing Yin would never spread such information, with a serious demeanor. Shin Qingyan gazed at Ming Yan, his eyes conveying his unwavering stance, silently assuring her he would not divulge anything. Yet, as their eyes locked, Ming Yan struggled to comprehend Shin Qingyan's peculiar line of thought. She looked at him. Bewildered, her brows furrowed in confusion. Just as she was about to ask what he meant, Shin Qingyan nodded knowingly, then nonchalantly turned to leave. For the first time, a smile graced Shin Qingyan's face as he departed from the Li Corporation. Leaving the secretary team at the entrance agape, their mouths slightly ajar, taken aback by the transformation in his demeanor and the carefree aura he exuded. Meanwhile, Ming Yan sat in the office, utterly perplexed, unable to fathom Shin Qingyan's bizarre musings. In the Human Resources Department, Song Li regained her composure, following Yin Jing into the office to report for duty. The HR director had received a personal notification from the assistant the previous evening and had arrived early. Accompanied by several HR managers, as the group had rarely encountered anyone parachuting into the company that I in the director's office. Jiang Yin personally processed Song Li's onboarding paperwork, that as long as her position did not replace the directoress. She was open to a friendly acceptance. However, upon reviewing Song Li's completed documents, her eyes nearly popped out in astonishment that a third-year dance major from Haicheng University was this truly legitimate. Had it not been for Yin Jing's presence beside her, she might have screamed in disbelief. What kind of enterprise was the Li Corporation, where even their tea-serving staff hail from prestigious 985 universities? Of course, Haicheng University was no slouch, but having a dance major as a human resources supervisor was utterly absurd. Miss Song's onboarding has been completed. Please follow me. I will show you to your office, Jiang Yin said, her face reflecting both surprise and respect, recognizing that such an individual likely had connections to the upper echelons of the company. Someone she could not afford to offend. Thank you, Director Jiang. Assistant Yin can head back. I can manage on my own, Song Li replied with a polite smile. Yin Jing, not wishing to linger, reminded Jiang Yin. Take good care of the newcomer. Jiang Yin nodded vigorously, understanding that if she couldn't handle someone as formidable as Yin Jing, she certainly wouldn't dare to cross Song Li. Turning back to Song Li, her smile grew even brighter. Time sped by in the morning, and after concluding the morning meeting, Ming Yan found herself at lunchtime. She contemplated sending a message to inquire if Song Li had eaten, only to realize she lacked her contact details. However, she hesitated to ask directly, having reminded her earlier not to disclose their acquaintance at the company to AT that moment. Song Li was in the employee cafeteria, where Supervisor Jiang Yin was quite attentive, subtly probing into her connections. Song Li smiled through the inquiries. The personnel dynamics at the Li Corporation were intricate. Being too conspicuous could invite suspicion and hostility. Her current objective was to gather her former subordinates before Li Mingyan discovered her pregnancy. Alone, she stood little chance of success. Time flowed gently, and within 3 months, her pregnancy would become evident to BY then. Not only would Li Mingyan notice, but when Sony would as well, that if she had no one to support her, she risked repeating her past mistakes. Thus, she needed to accelerate her efforts, eliminating potential dangers before the baby's arrival. Mingyan's workday ended at 4, yet Song Li, as a regular employee, was still required to clock in at the office. Thus, Mingyan occupied herself with the drama in the office, waiting for an hour that on her first day. With minimal work to do, Song Li took the opportunity to seek out her previous subordinates, determined to gather them all into the Li Corporation before Li Mingyan discovered her condition that as she shut down her computer and tidied her desk. It was precisely 5 o'clock when she pushed open the office door. Song Li, where do you live? If it's on my way, I can give you a ride, Jiang Yin offered, jingling her keys to catch Song Li's attention. Surrounding colleagues preparing to leave cast envious glances at Song Li, clearly impressed that the director would personally escort her home. Indeed, she must have connections. The whispers drifted into Song Li's ears, desiring discretion. Song Li smiled graciously, shaking her head, and "No need, director, that I have an appointment shortly." She found herself in a vulnerable position. Should when Sony discover her alone, she would be unable to defend herself. The best strategy was to remain close to Li Mingyan, as only he could keep when Sony's volatility at bay. Thus, she planned to leave with Li Mingyan after work, knowing that revealing their connection would jeopardize her plans at BY 5:30, after spending half an hour in the restroom to escape her enthusiastic supervisor and curious colleagues. Song Li finally managed to evade them. Fortunately, the HR department had fewer overtime workers compared to other departments. Stepping out of the restroom, she found the area deserted. She sighed in relief, pondering the myriad troubles she had encountered since her rebirth. If only she wielded some authority, such predicaments would not arise. Rebirth meant a fresh start in the underground garage. Mingyan had been waiting in the car for quite some time. 5:30 marked the peak of the after-work rush, which explained her earlier departure. Mingyan could surmise Song Li's reasons for her half-hour delay. If word got out that she was leaving with the CEO, it would undoubtedly spark rumors and labels. As Mingyan glanced out the window, she observed Song Li cautiously looking around, and once she confirmed no one was watching, she quickly slipped into the sea. It seemed the aloof demeanor was merely a facade, and Mingyan couldn't help but chuckle. Chapter 17. Song Li uncovers the truth inside the darkened vehicle. Where the outside world remained obscured, Song Li finally relaxed, her earlier panic subsiding. Mr. Li, I left some belongings at the hospital. I need to retrieve them, she stated, her tone cool and devoid of the earlier awkwardness. Li Hospital. Mingyan confirmed, nodding while keeping her eyes focused on the tablet in her hands, instructing the driver in a calm manner. As the car smoothly exited the underground garage, Song Li tilted her head to gaze out at the pedestrians, attempting to mask her agitation that if she had to share a commute with Li Mingyan every day, it would be impossible to evade the scrutiny of so many eyes. Mingyan noted Song Li's furrowed brows and visible distress reflected in the car window. Understanding her concerns, she opened the car selection page and handed the tablet to Song Li, who was seated half a meter away. Choose a model that's less likely to attract attention for your daily commutes. His deep voice broke the silence beside her, jolting Song Li back to reality. As she swiftly took the tablet, a quick glance at the page revealed an array of vehicles, and she found it peculiar that, despite Li Mingyan's apparent fondness for black, the options presented were predominantly white and silver. It appeared Mingyan sensed Song Li's confusion, as they exchanged a knowing glance before simultaneously averting their eyes. Song Li suppressed her curiosity, her fingers scrolling through the images as she deliberately selected a compact white BMW. Handing it back to Mingyan, Mingyan accepted the choice, nodding in agreement. The white hardtop convertible, though four-seater, felt a tad cramped in the back, but if this was Song Li's preference, so be it. All right, this one, Mingyan confirmed. Placing the order with a single click, Song Li's curiosity deepened. How could Li Mingyan, who detested white, choose a white car? Was the world going mad, or was she the one losing her sanity? Or had Li Mingyan been possessed? Once again, doubts lingered in her heart. The following morning, amidst the sweltering summer, the sun shone brightly and fiercely at 8:30. Song Li finished her breakfast first and stepped to the door to await her companion. The BMW she had ordered the day prior was parked securely outside. The moment she settled into the car, an unsettling feeling enveloped her. The hardtop convertible, with its cramped space, coupled with the four-seat layout, made her feel constricted even in the back seat, let alone with the imposing figure of Li Mingyan beside her. Li Mingyan, standing in front of the car with a tablet in hand, also sensed the discomfort. She had momentarily forgotten that she had transformed into a man, a rather robust one at that. As Mingyan opened the car door, their eyes met, and a profound silence fell between them. With work commencing at 9:30 and less than an hour to go, Song Li was determined not to be late on her first day. She shifted inward, creating more space. The sunlight was somewhat blinding, and Mingyan pursed her lips before slowly entering the vehicle. Once inside, Mingyan acutely felt her own towering stature. Standing at 187 centimeters, her head barely grazed the roof, and her broad shoulders occupied most of the interior. Despite Song Li's efforts to shrink into her seat, their bodies remained pressed closely together, with Song Li's slender back seeming to nestle in Mingyan's embrace. The driver, hesitant to glance around, focused intently on the road ahead, while Mingyan cleared her throat softly, signaling the driver to commence their journey. The car smoothly began to roll forward, swiftly descending the mountain. The confined space of the vehicle, coupled with its budget nature, rendered it unstable on the winding roads, causing their bodies to sway uncontrollably. Mingyan instinctively set her tablet aside, her gaze fixed on the road ahead. Knowing that numerous curves awaited them, she adjusted her position awkwardly, her palms growing slightly warm. The proximity of their bodies allowed Song Li's scent to infiltrate Mingyan's senses, evoking long-buried memories. That night, bathed in dim light, faces had been obscured, yet the familiar fragrance had accompanied her throughout the evening. As the first curve approached, the driver attempted to slow down, but inertia compelled Song Li to lean toward Ming Yin. Both clutched the handrails tightly, but Song Li inevitably brushed against her companion, even when sitting upright. Her petite frame barely reached the height of the man's shoulder, and the uncontrollable tilt of her body caused her face to inadvertently graze Ming Yin's long shoulder that a faint, elusive fragrance emanated from the man. Captured by Song Li's sensitive nose, this unfamiliar aroma was unlike anything she had encountered before. Li Mingyin had always worn the same perfume, a scent reminiscent of moss, but now it seemed as if she had never used fragrance at all. The essence of her presence altered. Whether it was the scent of body wash or the fabric of her clothes, Song Li found the fragrance surprisingly sweet and refreshing. The alluring scent enveloped her. And just as she became momentarily entranced, the car navigated a more treacherous bend, causing her to lose her balance and tumble into Ming Yin's arms. Ming Yin reacted swiftly, releasing the handrail with one hand to gently catch Song Li's head, preventing it from colliding with the interior. The warmth of her palm inadvertently brushed against Song Li's cheek, causing Ming Yin's heart to race, though her expression remained unchanged as she steadied Song Li into an upright position. Her gaze resolutely fixed ahead. As Song Li adjusted herself, Ming Yin's eyes remained straight ahead while Song Li tilted her head to scrutinize the man beside her. The delicate fragrance intensified in the moment she fell into his embrace, her nose brushing against the expanse of fabric, which bore the faint scent of laundry detergent, contrasting sharply with the elusive fragrance. What transformation could lead to such a change in a person's scent? Song Li scrutinized the man intently, noting the telltale crimson hue of his ears, a sign of vulnerability that was unlike the usual demeanor of Li Mingyin, who had never exhibited shyness. Ming Yin felt acutely aware of the scrutiny from her companion, her ears aflame and palms slightly sweaty. Fortunately, as the next curve approached, she diverted her focus and once again secured Song Li's leaning form. Ming Yin licked her dry lips, readjusting Song Li's position. Song Li's cheeks flushed slightly as she cleared her throat, realizing she had been lost in thought, and expressed her gratitude in a barely audible whisper. Ming Yin acknowledged her with a soft maintaining her gaze forward. The awkward atmosphere dissipated with the arrival of the next band. They arrived punctually at the company building at 9:25, and Song Li, eager to avoid tardiness, nodded at Ming Yin before hastily exiting the car and rushing inside. Ming Yin, on the other hand, disembarked in the underground parking garage. The Li Group, with its vast personnel, occupied an entire skyscraper, with office spaces spanning from the 1st to the 49th floor. Naturally, the president's office was located on the top floor, while the Human Resources Department resided on the 32nd floor. Song Li managed to clock in precisely at 9:29, just as the office was filling with employees. All eyes instinctively turned toward her, but Song Li remained unperturbed, walking calmly to her office. As a newcomer, her role was not directly related to human resources, so Jiang Yan assigned her some light tasks. Song Li's responsibilities included managing the monthly attendance and payroll calculations for employees, along with some business administration duties. She understood Jiang Yan's good intentions in temporarily assigning her these tasks, with plans to take on recruitment once she had contacted the veteran employees. Time was of the essence. While seeking out the old staff, Song Li also took the opportunity to research the reasons behind such drastic personality changes. The scientific explanations were numerous, ranging from dissociative identity disorder to mental illnesses. Yet none resonated with her. Based on the timeline prior to her rebirth, she was indeed unfamiliar with the current Li Mingyin. However, according to her knowledge, Li Mingyin should be engaged in a silent struggle with Shen Qingyan, likely embroiled in fierce competition over the land in the western suburbs. Ultimately, though victorious, Li Mingyin had incurred heavy losses, and Shen Qingyan had gradually descended into madness, culminating in the kidnapping of her 2 children. Yet now, as Song Li observed the latest reports, she noted that amidst hundreds of bidding companies, the Li Group was conspicuously absent, with the leading bidder now being Shen's company. This stark departure from the anticipated trajectory of events left her puzzled. While she could somewhat comprehend the butterfly effect, the current situation was perplexing. Lost in contemplation, she recalled the recent news of the Li Group's sudden hiring of a professional manager, a matter that had sparked considerable discussion across financial news outlets. What was Li Mingyin truly up to? Or could it be that Li Mingyin had also experienced rebirth? The moment the thought crossed her mind, she dismissed it, no matter how much he had changed. His inherent domineering nature remained intact. Born into a family of commerce, he was an unequivocal egoist, rarely considering the feelings of others. Furthermore, his patriarchal attitude would never allow him to jeopardize the relationship between the Lee and Wen families for the sake of a mere nurse. Nor would he go out of his way to apologize or make amends afterward, or choose to ride in a cheap, cramped car to work, or decorate a room so warmly and brightly. Who was he truly? A multitude of Li Mingyan's actions flashed through her mind, ultimately leading her to conclude that Li Mingyan had adopted a new persona, one that had replaced the original, the identity of which remained unknown. Along with its intentions, that AS memories of Li Mingyan from her past life resurfaced. Song Li realized she had overlooked many details. Although there appeared to be no external changes, he had consistently revealed his true self in her presence. Occasionally displaying an innocent, satisfied smile, moments of unguarded tenderness, sincere and gentle words, and ears flushed with embarrassment. Even his habitual obsession with electronic devices and his phone spoke volumes about his peculiarities that a deep sigh escaped Song Li's lips as she felt both relief and melancholy. Yet, at the very least, this person bore her no malice, and perhaps even felt a tinge of guilt. The guilt he bore was likely rooted in that fateful night at the hotel. Suddenly, Song Li's pupils dilated. On the night of her rebirth, she had hesitated for a long time at the suite's door before ultimately entering for the sake of her two children. According to the original timeline, Li Mingyan would not have ventured out of the suite that night. Yet this incarnation of Li Mingyan had struggled to emerge, his eyes lighting up at the sight of her as if she were a lifeline. Collapsing into her embrace to AT that moment, she had been overwhelmed with anxiety, repulsed by the very sight of Li Mingyan, and thus had paid no heed to his expression. After entering the room, Li Mingyan had not initiated any advances. It had ultimately fallen to her to take the lead that he had indeed resisted, yet her singular focus on the children had prevented her from noticing the unusual behavior of the man beneath her. Thus, the man who had shared her bed that night at the hotel was none other than the altered Li Mingyan. As the truth dawned upon her, the lingering feelings of revulsion that had plagued her for days began to dissipate. Regardless of who he truly was, as long as he was not Li Mingyan, Song Li found herself feeling a flicker of relief. This also elucidates why the esteemed LM Ing Banquet found her the following day and assisted her mother in locating a kidney source to complete the surgery. It further explains the decision to engage a professional manager to take over the company, as well as the renovations of the house and alterations in habits and preferences that, in no wonder, Sing felt a surge of clarity. Her mood notably uplifted that I in the executive office. Ming, as per her usual routine, returned to her office after the morning meeting to indulge in some drama series. Arriving half an hour earlier to work granted her an additional 30 minutes to binge watch. Recently, SH&D Ing Entertainment, a subsidiary of the L Group, had commenced filming a television drama that asked the president of L Corporation. She naturally held the authority to make investment decisions. Moreover, based on her recent observations while surfing the internet, it appeared that Hugo did not harbor any aversion towards pure love-themed films and dramas. That in light of this, Ming suppressed a chuckle. Why bother with romance dramas when she could download the hottest pure love novels, adapt them in a television series, and personally oversee the casting? She envisioned transforming this place into a paradise for fans of BL, boys love, content. Chapter 18. The baby is 1 month old in the transitional season of late summer and early autumn. HICHing experienced several light showers, the rain cleansing the sweltering air and bringing refreshing breezes. With no work on Saturday and Sunday, Ming succumbed to her sleepiness. Waking up at 10 o'clock. The midday sun was not as glaringly hot as usual, allowing Sing to finally take a moment to relax. After finishing breakfast, she meandered through the newly renovated garden. Situated in the tropics, Ing is also known as the Green City, and the expansive garden of over 1,000 square meters was perpetually lush, adorned with vibrant blossoms of various hues. As Sing wandered aimlessly, her gaze drifted towards the windowsill of Ming's bedroom. The floor-to-ceiling windows were obscured by thick curtains, preventing any light from penetrating the room, rendering it akin to night. Checking the time on her phone, Sing noted it was 10 o'clock, pondering why this individual had yet to rise for breakfast. Could it be that they were once a reclusive slacker? In recent days, the two had continued their routine of commuting to and from work together, and Sing had been quietly observing this person, further confirming that they were not Ming, while also trying to discern their true identity. Unbeknownst to her, Ming-Yn remained oblivious to Sing-L's scrutiny, only sensing a subtle shift in her demeanor. At 10:30. Large white clouds obscured the sun, casting a cool shadow over the earth, with occasional breezes ruffling the strands of hair framing Sing-L's face. Lost in thought, she stood there for quite some time until Ming-Yn, awakened by hunger, abruptly pulled back the curtains that in front of the second-floor floor-to-ceiling window. Ming-Yn rubbed her sleepy eyes, opened the balcony door, and gazed at Sing-L. Good morning, Ming-Yn greeted. Her voice raspy, yet laced with cheerfulness, her disheveled hair framing her face as she smiled unconsciously. Sing-L looked up at the figure standing on the balcony, where the man wore a pure, unblemished smile, his tousled black hair obscuring his sharp brows, a stark contrast to the Ming-Yn she was familiar with. Despite the identical body and face, she felt no aversion towards this version of Ming-Yn. Good morning, Sing-L replied softly, a hint of genuine warmth in her eyes. The first real smile she had directed at Ming-Yn in days. That Ming-Yn, unaware, returned a gentle smile and turned to head downstairs in search of food. Believing that Sing-L did not recognize her previous self, Ming-Yn let her guard down, often revealing her true self in front of Sing-L, as she did now. The servants in the villa were all residing in the staff quarters, allowing Ming-Yn to make her way to the kitchen, where she placed the now-cold breakfast into the microwave. Scrolling through videos while waiting, that an avid fan of electronic devices, Ming-Yn had stayed up late the previous night finishing a novel, resulting in her late rise that morning. Once her breakfast was heated, she brought it to the table and opened her tablet to continue watching the unfinished drama series. The motions were fluid, as if she had repeated them hundreds of times. Leaning against the corner of the staircase, Sing-L observed Ming-Yn's actions with renewed curiosity, increasingly suspecting that this person might be a juvenile. After all, what normal individual would exhibit such dependence on their phone and tablet? Watching television while eating often extended mealtime. So Sing-L chose to wait until Ming-Yn finished breakfast before discussing her plans to head down the mountain. However, after nearly 20 minutes, Ming-Yn was still leisurely sipping her porridge, prompting Sing-L to directly sit across from her. Mr. L, I need to visit the hospital to see my mother today. May I take a car down the mountain? Sing-L inquired, her smile brightening her expression. Although she had been somewhat aloof towards him, her tone softened when making her request. The straightforward Ming-Yn was easily swayed by such gentleness. Upon hearing Sing-L's words, she pondered seriously before responding, I can drive you, that it's best not to go out alone these days. During this period, Ming-Yn had declined all invitations to social events, intentionally avoiding those within her circle, which meant Nsing-Y had not seen her at all. Her unusual behavior had certainly caught Nsing-Y's attention, and it was likely that she had been investigating her. If she discovered Sing-L's whereabouts, it could pose a threat to her safety, and Ming-Yn felt compelled to protect her. No need. I can manage on my own. Sing-L shook her head in refusal. Aware that she was 1 month pregnant and needed to attend a prenatal checkup, a matter she must keep from Ming-Yn, that recently, it may not be safe that I'll take you to the hospital. And I can pick you up when you're done. Ming-Yn insisted, her concern palpable, though she was hesitant to shadow Sing-L, as it felt akin to surveillance. Not safe? Sing-L's gaze lowered. She was uncertain of Nsing-Y's movements, that if Nsing-Y were to discover that she and Ming-Yn were living together, she might be abducted the moment she stepped outside the villa. However, she could not undergo her checkup at the L hospital, as that would inevitably alert Ming-Yn to her pregnancy. Contemplating her options, Sing-L eventually nodded in agreement. Once at the L hospital, she could disguise herself for the checkup and return afterward, allowing Ming-Yn to pick her up. Seeing Sing-L acquiesce, Ming-Yn felt relieved and quickly finished her breakfast. Wait for me for 5 minutes, she said, dashing upstairs to change clothes. Her swift movements caused her to vanish from sight in the blink of an eye. Prompting Sing-L to stifle a laugh in her heart, she began to perceive Ming-Yn as a youthful internet addict. The BMW convertible was promptly exchanged for a Maybach, an embodiment of understated luxury, primarily focused on comfort. Now that she inhabited a male persona, Ming-Yn's departure required far fewer steps, with no need for a suit on a Sunday. She was finally able to don her preferred attire, AT-27. Ming-Yn was neither particularly young nor old. However, her habitual deep-colored suits and a hairstyle that accentuated her forehead obscured her true age. After taking over the body, she had opted against the dark suits, allowing her thick, silky black hair to cascade unkempt over her brows, complemented by lighter-colored clothing that softened her overall demeanor, making her appear far less imposing than before. Once dressed, Ming grabbed her keys and hurried downstairs, addressing Sing, who was still seated at the dining table. "I'm going to drive." With her swift, agile movements, Sing looked up just as Ming rushed past her. The bright morning sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows into the hall. The young man's tousled hair slightly lifted as he flashed a carefree smile at Sing, but the scene seemed to freeze momentarily, leaving Sing momentarily dazed. Unsure whether it was the sun or the young man before her, Ming parked the car in front of the house, adjusted the air conditioning to a comfortable temperature, and patiently awaited Sing's arrival. After a while, Sing emerged, wearing a light smile as she settled into the passenger seat. "Let us go," Sing said, placing her handbag down and fastening her seatbelt. Tilting her head towards the slightly dazed Ming, that the car wheels turned as they gradually descended the mountain, layers of clouds shielding the blazing sun, diminishing much of the heat. "Mr. Duddell just dropped me off at the entrance," Sing remarked as they approached the hospital. "The car's still in motion. To go ahead. Please extend my regards to your mother. And remember to call me when you're ready to leave." "I'll come to pick you up," Ming politely instructed. "All right," Sing replied, offering Ming a faint smile before stepping out of the car and entering the hospital. Ming was intrigued by Sing's sudden change in attitude, yet she felt a sense of relief that the female lead could accept her after everything that had transpired. As the clouds gently drifted and the breeze remained pleasant, Ming had meticulously planned her day. With her wallet full, she was eager to indulge in a lavish feast and enjoy an extravagant shopping spree. Hich, known for its thriving economy, boasted an abundance of dining and entertainment venues. With the weather being pleasantly cool, the bustling KIY shopping center was teeming with people. And Ming parked her car, excitedly exploring the so-called shopping paradise from novels. After wandering through a few stores, she discovered several shops under the L Group's banner. The vast reach of L's business empire was undeniable, solidifying its status as the leading giant in HISH, a true commercial empire. The mall was exceedingly noisy, and Ming deliberately set her phone to vibrate to avoid missing any calls. Meanwhile, Sing, disguised with a mask and hat, exited through the back door of the hospital and took a taxi to a nearby maternity hospital. Chapter 19. Ming's mother. In the shopping mall, Ming inadvertently wandered into the arcade, losing track of time for 2 hours, engaging in VR motorbike racing, high-speed car racing, fishing games, and claw machines. She reveled in the experience without a care. With her wealth, she had no concern for running out of tokens. That Ming's reputation in HISH was formidable, yet Ming remained oblivious to this fact. Unaware that her photos of intently playing the claw machine had already reached SHNQing the SHN Group building. SHNQing diligently working through the weekend, received a message from a subordinate containing the photo of his rival. Gazing at the image of Ming focused on capturing a toy, he fell into contemplation. Had Ming truly fallen to such depths? Neglecting work and even her appearance? SHNQing pouted, unaffected by Ming's disheveled hairstyle, and promptly took out a small mirror to admire the meticulously styled haircut his assistant had arranged for him. After all, he was a prominent figure in HISH. How could a minor setback lead to such a decline? Xingu, Li Mingyan has emerged from the arcade. Should we continue to follow him? My childhood friend, who also serves as my subordinate, is calling to provide a routine report on Li Mingyan's situation. Following that, I shall make my way there at once. Noticing Mingyan's relaxed smile, Shin Qingyan felt as though he had not taken a break for 2 consecutive weeks and had not encountered Li Mingyan in quite some time. Despite their brotherly bond, the unspoken pain he could not alleviate lingered. Yet he could still offer some comfort from the sidelines. With this thought, Shin Qingyan's lips curled into a sinister smile. Not only Shin Qingyan was aware of Mingyan's whereabouts. When Sony was also in the know that as soon as Mingyan exited the arcade, he was intercepted at the entrance. "Brother Yin, what a coincidence. You are here too." When Sony had been waiting at the entrance. Feigning a chance encounter, as she affectionately took hold of the slightly dazed Mingyan. "As," she spoke sweetly. Her gaze involuntarily swept over Mingyan, taking in his white inner shirt paired with a brown short-sleeved light jacket, complemented by light-colored jeans and pristine white sneakers. Goodness, it had been nearly a decade since she had seen Brother Yin dressed in such a manner. What a fine young man! Recently, it seemed Brother Yin had changed significantly. His expression appeared adorably naive, and she found herself enamored even more when Songyi tightened her grip on Mingyan's shoulder, her eyes sparkling with delight. After 2 hours of mild days, Mingyan finally snapped back to reality, clearing his throat as he raised his hand to gently brush off when Songyi, creating some distance that in front of outsiders. He still needed to maintain the persona of Li Mingyan, his expression becoming indifferent. "Unfortunately, I must take my leave. You all enjoy your outing," Mingyan said politely, glancing at Songyi's group of friends. "It's still early. Why not stroll a bit more? My mother and aunt seem to be downstairs. Shall we go find them?" When Songyi attempted to pull Mingyan's shoulder again, but he sidestepped, unwilling to encounter her or her mother. "In that case, you all enjoy your shopping. I have matters to attend to at the company, so I must depart," Mingyan stated as he turned to leave. When Songyi, puzzled, grasped Mingyan's arm, she had been unable to catch a glimpse of Brother Yin lately and had specifically asked her mother to bring her aunt out. Moreover, Brother Yin had always been polite to her aunt. Why was his demeanor so frigid now? Without further thought, she emphasized, "Brother Yin, Aunt is just downstairs. She wishes to see you." Mingyan was not Li Mingyan. She had no intention of growing close to this mother figure, and she reached out to pry Songyi's hand away from her. "Mingyan, are you two together? It makes it easy for us to find you," Tai, stepping out of the elevator, playfully remarked as she observed the two's tugging motion, smiling warmly at Mingyan. Mingyan lifted her gaze to see Songyi's mother in the lead, with Suhi walking slowly behind, her demeanor tranquil. This marked the first occasion Mingyan had seen Li Mingyan's mother, Suhi, in a long time, clad in a white silk top paired with a red long skirt and carrying a limited edition Hermes handbag. Her softly curled hair grazed her shoulders, and her exquisite makeup concealed her age, exuding an air of elegance and grandeur. Mingyan lowered her eyes, momentarily sensing Li Mingyan's emotions, an uncontrollable urge to please this aloof mother washing over her. Mingyan despised such subservient behavior. In Huagua, the doctrine of child culpability prevailed, yet she understood that there was no debt between child and mother. Suppressing emotions that did not belong to her, a fleeting glance of disdain was hidden beneath her thick eyelashes. "Good day, Aunt Wen." Mingyan managed a faint smile, holding a degree of respect for Su he due to her cordial relationship with Aunt Wen. Without hesitation, Mingyan greeted Su he in a similar tone. "Mother," she added, her earlier agitation reflected in her demeanor, which bordered on chilly. That Mingyan's demeanor was apparent, causing Tai to pause in surprise, while Su he remained unfazed, offering a courteous nod in response. Mingyan's heart tightened slightly, uncontrollable anger bubbling within her. It was not Li Mingyan's anger, but rather her own discontent towards this mother figure. However, this emotion dissipated as swiftly as it had arisen. She was not Li Mingyan and had no need to empathize with him. "Mother, Aunt Wen, I have matters to attend to at the company. I shall take my leave now. You may continue your shopping." Mingyan adjusted her tone, speaking with detached politeness. "Yin, work is important, but so is your health. Besides, it is not a work day. You should take some time to rest. Moreover, your mother is here today. Why not accompany us for a bit?" Mrs. Wen, resembling her daughter, still retained a youthful charm due to years of pampering, her act of playing coy appearing rather natural. Mingyan sighed inwardly. Despite her reluctance, she could not refuse. She would leave at the first ring of Song Li's call. The close friendship between Mrs. Wen and Su he was also the reason why Li Mingyan had been compelled to marry Songyi in the original narrative. Noticing Mingyan's silence, Tai understood her consent and, pulling Su he along, approached the group. "Songyi, keep a close watch on your brother Yin. We wouldn't want him to slip away," Tai teased her daughter. Having gone to great lengths for her happiness and unknowingly inconveniencing Su he numerous times. Understood. Songyi eagerly replied, turning to tightly grasp Mingyan's arm as they followed the two women. Shopping is often the most relaxing and joyful activity for women. Yet for Mingyan, a man resigned to watch others shop, it was exceedingly dull. Seated on the spacious VIP waiting area sofa, Mingyan, leg crossed, idly played a trivial game on her phone. 3 hours had elapsed. And Song Li had yet to call. Ming Yin glanced at the blank dialogue box, feeling uneasy about inquiring, recognizing it was improper to meddle in Song Li's schedule. Furthermore, with when Song Yi in her company, she assumed Song Li would be fine. The Li hospital. Song Li discreetly hid the prenatal supplements prescribed by the doctor, entering her mother's room that a month had passed since the surgery. And thanks to the hospital's expert care, Song Ran had long since recovered. Sitting in a recliner by the floor-to-ceiling window, she was engrossed in a book. "Mom, I brought back some organic fruits and magazines to pass the time," Song Li announced, setting 2 large bags of food and water on the table. That it was noontime, and Song Ran languidly glanced at her daughter, smiling gently. "The hospital has everything. There's no need to buy anything. Save your money for emergencies," she replied. The hospital room was spacious, with a fully equipped kitchen and dining utensils, but the large double-door refrigerator stood empty as Song Li placed the fruits inside one by one. "Eat more fruits for vitamins. They don't cost much anyway." The tropical city of Haicheng boasted a variety of inexpensive fruits. "School starts in 2 weeks, right? We should take out a loan for the tuition." As the topic of finances arose, Song Ran set down her book with a faint sigh. As a dance teacher, her income was decent, yet a portion had been spent on her daughter, while another had gone towards the mortgage, leaving little behind. The cost of the surgery and kidney transplant had already been settled by the Li family, yet the previous expenses had been considerable. The remaining funds barely covered their modest 2-bedroom apartment, making it impossible to afford her daughter's tuition. "Mom, don't worry, we can take a loan for the tuition, and you need not fret about living expenses. That I work at the Li company. My income for just half a month can cover my expenses for the latter half of the year," Song Li replied, pulling out a bouquet of lilies she had bought and arranging them in a vase. A simple trim and presentation of flowers was the perfect way to pass the time. After placing the vase down, Song Li half squatted before her mother. Song Ran gazed at the blooming lilies, her smile radiant. Having recently endured a severe illness, her body was not as robust as before, and fatigue was etched on her features, with additional wrinkles around her eyes. Song Li felt a pang of heartache for her mother, swallowing down her bitterness as she quietly accompanied her. Time passed swiftly, and it was only when Ming Yin sent a message as a reminder that she realized it was nearly 4 o'clock. Immediately, she dialed a number. That moment, Ming Yin had followed the group into a high-end jewelry store. Chapter 20. A chance encounter. "Hello, Mr. Li," Ming Yin said, her boredom momentarily interrupted as she received Song Li's call. "Are you preparing to head back?" Ming Yin glanced at her watch. "It was 4:30. FM or Li has no further matters. I can return now," Song Li responded, rising to gather her things. Just as Ming Yin was about to reply, she caught sight of Shun Qingyan approaching her. Shun Qingyan, beaming brightly, made a beeline for Ming Yin. "Long time no see, Ming Yin." Ming Yin suddenly paused, the voice of Shun Qingyan echoing on the other end of the phone, suggesting that Shun Qingyan had come to stir up trouble again. Song Li pondered whether Ming Yin possessed the ability to handle Shun Qingyan. "Long time no see," Ming Yin replied with a faint smile, then lowered her gaze to respond to Song Li on the phone. "I will be over shortly." Having concluded the call, she redirected her focus to Shun Qingyan, who was regarding her with a knowing look. "I have something to attend to. Qingyan, you can continue browsing," Ming Yin smiled, tilting her head to move past Shun Qingyan. Shun Qingyan, having deliberately intercepted her, was not about to let Ming Yin slip away. That he reached out, grasping Ming Yin's shoulder, and they found themselves eye to eye, both tilting their heads in mutual observation. That Ming Yin's eyes reflected resignation, while Shun Qingyan sparkled with intrigue. "The 2 ants are here as well. Why is Ming Yin in such a hurry to leave?" Shun Qingyan grasped Ming Yin's arm and addressed the 3 individuals nearby who were diligently selecting jewelry, when Song Yi was the first to react, setting aside the jewels to approach Ming Yin. With Ming Yin caught in the midst, she felt increasingly flustered. "Yin, Anne has ordered some private dishes. Let's dine before we depart." When Tai understood the enmity between Shun Qingyan and Ming Yin, but still spoke up for the sake of her daughter. "Aunt 1, Aunt Li, greetings." Shun Qingyan flashed a bright smile, revealing her pearly whites, resembling a mischievous grin. "What a coincidence. Qingyan is here too." Suhi appeared particularly warm upon seeing Shun Qingyan, her eyes brimming with affection. Upon hearing that Ming Yin was present, she thought it would be delightful to gather together. Shun Qingyan's pleased demeanor was evident to all. Standing aside, Ming Yin cast a sidelong glance at Shun Qingyan. Feeling unimpressed by her smugness, She was not Li Mingyan and thus remained indifferent to Su He's attitude. Mingyan shot another sideways glance at Su He, her expression unchanged, while internally she scoffed. No wonder Li Mingyan was at odds with Shen Qingyan. He was indifferent to his biological son, while being overly cordial to his son's rival. A glaring double standard that made it unsurprising for Li Mingyan to clash with Shen Qingyan. Though such thoughts crossed Mingyan's mind, a twinge of annoyance accompanied them. Mother, Aunt, I want to be having dinner. I have other matters to attend to this evening, so I shall take my leave, Mingyan, feeling unsettled and knowing Song Li was waiting for her, declared firmly before turning on her heel and striding away without awaiting a response. Shen Qingyan intended to follow but hesitated, considering Su He's presence. "What is wrong, Brother Yin?" she inquired, her voice trailing off as when Song Yi interrupted. "Ahem, we can discuss this later. Su He is still here," that Su He, aware of what Wen Song Yi was about to say, maintained her composure, seemingly unaffected by Mingyan's departure or Wen Song Yi's words. "Aunt, Mingyan has been feeling somewhat down lately. Please understand that I will check on him shortly," the empathetic Shen Qingyan gently explained Mingyan's situation. "What is wrong with Brother Yin? Why is he feeling this way?" Upholding her moral integrity and upbringing, Shen Qingyan shook her head. "I'm not quite sure. Mingyan has always kept his feelings to himself, that I in that case. Song Yi, why not accompany Qingyan to see Mingyan? You've all grown up together. Perhaps you would be willing to share." Wen Tai suggested, encouraging her daughter. As Mingyan drove away, she pressed the accelerator, heading straight for the hospital, unaware that Shen Qingyan's followers trailed behind her. Song Li had been waiting at the entrance for quite some time. "I apologize. I was delayed by some matters," Mingyan said, tossing some small items bought from the mall onto the back seat to make room for Song Li. Song Li also placed the medications wrapped in a black cloth bag onto the back seat. "No worries. Have you eaten yet?" Mingyan glanced at the time displayed on the screen. It was already 5 o'clock. Having had a late breakfast and some specialty snacks for lunch, she was beginning to feel hungry. Song Li had only eaten a light meal with her mother, and since the hospital dinner wouldn't commence until 6, she too felt a pang of hunger. "Dinner hasn't been had yet." "Has Mr.Li eaten?" Song Li fastened her seatbelt and casually responded. Mingyan sensed that Song Li was particularly amiable today, contrasting with her previously indifferent demeanor. The emotions stirred by Su He seemed to have settled somewhat. "Not yet. There are many delicious places nearby. Shall we go eat?" Mingyan proposed as she turned the car around. "Sure." Song Li smiled at Mingyan's maneuver, noticing a change in her demeanor. Li Mingyan was known for his arrogance, expecting others to yield to him on the road, never showing deference to other vehicles. Reckless driving was a common occurrence. However, this Li Mingyan drove steadily, obeying traffic regulations, and exhibited politeness. Chinese cuisine, Western, or hot pot. Though Mingyan felt a craving for hot pot, she respected Song Li's opinion. "Hot pot sounds good." Mingyan did not express her desire explicitly, yet somehow Song Li grasped her inclination. Delighted by the response, Mingyan's eyes crinkled with joy. One hand on the steering wheel, she used the other to message Li Mo, informing her of a rooftop hot pot at Kaibo Plaza, an investment by the Li family's subsidiary, hoping her visit would secure a good table. The assistant was on standby, 24 hours a day, working in shifts, and today, by coincidence, it was Li Mo's turn. It was merely a phone call for the chairman of the headquarters to dine at one of the restaurants under its umbrella. By the time Mingyan arrived downstairs, someone was already there to receive her. Mingyan was taken aback by the grand reception and offered an apologetic smile to Song Li. Song Li, accustomed to such scenes, displayed no unusual reaction and walked beside Mingyan. The two, dressed casually, were well suited for a hot pot meal. "Mr. Li, this way please." The store manager personally welcomed them to the inner side of the terrace. The view from the rooftop was splendid, with the table positioned at the far end facing the sea, surrounded by numerous patrons. The dining table prepared for Mingyan was evidently just cleared. A square table for two was perfectly suitable. "You may continue your duties. There's no need to wait here." Mingyan instructed the two waitstaff who had come to pull out chairs, and they bowed and departed. Mingyan selected her preferred dishes and handed the menu to Song Li. Song Li casually ordered a few items and looked at Mingyan, asking, "How about a yin-yang pot?" Mingyan nodded in agreement. The dishes arrived promptly. Both were accustomed to dining together in silence, each savoring their chosen ingredients. The presence of the screen created a sense of separation, rendering the terrace rather noisy. Thus, they remained oblivious to the pair of eyes fixated on them from afar. Wen Songyi's expression paled the moment she spotted them, her brows furrowing in anger, ready to confront Song Li as if she would tear her apart. Shin Qingyan, ever observant, swiftly grasped Wen Songyi by the collar, effectively restraining her. Confused and furious, Wen Songyi turned to Shin Qingyan. "Don't be hasty. Let me take a picture," Shin Qingyan remarked, glancing at Wen Songyi. "What a love-struck fool," Shin Qingyan mused internally as she pulled out her phone, zooming in to capture a clear shot of the two before releasing Wen Songyi. Wen Songyi's anger was interrupted by Shin Qingyan's sudden action, and regaining her composure, she irritably straightened her clothes before striding confidently towards them, but a child worth teaching. Thankfully, there's a way out, Shin Qingyan thought. Following Wen Songyi's lead. Chapter 21. A taste of humility. Mingyan, what a coincidence. I never expected to run into you again. Shin Qingyan smirked, while Mingyan facepalmed, exasperated by the persistent presence of this debt-collecting, smiling tiger. Upon seeing Wen Songyi, Song Li immediately lowered her gaze, feeling vulnerable and aware that being targeted by Wen Songyi could only lead to dire consequences. Yet, regardless of how much Song Li attempted to diminish her presence, Wen Songyi's gaze remained fixed upon her. She recognized this person. She had seen her in the surveillance footage from the underground parking lot and trailing behind old Master Li in the hospital. Who exactly was she? Maintaining her composure, Wen Songyi continued to fixate on Song Li without uttering a word. The blatant scrutiny from Wen Songyi made Mingyan furrow her brows, a chill creeping into her gaze. Qingyan wants to eat. Turn left upon exiting to find the manager and secure a table, Mingyan said, her expression showing irritation and impatience. Initially, she hadn't thought much of the two, but now that Song Li was present, her submissive demeanor reminded her of how they had treated Song Li and her family in the original story. Naturally, she had no intention of treating them kindly. "Brother Yin, is this your priority? You would risk angering Annie for this?" When Songyi, in disbelief, pointed at Song Li and questioned Ming, "Yan, no wonder things have been so unusual lately. It appears she has developed feelings for someone." "Songyi, I have always regarded you as a sister, and I have warned you not to interfere in my affairs. Have you forgotten?" Mingyan said, his expression cold as he turned to Wen Songyi. As soon as he finished speaking, the chopsticks tightly held in Song Li's hand snapped and fell to the ground. The sound of the collision drew the attention of Wen Songyi and Shin Qingyan towards Song Li. Song Li slightly furrowed her brow, lowering her head in silence, concealing the hatred in her eyes. She feared that upon seeing their faces, she would be unable to restrain herself from taking a knife to them. Shin Qingyan, relishing the chaos, turned to Mingyan with a grin and said, "Oh Mingyan, hiding your girlfriend from us. Not telling Songyi is one thing, but why keep it from me? I wouldn't eat her." "You know." Song Li kept her head down, and Mingyan couldn't discern her expression, but he imagined it was one of grievance, feeling a pang of sympathy for her unprovoked plight. "You two have had enough. Are you done eating and looking for trouble?" Mingyan remarked, glancing at Shin Qingyan. "Are you so confident about the land in the western suburbs that hasn't even begun bidding yet?" After finishing his words, he turned to Wen Songyi. "Songyi, go back and ask Uncle Wen when last year's accounts will be settled." These two simple sentences wiped the smile off Shin Qingyan's face and extinguished Wen Songyi's questioning demeanor. Seemingly an outsider, Song Li couldn't help but smirk. This little brat certainly knew how to manipulate people. Mingyan's words awakened Wen Songyi to the reality that, despite her family's long-standing status in Haiqing, their recent development had faltered, relying solely on her mother and Aunt Li's connections to gain the protection of the Li family. Wen Songyi's lips moved, yet she found herself at a loss for words. Shin Qingyan's countenance darkened, his expression turning grim. Mingyan, not wishing to prolong the conversation, stated, "Take the left exit. I won't see you off." Defeated, Wen Songyi rose heavily, flinging her bag and stomping away in anger, her high heels clicking behind her. Shin Qingyan followed closely. That it was only when they vanished around the corner that Mingyan felt at ease enough to turn to Song Li. "I apologize for involving you just now." Unbeknownst to Wen, Song Li had retrieved another pair of chopsticks, listlessly picking at the lukewarm dishes on the plate. "It's nothing, just that miss when—" Song Li replied without looking at Mingyan, her gaze fixed on the food. Mingyan understood Song Li's concerns, realizing that the situation had arisen because of him. "That I'm truly sorry. That I will deal with Wen Songyi's matter and ensure your safety," Mingyan assured her. "However, you might need to stay by my side for a while, but it won't be for long. I will resolve this swiftly." Ming Yan's sincere words took Song Li by surprise, prompting her to glance up at him. Although still skeptical, she offered a faint smile in response that in Shin Qingyin's sports car. When Song Li sat in the passenger seat, her eyes slightly red, lips tightly pressed together, her stubborn face betraying the tears she was desperately holding back. Shin Qingyin cast a casual glance over, hesitating to move, as he was aware of when Song Li's infatuation with Li Mingyan and understood her obsessive madness. That moment, when Song Li resembled a bomb on the verge of exploding. And he knew that one wrong move could ignite the fuse. With his lips pressed together, he started the engine and drove steadily onto the main road. Just as they approached a red light, he finally spoke, "Buckle your seatbelt." That moment, when Song Li began to calm down, staring ahead intently, her right hand forcefully tugging at the seatbelt. But her long, manicured nails made it difficult, and her frustration mounted as she struggled to fasten it. Tears brimmed in her eyes, threatening to spill over as she neared the brink of collapse. Before when Song Li could erupt in anger, Shin Qingyin took the seatbelt from her and secured it steadily. His actions ignited the fuse, causing the tightly wound tension in when Song Li's mind to snap, and tears streamed down her cheeks like a dam breaking. When Song Li's fury erupted as she sobbed uncontrollably in the car. Shin Qingyin, feeling somewhat at a loss, timidly offered her a tissue. An angry woman was indeed a terrifying sight that as he watched the heartbroken and anguish when Song Li, he swallowed hard, yet couldn't help but feel a sense of schadenfreude. Thinking of how Li Mingyan had gotten himself entangled with when Song Li. While he secretly reveled in this, he maintained a composed facade. When Song Li's outburst lasted no more than 5 minutes. Shin Qingyin parked the car by the roadside and turned to see when Song Li already drying her tears. Applying makeup in the passenger mirror, her phone, resting on her lap, began to ring with an unknown caller. Shin Qingyin's lips twitched. Were women truly so capricious? "Hello, please help me look up a person, right away." The phone was on speaker as when Song Li reapplied her lipstick, her voice hurried and slightly hoarse. "What is the name? The profile picture looks like a minor, that I don't know, but if you have a photo, send it to me immediately, that I need all her information by tomorrow morning." After finishing with her lipstick, when Song Li hung up without waiting for a response, and immediately turned to Shin Qingyin. "Send me the photos you took today." As she spoke, she opened her phone, accessed her contacts, and gestured for Shin Qingyin to add the person and send her the pictures. Shin Qingyin's mouth twitched again, marveling at how fortunate Li Mingyan truly was. The following morning, Song Li's information arrived in when Song Li's email that it was impossible to conceal that Song Li had previously worked as a cleaner in HK. One incident after another, from the hotel to Li's hospital to Li's company, easily connected the dots. When Song Li clenched her fists tightly, realizing that the person who had entered the suite that day was indeed her. No wonder she had been trailing behind old Master Li at the Li hospital. It turned out that Brother Yin had helped her mother transfer to Li's hospital. Moreover, how absurd was it that a dance major like her could even enter the human resources department of Li's company? Song Li, truly a master of strategy, has climbed into Yin Ji's bed, yet manages to elicit such affection from him. When Song Li's eyes, dark waves of hatred surged, a fleeting glint of murderous intent flashing by. After a prolonged moment, when Song Li forced herself to regain her composure before retrieving her phone, recalling that Ming Yin had not shown himself for nearly a month, a certain possibility flickered in her mind. Yet Ming Yan's icy words echoed in her ears. Though she did not dare to visit him, she possessed countless methods at her disposal. With this thought, the call was already connected. It was still that same woman from yesterday. "I need someone to follow her. Her residence, who she associates with, where she frequently goes. I must know everything." When Song Li's voice was hoarse, soft yet imbued with a dangerous undertone. The person on the other end seemed accustomed to such requests, responding in a calm manner. Chapter 22. Recruitment. By the end of August, the sweltering summer was drawing to a close, the relentless rain washing away the last remnants of heat that on the 32nd floor. Song Li stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows, gazing out at the distant sea, where a hazy blue horizon concealed deadly dangers beneath its surface that in her previous life, upon realizing that it was she who had entered the suite. When Song Li had immediately sought her out, leading to the death of her mother and forcing her to flee overseas. However, in this life, after 2 weeks had passed, when Song Li had exhibited remarkable restraint compared to her former self. It was still this Li Mingyan who had done something that made when Song Li wary, which was why she had refrained from taking immediate action. Anything was possible, but as long as her safety was assured. Song Li chose not to dwell further on it. With September approaching and the new school year imminent, Song Li's internship had concluded, and she aimed to recruit individuals for Li Corporation during this hiring process. Although she had already communicated with a few candidates online, they were all strangers to her in this life, and there was much to be done ahead. Had it not been for when Song Yi's discovery of her, she could have met with them earlier. Rubbing the rim of her cup, Song Li returned to her desk, perusing the candidates' profiles. With Li Mingyan having changed his strategy, she felt no need to hold back. 2 weeks was ample time to accomplish many things, such as formally bringing individuals into Li Corporation as the HR supervisor. Supervisor Song, all interview candidates have arrived, one of her colleagues informed her. Nodding, Song Li rose to enter the interview room. Unless Li Mingyan issued a directive, Li Corporation did not permit individuals to bypass the system, which suited her just fine, as it allowed for the concealment of their relationship. Li Corporation was a leading enterprise in Haishur, with only a handful of positions available. Yet the number of applicants exceeded 100. As Song Li entered the interview room, Jiang Yin and several other HR personnel were already waiting. With a polite smile, she took her seat. Good afternoon. I am a graduate of Haicheng University, majoring in computer science. The numerous candidates took turns introducing themselves, coupled with HR's probing questions, leading to an extensive passage of time. Song Li casually flipped through the resumes of the 3 candidates. Good afternoon. I am Yin Li, 28 years old, a graduate of Haishur University, majoring in accounting. Jiang Yin remarked her qualifications are decent, but she only has a bachelor's degree. Jiang Yin frowned slightly, perusing Yin Li's information and speaking unconsciously. Yin Li, seated directly across from them, maintained her composure, though her fingers trembled slightly. Having worked for several years, the limitations of her education had always deterred her from seeking new opportunities. Had it not been for someone assuring her entry into the corporation, she would not have come. Song Li noticed Yin Li's anxiety and smiled subtly. Did I end her previous life? Yin Li had entered Li Corporation's finance department at the age of 30. Though her abilities were commendable, her lack of higher education had relegated her to menial tasks in the department. Eventually, she had aligned herself with Song Li, ascending to the position of department head. Song Li valued her competence, and with Li Mingyan's new approach, he was indeed a rare talent, which was why Jiang Yin had been promoted. Please wait for further notification, Jiang Yin advised Yin Li after conferring with several managers. The phrase wait for notification indicated hope, prompting Yin Li to force a smile and bow as she exited. Song Li chose not to intervene in the ongoing discussions regarding the candidates. After several more rounds, Song Li finally awaited Lin Sheng, a high-caliber talent and overseas PhD holder, yet of humble origins, possessing a straightforward character that made him susceptible to manipulation in her previous life. He had gained Li Mingyan's trust but was often isolated, ultimately being framed and expelled from Li Corporation. It was he who had assisted her in escaping Li Mingyan, and later, upon her ascension to power, he had become her chief operating officer. Song Li looked up at Lin Sheng, who had been exceptionally gifted since childhood, having been specially recruited by the Imperial University before studying abroad, by age 25. He had already garnered numerous accolades. However, those who sail too smoothly through life often struggle to bear significant setbacks. In this second chance, she aimed to bring him into Li Corporation early to pave the way for him. A fitting repay for his past kindness. Lin Sheng's responses and resume satisfied the HR personnel present. Yet Song Li understood that Lin Sheng lacked the experience and connections. His exceptional talents could lead to him being deliberately assigned to a subsidiary for trivial operational tasks. This would mark the beginning of his decline. The formal interview process concluded only at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Song Li held 3 resumes, yet one candidate had not yet arrived. Given that individual's qualifications, they would struggle to even enter Li Corporation, and without her prior authority, she would need to seek Li Mingyan's assistance. Considering the timing, this was indeed a challenging moment for her, yet Song Li found herself presently unable to attend to the matter, and thus had to approach Li Mingyan. As she pondered, she walked slowly toward the office, entirely unaware of the curious glances from those working at their desks. The interviews had not ceased apart from mealtime, so Jiang Yin remained oblivious to the news. Returning to the office, exhausted, she collapsed onto the sofa, only to see her assistant bursting in with excitement, exclaiming, "Director, you absolutely won't believe this massive gossip." The assistant's animated tone piqued Jiang Yan's curiosity. What gossip? How big is it? Speak quickly. It's about this morning. The news is spread throughout the company. The assistant glanced around before leaning in closer to Jiang Yan's ear. Supervisor Song was spotted getting out of Mr. Lee's car. Mr. Lee's car? Jiang Yan exclaimed in astonishment. She was aware that Song Lee had backing, yet she never imagined it was this significant. The assistant, pleased with Jiang Yan's reaction, continued with even greater excitement. Moreover, there are not just one but multiple photos of Song Lee getting in and out of the car released 2 hours ago. Just look, the gossip magazines are probably filled with their pictures by now. Jiang Yan took the phone to see dozens of photos, all showcasing Song Lee's face, while Mr. Lee's image only showed his back. However, the attire, physique, and vehicle matched perfectly to No Wonder Ella had recently changed cars. It was all for Song Lee. Jiang Yan, aghast, opened the latest trending news, and indeed, the headline boldly proclaimed the story of the Lee Corporation maintaining a university student as a mistress. This censorship is far too cursory. Jiang Yan observed, noting that Song Lee's face was only partially blurred, easily recognizable to those familiar with her. Are there any developments? Jiang Yan harbored some concern for Song Lee, speculating about their relationship as she pointed towards the ceiling and inquired of her assistant. The assistant pouted and shook her head. President Lee left the company during lunch and hasn't returned. However, the operations team is already handling it. The gossip spread rapidly, with assistants and secretaries perpetually on the front lines of such rumors. With the big boss absent, it left Song Lee to face these matters alone in the company. Jiang Yan glanced at the office entrance, hesitating before proceeding. The big boss's ambiguous stance, coupled with Song Lee's striking appearance as a university beauty, made it hard to believe they were merely friends. Despite commuting together, Song Lee had never even visited the top floor. Aside from a brief introduction by the special assistant, there was little to suggest any closeness between them. Jiang Yan bit her lip, torn with uncertainty. If they were indeed lovers, her budding friendship with Song Lee could embroil her in complications. Yet a woman's intuition whispered that there might be more to their connection. Director, the things people are saying are quite harsh. The assistant handed Jiang Yan her phone, the screen filled with comments branding Song Lee as a mistress, the source of which remained unknown, while Miss Winsongi of the Wen family was labeled as the true girlfriend of the big boss. Jiang Yan's brows furrowed in alarm as she grasped the phone and exited the office. Before Song Lee's office were dozens of workstations, and upon Jiang Yan's arrival, they had gathered in a lively discussion. Aren't you all supposed to be working? Jiang Yan's gaze turned icy as she reprimanded them. And no sooner had she spoken than the crowd dispersed hastily back to their posts, with a stern expression. Jiang Yan approached Song Lee's office. Inside, Song Lee was already perusing the news, having endured similar public scrutiny countless times before. This time, however, she was curious to see how Li Mingyan would navigate the situation. Suddenly, Jiang Yan burst through the door, her demeanor grave as she voiced her concern. Have you seen the news? Song Lee raised her phone slightly, indicating she was aware. Jiang Yan scrutinized Song Lee's expression, hesitating over whether to voice her thoughts. Song Lee contemplated an explanation, but the words caught in her throat. It seemed she and Li Mingyan were not entirely innocent. Chapter 23. A gentle smile at the Lee family estate. The old master had long since recovered and returned home to recuperate. As events quickly unfolded. Having resided in Haicheng for many years, he summoned Li Mingyan back before the gossip made headlines. This marked Mingyan's first return to the old residence, a traditional courtyard with white walls and black tiles, which felt somewhat eerie to him, having watched too many horror films that in his twilight years. The old master spent his days fishing and sipping tea, living in utmost leisure, and on a dazzling midday, he took refuge under a pavilion to enjoy his tea. Upon seeing Mingyan arrive, the old master lifted his eyelids. Have a seat. The Li family was known for their unassuming temperament, speaking little but acting decisively. Mingyan greeted his grandfather and sat in silence. That child, Song Lee, is quite admirable. Do you hold a fondness for her? A half-meter-wide fish tank adorned the round table, the old master's voice deep yet commanding. Mingyan fell silent, unsure how to respond. Regardless of my feelings, the Wen family should not interfere in my affairs. He deftly shifted the conversation to Winsongi's actions. Her conduct has indeed been less than appropriate, but Songi genuinely cares for you. Do not push her too far, the old master remarked, tossing a handful of fish food into the tank. Mingyan inhaled sharply, responding impatiently. I have warned Winsongi numerous times. If she oversteps, I will not hold back. Glimpsing at his watch, he noted that the court summons had already reached Wenruohai, observing Ming Yan's firm stance. The old master turned to face him squarely. Are you intent on severing ties with the Wen family? Ming Yan closed his eyes, knowing that Song Li had already come under scrutiny from Wen Songyi. He realized that if he did not act decisively, the tragic fate described in the documents could repeat itself, ultimately harming the innocent Song Li grandfather. You know, I took over Li Corporation only because of my mother, Ming Yan stated candidly. Not shying away from the truth, he sought his mother's approval, while all he wished was to protect Song Li. And now, you would jeopardize Li Corporation for a woman? The old master's anger flared at Ming Yan's words. Are you saying you will disregard the company and abandon Li Corporation? The old master pressed. Ming Yan furrowed his brow slightly. If he could find a suitable heir, then, before he could finish, the old master erupted, seizing a nearby cane and striking at Ming Yan that he had never expected his prideful grandson to rebel so fiercely, and for the sake of a woman, no less, moreover, with the Li lineage being so sparse. Ming Yan was the sole legitimate heir. Where else could they find a more fitting successor? Ming Yan skillfully dodged, stepping outside the pavilion. Grandfather, I will not neglect Li Corporation, but I must deal with Wen Songyi, Ming Yan asserted firmly, not daring to linger as she left in haste. Behind him, the old master felt a wave of dizziness, and the longtime steward rushed forward to support him. Ming Yan recalled how the old master had always endured until the very end, believing he could withstand this as well. The estate was situated far from the city center. The round trip and conversation consumed nearly 3 hours. Upon returning to the company, Ming Yan found Song Li just exiting the interview room. The Wen family was quick to act. As soon as Ming Yan returned, they obstructed his path. Concerned for Song Li, he instructed Yan Jing to check on her situation in the reception room, when Ruyan and Wen Songyi were already waiting. Due to Su He, the Wen family had maintained a cordial relationship with the Li family, with Ming Yan directly allocating promising projects to them, while the Wen family would delay payments at will. They could conduct themselves however they pleased, but targeting the innocent Song Li was utterly unjustifiable. The uproar was too significant. She would not believe it could occur without Wenruohai's involvement. That Li Ge. Ming Yan entered the reception room with a cold demeanor. Upon seeing him, Ruyan immediately pulled Wen Songyi to her feet. She urged her sister forward, who, pouting, reluctantly apologized. I'm sorry, Brother Yan. When Ruyan scrutinized Ming Yan's expression, nudging her sister again, that I shouldn't have posted the photos online. Wen Songyi confessed with a frown, showing no sign of remorse, her stubbornness evident. Ming Yan glanced at her, realizing she should have known better. A venomous supporting character could hardly change her stripes. The only way to safeguard Song Li was to dismantle the Wen family's influence behind Wen Songyi. When Ruyan was equally ineffectual, this would not only ensure Song Li's safety, but also protect all the men and women in Haicheng. You may leave now. Inform Uncle Wen that the payment will be made within a week, or else Li Corporation will not withdraw the lawsuit, Ming Yan declared, rising to adjust her collar, casting a dispassionate glance at them before striding away. In Song Li's office, Jiang Yin hesitated over whether to voice her concerns when Yan Jing entered. Miss Song, President Li has instructed me to assure you that he will manage the situation. You need not worry, she said, smiling at Song Li. Yan Jing's respectful demeanor made Jiang Yin aware of the unspoken understanding between them as she looked toward Song Li. Upon hearing Yan Jing's words, Song Li realized she had been holding her breath. With the response, she felt a weight lift. Indeed, she was concerned. Please thank President Li for me, she replied with a faint smile, her emotions complex. Meanwhile, Ming Yan, having exited the meeting room, intended to find Song Li but paused at the corner, returning to her office. Approaching Song Li now would only lend credence to the rumors, leading the company to believe she had an inappropriate relationship with her. Furthermore, with Song Li about to commence her studies, news reaching the school could tarnish her reputation. Contemplating, Ming Yan opened her phone to inquire about Song Li's situation. The door to Song Li's office stood ajar, and Yan Jing's arrival heightened the curiosity of onlookers eager to uncover the truth. As Yan Jing continued discussing the company's public relations progress with Song Li, Ming Yan's call came through. Upon recognizing the caller, Song Li answered, "Hello, President Li. Song Li, I hope you haven't been affected. I've managed the situation, though the public sentiment has escalated quickly, requiring time to quell." Ming Yan's voice bore a hint of concern. Unaware of the gravity, Song Li couldn't help but smile. "I'm fine. I just learned about it. Assistant Yan has already explained everything to me." Feeling Ming Yan's worry, Song Li smiled gently before cautiously inquiring, given the scale of this incident. I'm curious how President Li plans to address it. When Jia owes the company a significant sum, prompting the organization to initiate legal proceedings for repayment, and consequently severing ties with the Wen family projects. Ming Yan candidly remarked. The office was enveloped in silence, with Ming Yan's voice naturally penetrating into Yan Jing and Jiang Yan's ears through the phone. Yan Jing exhibited little reaction, while Jiang Yan lowered her gaze, biting her lip in silent relief. Observing the situation, it appeared that the formidable boss was firmly in a bind. Fortunately, she had refrained from adding insult to injury that I heard your grandfather summoned you back. He must not approve, Song Li inquired with a glint of curiosity. That it's nothing. I've already resolved the matter, that I'll share the details with you at home, or perhaps we could leave work early today. Ming Yan suggested, glancing at her watch, noting that the end of the workday was approaching. Staying at the office might subject Song Li to unwelcome remarks. All right, Song Li responded, her heart inexplicably lightened by the exchange. Good. I'll wait for you at the entrance, Ming Yan replied as she gathered her car keys and descended to retrieve Song Li. Song Li ended the call. A smile crept on her face, only to be interrupted by the presence of someone nearby. Realizing this, she quickly regained her composure, clearing her throat before addressing, Director, thank you for today, that I'm leaving now. Goodbye, Assistant Yin. Goodbye. Jiang Yin awkwardly waved, her mind racing with a myriad of thoughts. Overwhelmed by emotions. Chapter 24. A change in attitude ignoring the curious gazes of her colleagues outside the office. Song Li descended the stairs with a buoyant step, her heart brimming with an indescribable sense of relief. A faint smile graced her lips as she settled into the passenger seat beside Ming Yan. As soon as she entered the car, Ming Yan turned to her, sincerity etched on her face. I apologize. It's because of me that you have faced such scrutiny, she expressed, guilt evident in her gaze. Having just reviewed the online discourse, Ming Yan genuinely felt for Song Li, despite her own share of responsibility. The public, both men and women, maliciously speculated that Song Li was merely her lover, suggesting that she had leveraged her body for advancement. Not a single comment defended Song Li, and even Ming Yan, an essential party in the matter, was spared from criticism, while some even expressed a desire to become her second lover. Ming Yan, having witnessed countless injustices in her work, understood the deeply ingrained societal biases against women that were challenging to amend. Ming Yan's heartfelt words and remorseful gaze caused Song Li to focus intently on her. The person before her wore Li Ming Yan's visage, yet their personalities were worlds apart. Song Li could not fathom the soul residing within this body, but she felt a genuine gratitude towards Ming Yan in her previous life. She had endured endless slanders and injuries because of Li Ming Yan, who had never expressed remorse for the injustices Song Li faced. She had been compelled to bear Li Ming Yan's child, only to be looked down upon by the Li family and ridiculed by the outside world for supposedly leveraging her child for status. Li Ming Yan, disregarding her wishes, forcibly brought her and their child back to the country. When Song Li had caused her mother's demise, but Li Ming Yan treated it as a trivial matter, brushing it off with a few careless words. Her two children were intelligent and bright, yet Li Ming Yan only sought to flaunt them before Xin Yan and her child, eager to compare. Fully aware that Xin Yan was on the brink of collapse due to her fixation on the Shen family, the child, and years of obsession, Li Ming Yan continued to provoke her, ultimately leading to Xin Yan's mental breakdown and the tragic fate of the two children. All of this turmoil stemmed from Li Ming Yan's actions, yet the Li family, the Shen family, and the Wen family placed the blame squarely on her shoulders. She suffered the profound loss of her children, engulfed in despair with no one to rely on. Meanwhile, Li Ming Yan seized the opportunity to aggressively acquire the Shen family business, showing no mercy to Xin Yan or Wen Song for the sake of a fleeting sentiment, which only fueled her resentment. Her lowest point, she abruptly realized that her solitude was a consequence of Li Ming Yan's existence. Even if she ultimately rose in defiance, avenging her mother, her children, and herself, the past could never be altered. The excruciating loneliness of her demise returned her to a time before all the tragedies unfolded. Grateful for a second chance bestowed by fate, now, Song Li gazed at the individual before her, her youthful visage reflected in Ming Yan's dark eyes, that a lump formed in her throat as she felt a wave of fortune wash over her. Grateful that in this life, Li Mingyan had transformed into this person. Swallowing her emotions, she felt a sudden clarity and smiled radiantly at Mingyan, unmasking her true self, her smile imbued with a captivating charm. In that moment, she vividly perceived Mingyan's startled eyes and the movement of her throat. Mingyan's gaze widened, momentarily lost in thought. She assured herself that she was not one to be swayed by appearances. Having spent so much time with Song Li, she had subconsciously overlooked her beauty. Yet in that fleeting instant, Song Li's enchanting smile was truly captivating. With a playful glimmer in her eyes, delicate brows, an elegant nose, and softly curved lips, she revealed subtle dimples that rendered her exquisitely beautiful, a vision that could mesmerize any onlooker. Indeed, her radiant smile could stir the heart, and a mere glance could ensnare one's soul. Mingyan found himself lost in thought that as long as the matters are settled, let's go. Aren't we heading home? Song Li playfully turned to him and spoke in a clear voice, drawing Mingyan back to reality. Upon regaining his senses, Mingyan felt his ears flush crimson, tilted his head, and cleared his throat softly, responding affirmatively to by the time they returned to the villa on the hillside. The sun had already dipped below the horizon, casting a fiery red glow akin to blood, exuberantly asserting its presence. Mingyan felt somewhat hesitant to meet Song Li's gaze, as both were absorbed in their own worlds during the journey. Once home, it was Song Li who broke the silence first. "Take a look at this resume," she said, handing over a meticulously prepared document to Mingyan. Confused, he sat down at the dining table and began to peruse it. While Song Li patiently awaited his response, Su Mingyue, 19 years old, a graduate of Wuhai Vocational and Technical School, proficient in computer programming. "When did you meet her?" Mingyan inquired, looking up from the resume. He could no longer recall the details of the original story, but he remembered that various unpredictable characters often appeared to aid the protagonist, that he assumed this girl was one of them. "I met her when I was a child, playing at my grandmother's house. She has autism, but she has improved significantly. It was only at 17 that she began to engage with computers, awakening her innate talent. I know Lee Corporation is not lacking in such talent, but her grandmother is gravely ill and urgently needs money, so I brought her resume to see if you could grant her special access to work at Lee Corporation." In her previous life, Su Mingyue had hacked into a payment website to fund her grandmother's treatment and was ultimately apprehended and imprisoned. Later, she used her talent to assist in solving cases and was released early, as she was precisely the type of talent needed at that time, coupled with the fondness stemming from their childhood friendship. Now, having been reborn before all these events transpired, she wished to help Su Mingyue, but, lacking immediate funds, could only turn to this Li Mingyan for assistance. "All right, have her come for an interview at Lee Corporation tomorrow, that if she is in urgent need of money," Mingyan replied, pulling out his glimmering wallet. "This card has some funds. You can use it to help her grandmother with her treatment." Having worked in emergency care for many years, Mingyan had witnessed too many cases where individuals abandoned treatment due to financial constraints. Now that he had the means, he felt compelled to assist. Song Li slowly accepted the card from Mingyan, standing beside him with her gaze lowered, a smile blooming on her lips as she regarded this person before her with curiosity. Wondering where such a genuinely kind-hearted individual had come from. By the way, school starts in 2 days, right? Mingyan looked up at Song Li. Her pure gaze and natural demeanor made Song Li's smile widen as she moved to sit across from him. "The courses in my senior year are quite few. I may need to take a few days off to submit my course reports and such." Having been reborn, she no longer remembered what courses she had to take in her final year and needed to return a check. Mingyan nodded. "I'll accompany you to school. When Songyi's temperament is unpredictable and no one can guarantee what she might do, I am concerned." Mingyan hesitated, feeling that it was too early to speak too seriously before the events unfolded. Song Li understood Mingyan's worries. After all, when Songyi had once gone mad and even hired someone to run her over, that's fine, but the school is quite far from here, and we might not make it back tonight. She remarked that on the other side of Haicheng, it was entirely in the opposite direction from the hillside villa. "There are properties near the company that have already been renovated. We can just move there." The property was located in the upscale neighborhood closest to the company, making commuting very convenient. Mingyan had long desired to move there. "Let's pack our belongings tonight, and I'll ask the housekeeper to help us move tomorrow." "All right, I'll transfer the money to Su Mingyue. Time is of the essence when it comes to saving lives." Chapter 25. Su Mingyue. As night fell, Song Li had already packed her luggage and headed downstairs for dinner. Due to Ming Yan's customary rules, the chef had wisely left as she descended during mealtime. Ordinarily, Ming Yan would have already been downstairs, eagerly starting his meal. However, now Song Li glanced at the tightly shut door upstairs. Feeling an inexplicable sense of concern, the food was getting cold. Why had he not yet come down? Upstairs, Ming Yan was completely engrossed in a newly discovered novel that it was so riveting that he had lost track of time, oblivious to his hunger as he reached the climax of the story. Furthermore, Ming Yan was never one to wait for a meal. Song Li hesitated momentarily before deciding to check on him. The master bedroom was spacious, encompassing nearly 60 square meters when including the study, bathroom, and dressing room. Song Li knocked on the door, but received no response. Turning the handle, she discovered the door was unlocked. Gently pushing the door open, she was greeted by a bright and airy room. Directly opposite was a large floor-to-ceiling window, with the bathroom on the right and a study tucked away around the corner. While an open bar counter occupied the outer side, to the left lay the dressing room and bedroom. At first glance, the large bed was devoid of Ming Yan's presence. Song Li stood in the expansive, green-filled room, momentarily taken aback. The once pitch-black chamber had been transformed into a bright space, unrecognizable from its former self. As she stepped inside, her fingers grazed the walls, furniture, and plants, as she absorbed the ambience of a room that had once cast an indelible shadow over her life. The dark prison of her memories was gradually illuminated by the light of reality. That a significant part of her decision to end her life stemmed from the darkness that Li Ming Yan had brought into her world. Even though she had sought revenge on him in her previous life, taking everything from him, she had never found the courage to step into that pitch-black room filled with his essence. Yet now, this fade of Li Ming Yan had altered everything, from the company to the house, and even his most cherished mother. Song Li exhaled a breath of stale air, feeling a glimmer of hope as she descended into the abyss. To create a sense of openness, the wall between the study and the bedroom had been removed, replaced with transparent soundproof glass. At that moment, Ming Yan was curled up on a small resting bed at the edge, a smile adorning his face as he gazed at his phone screen. Song Li stood outside the transparent wall, studying the expression on Ming Yan's face. His tall figure was hunched, and his handsome visage radiated joy. Song Li raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the person within, further pondering the origins of this seemingly good-natured soul. Immersed in the world of the novel, Ming Yan remained oblivious to her presence, turning to adjust his position and continuing to read. With a resigned expression, Song Li knocked gently on the study door. Hearing the sound, Ming Yan instinctively turned and hopped off the bed, looking somewhat dazed as he faced Song Li. It's getting late. We should have dinner, she indicated, pointing to her watch. Oh, I'll be right there, Ming Yan replied, setting down his phone and slipping on his shoes, following closely behind Song Li as they descended the stairs. Time had slipped away, and dinner had grown cold. Song Li immediately took 2 plates to the kitchen to warm them up, while Ming Yan dutifully carried the remaining dishes in. The kitchen was spacious, and as Song Li turned around, she was slightly surprised to see Ming Yan following her, realizing he was quite resourceful. The next day, Song Li and Ming Yan resumed their usual work routine. But this time they exited the car together at the company entrance and entered the same elevator that in the reception area. Su Mingyue sat nervously, dressed in a white t-shirt, black pants, and carrying a black backpack. Her clean, lively eyes and youthful face contrasted sharply with the surrounding individuals. Ming Yan strode into the room, and upon seeing Su Mingyue, he would have mistaken her for a middle school student had Song Li not mentioned her beforehand. She appeared exceedingly petite, her face lacking color, and her hair was dry and yellowed, likely a result of prolonged malnutrition. The small cake and tea laid out on the table remained untouched. Song Li followed closely behind Ming Yan. Upon seeing him in formal attire with a serious demeanor, Su Mingyue felt a wave of apprehension wash over her. However, upon spotting Song Li, she relaxed slightly. Swallowing hard, she found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Mingyue, this is Mr. Li. There's no need to be afraid. Did you bring your computer? Song Li said with a warm smile as she approached Su Mingyue. Su Mingyue lowered her head, unable to meet anyone's gaze, and responded to Song Li with an enthusiastic nod. Ming Yan noticed Su Mingyue's hands clenched tightly due to her nervousness and offered her a gentle smile as he took a seat opposite her. I am aware of your circumstances. You need not worry. Just showcase your abilities, Ming Yan's voice was calm and soothing, possessing a certain charm that prompted Su Mingyue to quickly react by retrieving her computer. Song Li observed Ming Yan in surprise. She knew that although Su Mingyue's condition had improved, she struggled to focus on unfamiliar people or situations, often ignoring them entirely. Reflecting on their previous interactions, she remembered how it would take multiple repetitions of each sentence for Su Mingyue to comprehend. Yet here was Ming Yan, able to convey a single sentence that Su Mingyue understood and followed. She couldn't fathom what made his previous statements so compelling. Ming Yan, catching Song Li's curiosity, raised an eyebrow and smiled at her. Although he worked as an emergency department nurse, he had also studied psychology and dealt with a variety of patients. For a prodigy like Su Mingyue, a slightly authoritative tone and a firm pace in speech could swiftly capture her attention. With a lowered voice, Ming Yan could easily startle a young child into tears. Effortlessly commanding Su Mingyue's focus, as he thought this, Su Mingyue had already pulled her computer from her black bag. The laptop was clearly a haphazard assembly of parts, lacking aesthetic appeal and appearing somewhat worn. Ming Yan maintained his composure, clearing his throat slightly, feeling a bit awkward, yet still pulling out his phone to express his thoughts that is it possible to hack into this website. Ming Yan gestured towards the online novel platform. Ming Yu had never encountered this platform before, yet she nodded in agreement, confident in her ability to infiltrate it as long as there was internet access. This website harbored a plethora of banned content. If she could breach its defenses and copy those prohibited books, would that be feasible? Ming Yan inquired with hopeful anticipation. Although Huawei did not reject pure love and danmei genres, it was stern in combating explicit content, and such works were permanently banned. Ming Yan could not find them online, yet her curiosity was piqued, making this an opportune moment. That isn't that illegal? Song Li shot a sidelong glance at Ming Yan, realizing why she had been so joyously laughing in bed. It was all about reading novels that we won't get caught. It's merely a matter of copying content, Ming Yu replied, browsing the site. Upon hearing her words, Ming Yan became even more excited. That IT will take about half an hour, but if there's too much data, my USB drive might not have sufficient capacity. Just wait. I'll fetch you one immediately. Ming Yan dashed out, clearly eager, and Song Li couldn't help but twitch her lips at the sight of her. What kind of soul was she, diving into such endeavors? Ming Yan had to leave for a morning meeting. While Su Mingyu settled into her work, her eyes fixated on the computer as her fingers danced swiftly across the keyboard. Not wanting to disturb her, Song Li quietly left the room, making her way down the corridor towards the CEO's office. After witnessing the transformation of Ming Yan's room, she was curious to see what had become of the original office. Approaching the CEO's office, she encountered the team of personal assistants to Li Ming Yan, who greeted her with polite curiosity as she approached. Miss Song, the boss is currently in a morning meeting. Yan Jing, the only one familiar with Song Li, stepped forward to address her. I understand. May I take a look at the office? Song Li replied with a gentle smile. Being younger than those present by a few years, her youthful face and soft smile highlighted her innocence. Chapter 26. The office, of course, Yan Jing replied, aware of her boss's special regard for this individual. Nodding, Song Li entered what was once Li Ming Yan's office. After she took over, the space had undergone a significant renovation. The office bore no resemblance to its former state, devoid of any trace of Li Ming Yan's existence. Yan Jing opened the door for her, and Song Li entered with a courteous smile. The office had not changed drastically, as it still needed to accommodate meetings with clients and subordinates. Hence, Li Ming Yan had not decorated it purely to his taste. Song Li scanned the various corners of the office and noted that Ming Yan had made only minor adjustments, adding a few potted plants in the corners and on the desk. Her fingertips brushed against the walls and surfaces, and she slowly opened the door to the lounge, stepping inside. Just one glance made her smile blossom. The lounge alongside the bathroom and small bar was not particularly spacious. Ming Yan had replaced all the dark bedding with soft cream-colored linens, and warm sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, creating a cozy atmosphere. A few adorable figurines adorned the bedside table. Approaching the nightstand, Song Li reached out to touch a blue figurine, reminiscent of her beloved son, who adored such items that at just 5 years old, his room was already filled with an array of plush toys. If he grew any bigger, there wouldn't be enough space left. Lost in her memories, Song Li stared at the figurines, her eyes misting with emotion. Coming back to herself, she closed her eyes, The thought of her twins stirred an uncontrollable resentment within her. Memories tormented her mind, the hatred bubbling beneath the surface as her lips trembled slightly. After a long moment, she managed to calm herself, sitting on the bed, her hands gently caressing her pregnant belly. Li Mingyin had vanished, alongside the likes of Wen Song Yi, Shin Qingyin, Su He, and many other villains that I promised to protect you this time, and I won't let you suffer any harm. She vowed, steadying her emotions, a tremulous smile gracing her lips. Originally, the morning meeting lasted 2.5 hours, but Ming Yin had altered the routine, reducing it to just once a week. The morning meetings now lasted around half an hour, during which senior leaders reported on project progress. When Ming Yin returned to the lounge after the morning meeting, he noticed Song Li was no longer there and assumed she had gone to work. "Is everything ready?" Ming Yin asked as he sat beside Mingyu, maintaining a respectful distance. "Yes," Mingyu replied, her gaze seemingly unfocused as she nodded. "The data is inside," she said, handing over the USB drive while staring straight ahead. Ming Yin accepted it, beaming with delight. "Have you heard about your grandmother?" He recalled Song Li mentioning Ming Yu's grandmother's serious illness. She is preparing for surgery. Which hospital? He thought it best to transfer her to Li's hospital for treatment. As it was the largest private hospital in Haicheng, staffed with elite doctors from various prestigious institutions, the environment was also far superior to that of public hospitals. The Haicheng Central Oncology Hospital. Ming Yu replied, still avoiding Ming Yan's gaze, obediently answering his questions, that Li's hospital is home to the finest private medical care in Haicheng. Transferring your grandmother there would ensure better treatment, that if you agree. I can arrange her transfer immediately. What do you think? Ming Yin leaned closer, his voice low and husky. Better treatment. Su Mingyu suddenly lifted her head to meet his gaze, her eyes brimming with emotion. Ming Yin remained unfazed, smiling gently back at her. Why do you want to help me? Su Mingyu asked earnestly, her pure black eyes fixed on him. During her grandmother's illness, no one had been willing to assist her. Why was this person so willing? Because you are a genius in computers, Ming Yin replied, a smile gracing his lips. During the morning meeting, he had recalled that in the original text, there was a highly skilled computer expert besides Song Li, codenamed Mingyu. The computer expert who had protected Song Li from danger was the very one he had eliminated. After witnessing Song Li abandon her career and resentments to return home as a housewife under Li Mingyan's manipulation, he had lost interest in the narrative. Naturally, he didn't have a strong impression of Mingyu, a character who appeared later in the story. Additionally, Li's foundation had been established specifically to assist individuals like you. As long as you join Li's corporation, we will provide your grandmother with free medical care. Moreover, Song Li's mother, Song Ran, is currently recuperating at Li's hospital, so your grandmother would have a companion there. Ming Yin explained. But I don't know anything. Mingyu lowered her gaze, feeling dejected. You do know that I understand that you dislike unfamiliar environments. How about this? You could join the IT department, and your work location could be at Li's hospital, allowing you to stay close to your grandmother. You would only need to keep your phone on and be ready to respond at any time. What do you think? Ming Yin proposed, knowing that geniuses often had unpredictable temperaments. Mingyu pondered in silence for a long while before finally stating, I want a room of my own. That is only natural. I will also provide you with a complete set of professional equipment. You won't need to work immediately. We can wait until your grandmother recovers and your room is ready. How does that sound? Ming Yin spoke patiently and gently. All right. Mingyu nodded vigorously, her expression still stoic. Yet Ming Yin could tell she was satisfied. You must be hungry. Come with me, and I'll take you out for something delicious, Ming Yin said with a soft laugh, enticing her. Indeed, she was somewhat hungry. Having skipped breakfast in her haste, Mingyu packed her computer and slung her backpack over her shoulder, obediently following Ming Yin into the office. The office was spacious, with a double-door refrigerator against the wall and a small bar by the window. Boss, Miss Song is inside, Yin Jing reminded. Ming Yin nodded, acknowledging her. Upon entering the office, he found it empty, likely because she was in the lounge. Ming Yin led Mingyu to the sofa, retrieving fresh cakes and beverages from the refrigerator, and snacks from the drawer, placing them in front of her. Have a little something to tide you over. We won't be eating for a while, but don't be shy. I'm just like your sister Song, Ming Yin said, squatting down to help Mingyu tear open the packaging with a warm expression. Mingyu, still a bit bewildered, nodded and swallowed hard, taking small bites of the cookies Ming Yin offered. Rising, Ming Yin entered the lounge where, As expected, Song Li was present. She was engrossed in examining a limited edition figurine she had purchased from the mall. "You like it too?" Ming Yin said, assuming Song Li was unaware of his relationship with Li Ming Yin as he pushed the door open. The suit's tie felt a bit constricting around his neck, and as he spoke, he loosened it and tossed it aside. Song Li instantly noticed this and watched as Ming Yin skillfully removed his suit jacket. "You," Song Li began, hesitating, having sensed that this individual seemed oblivious to the boundaries between men and women. The lounge was not particularly spacious, and since Ming Yin had only recently begun to embrace his masculinity, he felt quite at ease in front of the beautiful woman, Song Li. "What is wrong?" Ming Yin turned, oblivious to her gaze, already placing his suit into the wardrobe. His innocent expression rendered Song Li speechless. "It is nothing. I was just a bit tired earlier, and came in to rest for a while that I'll step out now," she said, avoiding his eyes as she exited the lounge. Outside, she found Ming Yu enjoying some snacks, and she was surprised to see that Ming Yin had brought her along. Taking a seat beside Ming Yu, she softly inquired, "Did M or did L I allow you to join Li's corporation?" Ming Yu was quite taken with the snacks on the table, their aroma tantalizing her senses, her eyes sparkling with delight. Upon hearing Song Li's question, she nodded vigorously, her mouth full of treats she rarely got to enjoy. "Are you prepared to interact with the people in the company and department?" Song Li was acutely aware of Ming Yu's dread of strangers, a persistent concern that had long occupied her thoughts. She merely needed to join the information department, with her workplace conveniently located within Li's hospital alongside her grandmother. Ming Yin, having discarded his clothing, promptly departed, inadvertently addressing Song Li's query. Enveloped in the delights of culinary indulgence, Ming Yue nodded in agreement with Ming Yin's remarks. Song Li's gaze flitted between the two. Had Ming Yue truly accepted Ming Yin in just half an hour? Chapter 27. Venturing into the entertainment industry, the transfer procedures for Ming Yue's grandmother were still personally managed by Li Mo. After the trio finished their lunch, Ming Yue's grandmother had already arrived at Li's hospital. "Allow me to take you," Song Li offered, wishing to accompany Ming Yue to visit her grandmother, with Ming Yin's car providing a convenient means of transport. "That is the company not busy, with such a large establishment as Li's. There must be a myriad of affairs that demand attention. The executives at the company are not idle. And besides, I recently hired 2 individuals to assist me in managing operations, so it's not that hectic," Ming Yin replied, rising to retrieve his coat without a hint of concern. Having developed a stable system over many years, Li's was generally immune to turmoil as long as the equity remained unchanged and the president was not replaced. Song Li pondered. In her previous life, Li Mingyan had been singularly focused on expanding Li's, leading to a constant state of busyness. Furthermore, her solitary nature necessitated her involvement in numerous matters. This Li Mingyan is truly. Song Li smiled subtly at Li's hospital. With Ming Yin's presence, prominent doctors personally attended her grandmother, swiftly establishing a surgical plan. Following a thorough examination overnight, the operation was scheduled for the following day, with the professional recuperation provided by Li's hospital. Her health gradually restored that Ming Yue's grandmother was acquainted with Song Ran. Thus Ming Yin arranged for her to recuperate in a villa adjacent to the hospital, allowing Ming Yue to have a workspace and Song Ran a place to go. The next day, having spent the night engrossed in novels, Ming Yin reluctantly rose from bed under Song Li's persistent urging. The plethora of captivating novels copied by Su Mingyue left him utterly captivated, his eyes glued to the screen. After hastily finishing breakfast, he managed a brief nap in the car before continuing his reading in the office. In the vehicle, Song Li observed Ming Yin's actions with quiet scrutiny, her gaze inadvertently catching a glimpse of the novel's title in the upper left corner. In the book, My 7 Husbands. Husbands? Had she strayed from her path? Did boys really enjoy reading women's literature? Song Li's expression shifted to one of suspicion as she regarded Ming Yin, her thoughts swirling with various conjectures. The possibilities were overwhelming. Her mind grew increasingly chaotic, yet as long as he was not Li Mingyan, she could accept anyone else. Once reassured that the individual beside her was not Li Mingyan, Song Li found herself more at ease with his appearance, her attitude towards Ming Yin undergoing a transformation. She dismissed her tangled thoughts and ascended the stairs with purpose that a meeting was scheduled to discuss the interviews from the previous day and finalize the hiring of new personnel. She needed to ensure her subordinates were integrated into the company. Song Li had anticipated needing to exert considerable effort to persuade Jiang Yin against transferring Lin Sheng to the branch office, but to her surprise, upon hearing Song Li's words, Jiang Yin immediately agreed to change Lin Sheng's position without hesitation. At that moment, Jiang Yin had been torn between the desire to avoid offending the higher-ups and the necessity of keeping Lin Sheng. The operational department head had approached her, insisting that Lin Sheng be transferred to the branch office. Ostensibly for training, but truly for obscurity. As a newcomer without any foundation, she dared not oppose the long-established executives of the company. Now that Song Li had specifically sought her out, it was fortuitous for her to acquiesce. After all, based on the tone and words of the big boss during yesterday's phone call, it seemed that not only was a mere position at stake, but perhaps even the company itself could be offered to Song Li. Jiang Yin thought dramatically. Very well, Lin Sheng's position has been moved to the headquarters, Jiang Yin confirmed, changing Lin Sheng's designation in the recruitment list. Song Li smiled as she noted Yan Li's name. However, I must caution you, Lin Sheng may have offended a certain powerful figure in the operations department. Should he join that team, he might face targeted opposition, Jiang Yin stated directly. Song Li nodded, aware that the old fox was adept at taking kickbacks. Were it not for the formidable capabilities of the operations department, which he fully controlled, Li Mingyan would have dealt with him long ago. Lin Sheng's entry into the operations department would be fraught with challenges. Contingent upon his own abilities, her assistance would only extend so far. During this time, for her own safety, she had been unable to part from Mingyan, relegating her interactions to the online realm with just a few individuals. Song Li conveyed the news of their acceptance to the two, who were overjoyed, blissfully unaware of the myriad challenges that lay ahead. In the president's office, Rong Hao and Su Bolin arrived punctually to report on work progress. Rong Hao, seasoned and battle-hardened, posed no concern for Mingyan. As for Su Bolin, it was indeed time for Mingyan's plans to be set in motion. Shengding Entertainment was a company established by Li Mingyan prior, which had been somewhat overshadowed by the lucrative real estate sector, and thus neglected to avert the narrative of competing with Shun Qingyan for the Shijiao land plot. Mingyan had decided to announce that Li's would relinquish a portion of its real estate endeavors and redirect its focus toward the internet and entertainment industries. The digital age had dawned, and the profitability of the sectors Mingyan had invested in was already quite promising, leaving the rest to the passage of time. As for the entertainment industry, while Li's had made its fortune in real estate, the entertainment world was neither too vast nor too small. It thrived on collaboration, and for Shengding Entertainment to carve out a niche within the crowded arena, it would require both time and effort. Mingyan was not in a rush, but investments in film and television needed to commence immediately. With countless novels available, she had already secured nearly 100 copyrights within a mere 2 months. Finding a reliable director for adaptations would not be a challenge, especially given the growing appeal of dual male leads. I plan to invest in films and television series. Please see if you can find some dependable directors or screenwriters to join the company and form a team. You needn't worry about funding. I will personally cover all expenses, and any losses will not be attributed to the company, Mingyan stated, acknowledging her own limitations in film production. What kind of narrative does the boss wish to create? I have numerous directors looking for investment, but their styles vary, Su Bolin replied. The risk of investing in films and television is quite significant. Even renowned directors can fail, Su Bolin expressed concern. Have you seen T-Country's dual male lead films and series? We can adopt a similar model. There's no need to seek famous directors. Just find some young directors with relevant ideas, Mingyan suggested, fully aware that domestic directors typically only produce serious dramas, with little exposure to dual male lead genres. T-Country's BL dramas? Su Bolin thought she had misheard. The straight-laced boss was delving into the BL scene. Impressive. Indeed, my partners in T are invested in that area. It hasn't yet gained traction domestically, so I intend to test the waters. Mingyan concluded. Su Bolin found herself in a quandary, for the prevailing ideology in the country was rather restrictive, and there was no guarantee that their production would pass the scrutiny required for release. Although her expression betrayed her unease, she dared not voice any objections. I understand your concerns. I reassured her that in our country, we can release a censored version focused on brotherhood themes, while the uncensored version can still prove profitable overseas. I handed her the proposal. Moreover, I am aware that domestic directors lack experience in this genre, so I plan to invite foreign professionals adept in such narratives for mutual exchange. Su Bolin genuinely praised my foresight, acknowledging my ability to juggle numerous responsibilities while meticulously crafting the plan and arranging every detail with such thoughtfulness. Her gaze briefly flickered towards Ming Yin, who bore faint dark circles under his eyes. After Ming Yin sipped his herbal tea, Sue Boland felt a surge of empathy for her boss, that is it necessary for the leading actors to sign with the company. She inquired, flipping through the proposal and expressing her apprehensions. According to the trends in tea country, actors who venture into damn dramas often find themselves with no opportunity to return to serious roles, making the transition quite challenging, and profitability may be elusive. Ming Yin shook his head dismissively, assuring her that participating actors would only be permitted to star in one damn production before exclusively engaging in serious dramas, thus pursuing a path of genuine talent. We must simply avoid cross-network collaborations. Our national circumstances differ. We shall see how it unfolds, he remarked, taking another sip of his herbal tea. Observing her boss's newfound commitment to wellness, Sue Boland hesitated to raise further doubts. After all, she had previously questioned the wisdom of his decision to depart from the real estate sector, only to witness the rapid evolution of the internet landscape, culminating in the meteoric rise of a short video app within a mere 2 months. Very well, boss, that I shall return and commence preparations immediately, she declared, leaning forward to take her leave. By the way, let's secure a few directors for serious dramas as well. I have several projects in mind. Once they're signed, bring them to me for review. Ming Yin instructed that he was also eager to explore genres like supernatural horror and tomb raiding. Chapter 28. Return to school on September 1 St. Haicheng University commenced its new academic year. Song Li, still a senior, took a brief leave to apply for internships and pack her belongings. The Qishang Yinduan community was adjacent to the main building, featuring a luxurious double-story penthouse on the top floor. The ground level alone spanned 500 square meters, with 200 dedicated to an open-air terrace, which Ming Yin had transformed into a sky garden. The upper level, occupying 300 square meters, mirrored the layout of a hillside villa, consisting of a master bedroom, 2 guest rooms, and several spacious balconies alongside communal areas. Ming Yin resided in the left-side master bedroom, while Song Li occupied the right-side guest room across from him. On the first day of class, they set off early in the morning, driving to the university, which was approximately an hour's journey. Though she was on campus, Ming Yin remained concerned for Song Li's safety, particularly given that when Song Li was an alumnus of Haida, that he feared that one might seize an opportunity to act against Song Li now that she was known to be a student there. Additionally, having been away from campus life for many years, Ming Yin yearned to immerse himself in the vibrant atmosphere of the university town, that in the professional classroom, although Song Li had few classes. The first day required the instructor to assess the students' fundamental skills, resulting in 2 hours of practice in the morning. She realized the gravity of her situation. Being 2 months pregnant, Song Li faced a formidable challenge. How could she perform splits when her belly was already slightly protruding? During this period, she had indulged in ample nourishment for the sake of her baby's development, leading to a steady increase in her weight. After changing her clothes, Song Li's complexion appeared somewhat pallid, her hand instinctively covering her belly as she approached the end of the practice. That I hope the teacher doesn't come to check on us, she silently prayed. Ali, are you? Her long-lost roommate and friend, Yu Chi, scrutinized her from head to toe, feeling uneasy under her gaze. Song Li recalled that in her previous life, she had never completed her senior year and had gone abroad, thus losing touch with her classmates. Yu Chi, standing before her, felt both familiar and strange. Are you in a relationship? Yu Chi concluded after her inspection, stating with certainty. Song Li, with her hands still covering her belly, initially thought Yu Chi had discerned her pregnancy and sighed in relief. No. How did you come to that conclusion? She retorted. The last scandalous photos had been censored, and they had been banned before they could circulate widely. That if any gossip had reached the campus, it could only have been instigated by Song. However, one had been cautioned and had remained remarkably subdued lately, and Song Li had checked the school forums, finding no gossip about herself. Look at you now, round and radiant, and you disappeared for an entire holiday. You didn't return to school last night and came today without any luggage. Tell me, are you cohabiting with your boyfriend? Yu Chi grinned mischievously, feeling she had unraveled the mystery. What radiant? Song Li shot a puzzled glance at Yu Chi. I'm not in a relationship. I'm just pregnant, she stated, walking past Yu Chi to face the mirrored. In just a moment, the smile that had graced her eyes vanished. After glancing around, she noticed her legs remained slender, and her figure retained its elegance. It was merely the undeniable protrusion of her abdomen that troubled her. Song Li found herself in a dilemma, her hand returning to conceal her belly. My goodness. Songli, have you gained weight? A classmate who barely recognized her exclaimed in surprise. Songli had always been the most diligent in managing her figure, exuding elegance in her posture. Yet now, her slightly tilted pelvis hinted at her pregnancy. The loud exclamation drew the attention of others, prompting Songli to roll her eyes at her classmate, exhaling a sigh as she retreated to the changing room. With the baby only 2 months along, she needed to be particularly cautious. Performing splits was out of the question. Feeling somewhat despondent, Songli changed her clothes, uncertain how to explain to her instructor why she could not participate in training. Songli, are you heading to class? Where are you going? Yuqi, sensing something amiss about Songli today, trailed closely behind, concerned that I'm not feeling well, so I won't attend class. Songli replied, casting a glance at Yuqi as she recalled that they had never shied away from changing clothes together during their university days. Not wanting to appear overly peculiar, she turned her back to Yuqi and changed into her regular attire. I asked that little belly a sign of pregnancy. Yuqi, standing behind her, couldn't help but marvel at Song Li's condition upon catching sight of her slight bulge in the mirror. While the protrusion wasn't glaringly obvious, Song Li had once been exceptionally slender, particularly around her abdomen, where she had barely any fat to speak of. It was no surprise that Yuqi expressed astonishment at the sight of Song Li's belly. Having spent many years together, Song Li knew that Yuqi was merely guessing. She turned and helplessly replied, I overindulged during the break and gained some weight, So you're treating yourself now? Yuqi looked at Song Li incredulously, recalling how she used to meticulously count calories even for a single bite of meat. Returning to familiar grounds weighed heavily on Song Li's heart, yet hearing her once close friend's familiar teasing brought a subtle smile to her lips. The doctor said I was too thin, and it wasn't good for my health. I need to eat more. In truth, it was detrimental to the baby due to her excessive thinness. But Song Li turned to smile as she responded. Exactly. By the way, why did you only arrive today? What about your luggage? Yuqi, sensing the shift in Song Li's mood, draped her arm over Song Li's shoulder as they exited the changing room together. I found an internship, so I won't be living on campus anymore, and I might not attend classes as often. Please tell the others when you return. I'm heading back to the dorm to pack my things. Song Li explained, an internship. What kind of work? Old Zhao won't approve of your absences. Yuqi reminded her from behind. Song Li continued walking ahead, absorbed in her thoughts that I'll figure it out. By the way. What was our dorm number again? Time had slipped away, and Song Li struggled to recall. Have you lost your mind? It's 213. Oh, Yuqi looked at Song Li with a strange expression, while Song Li chuckled softly, pondering how many years it had been since anyone had spoken to her in such a manner. Without offense, yet filled with warmth, Song Li descended the stairs from the training room. She lifted her gaze towards the distance at the stairwell. The magnificent view of Haicheng University unfolded before her eyes, and she squinted, momentarily lost in the thought that during the 21 years leading up to her encounter with Li Mingyan, she had once experienced such joy and happiness. The dormitory was not far away. Upon returning to the dormitory where she had resided for 3 years, a wave of familiar, yet foreign melancholy washed over her. Approaching her small desk, she noticed the wall adorned with posters of her favorite star and the table cluttered with countless cosmetics and trinkets, the wardrobe brimmed with an array of youthful garments. Being back in this place felt like stepping through time, evoking both nostalgia and sorrow. At Haicheng University, students could choose their own roommates. Thus, her remaining 2 were from different majors. One an academic overachiever who spent all day in the library, and the other a wealthy second generation who rarely returned to the dormitory. After giving birth abroad at the age of 21, Song Li gazed at the photo of herself and Yuqi on the wall. Reminiscing about their joyful past, they had been the best of friends, and before she could even say farewell, she had been forced to flee overseas. Upon her return, Yuqi had already graduated and was nowhere to be found. With the demands of motherhood, particularly due to Li Mingyan, she realized that it had been 10 years since they had last met. Immersed in her own world in the training room, she regretted not having the chance to speak with her properly. And without hesitation, she decided to send a message, hoping to grab a meal together before leaving. Meanwhile, Mingyan, unable to enter the dance studio, wandered around the campus, covering over 6,000 mu. Haicheng University featured teaching buildings along the coastline. From the heights of the buildings, one could not only overlook the entire university, but also behold the azure sea. The waves crashed gently on the beach. The palm trees swayed gracefully in the breeze. And Mingyan strolled leisurely along the seaside path, feeling invigorated by the refreshing sea breeze. "Hey, where are you?" In the dormitory, after taking some nostalgic photos, Songli began to pack her belongings, but was surprised by the sheer volume of her possessions. They were all old items, too sentimental to discard, yet too burdensome to carry away. "That I'm by the beach." "What's up?" Songli glanced at the cluttered dorm room, feeling increasingly anxious. "That I'm tidying up in the dorm." "Could you bring the car over?" Mingyan wanted to inquire why she hadn't attended class, but sensing her tone, he refrained from probing further. Fortunately, being on the second floor, Songli still had the strength to carry some luggage downstairs. By the time Mingyan arrived, a small mountain of bags had accumulated in the lobby. The spacious trunk of the car allowed Mingyan to silently stow her luggage. After several trips back and forth, Songli was already perspiring lightly. Panting, she climbed into the car and took a long drink of water. As midday approached and the temperature rose, she removed her jacket, revealing a fitted black tank top underneath. As she tilted her head back to drink, beads of sweat trickled down her neck. Mingyan averted his gaze awkwardly, confusion swirling in his eyes. How could such a petite frame possess such ample curves? The flat-chested Mingyan found it hard to comprehend. Since Mingyan could not enter the girls' dormitory, Songli took considerable time to pack and transport her belongings. With lunchtime nearing, the crowd outside the dormitory would soon swell. Both Mingyan and the Maybach would attract too much attention, and Songli needed to leave quickly. Drive to the classroom building from this morning, she instructed that as students came and went, many eyes were drawn to her. And Mingyan was also somewhat unaccustomed to it. "That I need to find my advisor to apply for leaving school, so you'll have to wait downstairs for a bit." Songli turned to the passenger seat mirror to wipe away her sweat, touch up her makeup, and prepare to meet old Zhao, whom she hadn't seen in a decade. During her mother's hospitalization, old Zhao had provided her with significant assistance, a kindness she would never forget. "No problem, I'll wander around nearby. The scenery at Haicheng is splendid. I could spend the whole day here," Mingyan replied, content to meander for a while. "I in the advisor's office," she exclaimed. "Old Zhao, it's been ages despite the years that had passed." Songli still remembered old Zhao's office location vividly. When her mother was gravely ill, she had come here in despair seeking help. Later, when she was pursued by Songyi and found herself pregnant, it was old Zhao who helped her escape abroad. His kindness was something she would cherish for a lifetime. "How's your mother?" Old Zhao inquired, having not seen Songli for over a decade, while she had only been away for one holiday. The tone was casual, yet filled with concern. "That my mother's surgery was very successful. She is currently recuperating. Thank you for all your help over the years," Songli replied, her voice thick with emotion. Perhaps sensing her unusual demeanor, old Zhao shifted his focus from the paperwork to her. "Is something wrong at home?" he asked, observing the once obedient and diligent Songli, now sounding as if trouble had arisen. "Everything at home is fine. It's actually my issue." Songli smiled and shook her head, sensing old Zhao's concern. "That I found an internship and would like to apply to move out of the dorm," she explained, producing the application she had prepared in advance. Placing the two applications on the desk, old Zhao looked puzzled. "Did you not just say everything was fine? Why the sudden need to intern?" "After my mother's illness depleted our savings, it's better for me to start interning sooner to repay the debts," Songli replied calmly. "You are quite mature, but according to the rules, you must also complete your senior year courses. I'll attend the theoretical classes on time, but the practical ones may be a different story." Songli could only assure him about the theory. Old Zhao reviewed her application, and after expressing some reservations regarding her work and offering a few more pieces of advice, he finally signed off on her request. "Internships are typical for the senior year. There is no reason to deny you. However, you cannot neglect your coursework. You will still need to take exams at the end of the semester." As someone nearing 50, old Zhao had a tendency to worry and offer excessive advice. Songli listened patiently, and after half an hour, she finally stepped out of the office. "Why did you take so long?" "The cafeteria is about to close," Yuchi texted, surprised to learn that they would be dining there. "I can't believe you made me wait so long," she added with a hint of grievance. Old Zhao had chatted a bit longer, but understanding the time constraints, he said, "Let's go eat." As they walked, Songli felt a sense of familiarity returning, expertly taking Yuchi's hand and gently coaxing her. "Shall we go to the cafeteria by the beach?" "Anywhere is fine," Songli replied nonchalantly, primarily craving the school's cuisine. That it had been too long, and she could hardly recall the taste, lost in her thoughts. She suddenly remembered, oh, there is someone else. Who? Yu Chi asked, perplexed. Song Li had forgotten about Ming Yin and quickly retrieved her phone to call him. Got a friend, she answered casually. Hey, have you finished your business? Ming Yin was leisurely wandering. His clear voice reached Yu Chi's ears, instantly piquing her curiosity. She playfully nudged Song Li. Song Li raised her head slightly, signaling for her to be quiet, that I've finished. Where are you? It's time to eat. I'm nearby. I'm on my way, that it's almost noon. After hanging up, Yu Chi was practically bubbling with excitement. That guy's voice is so magnetic. He sounds so polite. When did you meet this friend? I had no idea. Her eagerness was palpable that he is just a colleague, helping me move some things. Song Li replied dismissively, unsure how to explain her complicated relationship with Ming Yin. Got a colleague. Huh. Is he handsome? Yu Chi pressed on, regardless of whether it was true or not. He is here. See for yourself. Song Li responded, feeling indifferent about Ming Yin's looks, never having found him particularly attractive. Ming Yin approached with purpose, his tall figure illuminated by the blazing midday sun. His hair danced in the wind, revealing a pair of deep, shimmering eyes beneath his fringe, and Yu Chi couldn't help but stare, astonished by his striking resemblance to a male protagonist from a novel. Close your mouth, Song Li admonished. Rolling her eyes at Yu Chi's infatuation, yes, Ming Yin drew near. A smile graced his face, and his deep, captivating eyes seemed to draw one in. Within mere seconds, Yu Chi had conjured several romantic scenarios in her mind. Hi, she greeted, beaming brightly. Hello, Ming Yin replied, always genuine before Song Li. Are you her roommate? Ming Yin noticed their intertwined hands. Song Li nodded blandly while Yu Chi continued to gaze starstruck at Ming Yin, as if seeing her younger self reflected in him. Let us head to the cafeteria, Song Li suggested, leading Yu Chi along. Ming Yin instinctively trailed behind them. That I can't believe your company has someone so handsome. Does he have a girlfriend? Yu Chi whispered excitedly into Song Li's ear. Song Li chose not to respond, giving her a pointed look that he must have one. With a face like that, I do believe he has 300 girlfriends, Yu Chi declared, looking smug. Song Li rolled her eyes again, wanting to point out that her voice was too loud and that Ming Yin had likely heard everything. Behind her, Ming Yin maintained an impassive expression. After all, she had once been the type to eagerly hover near handsome men, eager to engage in conversation. With her change in identity, Ming Yin seldom paid attention to her appearance, for whether at home or in the office, no one dared to gaze too long at her. It was only at school that the bold admiration and scrutiny from her classmates afforded her a sense of self-awareness. Indeed, her visage was remarkably advantageous, as officially certified by Ming Yin herself. The overly excited Yu Chi was oblivious to Song Li's subtle hints, growing increasingly animated and unabashed in her remarks. Song Li glanced back at Ming Yin, noting her apparent indifference, and thus allowed Yu Chi to continue unabated. Chapter 30. Yu Yang in the cafeteria. More than half an hour had passed since class ended, and the flow of students had dwindled. Song Li extracted her card, signaling Ming Yin to follow. The cafeteria boasted an array of culinary delights, with tables set in the center. Ming Yin trailed behind Song Li, surveying the colorful dishes. There were not only traditional cafeteria meals, but also famous snacks from across the nation. Mo, rolled rice noodles and cold noodles among them. The options were dazzling and overwhelming. Song Li, too, was taken aback. It had been years since she had enjoyed cafeteria food, and every dish seemed tantalizing. After meandering through the cafeteria, and under Yu Chi's persistent urging, the two ultimately settled on traditional fare. The Annie's skill in tossing the wok remained unparalleled. They settled on a serving of rice, stir-fried potatoes with meat, and egg-fried cabbage, a table designed for four. Ming Yin found herself seated opposite the two. To her surprise, she had underestimated her own attractiveness. As soon as she placed her meal down, a group of girls followed suit, their eyes fixed intently upon her. Song Li also noticed the aggressive stares from behind, and, casting a sidelong glance at Yu Chi, began to appraise the person she spent her days with. Ming Yin wore a sky-blue hoodie with a hood, paired with gray sweatpants and white sneakers, her thick hair cascading casually, concealing any sharp features. She appeared innocent and unthreatening. Ming Yin's attire further solidified Song Li's belief that she was not the fiercely Ming Yin, but rather a quintessential internet-addicted youth. As Song Li speculated about Ming Yin's identity based on her clothing, she naturally overlooked her appearance, Upon closer examination, it became evident that the current Ming Yin and the former Li Ming Yin were entirely different, lacking any resemblance. What an inexplicable charm. This colleague, how old are you? You look remarkably youthful. Yu Qi finally spoke up. Ming Yin responded with a polite smile. I am 27, that I ask that so? You look like you're 17. Yu Qi exclaimed without a second thought. Thank you. Ming Yin replied, quite flattered that, oh, I nearly forgot to introduce myself. I'm Yu Qi, Song Li's roommate and friend. What is your name? Yu Qi received the same level of attentiveness from Ming Yin and was practically starry-eyed, gazing unabashedly at her. Meanwhile, Song Li observed the friendly interaction between the two in silence. Just call me Ming Yin. Ming Yin, what a beautiful name. With a handsome guy here, I feel a bit shy. Yu Qi admitted, suddenly losing her appetite as she stared fixedly at Ming Yin. Thank you, Ming Yin said, not wanting to offend the young girl. Song Li, watching the exchange, thought to herself, well, she's not a rival. She's a friend to women, a central air conditioner. May I ask, do you have a girlfriend? Yu Qi inquired boldly. Ming Yin chuckled and shook her head, that why Yu Qi's eyes brightened even more, eager for Ming Yin's every response. During the meal, Yu Qi bombarded Ming Yin with countless questions that it was only when Song Li's expression grew neutral that Yu Qi finally curtailed her inquiries. As they reached the teaching building, Yu Qi headed back to the dormitory in the opposite direction, noticing Ming Yin was about to leave. Can we exchange WeChat? Yu Qi asked one last time. Song Li was already aware of Yu Qi's persistence, watching Ming Yan's reaction with curiosity. Ming Yan hesitated. She was currently using Li Ming Yan's WeChat account, making it awkward to add others. Sorry, it's not very convenient. Ming Yin politely declined. Let me create a new account, and I'll add you later, alright? Yu Qi, sensing the rejection, dejectedly returned to the dormitory. Beside her, Song Li felt intrigued that a typical internet-addicted youth should be enamored by someone as sweet and naive as Yu Qi. Why would she decline? In the car, Song Li directly asked, why didn't you add Yu Qi's WeChat? Ming Yin, fastening her seatbelt, instinctively replied that account isn't very suitable for adding girls. The air grew tense in an instant, and Ming Yin quickly realized her choice of words was inappropriate. That account isn't really appropriate for adding young ladies. Yet that was still not quite right. Ming Yin struggled to find the right words to express her thoughts. Song Li beside her wore a knowing smile, her eyes glimmering with understanding. She should have known better. There are no perfect men in this world. If they exist, they are merely a fade. But I'm a woman. Ming Yin interjected. That doesn't concern me. You needn't explain, Song Li said dismissively, turning her gaze to the window. Fine, Ming Yin acquiesced. With Song Li refusing to engage further, Ming Yin bit her lip. Feeling vexed, having been away from school for quite some time, Song Li had forgotten many things and had underestimated her influence during her college years. With her striking looks and exceptional figure, she had garnered the title of Campus Belle, as her photos circulated on forums upon her enrollment. Even now, as a senior, she maintained her esteemed position. As they unloaded their luggage downstairs, photos of their shared meals were uploaded to the forum. And with Ming Yan's stunning beauty added to the mix, it quickly sparked a fervent discussion online. The license plate number of the Maybach was inevitably exposed as well, having been away from campus for nearly a decade. Song Li was blissfully unaware of the forum's gossip and was preparing to leave the school premises. The white Maybach glided through the campus, slowly approaching the east gate as they neared the entrance. An orange Porsche suddenly accelerated, veering sharply in front of them. The bright color of the Porsche was eye-catching. Yu Yang wore an expression of impatience. After 3 years of pursuit, he had seen Song Li taken by someone else over a mere holiday. And he was determined to discover who this person was. Could they possibly measure up to him? With that thought, Yu Yang opened the car door, his face displaying both irritation and anger as he exited the vehicle. In the imposing presence of the Maybach, however, the Porsche's bravado quickly dissipated. Ming Yin leaned forward, realizing the Porsche was so low that she could hardly see its front end unless she got much closer. Years had passed, and Song Li could hardly recall her schoolmates, especially this individual before her, who left no impression. She squinted, scrutinizing Yu Yang. Is he one of your classmates? Ming Yin asked, noting the provocative expression on Yu Yang's face. Song Li rifled through her memories, vaguely recalling him as a suitor whose name eluded her. I think he was one of my admirers, but I can't remember his name, she said, somewhat uncertain. This admirer is rather fervent, Ming Yin remarked, leaving her opinion open-ended. Let us get acquainted, shall we? Yu Yang presumed that Ming Yin would immediately step out to confront him upon encountering his provocation. To his surprise, she did not even lower the window. The commotion drew attention, and onlookers began to gather, while Yu Yang's friends arrived to assess the situation. Upon catching sight of Ming Yan's face through the windshield, they recognized her as the one who drove the limited edition Lamborghini days prior. One friend leaned in and whispered a warning to Yu Yang, who glanced at Ming Yin once more, realizing she was just some nouveau riche who had no right to be so brazen. Who did I think you were? A nouveau riche. Song Li. I pursued you for 3 years, and yet your taste remains so narrow-minded, Yu Yang remarked, maintaining a facade of civility towards Song Li. Though devoid of any respect, standing by the window, Yu Yang looked down at Ming Yin with disdain. 3 years of pursuit. Wasn't he that harassment of Song Li for 3 years? Ming Yin pursed her lips, discomforted by the boy's condescending gaze. There a problem? Ming Yin rolled down the window, casting a sidelong glance at this peculiar character, mimicking Li Ming Yan's tone and immediately asserting her dominance. Yet her assertiveness came off as rather infuriating, igniting anger in Yu Yang's eyes that he balled his fists and pressed them against the half-open window, locking eyes with Ming Yin in icy silence. One must respect the order of things. Did you seek my approval to be with Song Li? Having pursued Song Li for 3 years, although he never succeeded, he had pressured others to abandon their interests in her. Naturally, he intended to apply the same tactics towards Ming Yin. Who are you to dictate? Does Song Li need your permission to date? Ming Yin chuckled, her eyes narrowing as she met his gaze with a sharp, derisive smile. Ignoring him, she turned to Song Li. This oddity, a student from Haida. Beside her, Song Li was inquiring about Yu Qi. That must be right. Let me ask Yu Qi who this person is. Song Li casually remarked, casting a glance at Yu Yang. Her voice was not loud, yet Ming Yin heard it quite clearly. So it is a secret admiration. One might mistakenly think she is a mistress given the circumstances. Ming Yan's mind began to piece things together, and she resolved not to hold back her forthrightness any longer. Chapter 31. My father is the district chief. Yu Yang, who had overheard Song Li's words, wore an expression of disbelief. Upon witnessing Ming Yan's unabashed mockery, his anger erupted. Clenching his fists, he reached into the car, intending to strike Ming Yin. However, Ming Yin was quick to react, kicking the car door open. Yu Yang, who had been leaning against it, suddenly lost his support and fell backward. The unseen mud and dust on the ground instantly marred his white trousers, prompting his roommate to rush forward to assist him. Laughter erupted around them, though Yu Yang's composure unraveled. His feelings of embarrassment were overshadowed by fury. Ming Yin, from inside the car, extended her long legs and slowly emerged. A chilling disdain and a hint of contempt adorned her face. And even in casual attire, her commanding presence was undeniable. This person is Yu Yang. His father is the district chief, and his mother is Shen Qing Yan's distant cousin. Song Li explained to Ming Yin as she stepped outside. He seems to have harassed her before, but was discreetly dealt with by Li Ming Yin. Ming Yin scoffed, unperturbed that in the realm of this narrative, Li Ming Yin was known to navigate both the underworld and legitimate society with ease. Corruption had yet to be eradicated in Hua country, and here was the district chief's son, flaunting his connections, while being distantly related to Shen Qing Yin, who held significant influence herself. You have no idea who my father is. Yu Yang, now regaining his footing, shouted at Ming Yin, his voice laced with rage. He had never endured such humiliation and vowed to make her pay for this affront. Meanwhile, a crowd of onlookers had gathered, encircling the scene, while the security guard at the entrance, intimidated by Yu Yang's authority, pretended not to notice. Ming Yin surveyed the surroundings and smirked, realizing she had stepped into a narrative straight from a novel. If it were modern times, she would surely be trending on social media. Let us keep a low profile. Today, however, I shall make my presence known, she thought, exhaling deeply. I may not know who your father is, but you will soon learn who I am, Ming Yin stated, her voice husky yet authoritative, as she advanced towards Yu Yang with an air of unyielding determination. Standing at 1.87 meters tall, her broad shoulders exuded an overwhelming aura that dwarfed Yu Yang, who was akin to a plucked chicken in her presence. Ming Yin's cold smile cracked her knuckles ominously, suggesting she was ready to fight, prompting the onlookers to hastily pull out their phones to record the unfolding drama. Yu Yang was momentarily intimidated, instinctively retreating. Before Ming Yin could make her move, a security guard, gathering his courage, stepped in to separate the two. School policy prohibits fighting. Gentlemen, let's resolve this amicably. Though you may have influence. We, the security personnel, do not that if trouble arises, our jobs could be at stake, he cautioned. Ming Yin paused, acknowledging the guard's point. After all, violence was not the answer. Yet, her piercing gaze remained fierce, exerting pressure on both the guard and Yu Yang. As if she were on the verge of striking, Yu Yang, unwilling to concede defeat, glared defiantly at Ming Yin. However, the violence radiating from her was unnerving, causing him to involuntarily step back. Ming Yin, sensing his fear, relaxed her expression. She had merely wished to test the impact of her gaze on others, and it appeared to be effective. With a mocking laugh, Ming Yin shifted her demeanor, retracting her intimidation, and swiftly took a photograph of Yu Yang, sending it to Shen Yin. The snap was so rapid that Yu Yang was caught off guard, and in a fit of indignation, he attempted to charge at Ming Yin, only for her to retreat with a smile. With a cold smirk, she produced a business card from her pocket and handed it to Yu Yang. This is my card. Shortly, my lawyer will personally visit your parents to discuss your prolonged harassment of Miss Song Li. I will also be filing a lawsuit on her behalf regarding today's incident. Brace yourself for some hard time, kid, she declared, her smile sinister. The Li family, with their extensive legal network, could easily land him in prison. Ming Yin had never believed it until now. It was time to put it to the test. The business card gleamed with opulence, the name Li Ming Yin standing out prominently. Yu Yang's pupils dilated, rationality returning as he looked at Ming Yin in shock that he might not have known the extent of Li Ming Yan's reputation in High City, but he was well aware that even Shen Yin regarded her with caution. If she could intimidate the district chief, she could certainly handle the mayor without consequence that moment. Ming Yin had already entered her vehicle. Yu Yang's fury morphed into a state of dazed realization as he began to comprehend the weight of Li Ming Yan's formidable reputation. Move your car immediately, Ming Yin commanded, her voice deep and resonant. Yu Yang swallowed hard. He had only seen Li Ming Yin at his cousin Shen's gatherings, where her presence was always understated, despite knowing his cousin had a contentious relationship with her. Everyone in High City knew that Li Ming Yin was not someone to provoke. Unable to fathom why Li Ming Yin was at the school, Yu Yang recognized he had landed himself in serious trouble. Without a moment's hesitation, he scurried back to his vehicle and maneuvered it away, clearing the path for Ming Yan. Yu Yang's rapid change in demeanor baffled the surrounding onlookers, who were unaware of Li Ming Yan's identity. His roommates were equally puzzled, ready to inquire about Yu Yang when he swiftly veered towards another entrance, seeking his district chief father for assistance. Thus, the farce came to a close that a few minutes of footage made its way online, creating quite a stir. Shen Group in stark contrast to Ming Yan's leisurely pace. Shen Yin was engulfed in a whirlwind of work, utterly exhausted. The bidding for the land in the western suburbs was reaching a critical phase. Although Li Ming Yin was not participating, several contenders with political connections had emerged. Despite the fact that half of High City belonged to the Li family, the other half to the Shen family. The political landscape posed challenges for Shen Yin. The Shen family had only risen to prominence under his leadership, lacking deep roots and the kind of influential figures like the old Mr. Li to anchor them, making them less competitive in this race. Recalling the connections between the Shen family and the political sphere, Shen Yin contemplated reaching out to his cousin's father, who still held some sway in High City. Just as he was considering inviting his cousin's family to dinner, a message from Li Ming Yin arrived. It was the first time Li Ming Yin had reached out to him directly, leaving Shen Yin in disbelief as he opened the message. I hear this person is your cousin, accompanied by an image. Confused, Shen Yin opened the photo to find Yu Yang, covered in dust and cowering behind a diminutive security guard. His face bearing a defiant stubbornness, with slight redness around his eyes. Yu Yang is my cousin. What did you do to him? Shen Yin was well aware of Li Ming Yin's character, understanding that he was someone who would repay even the slightest grievance in kind. Looking at the photograph, he mused that Yu Yang had likely provoked a tiger. Given Li Ming Yin's temperament, Yu Yang's prospects appeared grim. He thought to himself that moment, Yu Yang of the Yu family was already trembling in fear. Overwhelmed by a room full of elite lawyers he traveled, he foolishly felt relieved, thinking that since Li Ming Yin was the chairman of the Li Group, he would undoubtedly be as busy as his cousin and would not waste time on someone as insignificant as himself. Little did he expect the arrival of the lawyers to be so swift. Under Ming Yan's orders, they exaggerated the severity of the situation. Moreover, Yu Yang had long engaged in numerous misdeeds, including bullying and harassing women, which had already constituted criminal behavior. His time in prison would merely depend on the lawyer's capabilities. That Yu Huaibin was acutely aware of this reality. If he had a son who ended up in prison and had offended Li Mingyan, not only would his promotion be unattainable, but he might also lose his position altogether. Politely, he welcomed the lawyers at the door, bowing deeply as he saw them off. For years, Shen Qingyan and Li Mingyan had been locked in a rivalry, and the legends surrounding Li Mingyan were as numerous as the stars in Haicheng. Offending Li Mingyan would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences for Yu Huaibin. The reckless Yu Yang had been kneeling at the door since he entered, and as Yu Huaibin respectfully escorted the legal team out, he turned around and, consumed by anger, struck his once favored son across the face. The force of the blow sent Yu Yang stumbling backward. Momentarily deafened, his ears ringing, that Yu's mother rushed forward, blocking Yu Huaibin, tears streaming down her face as she embraced her son. "Why are you hitting our son? It's Li Mingyan who is being aggressive and making a mountain out of a molehill. If you lack the ability to confront Li Mingyan, then why don't you just leave him be?" Yu's mother, hailing from the esteemed Shen family, had brought a hefty dowry when she married into the Yu family, securing her high status. That Yu Huaibin found himself momentarily speechless. Not to mention Li Mingyan's ruthless nature and penchant for vengeance. Their son had publicly humiliated Li Mingyan at school, and it was unnecessary for Li Mingyan to act. The Li family would undoubtedly handle it themselves. The Yu family could not bear the consequences, nor could the Shen family. Do you even know who Li Mingyan is? Yu Huaibin finally managed to articulate. Li Mingyan was none other than Shen Qingyan's arch-nemesis. The Yu family could not afford to provoke him, as if the Shen family were of no consequence. Over the years, Shen Qingyan and Li Mingyan had engaged in both overt and covert battles. Although Shen Qingyan had rarely emerged victorious, she had nonetheless demonstrated her formidable capabilities against Li Mingyan. Scoffed Yu Huaibin. "You Shen family think you are so superior. If it weren't for Shen Qingyan deliberately opposing Li Mingyan and spreading rumors, your family wouldn't even hold a prominent position in Haicheng." That he had married into the Shen family and navigated the realms of politics and business, and while outsiders might be oblivious, he was not. The Li family had only Li Mingyan to support it, but with the old man's connections and his affection for Li Mingyan, no one in Haicheng or even Huabu could challenge him. Shen Qingyan had merely been fortunate. Li Mingyan was merely toying with her. "You, a farmer's child, still look down upon my Shen family. How dare you?" Yu's mother, accustomed to being spoiled both in her maiden home and after marriage, shot back with sharp words. That what's wrong with being from a farming background? You still married me and bore my children. For all these years, I've been the one toiling for this family. What have you done? If you truly had any capability, then you should resolve the trouble caused by your precious son. After so many years of being a son-in-law to the Shen family, I've had enough. That if you can't handle this, then don't come back. To Yu Huaibin, thoroughly disillusioned, decided to disregard the matter. With his status, he couldn't even face Li Mingyan. With a useless son and a useless wife, what was the point of his efforts? In utter disappointment, he turned away, leaving the mess for others to clean up. At worst, he would leave with nothing. Chapter 32. Seeking Shen Qingyan's help. After Mingyan brought Song Li home, he attempted to inquire about the situation. But Song Li seemed equally in the dark, only mentioning a few details. Nevertheless, Mingyan sensed something amiss until the information department sent over their investigation report that he had initially thought Yu Yang was just a reckless second-generation rich kid. But he soon realized the depths of his misbehavior. Years ago, the Shen family had allied with Yu Huaibin, formally stepping into the political arena. Shortly thereafter, Yu's mother gave birth to their only son, Yu Yang, who became the linchpin between the two families, cherished and protected by both sides. Setting aside Yu Yang's past misdeeds, Mingyan felt compelled to punch him for the things he had done to Song Li during their university years. As a fellow student, after Song Li was voted as the campus beauty, she was besieged by suitors. Overwhelmed, she found herself unable to cope until Yu Yang made his entrance, leveraging his father's influence and his mother's affection. He drove her admirers to drop out or take leaves of absence. From that moment on, no man dared approach Song Li, and Yu Yang began his relentless pursuit to escape Yu Yang's harassment. Song Li ran for class representative and sought to befriend the teachers. With the prestigious faculty at Haida University, the teachers' backgrounds were formidable, which naturally instilled fear in Yu Yang, allowing Song Li to navigate her 3 years relatively unscathed under their protection. Had she not been there today, Song Li would have continued to suffer from harassment in the future. 4 years of her precious youth had been utterly ruined by the scoundrel Yu Yang. Ming Yan's fury ignited. He felt compelled to avenge Song Li, and it was imperative. Unconsciously, he stood by the window for half an hour before finally resolutely turning around, only to find Song Li standing silently behind him. When did you arrive?" Ming Yan stammered, startled, recalling his earlier thoughts, fearing that his expression might have betrayed him. "What do you think?" Song Li chuckled lightly, taking a seat on the sofa before him. But what's with the emotional upheaval? Caught off guard, Ming Yan forced a stiff smile. After a moment of hesitation, he confessed, "I'm sorry. While the information department was investigating Yu Yang, they also sent over your university records that I didn't mean to pry." Ming Yan recognized that this was an invasion of privacy and immediately apologized, having been subjected to invasive scrutiny in her past life. Song Li had grown accustomed to such things, yet she found it surprising that Ming Yan would apologize. "Let me take a look, that I tend to forget unpleasant memories. Perhaps it will jog my memory." Unbeknownst to them, Song Li gradually began to lower her defenses, revealing her true self, while Ming Yan had long since grown accustomed to her demeanor. She briefly skimmed through the documents with an unchanging expression, seemingly indifferent. "Rest assured, I will deal with that scoundrel Yu Yang," she declared to Ming Yan. Song Li's stoic facade appeared to be a mask for her hidden pain. Upon hearing Ming Yan's words, she offered a faint smile, remarking that compared to encountering Li Ming Yan, Yu Yang was hardly worth mentioning. Perhaps she was simply unfortunate, unable to escape the clutches of either Yu Yang or Li Ming Yan. However, in this lifetime, Song Li lifted her gaze to the man before her. Sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a golden glow upon him, as if he were enveloped in a divine light. Amused by her own thoughts, Song Li asked directly, "Is your desire to deal with Yu Yang because of me?" Without hesitation, Ming Yan replied, "Of course. Yu Yang has harmed you, and he must face the consequences. Don't worry. I will ensure he understands the repercussions. That I will also protect you." That he refrained from expressing his deeper feelings, offering a shy promise instead. "Protect me?" Song Li laughed brightly, that if in the past life he had been Li Ming Yan, then perhaps she would not be in her current situation. She might have been able to attain happiness and love. Regrettably, he had not appeared, and the wound she bore ran deep. "Thank you." Song Li sincerely expressed her gratitude. There was much she needed to accomplish, and the only thing she could offer at this moment was her heartfelt thanks. Yet, she was resolute in her pursuit of the Li family. The only rival capable of contending with the Shun and Yu families was the Li family. For her mother, for her child, and for herself, she had no other choice. Asu Huaibin left in a huff. Yu's mother suddenly lost her anchor and could only return to the Shun family with her son to seek assistance at the Shun family's ancestral home. Upon receiving Ming Yan's photographs, Shen Qingyan instantly knew he would be summoned back. In the guest hall, the 7 aunts and 8 uncles of the Shun family had all gathered, brainstorming solutions. Upon seeing Shen Qingyan, they regarded him as their savior. Shen Qingyan had yet to shake off the worries from the bidding process, and the key district uncle had already fled. Truly, it was a case of misfortunes piling on top of one another. "Qingyan, you are the only one who can stand against Li Mingyan. You must think of something. Yu Yang cannot go to prison." Yu's mother immediately grasped Shen Qingyan's hand, pleading earnestly that if Yu Yang goes to prison, it will inevitably affect your uncle. Indeed, only the Shen family's lawyers can contend with the Li families. Others chimed in. "Humph." Shen Qingyan shrugged off Yu's mother's hand, feeling exasperated as he sank into the soft couch, rubbing his aching temples. "Hire a lawyer. Your son will be lucky to make it out of this door without someone breaking his legs." "Do you believe me?" Shen Qingyan possesses a profound understanding of Li Mingyan and is even more attuned to the temperament of the Li family. Their internal strife may breed discord, yet they present a united front against external adversaries. To insult the head of the family is to insult the entirety of the Li clan. Could there be a more reckless act? Yu Yang merely misspoke a few words. It should not warrant such a grave reaction. Moreover, Yu Yang is a member of the Shen family, and Li Mingyan would hesitate to act against him. Yu Mu lacks a proper grasp of the intricacies of the political and business realms. Holding on to a misplaced sense of optimism, you might as well let Yu Yang venture out to test the waters. if a video surfaces online showcasing someone daring enough to humiliate Li Mingyan. One can only speculate how the elder of the Li family would respond. Shen Qingyan lifted her eyelids slightly, revealing faint shadows beneath her eyes. Qingyan, only you can save Yu Yang. You must assist your brother. Someone implored. The elder Li is a formidable figure in the eyes of the older generation, and Yu Mu has finally come to recognize the gravity of the situation. Shen Qingyan wearily shook her head. With Yu Huaibin gone, the bidding prospects now appear bleak. How is the preparation for the bidding proceeding? If it is already secured, then there is no need to offend Li Mingyan for the sake of Yu Yang. Shen Fu, upright on the sofa, pondered for a moment before inquiring. Upon hearing Shen Fu's words, the room fell silent. Although Shen Fu's health was declining, he remained focused on the Shen family's affairs. In response, Shen Qingyan shook her head and sighed. No, there are political figures involved, and the company does not have a decisive advantage. Shen Qingyan did not hold back, stating her thoughts candidly before the assembled company. You must think of a way to handle Yu Yang's situation. I will speak to Yu Huaibin about the project being undecided, that why Yu Huaibin remains a valuable ally in the political sphere for our Shen family, and should not be easily offended. Shen Qingyan, with a hint of exasperation, cast a sidelong glance at her father. The two seemed to engage in a silent riddle, leaving those around them perplexed, yet Yu Mu grasped the final statement all too well. Yes, Qingyan, think of a solution. Your uncle has warned that if this is not handled properly, he will seek a divorce from me. Wai Yu Mu was acutely aware of the purpose behind her marriage alliance. Should she divorce Yu Huaibin, both she and her son would lose their utility, that I will return and check on things. Yu Yang must remain at the old residence during this time and not go anywhere. Understood? Shen Qingyan adjusted her gold-rimmed glasses as she issued her instructions. Li Mingyan has undergone significant changes lately, and she finds herself uncertain. Chapter 33. Meeting at HK Shen Qingyan. Are you free tonight? Would you care to join me for a drink? Shen Qingyan did not linger. The company was at a critical juncture, and he could not afford to offend either side. As for Li Mingyan, who still indulged in goji berries, he had come to realize that their long-standing bond should not be strained over trivial matters. Let Li Mingyan take on the mantle of the foremost power in Haiqing. Li Mingyan, is there something you need? Shen Qingyan, indeed, I have reserved a private room at HK. I hope you will grace me with your presence. Shen Qingyan was quick in his arrangements. And Li Mingyan surmised that Yu Yang's father held significant sway over the Shen family, indicating that Shen Qingyan was prepared to extend a helping hand. Li Mingyan was also aware that the land in the western suburbs represented a splendid opportunity for the Shen family to elevate their standing. With Yu Yang's recent antics, it was likely that Yu Huaibin would find it challenging to navigate the political landscape, and the Shen family might very well lose the bidding as a result. In the original narrative, Shen Qingyan and Li Mingyan had openly challenged one another, and the mere reputation of the Li family had deterred many companies from competing. Thus, it was no surprise that someone would dare to step forward and test the waters this time. Given that the Li family had not previously participated, despite her reluctance to provoke Shen Qingyan, she could not forgive Yu Yang's brazen arrogance, which he wielded like a weapon. Should she accept the invitation? Li Mingyan found himself wavering. The sky darkened, and he leaned against the swinging chair in the garden, where the star-studded night sky shone resplendently. After contemplating for a while, he resolved to accept the invitation. They could sit down and discuss matters civilly. Xiao Baiwa, Shen Qingyan has invited me to HK. I shall go and return later. After dinner, Song Li had not emerged from her room, likely resting. And Li Mingyan deemed it inappropriate to intrude, opting instead to send a message to inform Song Li. Inside the lavish private room at HK, Shen Qingyan was well aware of Li Mingyan's focus on health and had thoughtfully prepared fine tea in anticipation of his arrival. HK is a venue of entertainment, replete with facilities for dining, drinking, and amusement, and occupies an entire building. As night falls, the glamorous elite and affluent businessmen converge upon HK, which also happens to be where Li Mingyan first awakened in this narrative. It had been nearly 2 months since he last visited this place, that Li Mingyan drove his sports car to the entrance, where a doorman promptly opened the door and offered to park the vehicle for him. He stepped out of the car and made his way directly into the lobby, where he was met by a staff member who guided him, without the need for words, with an impassive expression. He embodied the persona of a cold and aloof CEO. The private elevator ascended slowly, and Shen Qingyan, aware of Li Mingyan's arrival, awaited him by the door of the private room. extending him due courtesy. Engaging in a feud with Li Mingyan would yield no benefits. Compromising could serve as a viable strategy. That you've arrived, and I've been waiting for you, Shen Qingyan greeted, his head tilted, a bright smile adorning his face. His tone affable as Li Mingyan approached. Shen Qingyan playfully draped an arm over his shoulder and warmly remarked, "Knowing you've given up alcohol, I prepared some delightful tea just for you." Shen Qingyan's beaming demeanor marked the most amiable interaction they had shared in quite some time. "Let us get down to business," Li Mingyan stated as he entered the private room. The beautiful servers at HK personally assisted Li Mingyan in removing his suit jacket. There's no need to rush. Let us first enjoy some tea and engage in conversation. After all, slow and steady wins the race. Li Mingyan regarded the tea Shen Qingyan offered, accepting it politely before placing it on the table. Recalling the lesson learned from their last encounter, his actions were unmistakable, but Shen Qingyan merely smiled nonchalantly and swiftly downed the tea in front of Li Mingyan. "That I acknowledge my previous mistake. Rest assured, there will be no repeat of that incident," Shen Qingyan assured without ambiguity. That Li Mingyan pressed her lips together. She had no intention of provoking Shen Qingyan further, and exhibiting displeasure would not be wise. Shen Qingyan poured more tea and handed it to Li Mingyan, who took a sip. The bidding progressing smoothly. The situation regarding Yu Yang was non-negotiable. Were Shen Qingyan willing to relent regarding Yu Yang? She might extend assistance. Shen Qingyan chuckled lightly. "I heard you played the hero at Haida University, stepping up for a girl." Shen Qingyan did not respond directly, but instead redirected the conversation, having grasped the full context. It was no wonder Yu Yang had dared to challenge Li Mingyan. Dressed in such a manner at Haida, he likely did not recognize Li Mingyan as the individual he confronted. Just a child in need of discipline. Li Mingyan remarked, taking a sip of her tea with an air of nonchalance. "Oh, is that so? What do you intend to do about that child?" Li Mingyan set down her cup as Shen Qingyan picked up his. Cautiously probing, "Did I hear that child is your cousin?" "Yes, unfortunately, this matter has fallen into my lap. It would not be proper for me to ignore it," Shen Qingyan remarked, blowing gently on his hot tea. Unbeknownst to them, the atmosphere between the two was becoming increasingly tense. Regardless of their respective attitudes, in an instant, it became fraught with tension, ready to explode. Explosion, whether for the sake of competition or for sentiment. It encompasses both. That it's hard to discern that you are indeed a person of deep emotions, Ming Yin. With her eyebrows raised, she evidently found it hard to believe. Deep emotions, Shen Qingyan scoffed, expressing her gratitude for Ming Yan's compliment. "In that case, it seems I cannot fulfill your wish. Yu Yang is someone I must ensure is sent away." "Then there is nothing to discuss." Shen Qingyan's smile froze at the corners of her mouth, and the atmosphere felt as if it had come to a standstill. "Did I ask this how you approach someone for assistance?" Ming Yin remarked, tongue-in-cheek, realizing why the two often clashed. She too felt the urge to confront him. "You know, the Shen family only has Yu Huaibin as a noteworthy figure in the political arena. That if you take action, not only will Yu Huaibin lose his position as district chief, but he may also find himself imprisoned for several years. This would be a significant loss for the Shen family, considering how few officials can withstand scrutiny." Shen Qingyan recognized that her earlier tone had been less than cordial. She gently tugged at the corners of her lips, lowering her head with a faint smile, and said calmly, "These are matters we are all aware of. There is no harm in speaking them aloud. However, regarding the bidding, it seems a mere district chief like Yu Huaibin wouldn't suffice," Ming Yin thought, as numerous influential figures were eager to partake. "Indeed, it's quite unmanageable, but if you, Ming Yin, could lend your voice, the situation would become considerably simpler." Shen Qingyan wore a smile, recalling that in the past, her words would provoke an outburst from Ming Yin. But now, Shen Qingyan discreetly observed the changing expressions on Ming Yan's face. It seemed as though she was oblivious to his previous demeanor. When had she become so much more composed? Shen Qingyan raised her teacup, concealing her skepticism that it's a matter of a single phrase. "It truly is simple." While Ming Yin entertained the notion of offering assistance, she was cautious about voicing it, as it could easily place her at a disadvantage. The implication was clear. She was assessing what conditions Shen Qingyan could present. "Ah," Shen Qingyan chuckled lightly, understanding that everyone sought to extract something from him. Chapter 34. Drugged again, perched on Cloud 9. Yin Li, Lin Sheng, and Song Li's video call persisted for 4 hours. By the time Song Li stepped out of her room, it was already 10 o'clock at night. That it was only then that she noticed Ming Yan's message. Xin Yan's intentions were glaringly evident. Song Li could discern that it pertained to Yu Yang. However, she pondered whether Li Mingyan might turn against Xin Yan over this issue. After all, the political sphere had always been a weakness for the Xin family. Yu Huaibin had been nurtured over many years, and if Li Mingyan insisted on dealing with Yu Yang, it would likely lead to further animosity between the Shun and Li families. Song Li raised an eyebrow, realizing that animosity was merely a matter of time, given Li Mingyan's temperament. Yet she found herself uncertain about Li Mingyan's words that in their upcoming meeting in HK. If Xin Yan harbored ulterior motives, she wondered whether Mingyan would possess the strength to withstand them, stirring a sense of unease within her. Inside the private room, Xin Yan smiled faintly, contemplating the greatest leverage she could muster. In the brief exchange of words, as the tea settled into her stomach, she began to sense something amiss. Her body inexplicably felt weak, and her eyelashes trembled involuntarily. Xin Yan lowered her gaze, remaining silent, steadying her mind. The tea she had prepared was undoubtedly safe. The issue could solely stem from the water provided by HK that in an instant, she recognized where the problem lay. Swiftly, she waved her hand, knocking the teacup from Ming Yan's grasp. Though Ming Yan had consumed little, she too began to experience a peculiar sensation. Her eyes narrowed, glancing sharply at Xin Yan. He appeared to be losing strength. "It's not me. The water from HK is tainted," Xin Yan quickly clarified, sensing the shift in Ming Yan's demeanor, a cold glint in her eyes. Xin Yan's fluctuating expressions only fueled her doubt. Fortunately, she had consumed much and still possessed some strength. Gathering her resolve, she attempted to make her way toward the door. The spacious private room ensured their conversation remained confidential, with their subordinates waiting outside. A familiar sensation crept up from the depths of her heart. Ming Yan furrowed her brow, stumbling toward the exit. The room's soundproofing was effective, and the heavy door obstructed her cries for help. Ming Yan, drenched in sweat, gasped for breath, sliding down against the wall as her vision became hazy from the effects of the drug. Clinging to her sanity, Ming Yan opened her phone, only to find the screen appearing to split into two. Squinting, her fingers weakly navigated to WeChat, unable to discern the words on the screen, but she recognized her top contacts were her assistants. Any of them would do to in her muddled state. She forgot that the first contact was Song Li. As she squinted and scrolled, the phone rang, and a flicker of relief washed over her. Perched on cloud 9, Song Li, feeling anxious, received a video call from Ming Yan. "Hello, I'm in HK. Room 903. Come save me." Ming Yan, leaning against the wall, spoke weakly, mistakenly believing it was a voice call. Uncertain of the substance that had been administered, she felt utterly drained. Song Li activated the video, the camera capturing Ming Yan's chin. Revealing her pained expression. "Stay where you are. I'll be right there," Song Li instructed, immediately grabbing her car keys and heading downstairs. "Wait, find a hidden corner where you won't be easily discovered, quickly." Ming Yan was fortunate to have managed to call her, indicating that the person who had drugged her had yet to locate her. Hiding until rescue arrived seemed the wisest option. Song Li's calm and steady voice penetrated Ming Yan's ears, bringing her slightly back to lucidity. She lifted her dazed eyes and noticed Xin Yan curled up on the sofa, clutching at her thigh. Ming Yan deduced the nature of the drug. The initial weakness was followed by the only individuals who would dare to harm her, and Xin Yan were the likes of Song Yi. That madwoman. Damn it, Ming Yan gritted her teeth, scanning her surroundings. She remembered there was a concealed wardrobe nearby. Just moments ago, the attendant had placed her blazer inside. Time was of the essence. She had no idea when that madwoman would arrive. Ming Yan gathered her strength, realizing her legs lacked the power to hold her up. Fortunately, the gleaming marble tiles eased her movement. Outside the door, when Song Yi confronted the group of bodyguards accompanying Xin Yan. The assistants were merely capable of self-preservation, utterly defenseless against the fierce bodyguards, who were relentless in their advance. Several were swiftly subdued, and the bodyguards opened the heavy door, revealing Xin Yan curled up in a booth. Dressed in a black suit, the dim lighting of the private room obscured Xin Yan's figure, and with both women bearing similar builds, when Song Yi felt a momentary haze, surveying the surroundings. She noted only one individual on the sofa. Could it be that Xin Yan had sensed her intentions and was playing her hand? As these thoughts crossed her mind, when Song Yi entered the booth. her high heels clicking against the floor as the heavy door closed behind her, leaving the formidable bodyguards waiting outside. Xin Yin, in agony, collapsed onto the booth, burying her face in the soft sofa. When Song Yi swallowed hard, feeling a twinge of apprehension. Since discovering Song Li's existence, her focus had shifted entirely to her. She was certain that Song Li and Ming Yin had never crossed paths before that fateful night. Thus, the affection and protection Xin Yin bestowed upon Song Li were born from that singular moment. After witnessing the viral video online, when Song Yi's suspicions were further solidified, Song Li had merely spent a night with Xin Yin. Yet he had brought her into his company, into his home, altered her wardrobe, and even taken her to school. All this preferential treatment stemmed from Song Li's willingness to offer her body. Had she known Xin Yin would be so responsible, she would have pursued him long ago. Regrettably, Xin Yin was an elusive target. After finally finding a chance, she was determined to capture his heart, even if it meant crossing paths with Xin Yin. Once she had Xin Yin's unwavering devotion, she needn't fear Xin Yin at all. When Song Yi reveled in her thoughts, exhaling as she cautiously approached the figure in the booth. "Brother Yin, how are you?" The booth was low, and when Song Yi knelt before him, gently placing her hand on his shoulder, her voice soft and inquiring, as the woman's voice echoed in his ears. Xin Yin, barely coherent, suddenly opened his eyes, his brows furrowing in pain. "Brother Yin, are you all right?" When Song Yi half knelt before the booth, her icy hands intentionally gliding over the feverish skin of his neck. Xin Yin's breath quickened. The names Xin Yin and Li Ming Yin both bore the word Yin, and the intimacy of her address left him bewildered. Though Xin Yin's mind was clouded, he recognized that if he turned away, he would lose control of himself entirely. Gasping for breath, he tensed his body, clinging to the remnants of his sanity. Seeing no reaction from him, when Song Yi grew bolder, her icy hands probing further inward. The coolness of her touch grazed his chest, and Xin Yin found himself powerless to resist. The effects of the drug would soon take hold of Yin that moment. He succumbed to the tide of desire. With a decisive motion, Xin Yin pulled her into his embrace, forcing her beneath him. The drug's influence rendered his vision hazy, obscuring his view of her. Yet she could see him clearly. His predatory gaze was locked onto her, akin to a hunter fixated on its prey. When Song Yi's pupils constricted sharply, swiftly replaced by a surge of terror. How could it be Xin Yin? Suddenly, trapped in Xin Yin's iron grip, when Song Yi's face drained of color, his heavy breaths and the undeniable hunger in his eyes revealed his intentions. Instinctively, she reacted, struggling fiercely to escape the clutches of the man radiating aggression. Chapter 35. Where three walk, one must fall. Unfortunately for Xin Yin, his mind was clouded. He shook his head, feeling the drug's effects clash within him, his strength gradually returning, especially after feeling her struggle beneath him. If she wished to flee, it was too late. Xin Yin's reason snapped, replaced by an insatiable beast consumed by desire. As seconds ticked by, Song Li finally arrived in HK, with Li Mo rushing from home. Outside the private room, several bodyguards stood guard, and Song Li, aware of her vulnerability, recognized the gravity of the situation to go find Lu Yu. Tell him Li Ming Yin is in danger and to send help quickly. Song Li instructed Li Mo, maintaining her composure. Imo grasped the seriousness of the matter and dashed towards the upper management. Back and forth. Half an hour had already slipped by. "Ming Yin, how are you?" The conversation between the two remained uninterrupted, shrouded in darkness within the cabinet, leaving Song Li unable to discern Ming Yan's condition. "That I'm fine," she thought, hesitating as the incessant sounds of moaning filled her ears, contemplating whether to allow Li Mo to come in and take her away. However, Li Mo was a man, and although she had transformed into one, her essence remained that of a woman. Suddenly, the volume of the woman's moans escalated, resonating through the screen and making Song Li understand the gravity of the situation. As a devoted fan of Ming Yin, Lu Yu rushed over upon hearing the news, bringing along a group of capable individuals. In Hong Kong, even the security guards were trained in Taekwondo, let alone the battle-hardened professionals accompanying him. Within 5 minutes, all of Wen Song Yi's men had taken cover. Unfamiliar with the circumstances, Lu Yu was brimming with pride, ready to step in and take credit for the situation. "Wait, you all stay outside. I'll bring her out." Song Li timely interrupted Lu Yu, casting a glance at Li Mo to ensure he kept an eye on the situation. For reasons unknown, Li Mo instinctively complied with the request, positioning himself at the door and cracking it open just enough for Song Li to enter, leaving Lu Yu bewildered inside the private room. The lighting flickered in hues of red and green, and Song Li's entrance did not attract the attention of the two at the booth. She observed the two with a cold gaze. To her right was a spacious wardrobe, and as she approached and opened the door, she found Ming Yin, her body ablaze with heat, veins bulging on her arms, her shirt half unbuttoned due to the oppressive warmth. Revealing powerful muscles, the trousers clung tightly to her lower body. Song Li cast a fleeting glance and thought, "I should have dealt with this sooner that night. Do you still have strength?" she inquired, crouching to meet Ming Yan's gaze, who had her eyes tightly shut and brows furrowed. "Yes, but—" Ming Yan began, realizing she had regained some strength, yet was too frightened to rise, before she could finish her sentence. Song Li reached out and helped her out. For the overheated Ming Yan, Song Li's cool fingers were a tantalizing temptation, threatening to shatter her remaining rationality. "There are people outside. You must hold yourself together." A cold voice echoed in her ear, and Ming Yin felt her rationality return. She could persevere a while longer. Though her vision was blurred, she leaned against Song Li's petite frame to exit. To facilitate their passage, Li Mo nudged the half-open door further inward. Through the gap, the ongoing scene within was vividly apparent, causing Lu Yu, who stood opposite, to widen his eyes in shock that Li Mo swiftly closed the door. And Lu Yu, realizing what he had glimpsed, instinctively looked down, catching sight of Ming Yan's lower body. .3 of US. Did Brotherly not seize the opportunity? Or was he coerced into witnessing such a scene? Lu Yu's mind raced with possibilities. Are there any vacant suites? Song Li interrupted Lu Yu's thoughts. "Yes, the penthouse suite is available," Lu Yu replied, his gaze unconsciously roaming over Ming Yan. There were no hickeys on her neck or face. Although her shirt was open, her trousers appeared freshly pressed, showing no signs of having been removed. Thus, the truth was, Song Li shot Lu Yu a glare, guiding the dazed Ming Yan toward the stairs. "So the truth is," Lu Yu pondered, following closely behind Song Li. They had just fought against the Wen family's bodyguards, meaning the woman inside must be Wen Song Yi, known for her affection for Brother Li. Seizing this opportunity, she likely drugged him, with Xin Qing Yin also being present. Thus, she could simultaneously capture both of Hai Cheng's major powers that in the end, both the Li and Xin families would fall into the hands of the Wen family. Yet, Brother Li held disdain for Wen Song Yi and vowed to resist. But in the end, she still acquired Xin Qing Yin, which wasn't a total loss. What a cunning scheme, Lu Yu thought, unable to close his mouth as the shocking truth left him reeling. No wonder he had failed to win over Brother Li all these years. Perhaps he lacked the courage that Lu Yu lamented, the muffled sounds of men's labored breathing in the elevator growing increasingly apparent. He swallowed hard, glancing at the petite Song Li, preparing to extend a helping hand. However, before he could even touch a strand of Brother Li's hair, he was met with Song Li's piercing gaze, causing him to instinctively retract his hand. Upon exiting the elevator, Lu Yu produced the room card and stepped forward to lead the way, thoughtfully opening the door and swiping the card to activate the power. Leaning against the wall, he allowed Song Li and Ming Yan to enter. He could no longer afford to be timid. He resolved to be as bold as when Song Yi. Determined, Lu Yu prepared to close the door, but Li Mo swiftly blocked it with his foot. "What do you think you're doing? Brother Li is in a bad way. I need to stay behind to help," Lu Yu answered nervously, forcing the door shut. Song Li assisted Ming Yan a few steps forward, turning to witness the two in a dispute. She cast an icy glance at Lu Yu as he turned his head, and Ming Yan, head bowed, revealed her well-defined muscles beneath the loose shirt. Unable to resist, Lu Yu gulped. "Can I join?" he asked, swallowing hard. "Get lost," Song Li exclaimed, her worldview shattered. Limo took a deep breath, unable to bear the sight any longer, and stepped forward to grab Lu Yu by the neck, attempting to drag him out. "Why do you only pull me and not her? Why can she, but I cannot?" Lu Yu protested vehemently. Limo's usually expressionless face faltered. "Are you serious? How can you even say that?" His incredulous tone was laced with complexity, difficult to articulate. "What is wrong with me? I've been so humble. Brother Li, I'm really good. Just look at me." Limo's grip was too strong for Lu Yu to resist, and he exclaimed loudly to Ming Yan, pleading for her support. Song Li knew Ming Yin could hear Lu Yu's words and tilted her head, inquiring playfully, "Would you like to get lost?" Ming Yin roared, battling against her desires every second. The sudden outburst startled Lu Yu into silence, and seeing this, Liemo promptly dragged him out and closed the door. Song Li scoffed, guiding Ming Yin into the bathroom. Gently depositing her into the bathtub, adjusting the water temperature, she let the cool water cascade over Ming Yin, alleviating some of her heat. Once Ming Yin was thoroughly soaked, Song Li tossed her the shower head. "No one will disturb you now," she reassured before shutting the bathroom door. After a long night of turmoil, it was time for her to rest. Chapter 36. Unfathomable, yet astoundingly shocking inside the bathroom. The cool water washed over Ming Yan's heated body. She leaned her head back, her throat moving rhythmically as she succumbed to the soothing sensations. Meanwhile, outside, Lu Yu was forcibly dragged away by Liemo, who released him once the door was shut. Despair washed over Lu Yu as he slumped to the ground, feeling that his last chance had evaporated. "Why her and not me?" he lamented, tears brimming in his eyes as he accused Liemo of injustice. Liemo, having witnessed the entire ordeal, wore a complex expression as he glanced at Lu Yu that he had encountered many oddities. But this was a new level of peculiarity that he didn't understand but was profoundly shocked. "What do you mean? Do you think I don't deserve it?" Lu Yu questioned, sensing the disdain in Liemo's gaze. That Liemo's expression was not one of disrespect. He was simply momentarily unable to comprehend. "I don't deserve it. All these years, I have remained chaste for Brother Li, knowing he does not favor men, and I never disturb him. Why have I quietly sacrificed for so long?" Lu Yu sobbed, reflecting on how his childhood friend couldn't compare to a sudden arrival. Having harbored feelings for Li Ming Yin since childhood, Lu Yu felt unfairly treated. "Had I known, I would have been as bold as when Song Yi, drugging him directly, the strongest kind. So Brother Li wouldn't even recognize me." Lu Yu continued to sob, lost in his thoughts. Meanwhile, Liemo observed silently. As dawn broke, warm sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating the European-style bed. The silk duvet slightly rose and fell, and the room was tranquil, with the occupant still sound asleep. Awakened by the urge to relieve herself, Ming Yin opened her weary, hazy eyes, preparing to rise and head to the restroom. However, her movement abruptly halted. It felt as though someone was nestled in her arms. Panic surged through Ming Yin, instantly dispelling her sleepiness. Her lashes fluttered as she cautiously lowered her gaze, revealing a cascade of lustrous black hair. Then, Song Li, Ming Yin exclaimed, spotting Song Li's delicate face that eye in her slumber. Song Li appeared less aloof, embodying the innocence and charm befitting her age. Her long lashes cast shadows beneath her eyes, her skin flawless, and her lips a delicate shade of pink. Ming Yin instinctively swallowed hard, her gaze wavering as she recalled the events of the previous night. She remembered being drugged, Song Li coming to her rescue, and ultimately being left alone in the bathroom. Then she experienced her first time using her hand. Afterward, she had showered, dried her hair, and collapsed in a bed, only to awaken to find someone else there. As Ming Yin pondered this, the ache in her arms snapped her back to reality. Ouch! Ming Yin felt a disconcerting absence in her left hand. She moved it slightly to confirm that she still had sensation. The urge to urinate returned once more. Ming Yin gazed longingly at the restroom, but hesitated to move. Caught between the dilemma of waking Song Li to accompany her to the bathroom or enduring her discomfort alone, Ming Yin found herself in a state of indecision. Ultimately, the urge intensified, and her shoulders grew increasingly sore. Just as she reached the brink of endurance, Song Li turned over, granting Ming Yin her long-awaited reprieve as she rushed towards the restroom. Meanwhile, Song Li, eyes closed on the bed, couldn't help but curve her lips into a smile. Her thoughts drifted back to the previous night. Her smile instantly faded that it was she who had claimed the bed first. Yet this person had treated her as if she were invisible, flopping down and succumbing to slumber in an instant. And no matter how much she pushed or kicked, she could not shift him, ultimately exhausting herself to the point of falling asleep beside him. The weight on her shoulders from the previous night seemed unlikely to be alleviated anytime soon. Song Li mused with a smirk. In the restroom, Ming Yan's left hand, having been pinned down all night, felt somewhat unresponsive, while her right hand trembled incessantly from overexertion. Great, Both hands were rendered useless. The bathrobe she wore was relatively easy to remove. However, getting dressed was evidently a struggle for her uncoordinated hands. Seizing the opportunity, while Song Li remained in a deep slumber, Ming Yin promptly called Li Mo to bring her a change of clothes. She tiptoed as delicately as possible, though she found herself clumsy when it came to dressing. The hastily booked suite left little space, forcing her to change in the bathroom. That it was Tuesday, and she had to work. So she needed to don her business attire to in the bathroom. The sounds of her awkward attempts filled the air, and after half an hour, her trembling hands had finally managed to fasten the buttons of her shirt. As for the tie, having just experienced the limitations of her hands, she decided to wait until Li Mo could assist her. Upon exiting the bathroom, she found Song Li already dressed and leaning against the headboard, engrossed in her phone. When Song Li noticed Ming Yin, she moved her phone away from her face. "All set?" she inquired, her lips slightly parted. Ming Yin, sensing Song Li's calm demeanor, decided not to be overly bashful. After all, they were both women. "Girl," Song Li remarked, standing up to see Ming Yin holding her jacket and tie. "Why isn't your tie done?" Ming Yan's mind raced for a quick response. Stammering, she ultimately confessed, "My hands aren't very nimble today. I'll have Li Mo help me with it." "Not very nimble, huh?" Song Li smirked, her tiger-like teeth glinting, choosing not to press further. Time was of the essence, and Ming Yin tidied up, preparing to leave for work. "Wait, I can tie your tie for you," Song Li called out unexpectedly, her intentions unclear. "And no need. Li Mo can manage," Ming Yin replied. "Less chatter," Song Li commanded from her perch on the bed, her gaze firm and authoritative. This demeanor reminded Ming Yin of the previous night, when Song Li spoke over the phone with an undeniable air of dominance, compelling one to obey. Reluctantly, Ming Yin took a seat beside Song Li, holding the tie. Song Li's expression turned cool as she took the tie from Ming Yin, her movements graceful and practiced, as if she had undergone training. As her fingertips brushed against Ming Yin's neck, a tingling sensation coursed through her. Song Li's eyes lowered, her long lashes casting shadows over the sorrow hidden beneath. Her dear son could never seem to tie a tie correctly, yet he adored those gentlemanly suits. He would always rush to her for assistance. "Mama, please help me. I can't make it look right." The image of a 5-year-old boy, clad in a luxurious custom-tailored suit, excitedly heading to a banquet with the tie she had tied proudly displayed on his chest, surfaced in her mind. "All right, let us go." Song Li finished tying the knot and turned toward the door. Recently, her emotions had been quite unstable. She felt that if she lingered any longer, she might lose her composure in front of that person. The atmosphere between Ming Yin and Song Li was relatively harmonious, in stark contrast to the tension in the adjacent suite. Last night, Xinqing Yin had been in a daze, his vision blurred, unable to discern the identity of the person beneath him. But now, he was fully aware. The arm that had been pinned down all night and the marks on his back bore witness to the events of the previous night. Xinqing Yin felt a wave of irritation wash over him. Not long ago, he had reveled in the misfortune of Li Ming Yin encountering someone like Wen Song Yi, yet now he found himself in the most unfortunate of predicaments. In a mere night, he had become the one at a disadvantage. He could not withstand Wen Song Yi's temperament. He needed to leave quickly. Time was of the essence. He had to escape before she awakened, for her nature would undoubtedly lead her to flay him alive. With great care, Xinqing Yin slowly withdrew his already numb left arm and donned his clothing, his movements comically delicate, each pang of pain from his scratched back a reminder of the night's escapades. He gritted his teeth to suppress any sound and quietly opened the door behind him. Upon exiting the room, he exhaled in relief, only to notice that his left arm trembled uncontrollably. Instinctively, he rubbed it before turning back. Ming Yin held her phone in one hand, her trembling right hand massaging her sore left arm, attempting to ease the constricted veins. Their eyes met for a brief moment before they both returned their gazes to their respective shoulders, simultaneously lowering their right hands and averting their eyes as they approached the same elevator. At some point, the other elevator arrived, and they both feigned calmness as they stepped inside together. The confined space was thick with an awkward tension, and they both raised their heads proudly, pretending not to notice one another, remaining silent. When the elevator reached the first floor, Ming Yin stepped out first, followed closely by Xinqing Yin. Their vehicles awaited them at the entrance. The white Maybach had become Ming Yan's regular mode of transport as she gracefully entered the car. Inside, Song Li raised an eyebrow at the sight of Shin Yin following closely behind, wondering if the two had indeed shared the same elevator ride down. Chapter 37. The arrival of Su He Song. He had suddenly drugged him, interrupting their conversation, leaving Shin Yin without the courage to seek out Ming Yin regarding Yu Yang's situation. Despite Shin Yan's efforts to hire a lawyer for Yu Yang, they still lost the case, resulting in Yu Yang receiving a 4-year prison sentence and expulsion from Haicheng University. Yu Huaibin was also dismissed from his position due to embezzlement that a month later, Shin's company successfully secured a bid for development rights in the western suburbs, with the profits from this land. The Shin family was poised to rival the Li family for the top position. After Yu Huaibin's downfall, Shin Yin had lost all hope, yet unexpectedly, success was within reach. Reflecting on Li Mingyan's attitude, he felt a smirk tugging at his lips. He hadn't anticipated her support, as she didn't seem the type to engage in such matters. Calculating the time, it had been a month since the incident. And given Li Mingyan's earnest demeanor, it would be remiss of him not to extend a gesture of goodwill. Of course, his visit to the Li Corporation was merely to facilitate a meeting with Li Mingyan. Devoid of any ulterior motives, Shin Yin mused. The Li Corporation buzzed with activity early that morning. Following the incident, when Song Yi had gained some self-awareness, avoiding any appearance before Ming Yin and rarely leaving her quarters. Ming Yin, who had hoped for a peaceful respite, was instead met with another formidable presence. The morning began with a 2-hour meeting, and upon returning to her office after the reports, Ming Yin discovered Su He had been waiting for quite some time. Although her feelings towards her mother were less than warm, as a daughter, she felt obligated to fulfill her filial duties. Mother, Ming Yin entered the office slowly, finding Su He seated at her desk. Perusing documents that a new Hermes bag rested atop Ming Yin's recently purchased keyboard, causing her lips to stiffen as she attempted to ease the tension. "Yes, there's something you need." Mother Su, he seemed completely absorbed. Failing to respond to Ming Yan was only when Ming Yin called out again that Su He shifted her gaze from the documents. Why was that piece of land in the western suburbs given to the Shin family? Or why assist Shin Yin? Su He, having come from humble beginnings, had only crossed social classes by marrying the father of Li Mingyan and having lived a life of comfort for so long. She was indifferent to Li Mingyan, unaware of which land was in contention or which company had successfully bid. There was only one possibility. Someone had whispered something in Su He's ear, manipulating her to suppress Li Mingyan. Ming Yin, with a calm demeanor, understood all too well that when the Li family severed all ties with the Wen family, she anticipated that the Wen family would send Su He over. If they wanted to give, they would. Ming Yin had just managed to stand respectfully before Su He. The thought of Su He's purpose for visiting made her momentarily abandon any pretense. She walked over and sat down on the guest sofa. Then why abandon the real estate industry? How much has the Li family's profit declined during this period? Can't you see it for yourself? Ming Yin thought rebelliously. Grandfather hasn't said anything, yet you seem to be meddling. Naturally, Ming Yin had her own thoughts. If her mother came to discuss these matters today, then she would listen. Ming Yan's eyes flickered a few times, her expression becoming languid and indifferent, brushing it off casually. This was the attitude you had when speaking with your mother. Noticing Ming Yin's dismissiveness, Su He forcefully slammed the documents onto the table. Expressing her discontent to know, if mother has something to say, just say that I need to eat. After a morning full of meetings, she felt hungry and exhausted, yet this biological mother showed no concern that it wasn't that Ming Yin expected Su He to fulfill her maternal duties. She merely felt a pang of disappointment that if she couldn't even show a modicum of care, then there was no need for her son to bow his head in respect and filial piety. Why sever ties with the Wen family on the projects? Su He directly confronted Li Mingyan. What do you think, mother? Without mentioning what Wen Song Yi had done to her, it was evident that the Wen family, as the party at fault, had never shown their face, directly sending Su He to clean up the mess they had created. How could they have the audacity? The Wen family and the Li family were both prominent clans. If you chose to antagonize the Wen family, how many would speculate and criticize you? Didn't you know? That was a veiled concern. But unfortunately, Su He's wide-eyed stare and accusatory tone only heightened Ming Yan's impatience. It's not that the Li family is on good terms with the Wen family. It's you who is on good terms with them. That I heard that recently, the Wen family owed a substantial sum, and mother helped cover several million. Ming Yin casually remarked. And for some reason, Sui felt a twinge of guilt, a flicker of wariness crossing her eyes that he furrowed her brow, momentarily at a loss for words. Ming Yin scoffed. After all, Li Ming Yan's father had died unexpectedly, leaving no will, and the old man had never acknowledged Sui. Out of a sense of guilt, he merely provided her with a small allowance each month. Sui held no shares in the Li family. The Li family members hardly regarded her, and Sui looked down on the Li family, living outside for years and only returning to the ancestral home during holidays. The several million casually drawn from the family coffers were merely the dividends Ming Yin allocated monthly from his own shares after managing the Li family. Ming Yin recalled the years when Li Ming Yin was truly impoverished. The old man was obstinate, forbidding him from pursuing internet finance, forcing him to return to the traditional Li family enterprise in real estate that Li Ming Yin was unwilling, and thus the old man cut off his financial support. Without the old man's assistance and with no income, Li Ming Yin was no different from an ordinary person. The immense struggle and countless hours of labor that had led to the establishment of the vast Li family enterprise were not subjects Ming Yin felt the need to elaborate on. Sui understood the hardships Li Ming Yin faced in starting his business. She was unwilling to extend even emotional support that it was only natural that Li Ming Yin had become a bit unhinged. Mother, go back and inform Wen Ruohai. If he remains compliant, there will still be a place for him in Haicheng, that if he continues to use you to sow discord between us, I, Li Ming Yin, guarantee that there will be no more Wens in Haicheng. Ming Yin rose slowly, her tone cold and decisive, embodying the demeanor of a domineering He looked up in disbelief at the grown-up Li Ming Yin. Her mouth agape. After a moment, her imposing demeanor faltered, seemingly flustered as she said, You dare? I am your mother. I am your mother. You ought to listen to me. Sui suddenly paused, wisely swallowing the words she would have said in the past. You should listen to your mother. Why have you stopped speaking? Do you also think something is amiss? Ming Yin completed Sui's sentence. Sui, furious and humiliated, could not fathom how she could be at fault. The blame lay with everyone in the Li family. He took several deep breaths, quickly regaining her composure, and picked up the handbag from the table. Her expression shifted, disappointment fixed on Ming Yin as she stormed out. The disappointment in her expression and demeanor revealed her disillusionment with her unfilial son. But after years of working in the emergency department and witnessing countless expressions, Ming Yin could not overlook the concealed disdain in Sui's eyes. Feeling suddenly fatigued, Ming Yin leaned her head back against the sofa, rubbing her eyes. She was not Li Ming Yin. She should not have to bear these emotions. Inevitably affected, Ming Yin lost her appetite and collapsed onto the sofa, falling into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, Sui did not leave immediately. She intended to, but upon seeing a message from Wen Song-yi, she recalled the individual that was Song-I Ming Yin had never defied her. Nor had he treated Song-yi and the Wen family in such a manner. Only since the appearance of Song-li had things changed. She was determined to confront this person and see who she truly was. A trace of disdain flickering in her eyes. Chapter 38. A resounding slap on the 32nd floor. Human Resources Sui, dressed like a wealthy matron, strode towards the front desk with piercing eyes and an imposing presence. I am Li Ming Yan's mother. Where is Song Li? Sui spoke with authority, unleashing the anger she had brought from her encounter with Ming Yin onto the receptionist. The receptionist, sensing the hostility, quickly realized the gravity of the situation and exchanged a glance with a colleague before the colleague headed to the director's office. She respectfully guided Sui towards Song Li's office. Madam Li, Ms. Song's office is this way. Please follow me. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, Song Li had been employed for 2 months, and her baby was already 3 months along. Due to the fact that she was carrying twins, her abdomen had begun to show. With memories from her past life and her formidable learning abilities, Song Li had successfully integrated into the core of the Human Resources Department, gaining a voice in decision-making. Jiang Yin was discussing plans for the next month in Song Li's office. The two stood by the window, Jiang Yin holding a cup of coffee while Song Li sipped milk. Sui, furious and unprepared, had found no support from the receptionist when she barged in. Whether it was Ming Yin's attitude or when Song-E's provocation, Sui was filled with pent-up rage. As she entered without even seeing clearly, her hand instinctively slapped the nearest face, as Sui had never seen Song Li before. She was merely intent on venting her frustrations with a fierce gaze. She directed all her strength into a slap aimed at the unsuspecting Jiang Yin. Caught off guard, Jiang Yin was sent sprawling to the ground, coffee spilling everywhere, her hair disheveled as she clutched her face in shock. Su He, having exerted all her might, nearly lost her balance, her meticulously maintained face twitching, revealing a sadistic pleasure. It had been decades since she felt so liberated. Su He reveled in this moment, but the satisfaction lasted only a few seconds. Song Li, glancing at the fallen Jiang Yin, instinctively cradled her belly, fearful that if such a slap landed on her, she might lose her child, and no one could harm her baby. Song Li's reaction was swift. Her eyes turned fierce as she raised the hot milk in her hand, accurately splashing it onto Su He's face. Before Su He could react, a punch followed swiftly that a slap could never inflict as much damage as a fist. Song Li understood this principle since she was 3 years old. With equal force, Song Li delivered a sudden and heavy blow, instantly knocking Su He to the ground. The right side of Su He's face quickly swelled. On the floor, Su He held her cheek, unsure whether to be incredulous that Song Li dared to strike her or overwhelmed by the force of the punch, remaining seated in a daze. Song Li shook out her fist, glaring fiercely at Su He. The memory of once calling this woman mother made her feel nauseated. Her fists clenched tightly, the sound of cracking knuckles echoing in her mind. How could she have been so foolish, deceived by Li Mingyan, to have called this person mother? Boss, there's trouble downstairs. Madam Li went to find Song Li and apparently slapped her. Yan Jing knocked on the door but received no response. Forcing her way in to wake Ming Yin what? Ming Yin abruptly awoke. How dare Su He slap Song Li? Who gave her the audacity? This matter concerned Song Li, and Ming Yin could not tolerate it. Damn it. She wasn't even born to Su He. There was no reason to endure her. Ming Yin, filled with concern and urgency, hurried downstairs to assess the situation that I in the office. Song Li looked at Su He, her mind replaying memories of once calling this person mother. Revulsion surged within her, difficult to contain. Suddenly, she grabbed the trash can and knelt on the ground, violently retching. When Ming Yin entered, she was met with the sight of 3 individuals sprawled on the floor. Jiang Yin faced the door, and as Ming Yin pushed the door open, she saw the swollen imprint of a slap on Jiang Yin's face and her stunned expression, while Song Li was bent over the trash can, vomiting. Seeing this, Ming Yin immediately bypassed Su He and rushed to Song Li's side, gently patting her back as she struggled to breathe between heaves. She then reached for a tissue from the desk and handed it to Song Li to wipe her tear-streaked face. Where's the hot water? Ming Yin raised her head to inquire at the reception desk by the entrance. The receptionist, summoned by her call, reluctantly crossed over Su He and entered the somewhat cramped office, where she handed Ming Yin a glass of warm water. Suffering from acid reflux, Song Li appeared pained as Ming Yin gently supported her, wiping the smudges from her face with a tissue, and then offering her warm water to rinse her mouth. Ming Yin's tender gestures, filled with concern, left the receptionist in stunned silence. Similarly, Jiang Yin and Su He stood frozen, taken aback by the scene. Are you feeling better? Ming Yin helped Song Li sit at her workstation, softly caressing her back as she inquired gently. Song Li, exhausted, lay her head on the desk, slowly regaining her composure, noticing an improvement in her condition. Ming Yin finally turned her attention to the others in the office. Jiang Yin had propped herself against the windowsill, while Su He remained motionless. Yan Jing, please assist her, Ming Yin said dismissively, avoiding eye contact with Su He. She hit me, and you're treating her this way. Su He had already regained her senses, struggling to believe that Li Ming Yin would address her in such a manner, despite the coldness of her words ringing in her ears. You struck someone as well. What about your attitude? Shouldn't you apologize? Ming Yin's demeanor was frigid, her tone distant and indifferent, as if the woman seated on the floor were a mere stranger rather than her own mother. I am your mother. Have you ever regarded me as your son? Ming Yin was unwilling to converse further with her. Yan Jing, why haven't you helped her up yet? The beleaguered Yan Jing, summoned by fate to assist, approached cautiously, fearing Su He might retaliate with another slap. Fortunately, Su He made no move to resist. After Yan Jing helped her up, Su He, now lucid, felt her expression shift from disbelief to profound sorrow. Weak and leaning against Yan Jing, her face swollen and filled with anguish, Su He was escorted out of the office. Outside, a throng of onlookers eagerly awaited news. and upon witnessing Su He's bruised visage. A lively discussion ensued. Yan Jing's lips twitched. It seemed this old white lotus was quite adept. Jiang Yin, having witnessed Su He's transformation firsthand, couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of it all. "Are you feeling better?" Ming Yin asked, taking the cup that Song Li had finished drinking from. Song Li's eyes were red and swollen as she coughed a few times before hoarsely replying. "Much better." She then shifted the conversation directly to the matter at hand. "I struck your mother. What do you plan to do about it?" Her voice carried a hint of seductive challenge. Yet, it was clear that Ming Yin, with her straightforward demeanor, was oblivious to the underlying implications that it was her fault to begin with. "You need not feel guilty." Ming Yin's heart ached for the retching Song Li, assuming that he must have uttered something humiliating to provoke such a reaction, leading to the intense vomiting. "You are truly wonderful." Song Li smiled, her still swollen eyes appearing even more pitiful as she gazed at Ming Yin, who felt her heart swell with compassion. The two shared a moment of silent understanding. Jiang Yin, leaning against the window, couldn't bear to watch any longer. "Jiang Yin, I apologize for my mother's actions, that I assure you. Compensation will be deposited into your salary account by the end of the day. Should you have any further requests, we can negotiate." Ming Yin, unfamiliar with Jiang Yin, could only offer financial recompense, as their interactions have been limited to promotions and reports that I have no other demands. I am quite satisfied. "Thank you, President Li," Jiang Yin replied, her face still pained, yet yielding in light of the promised compensation. "Please check on your face. If anything arises, inform me or my assistant," Ming Yin advised with genuine concern. "Understood, President Li," Jiang Yin said, covering her face as she exited the office, closing the door with care. Chapter 39. Are you going to be my stepfather? I should be the one apologizing. You were harmed because of me. I am truly sorry. Such unforeseen events always catch one off guard, like the inevitability of fate, that it was indeed Li Ming Yin who had caused her suffering, a realization that had dawned on Song Li only after the loss of her two children. Reflecting on the past, Song Li felt as though she had been blinded by naivety, clinging to hope for her children despite knowing Li Ming Yan's true nature. Ultimately, she lost both her children and herself. "Are you feeling unwell?" Song Li nodded, feeling empty within, weakly resting her head on the desk. "Come to my office. Have something to eat and rest on the bed," Ming Yin suggested softly, leaning against the desk. "I lack the strength. I am utterly exhausted." With her eyes closed, Song Li felt drained from a morning full of meetings and the emotional turmoil from moments ago. Ming Yin recalled the path to her office, noting that with just one turn, they would reach the elevator, and given the lunchtime hour, it was unlikely there would be many people around that I can carry you up. During the lunch break, there shouldn't be many people, Ming Yin proposed. Song Li lifted her eyelids slightly, silently questioning whether she was serious. Realizing Ming Yan's intent, she nodded, conceding to the idea of being carried, as the absence of onlookers during lunchtime made it a feasible option. "All right, then." Song Li propped herself up. Ming Yin stepped forward to support her. Song Li's arms draped over Ming Yan's shoulders. "Isn't this a bit reminiscent of carrying a child?" Ming Yin had envisioned a princess carry. "Enough chatter. This way is comfortable for me," Song Li replied, swallowing hard. Exhausted, she couldn't endure any more strain, and she needed to ensure the well-being of her child. Ming Yin easily lifted Song Li into her arms. She whispered, "You should eat more. You are far too thin." Indeed, Song Li smiled faintly. This method of carrying was indeed far more convenient, especially for opening doors and pressing elevator buttons. Ming Yin effortlessly navigated out of the office and made a turn toward the elevator. However, to her astonishment, not a single employee at the dozens of desks facing the entrance had moved. They were all staring at the two of them in shock. Oblivious to the onlookers, Song Li leaned back comfortably, while Ming Yan's composed facade nearly faltered. She raised her eyelids and scanned the room, causing the gawking audience to hastily return to their desks, pretending to be engrossed in work. Ming Yin was quite pleased. It seemed that the persona of a domineering CEO did indeed hold its merits. With purposeful strides, Ming Yin carried Song Li toward the elevator. Inside the office, Ming Yin gently placed Song Li onto the soft sofa, where she leaned back wearily. After a few moments, Li Mo entered with a plethora of snacks. Given Song Li's recent violent vomiting, she could only consume something light and non-greasy. Like playing kanji, I added a few spoonfuls of chicken broth to the kanji. "It tastes much better." Please eat some, Ming Yin said, sitting beside Song Li with the bowl in hand. Song Li lifted her eyelids once more, a smile gracing her lips as she requested, "Feed me." Her voice was low and alluring. Ming Yin had intended to feed her, yet upon hearing those words, she felt a rush of warmth. Swallowing awkwardly, Ming Yin remained silent as she delicately scooped a small spoonful of congee and offered it to Song Li. With her eyes closed, Song Li ate slowly, one bite at a time. The repetitive feeding did not last long before Song Li waved her hand, signaling that she had had enough. "Please eat a little more," Ming Yin instinctively urged. Song Li raised her eyelids again, her gaze conveying her refusal that if not for her baby, she wouldn't be able to stomach a single bite. "Very well. Do you wish to sleep?" Ming Yin inquired, setting down the bowl. "Yes," Song Li admitted, feeling utterly drained and on the verge of sleep. Ming Yin said nothing further, lifting Song Li once again and carrying her into the rest area. Gently placing her onto the bed and covering her with a blanket. Having frequented this rest area at noon, the blanket carried the soothing scent of Ming Yin, which comforted Song Li as she turned over and fell into a deep slumber. In the lobby of the Li group, Shen Yin strode confidently toward the private elevator. Noticing that Li Ming Yin never made appointments, and considering the proximity of the Shun and Li buildings, she often visited without reason. However, her visits had decreased over the past few months. Shen Yin offered a warm smile to the receptionist and made her way toward the private elevator with ease. As the elevator doors opened, she was unexpectedly confronted by Su He, who was being supported by Yin Jing. "Annie, what happened to you?" Shen Yin was taken aback by the sight before her. Su He leaned heavily against Yin Jing, her right cheek swollen far more than her left, her eyes red and glistening with tears. "Qing Yin." Upon seeing Shen Yin, Su He's pent-up grievances burst forth, and tears streamed down her face like raindrops. "Annie," she cried, breaking free from Yin Jing's embrace and rushing into Shen Yin's arms. Unaware of the situation, Shen Yin instinctively caught her. "What's wrong?" "What happened? That wretched Song Li hit me." Sui sobbed into Shen Yin's shoulder, seeking comfort. Oh, Shen Yin was aware of Song Li's existence, yet he was not well acquainted with her. The university student whom Li Ming Yin was supporting, emboldened by her affections, had the audacity to resort to physical aggression against me. And to my astonishment, Li Ming Yin even aided her to Su He, increasingly aggrieved, let tears cascade down her cheeks. Shen Yin felt his shirt dampening and, lifting Su He, spoke with righteous indignation. "How could Ming Yin treat you this way? Come, Aunt, allow me to escort you upstairs to have a proper discussion with him." Completely forgetting that he had come to express his gratitude, Shen Yin grasped Su He's hand and was intent on seeking justice. Buried in Shen Yin's embrace, Su He, unable to see his expression, nodded through her sobs that as the elevator ascended once more. Su He remained nestled against Shen Yin. The towering figure of Shen Yin, standing at 1.87 meters, cleared his throat, suppressing the upward curl of his lips and the gleam of schadenfreude that threatened to emerge. It was indeed a rare spectacle of chaos that he had stumbled upon. Li Ming Yin was truly unfortunate. Yin Jing, standing at a mere 1.67 meters, observed Shen Yin's reflection in the polished elevator doors. Realizing that the troublemaker was about to commence yet another performance in the office, Ming Yin was finally enjoying a meal after a long ordeal. "Ming Yin, your behavior this time is utterly excessive." Upon exiting the elevator, Su He had finally regained her composure and, stepping away from Shen Yin, was led by him towards Li Ming Yin's office to confront him. Her allies were few, but every one of them counted. Shen Yin stormed into Ming Yin's office, fervently defending Su He. "Lower your voice," Ming Yin admonished. "I have my show on mute, and here you are shouting." "Ming Yin, do you reside by the seaside?" Ming Yin remarked, already foreseeing Shen Yin's intentions. "Ming Yin, your actions today are entirely unjustifiable. How can you treat Aunt this way? One must not forget their roots even after acquiring a spouse." Shen Yin had an inclination to meddle extensively, relishing in stirring Li Ming Yin's troubled waters. "Shen Yin, by what authority do you accuse me? I am your stepfather." Ming Yin wiped his mouth and crossed his legs, having just witnessed the two enter hand in hand. "What nonsense are you spewing?" "Li Ming Yin," Shen Yin retorted, astonished that Ming Yin would utter such words, gritting his teeth in response. "Indeed, Ming Yin, where is your sense of propriety?" Suhi interjected, having remained silent until now. Ming Yin glanced at her, then turned to Qinyin, saying, Qinyin, turn left upon exiting. I won't see you out, and if you wish to meet me again, please make an appointment. Ming Yin, Qinyin is your childhood companion. Is this how you converse with your brother? Suhi reproached again, her tone brimming with support for Qinyin and chastisement for Ming Yin. Ming Yin, she added, this is quite a statement to make, and it certainly stirs animosity towards Qinyin. That it was no wonder that. In the original narrative, Li Mingyan always found himself at odds with Qinyin. Mingyan had come to understand the reasons behind this rivalry. She found herself utterly perplexed by Su He's motives in inciting discord between the two men. Previously, Qinyin had also harbored disdain for Li Mingyan, which could be attributed to Su He's interference. Qinyin, next time you go out, bring your wits along, lest you find yourself in dire straits. Mingyan offered a sardonic warning, recalling how Li Mingyan had repeatedly provoked Qinyin, acquiring his company while Qinyin's wife, when Songyi, remained hopelessly devoted to Li Mingyan. That in the end, Li Mingyan had gained nothing of value, while Qinyin, in a fit of despair, had tragically taken the lives of their brilliant and beloved twins. The two men were locked in a battle to the death, while Suhi basked in the respect of both. Revered like a deity, a vile woman, Li Mingyan is her own flesh and blood. Mingyan thought, clenching his fists tightly. What do you mean by that, Li Mingyan? Qinyin inquired, advancing closer, his hands planted firmly on Mingyan's desk, his tone and demeanor unfriendly. Mingyan scoffed, meeting Qinyin's gaze with calm defiance. Leaning back in his chair, he crossed his legs. Qinyin, how could we, who grew up together as brothers, end up in such a predicament? Mingyan's cold smile bore a sharpness. Do you know why I will always compete with you for supremacy? Let me ponder. It is because someone whispers in my ear, Qinyin is gentle and courteous. You are tempestuous and reckless. Qinyin is a modest gentleman. You are boastful and combative. Such words are repeated to me every time I encounter you. Should I not regard you as my rival? Mingyan's chilling laughter resonated, his deep-set eyes glinting with frosty disdain. Initially, Qinyin had come to observe the spectacle, but now found himself ensnared in contemplation. Mingyan continued, we are both proud individuals. We will not rest until our goals are achieved. Qinyin, if we persist in this rivalry, one of us will emerge victorious while the other collapses and annihilates the entire family. That in the end, we will both suffer, and that certain someone will remain unscathed. Mocking our folly. Wouldn't you agree, mother? Mingyan's words were delivered with a calmness that belied the tremor in his throat as he fixed his piercing gaze on Li Mingyan's mother. His stare was sharp as a blade, as if seeking to pierce through the secrets buried deep within. Disregarding Qinyin's stunned silence, Mingyan coldly addressed Suhi. I know that father has deeply wounded you, but my existence is beyond my control. You should not transfer all your resentment towards him onto me, nor should you treat a 10-year-old child in such a manner. For many years, I have obeyed you, genuinely respected and cherished you. All to atone for my father's sins, that I have borne my burdens and repaid my dues, mother. This is the last time I shall call you that. From now on, you are free. Did I, Mingyan, sever all ties with the Li family. My affairs are no longer your concern, and the company forbids you from ever stepping foot within it again. Mingyan's voice was low and hoarse, cold as ice, issuing a sentence that felt like a death knell for Suhi. Li Mingyan, I am your biological mother. You cannot treat me this way. The old man will never allow it. Suhi, standing by the window, spoke with a trembling voice, losing her composure as she pointed an accusatory finger at Mingyan. If you do not regard me as your mother, why should I consider you my son? Qinyin interjected, the western suburbs mark the conclusion of our past. From this point onward, our paths shall not cross. Turn left upon exiting, and kindly escort your aunt along. Farewell. Mingyan's gaze was piercing, his tone resolute and devoid of room for rebuttal. Qinyin, not one to be easily fooled, absorbed every word Mingyan spoke, suddenly recalling countless insinuations Suhi had whispered in his ear over the years. Indeed, how could such a gentle and courteous gentleman become so obsessive and narrow-minded, fixated on Li Mingyan and determined to compete against him? They had been foolish, allowing themselves to be manipulated for so long. Understood, Qinyin gritted his teeth, casting a fierce glare at Suhi, astonished to discover such a mother in her. Qinyin, it is not what you think. Li Mingyan is speaking falsehoods, sowing discord between us. Suhi had never intended to curry favor with Li Mingyan. She paid no heed to his recent harsh words, but Shen Qingyan was the pillar she had nurtured for years, and she could not afford to lose him. With tears glistening in her eyes, she frantically attempted to explain that Shen Qingyan gazed at the aging woman before him, anger surging within him, and no wonder Li Mingyan had targeted him. One could easily mistake him for her biological son based on her tone. How utterly revolting. He despised nothing more than being used as a pawn, and for so many years, with Li Mingyan's harsh words echoing in his mind. He too would not be outdone. Just you wait. Shen Qingyan was never a benevolent individual. Shooting a venomous glance at Suhi, he clenched his fists and strode away. Qingyan, please let me explain, Suhi cried, tears streaming down her face as she chased after him. The sound of her high heels echoed, gradually fading away. Mingyan gazed out at the bright sunshine, allowing himself a moment to process the turmoil within. Slowly, he returned to his chair, tilting his head back in exhaustion, his hands brushing over his face. I truly pity Li Mingyan. After all these years of dedication, he receives neither a kind word nor a friendly face in return. How repulsive! Having worked in the emergency department for many years, Mingyan was no stranger to such matters. Yet, whether it was due to Li Mingyan's influence or the lingering effects of his presence, a weight settled in his heart, a lump in his throat that refused to dissipate, and a sense of disappointment loomed over him. What a damnable situation, Mingyan muttered, eyes closed, hands shielding his face. Are you all right? Song Li, having emerged from the break room unbeknownst to him, inquired as she approached Mingyan. Mingyan lowered his hands, concealing his expression, and offered a slight smile to Song Li. That it's nothing. Did my earlier outburst disturb you? Affected by her emotions, Mingyan did not wish to further burden the innocent Song Li. Thus she feigned indifference. Mingyan's smile was both courteous and strained, which did not escape Song Li's notice, prompting her to tenderly caress Mingyan's cheek in sympathy. That it is not your fault. There is no need to feel sorrow. Song Li understood that this individual was not the true Li Mingyan, which explained her compassionate remarks towards Suhi. It was evident that her empathy was overflowing. Mingyan was acutely aware that her greatest discomfort stemmed from others offering gentle consolation during her moments of sadness, forcing her to swallow her emotions. She had no desire to weep in front of Song Li, for she considered herself a resolute man. Chapter 41. Awakening at dusk. Why don't you take a nap? Song Li suggested, recognizing that Mingyan had recently expended considerable effort and energy, leaving her fatigued. You should rest a while longer. It was rather noisy earlier, and you didn't manage to recuperate well. Without hesitation, Mingyan expressed her concern for Song Li's well-being. Standing beside the seated Mingyan, Song Li cast a downward glance into her innocent eyes, seeking to discern her thoughts. With a playful tone, she quipped, "Shall we sleep together? I am aware that the lounge has a few beds. That's not what I meant. I can rest outside. I have no intention of taking advantage of you, truly." Mingyan realized the inappropriateness of her previous words and hurriedly clarified. "Perhaps I should sleep outside. That small sofa is not as long as you are." Observing Mingyan's flustered response, Song Li kindly reassured her, "No, that won't do. You should sleep. I can merely take a brief rest on the sofa." Mingyan certainly possessed a gentlemanly demeanor. Song Li gazed at the chivalrous Mingyan, pondering who it was that had climbed into bed with her the previous night. "The bed is rightfully yours. If you don't mind, we could rest together." It must be said that sleeping in Mingyan's embrace the night before had been incredibly soothing, as the subtle fragrance emanating from her seemed to have a calming effect. Song Li had not experienced such restful slumber in a long while, especially since her rebirth. "That may not be entirely appropriate," Mingyan stammered, though she had indeed shared a bed with her, despite the fact that she was intrinsically female and harbored no ulterior motives. "You wouldn't do anything to me, would you?" Song Li scrutinized Mingyan. "That of course not," Mingyan replied without hesitation. She was no scoundrel. "Well then, why the hesitation?" Song Li continued to regard Mingyan, who had grown adept at interpreting the unspoken messages in her gaze. "All right," Mingyan acquiesced, though her left hand, having been pressed down all night, yearned to resist. That on a bed measuring 1.50 meters in width, resting upon a luxurious mattress worth millions, with warm, inviting bedding, Song Li shed her shoes and slipped beneath the covers without hesitation. Mingyan, unaccustomed to sharing a bed, cautiously climbed in, her fingers curling and grazing her fingertips as she moved lightly. The bed, though not particularly large, appeared significantly smaller with Ming Yan's towering height of 1.87 meters. Song Li lay with her back to Ming Yan, her breathing steady. Ming Yan found herself awkwardly lying flat, her hands resting in front of her, eyes closed as she sought to cultivate drowsiness. Outside, the sun radiated warmth, and the room was comfortably temperate. The burdens of the morning weighed heavily upon both of them, and as white noise filled the air, they gradually drifted into a deep slumber. No one dared intrude upon Ming Yan's office, and naturally, the lounge remained undisturbed. Yin Jing, glancing at the closed door of the lounge, silently canceled her afternoon appointments done on this sweltering summer day as the afternoon wore on. Ming Yin, affected by her emotions, fell into a profound sleep, while the pregnant Song Li slept even more soundly. Unbeknownst to them, the sun began its descent in the sky. The view from the top floor was breathtaking. With wide-open curtains and expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, the fiery sunset streaming through the glass and illuminating the bed and the faces of the two slumbering figures. After an entire afternoon of sleep, Song Li stirred gently, her long, feathery eyelashes fluttering as she slowly opened her eyes. Her head tilted as she lay on her side, facing the distant, fiery sun that was nearing the horizon. The sunset is exquisite. Yet it signals the approach of dusk, Song Li mused, her gaze transfixed upon the horizon where the ocean met the blazing orange-red clouds of twilight. Song Li closed her eyes, a deep sense of melancholy and confusion enveloping her. There were countless things left undone. She lacked the ability to safeguard herself, and she pondered when she would finally grow strong enough to protect her mother and child. It seemed that someone beside her had sensed her emotions. Suddenly shifting closer and placing a hand on her. Turning around, Song Li found the person still sleeping with their eyes closed. She rolled over to face Ming Yan. How could a man exude such a delightful fragrance? Song Li was genuinely puzzled. It was not perfume, for Ming Yan had never worn any. It felt as though it was an innate scent, unique to him, one that emerged only after the departure of Li Ming Yan. She was deeply curious about what this person had been like before. With her eyes wide open, Song Li observed Ming Yan intently. Throughout her rebirth, she had always avoided gazing at his face. Now, upon closer inspection, he bore no resemblance to Li Ming Yan. The latter, accustomed to late nights filled with coffee and work, had skin that was far from flawless. In contrast, this man drank health teas daily, maintained an early bedtime, and practiced skincare, rendering his complexion even fairer and more delicate than hers. As she scrutinized him further, she noticed that he had groomed his eyebrows. Her gaze drifted lower, taking in his long eyelashes, high nose bridge, and rosy lips. Though it was undeniably Li Ming Yan's body and face, it felt as if he were a completely different person. Song Li found herself perplexed, biting her lip as she studied Ming Yan's sleeping visage, which bore a charmingly silly expression reminiscent of the husky they had kept during her childhood. Lost in her thoughts, she couldn't help but chuckle softly. Ming Yan's eyelashes fluttered, startling Song Li into closing her eyes and feigning sleep. Slowly, he opened his eyes, startled by the dream of a tiger staring intently at him, as if it would pounce any moment. Fortunately, he had awakened, only to find Song Li's petite face before him. He instinctively recoiled slightly. How had she ended up in his embrace again? Relief washed over him as he felt his left hand resting normally. The western sky held on to its last glimmers of twilight, casting a pale light above. Reclining atop a tall building, Ming Yan gazed at the dark blue sea and the delicate orange-red glow of the horizon, while a few clouds lingered in the dim sky. His fear of dusk resurfaced, prompting a sigh. It seemed that Song Li sensed his desolation, as her warm, petite body nestled closer against him. The proximity allowed him to hear her shallow breaths distinctly. Her dark, silky hair spilled over his arm, and he couldn't resist leaning in slightly, the fragrant, smooth strands invigorating his senses. As her face nestled against his chest, he reveled in the soft warmth of her body and the gentle rhythm of her breath. In that moment, the emptiness and solitude brought by the setting sun was palpably filled. Ming Yan suddenly realized that perhaps having someone by his side was a form of happiness, even if just for now. His solid chest, strong embrace, and the lingering fragrance that enveloped them replayed the memories of all that he had done for her, frame by frame, in Song Li's mind. noticing Ming Yin tightening his hold. A smile graced Song Li's lips, warmth flooding her heart as if a beam of light had pierced through a deep abyss, illuminating her being. Two individuals, inherently lonely and contrasting in nature, resonated with each other in that moment, providing solace and warmth for what each had been missing. Chapter 42. Severing ties. Ming Yan's words were never mere rhetoric. Since that day, he had ceased the monthly financial support of $50 million that Li Mingyan had been providing to Su He. Now 27, Li Mingyan calculated that even if Su He were to spend recklessly every day, she still possessed several $100 million in surplus. Furthermore, the old gentleman had been transferring substantial allowances to Su He for years, a practice that had not waned even now. With such wealth, if managed wisely, she could continue to live comfortably for the rest of her life. However, it meant she could no longer enjoy the special treatment afforded to her by the Li family. Perhaps it was the experience of inhabiting Li Mingyan's body that fostered a profound empathy within Ming Yan. Since then, he had frequently dreamt of Su He, her expression cold and indifferent as she gazed upon him. Despite his efforts to remind himself that he was not Li Mingyan and should not be influenced by Su He, the dreams remained uncontrollable, that Su He's indifference felt like a fishbone lodged in his throat. Suspended uncomfortably for several days, Ming Yin felt nauseated, unable to eat, ultimately deciding to sever all ties between Li Mingyan and Su He. This included prohibiting her from attending high-profile events or fashion auctions under Li Mingyan's name and freezing all her VIP cards associated with his properties. After these measures, it was as if an official announcement had been made to declare the severing of relations between the Li family, Li Mingyan, and Su He. A sense of relief washed over Ming Yan. Why should he endure a situation where his mother, who relied on her son, would not even spare a kind word? While Li Mingyan could tolerate it, Ming Yin could not. It was high time he recognized that he was not Li Mingyan, and he need not play the role of a dutiful son or a sycophant. He was no saint, and he loathed the image of a white lotus. Firm and resolute, Ming Yan's stance was clear. When the old gentleman learned of this, he made a few inquiries over the phone, but did not press further. Lacking a deeper understanding of Su He, who had never officially married into the family, the old gentleman had observed her actions over the years. Due to Li Mingyan's respect for her, he refrained from making further comments. Now that his grandson was aware, he would not stand in the way. Su He, residing in the family home, merely smiled unfazed, like a child yearning for maternal affection, believing that with a simple beckoning, everything would revert to its original state. At Su He, I believe Ming Yan is truly serious this time. Enjoying her afternoon tea, Su He dismissed the concern of Wen Tai, who sat beside her with a small cake, that I have perhaps shown him too little concern lately. Ming Yan's actions are merely a ploy to make me spend more time with him. It's nothing significant, that it will all blow over in a few days. That's so? Wen Tai regarded Su He with uncertainty, noting that her previously swollen face had returned to normal, showing no trace of the recent turmoil. What son would allow his mother to be harmed while defending another woman? It seemed Li Mingyan was genuinely serious, while Su He remained lost in her fantasies. Wen Tai pondered quietly, having caught wind of some rumors. Initially, she thought Li Mingyan was merely angry with Su He. However, just moments ago, the card that the old gentleman had given Su He years ago had been frozen. It seemed that the old gentleman was aware and supportive of Li Mingyan's actions. With a pursed mouth, Wen Tai discreetly stood and walked toward the bedroom. For years, Su He had been reluctant to purchase a home, either residing in Wen Tai's house or in properties under Li Mingyan's name. Now that Li Mingyan had forcibly reclaimed his properties, Su He had been living in their home for nearly 2 weeks. Wen Tai glanced back at Su He, who lounged on the couch in a silk nightgown, her chest slightly exposed. With a frown, she thought that living in someone else's home should come with basic etiquette. Recently, her husband had frequently consulted Su He on various matters, and after so long, one could never be too cautious that no, I must. Wen Tai's expression hardened as she turned toward the study, when Ruo Hai was on the phone. Seeking a loan. Husband, please hold off on that for now, Wen Tai said, interrupting with a hint of displeasure. When Ruo Hai, irritated, raked his fingers through his thinning hair and glanced at his wife, ending the call a minute later. What is it? Speak quickly, he said, his tone brusque. Wen Tai, usually the gentle and considerate wife, felt her dissatisfaction rise but suppressed. It seems Li Mingyan is truly serious this time. Serious? That's impossible. Su He is Li Mingyan's biological mother. He wouldn't let it escalate so badly, when Ruahai asserted as he leaned back on the couch. Yes, she is his biological mother, but Sui never married into the Li family, and they do not recognize her. If it weren't for Li Mingyan's accomplishments and the old gentleman's favor, would Sui enjoy such privileges and hold a prominent position in the wealthy circles of Haicheng? When Tai analyzed. So as long as Li Mingyan is around, Sui remains the same as before, when Ruahai said, confused about his wife's reasoning, reaching for his phone to continue calling. But now Li Mingyan has publicly revoked all of Sui's rights. And the old gentleman has frozen her card, when Tai interjected, handing her phone to when Ruahai, Li Mingyan transfers tens of millions to Sui each month, and the old gentleman's monthly allowance of several $100,000 is hardly anything she would consider. She had discarded that card years ago, yet it has just been frozen, she explained. The old gentleman's card could only be frozen by his order, indicating that Li Mingyan has made a firm decision. The old gentleman agrees, and considering how Sui was beaten without Li Mingyan intervening, doesn't that make it clear? When Ruahai looked at the notification on his phone, his gaze flickering. After a long pause, he conceded, you do have a point. However, the Li family and the Wen family have publicly severed ties that he is our only leverage against Li Mingyan, that if we lose her, the Wen family might. As when Ruahai spoke, he gripped his phone tightly, realizing that without Sui, their family's prospects appeared bleak. Husband, we have already made the payments, right? Why are you speaking so gravely? When Ruahai regarded his wife with disdain. Yes, the payments are made, but we have lost our largest client. Other clients are fearful of Li Mingyan's power and are shifting their business to him. Our warehouse is overflowing with goods. And there are over 10,000 employees at our factory whose salaries have yet to be secured this month. How could this happen? The salaries of tens of thousands of employees are no trivial matter. And Wen Tai is acutely aware of this. Hence, I find myself making daily calls to banks and friends in search of loans. Without significant clients like Li's and lacking sufficient funds, we might as well brace ourselves for bankruptcy and liquidation. When Ruahai retrieved his phone, he had witnessed financial crises and corporate turmoil many times before, and this time he believed he would navigate through it unscathed, he thought with a tinge of arrogance. However, when Tai was unable to maintain her composure, the company could not afford to go bankrupt. Her good days must not come to an end at Sui is several $100 million. We can approach her for assistance. When Tai's mind raced. Over the years, the people she had befriended were all wealthy wives. Yet only Sui could muster such a sum to fill the GAP that it was not an unworthy approach. When Ruahai had already considered Sui, but it was only his wife who could solicit the loan, as he and Sui were not particularly close. Darling, you should give it a try. Sui may very well be our only lifeline, that if she declines, it is of no consequence. We can always start anew. With the foundation of the Wen family, we will surely regain prosperity in another 10 or 8 years. When Ruahai said, pulling his wife onto his lap, whispering sweet nothings, she was resolute. She did not wish to endure hardship any longer. Maintaining a calm facade, when Tai replied, fear not, my husband. Wait for me. I shall seek out Sui immediately. She will surely be willing to assist us. Oblivious to her own manipulation, when Tai hurriedly left when Ruahai's embrace and dashed downstairs to find Sui, still as easily deceived as in our youth. When Ruahai scoffed, watching his wife's retreating figure. Chapter 43 Shiniwei, what are you doing here? Don't block the way. When Tai exclaimed as she collided with Wen Songi, who had been hiding in her room for several days. Oh! When Songi's face was haggard, dark circles evident beneath her eyes, standing there in a daze. When Tai, disregarding her daughter, rushed down to borrow money from Sui, he did in the garden pavilion. An old-fashioned classical tune played from the radio as Sui lounged in a hammock. Her legs elegantly crossed, a luxurious facial mask adorning her visage. Her fair thighs glimmered in the sunlight, and when Tai clenched her teeth, feigning nonchalance that Sui, we've known each other for nearly 20 years. Haven't we? When Tai donned a smile, what's the matter? Need something from me again. Sui, feigning sleep, could discern the intentions of her long-time acquaintance without even opening her eyes. When Tai chuckled nervously, well, today old Wen mentioned that before repaying the Mayan banquet's goods debt, he purchased a new batch of equipment which cost quite a bit. The expenses for the equipment, coupled with the debt owed to Li, had drained the company's resources, and now they were struggling to maintain cash flow. Could you lend us a hand? Just for this month. Once the company stabilizes, we shall repay you promptly. Definitely within 6 months. when Ty's words were vague, and although she knew Sue, he was not well-versed in business. She anxiously hoped for a stroke of luck. Isn't one's a venerable family business like Lee's? How could you not even repay the goods debt last time and now face cash flow issues? Sue, he questioned, her skepticism evident. You know well my spending habits, and with a son and daughter, old one dotes on them, do we have a plethora of luxury cars at home worth millions. Yet I lack financial acumen and haven't saved much. The company's funds were spent on machinery, and who could have anticipated the Mayan banquet's ruthless dealings? When Ty sighed, that it's only a matter of months. After all, a company as large as Win's one to go bankrupt. I beg of you, Sue, when Ty pleaded, gently shaking Sue's hand, adopting a coy demeanor. All right, my face mask is about to slip off, and I'll call my financial advisor shortly, Sue replied indifferently. After all, the Win family was an established clan. In her memory, such families like the Lee family would not face repercussions even for criminal acts, and their businesses would not close down. Besides, she had so much money that she had nowhere to spend it. I cannot thank you enough. Sue, you are my dearest friend. When Ty expressed her genuine excitement, yet a hint of disdain lingered, for despite many years as a wealthy wife, she remained fundamentally petty. Borrowing money from her required adhering to bank interest rates. Now go on. Do not disturb me any longer. When Ty smiled in agreement, stepping out of the pavilion to share the good news with her husband. However, upon raising her gaze, she caught sight of Wen Rawhai looking at Sue with a knowing expression from the windowsill. When Tai shot him a fierce glare before he feigned nonchalance and departed. Were it not for Li Mingyan, who would wish to befriend you, country bumpkin? When Tai thought as she glanced back at Sue, let us not delay. We must head to the company. The matters of the company were of utmost importance. When Tai did not wish to bicker with Wen Rawhai over trivialities. Wait, what has Sue done to deserve such animosity? When Rawhai pulled out his phone, revealing a message from his intelligence secretary. What? When Tai was perplexed. Shin Xingyan has ordered the cancellation of all VIP statuses held by Sue within her enterprises, and she is prohibited from entering any of Shun's shops to make purchases. Shin Xingyan is even more ruthless than Li Mingyan. What on earth has she done? When Ruohai was astonished, for Shun's enterprises dominated the service industry in Haiqing, and it was rare for Shin Xingyan to target someone so pointedly. I do not know. What is happening with Shin Xingyan? When Tai was equally confused. Did Sui not inform you? Aren't you two decades-long friends? When Ruohai asked disdainfully. When Tai shook her head, she is fiercely proud. That day at Lee's, she was beaten and her face was swollen like a pig's, yet she refused to disclose the reasons behind it. Initially intending to belittle Sue when Tai suddenly recalled. Could it be that Shin Xingyan was present at Lee's that day, and they had a conflict? When Tai felt she was piecing together the puzzle, but could not fathom its entirety. The Lee family is tight-lipped. We would certainly remain oblivious to the internal matters. However, if Sue has offended both Li Mingyan and Shin Xingyan, we must distance ourselves from her. They had already incurred the wrath of Li Mingyan. They could not afford to antagonize Shin Xingyan further. But we still need to borrow money from Sue when Ruohai smirked. Her financial advisor has already been bribed by me. The contracts she signed are all voluntary donations. Upon hearing this, when Tai's pupils dilated in shock as she stared incredulously at her husband of many years. My dear, without clients, the company generates no profit, which equates to an abyss. We are incurring losses daily that Su's money cannot sustain us for long. She will not be able to hold out with her few $100 million. We must seek alternative solutions. Why didn't you tell me sooner? The more nonchalant when Ruohai appeared, the graver the situation seemed. Was it not for your own concern, my dear? Telling you would have been futile. When Ruohai embraced his wife, speaking comforting words. Husband, thank you for shielding us from the storms all these years, when Tai said, tears brimming in her eyes. When Ruohai smiled indifferently, thus, selling our daughter is for the sake of this family. He thought darkly, having long since made up his mind about the future of their children, that in the following week, Sui began to realize the gravity of her situation. Nearly all the malls in Haiqing barred her entry, as did beauty salons, luxury boutiques, and even high-end restaurants. How could Shin Xingyan treat her this way? She had been more cordial to Shin Xingyan than to Li Mingyan, standing outside a shopping mall. Sui felt a wave of panic wash over her. Swallowing hard to regain her composure, she clenched her Hermes handbag and drove her sports car towards the Shin family's building. You cannot stop me. I am the aunt of your president. He was taken aback by the rudeness of a security guard who pushed her aside. "Madam, you are prohibited from entering this building. If you do not leave within 5 minutes, I am authorized to take coercive measures," the imposing security guard stated impassively. "Impossible. I am Shin Xinyan's aunt. He cannot treat an elder in such a manner." "What elder? You are merely a madwoman who exploits Li Ge to create havoc." Shin Yiwei, who had just returned from abroad, coldly regarded the woman who had driven Li Ge to despair. "Yiwei, how dare you speak to me like that? I am your aunt." Having graduated from high school and spent 4 years abroad, Yiwei had just returned, yet Sui still recognized her, trying to assert her elder status. "Humph. You are not even a member of the Li family. Spare me your pretentiousness. You disgust me as a fellow woman." Shin Yiwei could see through Su's malicious intentions. She had warned Li Ge several times in the past, only to see their relationship deteriorate due to Su's machinations. In the end, she and Li Ge had drifted apart, and her brother had become a sworn enemy of Li Ge. Heaven had opened its eyes, allowing Li Ge to see Su's true colors. She had seized the opportunity to return home and stoke the flames that to her surprise, her brother had also seen through Su's facade, which was indeed a pleasant surprise. "Security, throw her out immediately," Shin Yiwei commanded with the same sinister smile as Shin Xinyan. Thus, Sui was unceremoniously ejected before hundreds in the lobby, her clothes and face smeared with dirt and grime, looking utterly disheveled and humiliated. Chapter 44 gained weight. Shin Yiwei cast a cold glance at the disheveled Sui before her, and in her youth, Shin Yiwei had been deeply ensnared by Sui, that seemingly pure white lotus. And now the opportunity for vengeance had finally arrived. With a spirit as vindictive as her own, Shin Yiwei's methods were far more ruthless than those of Shin Xinyan and Ming Yan. Tilting her head, she spoke icily to her assistant beside her. "Find someone to keep a close watch on this woman. Seek an opportunity to abduct her, and ensure she is made to endure the company of those old, ugly, and filthy men. Capture videos and photos for me. Understood?" The assistant replied affirmatively, that he had been assigned by Shin's father, who was concerned about Shin Yiwei being bullied abroad, to protect her. The older generation's aides were seasoned and ruthless. Stained with blood from their past deeds, Shin Yiwei was quite pleased with the assistant her father had sent. "Yiwei has arrived. Please take a seat," Shin Xinyan greeted, lowering his gaze to the documents before him. "Brother, can you be a bit more enthusiastic now that I'm here?" Shin Yiwei said with a hint of melancholy as she took a seat opposite Shin Xinyan. "All right, just give me a minute to finish this, and then I will greet you warmly. How about that?" Shin Xinyan replied, still engrossed in his paperwork. Shin Yiwei rolled her eyes at her elder brother. "That I heard you encountered Sui downstairs." Shin Xinyan, after signing off on the documents, looked up to inquire about his sister. Shin Yiwei nodded nonchalantly. Shin Xinyan was somewhat surprised. Given her temperament, Sui was likely to suffer greatly. "That I was blind to her true nature before, causing you much distress. That I am truly sorry," Shin Xinyan lamented, gently ruffling his sister's hair. Shin Yiwei retorted disdainfully, "You two oblivious men could not possibly see through that old white lotus's facade. If it weren't for Li Ge suddenly gaining clarity, I would have been prepared to remain abroad forever." Returning home only to witness that old hag feigning innocence and playing the victim made her yearn to give her a severe reprimand. Although she had once done so, only to be dealt with by her brother and Li Ge together. "Apologies for letting you endure that. Just ensure you release your frustrations appropriately, but don't go too far." Shin Xinyan reminded her, "That I know my limits. But is Li Ge truly resolved to sever ties with Sui? I wouldn't want to be blamed later," Shin Yiwei asked, her lips pouting. "Li Ming Yan has been deeply hurt. Just ensure he doesn't come to him to play the victim, and all will be well." Shin Yiwei smiled mischievously, her mind already concocting playful plans. "By the way, brother, could you arrange a meeting with Li Ge?" Shin Yiwei said casually, feigning indifference. Shin Xinyan scrutinized his sister, who was casting her gaze about nervously. "That you're not still holding on to hope, are you?" "What hope? I don't understand what you're talking about," Shin Yiwei retorted, her demeanor betraying her discomfort as she fidgeted. "Stop pretending. I have no idea how you managed to fall for Li Mingyan," Shin Xinyan candidly stated. Shin Yiwei had always been a sycophant towards Li Mingyan, and had he not been her brother, he would have kicked her to the curb long ago. Li Ge is so handsome, capable, knowledgeable, and charismatic, Shin Yiwei began to praise, only to be met with her brother's ominous glare and clenched fists. "Isn't your brother just as good as Li Mingyan?" Shin Qingyan gritted his teeth, questioning her that, of course, my brother is the most exceptional. But alas, you are my brother, so I must settle for Li Ge. Shin Yiwei quickly added, uttering words that felt insincere. Settle for second best. If Li Mingyan is second, then I am quite pleased, Shin Qingyan replied. Sighing, he regarded his sister with a serious expression before stating, Li Mingyan has someone by his side now. Shin Qingyan said no more. Although he wasn't closely acquainted with Song Li, it was evident from their numerous interactions that Li Mingyan cared for that person. His sister was likely to, that female university student. Shin Yiwei, who had been keeping tabs on Li Mingyan, was aware of the presence of a woman beside him. Shin Qingyan nodded that so what? In the end, the one who will marry Li Ge will be me, Shin Yiwei asserted confidently. Shin Qingyan cast a disdainful glance at his sister. Thus, brother, for the sake of my happiness, please ensure a good relationship with Li Ge, so that our family's union goes smoothly, Shin Yiwei urged. Are you daydreaming? If Shin Yiwei had not matured, Shin Qingyan would have felt compelled to give her a sharp reprimand. Li Mingyan's fiancé, he has always been when Songyi. Though it now seems unlikely, given that Li Mingyan is aware he has slept with his fiancé, that Li Ge will not marry when Songyi, Shin Yiwei stated firmly, fully understanding Li Mingyan's character. All right, brother, please refrain from being a downer. Quickly arrange for a meeting with Li Ge, Shin Yiwei insisted, as her primary purpose in visiting her brother was to see Mingyan. After all, it was quite challenging to meet the reclusive Mingyan. Arrange it yourself. Here is my phone, Shin Qingyan said, feeling awkward about the previous incident, as he had no desire to see Li Mingyan's face at the moment. Please, I haven't seen Li Ge in nearly 4 years. It would be too awkward to meet alone, that if it's awkward, then don't meet at all. There are plenty of good men in Haicheng. Do not hang your hopes on Li Mingyan. Shin Qingyan advised sternly. Brother, I beg you that I don't know how to persuade him to come out. You take charge, Shin Yiwei pleaded, ignoring her brother's well-meaning advice as she pouted and clutched her phone. Sighing in resignation, Shin Qingyan took the phone. Shin Yiwei has returned to the country and would like to invite you for a meal, he texted, addressing Mingyan. Mingyan, who had been spending his weekend at home, watching dramas and reading novels, replied, thanks for the invite. See? Even now, President Li Mingyan won team meet. Don't expect him to see you, Shin Qingyan remarked, disinterested, as he placed the phone down and resumed his work. I must see him. Shin Yiwei insisted stubbornly. Figure it out yourself. Don't disturb your brother while he is working. Aware of her brother's workaholic tendencies, Shin Yiwei took the phone, pushed Mingyan's business card into her pocket, and turned to leave, confident she would find a way to tea the hillside villa. Given that when Songyi had been quiet for over a month, both Song Li and Mingyan felt relieved that as Song Li prepared to go for her prenatal checkup. She preferred not to have Mingyan accompany her. Mingyan dispatched a bodyguard to follow her. Having grown accustomed to prenatal checkups, Song Li completed the process in 2 hours and returned to the hillside villa before lunch. Welcome back. How is mother? Mingyan, who had just come downstairs to eat, inquired. Mother is recovering well, Song Li replied, passing by him with a bag in hand that clinked mysteriously. Mingyan, puzzled, asked, Have you eaten? I have, Song Li replied, opening the door and locking it swiftly behind her, her actions fluid and decisive. Mingyan sensed something off about Song Li today. She hastily retreated to her room as if in a rush. He squinted, noticing that as autumn approached, she had already donned an oversized autumn coat. That as he recalled Song Li's figure, he realized she seemed to have gained a noticeable amount of weight, particularly from behind. However, that was acceptable. Being too thin was not good for her health, he thought, glancing at the 3 meat dishes on the dining table. Chapter 45. The unpredictability of pregnancy in her room. Song Li placed the medications prescribed by the doctor alongside various maternity supplies and approached the full-length mirror by the wardrobe. Having avoided a corset for the prenatal checkup, her slightly protruding belly remained visible even beneath the voluminous coat. The twins were only 3 months along, yet her abdomen seemed more pronounced than in her previous life. Was it possible she had indulged too much? Song Li removed her outer garment, tightened her t-shirt, and swayed her waist from side to side. Alas, it was all Mingyan's fault, with his constant indulgence in nourishing soups and pig trotters, resulting not only in a larger belly, but also in the roundness of her face. Sighing, Song Li lamented that gaining weight was a dancer's nightmare. She did not wish to suffer the consequences of childbirth, such as a distorted figure, a tilted pelvis, and stretch marks that in her past life. She had spent several months exercising daily to regain her former physique. This time around, she was determined to avoid the pitfalls of her previous existence. As she contemplated, she took out oil to prevent stretch marks, gently applying it to her protruding abdomen, her eyes brimming with maternal affection. The baby was healthy, but as the months progressed, she could no longer constrict her waist. She could only conceal it for another month at most. Yet her plans remained stagnant. Touching her pregnant belly, she recalled seeing two adorable babies during her ultrasound today, and her mother, who was now healthy and happily tending to her plants at the hospital. The bright sunshine bathed the vibrant flowers. The air was fresh, the baby was healthy, and her mother was well. At that moment, Songli yearned to let go of past grudges that if Ming Yin remained unchanged. If when Songyi could behave herself, if Xin Yin would not go mad. Songli thought she would be willing to sacrifice the pain and hatred she alone bore for the sake of her current tranquil life. During this period, she frequently pondered the meaning of her rebirth. Was it for her children, for her mother, or for revenge? In 3 months, she had altered her predetermined trajectory, steering events in a favorable direction. If Li Mingyan were to act as he did in her previous life, perhaps her plans would progress much more smoothly. She could once again be bound by Li Mingyan and, like in her past life, feign compliance while secretly instigating discord. Utilizing Li Mingyan's influence to undermine the Wen and Shin families, she could then drug him, reclaiming the entire Li family into her hands. That'd be why then she would possess family, children, power, and status, ensuring she would not die in solitude as she had in her previous life. Yet this lifetime, Songli lowered her head in contemplation, her lips curling into a smile unbeknownst to her as she gazed into the mirror. Was this Ming Yin a divine gift of rebirth, considerate, meticulous, and adorably naive? Songli smiled, her mind flooded with images of Ming Yin shielding her time, and again that he had agreed without a second thought when she expressed her desire to join the company. He would accompany her back to school during work hours, stand up for her in front of others, empathize with her experiences, and even risk a falling out with Xin Yin to defend her. He would apologize, assuring her that none of it was her fault, that she was innocent. He would worry for her safety, unwaveringly protecting her. He would understand and accommodate her, even when her pregnancy rendered her moody and prone to outbursts. He accepted her treatment without complaint. Exhibiting patience, he was gentle, kind, and perceptive. Such thoughtfulness and care made him the ideal candidate for both a husband and a father. Li Ming Yan's favorability. 100 yet. Images of Ming Yan's various expressions and actions flashed in her mind. Songli, caressing her pregnant belly, let out a soft sigh, her emotions sinking once again. She could discern that Ming Yan's feelings for her were merely pity and respect, lacking any romantic affection and no love. She mulled over those words repeatedly, feeling her hormones plummet, as her infatuated thoughts were shattered by the absence of romantic feelings, that it was only natural that he would not be drawn to someone like her. With a sudden scoff, she licked her sharp canine teeth in disdain. It mattered not. If he did not fancy her, so be it. She was already thoroughly disenchanted with men. Moreover, no one would love another indefinitely. People change. Those who are sweet and charming today may become selfish and self-serving tomorrow. The one who currently appears gentle and considerate might later reveal a violent and capricious nature. Perhaps he was still young and naive. Once he matured, who could say how he might change? With a sneer, Songli narrowed her eyes, her rationality returning as her emotional self faded into oblivion. Thoughts of Ming Yin being fickle and unfaithful filled her mind. Envisioning a scenario where he would have numerous affairs, he was still oblivious. Once he realized the allure of power and status, who knew how promiscuous he might become? As her expression darkened, her breathing grew heavier. The memory of Ming Yan's previous intent to create a secondary account to add Yuqi only solidified her suspicions. His behavior and appearance clearly indicated he was a brash youth, and his kindness was merely a trait of a central air-conditioning playboy. His current tenderness and attentiveness towards her would likely be the same tactics he employed with others once he encountered someone better. The same strategies could entrap countless young women, and she was merely a test subject before he truly developed feelings for someone. Once he genuinely liked her, he would apply the same methods to other girls. Yes, that was it, she thought, her eyes darkening to Li Ming Yin's favorability. 100 sensitive and capricious during her pregnancy, Songli once again fortified her heart with her unwavering will. Vowing to abandon love. One moment. He is a gift from heaven. The next, central air conditioning playboy, Parrish, meanwhile, Ming Yen in the midst of his meal, sneezed, achoo, achoo, achoo. At the Wen residence, Su-hee, who had been missing for a week, appeared pale, her hair disheveled, her body covered in mud, emanating an inexplicable foul odor. Wen Ruai, return my money. Give me back my money. Sui banged on the door, her voice hoarse, shouting with a strained throat at the imposing villa door. Without Ming Yan's protection, Sui felt like a rat scurrying across the street, having made numerous enemies with her reckless actions over the years that in just a week, she had endured inhumane torment. In her despair, she remembered Ming Yan, but Shen Yiwei would not grant her the opportunity to plead her case before him. In Haicheng, Sui found herself without a refuge, having been cast aside in the outskirts. It took her 2 days to reach the city, where she sought her financial advisor to withdraw her funds and escape Haisher, only to discover that her contract had been swapped and all her assets had been devoured by Wen Ruahai, leaving her with not a single penny. Dare to steal my money? Li Mingyan will never let you off. Wen Ruahai, come out. But Wen Ruahai was nowhere to be found. Wen Tai sat calmly in the hall, feigning ignorance. Mom, what is happening? It's so noisy. Wen Songyi, irritated by the commotion, descended the stairs with a haggard expression, struggling against nausea that it's nothing. Let her shout for a while longer. Your father will return with bodyguards soon, and we can toss her out then. Wen Tai, observing his youngest daughter's recent despondency, found it peculiar. What is going on with you lately? You look unwell, he said, reaching out to touch her face, confirming she did not have a fever. Wen Songyi shook her head feebly. She had not been able to eat anything lately, constantly feeling nauseous and fatigued, her abdomen also feeling uncomfortable. Wen Tai helped his daughter sit on the sofa, while Wen Songyi lowered her gaze to hide her expression, secretly pondering whether she might be pregnant despite having taken contraceptive pills. Your condition seems off. When your father returns, we should take you to the hospital for a checkup. Wen Tai also felt something was amiss, gently patting his daughter's back to alleviate her discomfort. Outside, Sui's cries abruptly ceased as she was once again disdainfully dragged out of the villa by bodyguards and unceremoniously tossed onto the sidewalk. Your father is back. Let's go get you checked. Chapter 46. Wen Songyi's pregnancy, what bad luck. I wonder who it was that tormented Su. He so mercilessly. Wen Ruahai inadvertently brushed against the edge of Sui's clothing, entering the house and immediately washing his hands in disgust. That I know who it is. Wen Songyi, of similar age to Shen Yiwei and aware of some of her affairs, temporarily set aside her discomfort and said, It was Shen Yiwei. Shen Yiwei, when did she return to the country? How come I didn't know? Recently, Wen Tai has been troubled by company matters and has not engaged in gossip with her social circle for quite some time. Not long after Yen Gu and Su-hee severed ties, the topic of Shen Yiwei arose, which filled Wen Songyi with great satisfaction. Mother, have you forgotten? It was Su-hee who sowed discord, causing Yen Gu to harbor a dislike for Shen Yiwei. Unable to contend with Su-hee, Shen Yiwei went abroad, even declaring that she would not return until Su-hee was no more. If it weren't for Su-hee's interference, she might have struggled against Shen Yiwei. Wen Songyi mused to herself. After all, the Shun and Li families were indeed well matched, and Shen Yiwei was certainly more astute than herself. It dawned upon her that it was originally Shen Yiwei who was to be engaged to Ming Yan. But Su-hee had meddled, leading to the animosity between Li Mingyan and Shen Qingyan, which ultimately paved the way for her own chance. Wen Tai smacked her thigh in remembrance. Mother, how can you say such a thing? Is my daughter not as good as Shen Yiwei? Wen Songyi detested Shen Yiwei more than anyone else, that my daughter is the most exceptional girl, incomparable to others, Wen Ruahai said, showering her with sweet words. What girl wouldn't appreciate such compliments? A radiant smile spread across Wen Songyi's face. Thank you, father. You are the best. Of course, once your brother returns, I have a grand surprise in store for you. Wen Ruahai affectionately ruffled his daughter's hair. With an expectant look, Wen Songyi inquired, What surprise? You're not planning to buy that sports car for me, are you? The sports car was worth over 10 million and was a limited edition. Li Mingyan owned one, while another was a couple's version, which Wen Songyi had long desired. Wen Ruahai merely shook his head, hinting a greater surprise awaits. Curiosity piqued. Both Wen Songyi and Wen Tai pondered what it could be. Wen Ruahai clearly enjoyed keeping them in suspense. Wen Ruyan, having been hastily urged, arrived home in less than 10 minutes despite the usual half-hour journey. What is the rush? You called me back home urgently, he said, removing his helmet and approaching them, a sheen of sweat glistening on his brow. "Brother, step back a bit. Your smell is making me nauseous." When Song-yi, sensitive to odors, grimaced at the overwhelming scent of sweat. Noticing her discomfort, when Ruyin curiously sniffed at himself that it's just a little, "It can't be that bad." "All right, step back. Your sister has been feeling unwell. Don't make it worse for her," when Tai admonished. Prioritizing her daughter's health, biased, when Ruyin rolled his eyes, moving to sit on another sofa. All right, we have arrived, so it's time to announce the surprise," when Ruohai interjected to lighten the mood, with all eyes on him. When Ruohai cleared his throat and addressed his son first. "I've heard you've had a fondness for Shen Wei for quite some time." When Ruyin paused, then casually replied, "I liked her once. But she went abroad, didn't she?" The once infatuated when Ruyin couldn't help but chuckle at the memory of his younger self. "Everyone in Haiching knows how our brother was a lovesick fool back in the day." When Song-yi teased, recalling his previous infatuation. Given that there were only a few prominent families in Haiching, childhood friendships often blossomed into romance, especially with future alliances in mind. When Song-yi, "Are you trying to get yourself killed?" When Ruyin, however, was none too pleased with the mention of those embarrassing memories. "All right, enough bickering that I've arranged a blind date for you with Shen Wei. Remember what I told you," when Ruohai insisted, aware of his son's penchant for mischief and having long warned him that his choice of a spouse must adhere to his guidance. "But she doesn't like me, does she?" "Right, sister?" When Ruyin sighed, casting a sideways glance at Wen Song-yi, who was well aware that Shen Wei favored Li Mingyan. When Ruohai shot his son an annoyed look. "As for you, Song-yi, I've also arranged a blind date for you with Li Mingyan. Old M, our dead ally, has consented to this match, so you need not worry." When Ruohai looked expectantly at Wen Song-yi, knowing full well that she had harbored feelings for Li Mingyan for quite some time. Yet, when Song-yi's excitement was nowhere to be found, her gaze wandered, and with a gulp, she exhaled a bitter breath, saying, "But Yen Ge doesn't like me." With her head bowed, she refrained from mentioning her past with Shin Qingyan, which had been witnessed by Ming Yin. "Come on, it's not likely Ming Yin has suddenly developed feelings for you." UV still pursued him despite that when Ruyin scoffed, unimpressed. When Ruohai shot his son another disapproving glance, well aware of his knack for exaggeration. After hearing Wen Ruyin's words, Wen Song-yi surprisingly did not retort, instead lowering her head and fidgeting with her hands in silence. Observing her demeanor, Wen Ruohai furrowed his brow. "What is wrong, sweetheart? Did Li Mingyan bully you?" he asked, recalling his daughter's unusual behavior lately. Reminiscent of someone who had suffered heartbreak. When Song-yi shook her head, her heart heavy as she told her father, "Yen Ge, he want to marry me." Tears began to stream down her cheeks. Both Wen Ruohai and Wen Ruyin were taken aback by the sudden shift in her emotions. "What is going on? You need to clarify. Something must have happened," when Ruohai pressed. Yet, when Song-yi remained silent. "Could it be that you've given up because Li Mingyan likes that university girl?" When Ruyin speculated. Having heard gossip circulating in Haicheng, the mention of Song Li made Wen Song-yi's heart ache even more that if she hadn't attended Fashion Week that day, she wouldn't have allowed that girl to seize the opportunity. It was infuriating that despite taking such risks, that girl had reaped the benefits, when Song-yi, filled with frustration, clung to Wen Tai and began to weep. "Mother, Yen Ge, he want to marry me," she sobbed, repeating the phrase. Leaving the family bewildered, the sudden surge of emotions overwhelmed her, and having not eaten well or slept soundly for days, she fainted in her mother's arms. This startled both Wen Ruohai and Wen Ruyin. When Song-yi regained consciousness, she found herself in a hospital room. Wen Tai sat vigil by her bedside, while Wen Ruyin and Wen Ruohai sat silently on the sofa, the atmosphere tense and serious. Uncertain of her surroundings, when Song-yi blinked open her eyes, her voice hoarse from crying, "Did I ask my health all right?" she asked, glancing at her mother. Wen Tai, momentarily at a loss for words, simply stared at her bewildered daughter. "Are you truly unaware of your condition?" Wen Ruohai said coldly, no longer in the mood to play the benevolent father. "What? Mother, is something wrong with my health?" When Song-yi questioned, alarmed by her father's grim expression. Wen Tai sighed, her demeanor grave as she replied, "You are pregnant over a month along." When Ruyin, observing the expressions of his parents, remained silent, fearing to interrupt. "How is that possible?" When Song-yi exclaimed, disbelief etched across her face. "I took contraceptive pills. How could this happen?" Her words only darkened when Ruohai's expression further. Who is the father of this child? He demanded, sensing that the child could not possibly belong to Li Mingyan. The intensity of his gaze caused Wen Songyi to retreat in her mother's embrace, terrified to respond. Chapter 47. Engagement. Daring to engage in such audacity with his daughter, he must have consumed the heart of a bear and the courage of a leopard. The entire hospital ward was in disarray. Wen Songyi wept incessantly, her sobs echoing through the room. Speak quickly, or I shall have the child terminated immediately. Li Mingyan is oblivious. You could still marry him. Wen Ruohai stated bluntly. Wen Songyi's tears flowed even more profusely, for she knew that Li Mingyan would never accept her again, having learned of her liaison with Shen Qingyan. The thought of never being able to wed Li Mingyan shattered her heart, and she finally broke down, uttering, "Is this what you wanted, Shen Qingyan?" Wen Songyi recognized the devastating truth. Once her father discovered the child was Shen Qingyan's, her chance with Li Mingyan would vanish forever. As her words faded, an oppressive silence enveloped the room that Wen's parents needed time to process the revelation, while Wen Ruoyan gazed at her sister in astonishment, silently giving her a thumbs up. Incredible. Unable to secure Li Mingyan, she ensnared Shen Qingyan instead. When did you and Shen Qingyan become involved? How was I not aware? Wen Ruohai queried, his mind calculating the implications. Wen Songyi, unwilling to divulge, lowered her head in silence. Songyi, are you certain the child belongs to Shen Qingyan? Wen Ruohai pondered aloud after a lengthy pause. Wen Songyi could sense her father's intentions and knew there was no escaping the situation now. Yes, she replied to Wen's father exhaled with relief. While Shen Qingyan could not compare to Li Mingyan, he was still a reasonable choice, the perennial second choice, Shen Qingyan. If that is the case, marrying him is acceptable that we can simply arrange for your brother to wed into the Li family, Wen Ruoyan interjected. Why must it be that way? I refuse to marry into the Li family. I want that person, she declared, yearning for what she could not attain. The unattainable always stirs unrest in the heart, and with Shen Yiwei as Wen Ruoyan's white moonlight. Her desire was only intensified. Ignoring his son, Wen Ruohai turned his attention back to Wen Songyi. Shen Qingyan is still unaware of your pregnancy. Is he? Wen Songyi shook her head, explaining that after their encounter, he had vanished and they had not crossed paths since. Very well. Take your time to recuperate in the hospital. I shall handle the remaining matters, Wen Ruohai said, assuming the role of the loving father. Their marriage must be hastened. Only then would Shen's company naturally become the Wen family's largest client, swiftly alleviating the looming bankruptcy crisis. After all, Sui's billions would not last much longer. Wen Ruohai, contemplating this, bypassed his son and headed straight for Shen Qingyan. The hapless Shen Qingyan found himself in a precarious situation. Upon entering the Shun Group's building, Wen Ruohai wore an expression of anger. Determined to stand up for his daughter, did I end the office? Shen Qingyan was perplexed by this unexpected visit. With a furrowed brow, he adjusted his attire and made his way to the reception room. Uncle, he greeted. Wen Ruohai maintained a stern demeanor, and Shen Qingyan sensed the looming threat, though he still managed to greet him with a smile. Umph. The paternal figure of Wen Ruohai cast a glance at Shen Qingyan before dramatically placing a document upon the table. You may peruse this, he stated succinctly, allowing Shen Qingyan a moment to comprehend the gravity of the situation. Shen Qingyan's heart raced as he picked up the report, his expression shifting to one of shock. The ultrasound results boldly proclaimed. Single viable fetus, gestational age for weeks, name. Wen Songyi. Shen Qingyan was left speechless, the words before him pulsating as if alive, his mind buzzing with disbelief that it felt as though his throat had been constricted, making it difficult to breathe. Shen Qingyan struggled to comprehend the reality. He had used protection, yet why had there not been a follow-up with medication? Did she not prefer Li Mingyan? Observing Shen Qingyan's reaction, Wen Ruohai remained impassive, fully aware of the turmoil within him, and explained, Our Songyi took the medication, but the doctor indicated that contraceptive pills do not guarantee absolute prevention of pregnancy, with a scornful glare. Wen Ruohai chastised Shen Qingyan for blaming his daughter for not taking the pills rather than himself for not using protection. Now that there is a child, I look forward to seeing how you respond. Uncle, that was not my intention. Shen Qingyan forced a smile, fully aware he had landed himself in a monumental predicament. This calamity, which should have befallen Li Mingyan, had inexplicably found its way to him. What a misfortune! Songyi was unaware of her pregnancy. It was only after fainting at home today that we discovered it, when Ruahai expressed, his heart aching, "I only have this one precious daughter, and such a significant matter ought to have been discussed with her parents. However, it is imperative that you learn of it first. Given the sudden arrival of a child, both you and Somi may need time to process this. Please inform your parents, and we shall reconvene to address the situation calmly." When Ruahai concluded, adjusting his tie as he looked at the dazed Shun Qingyan, secretly reveling in his triumph as he exited the room. Shun Qingyan, headache. Due to the child's unexpected arrival, when Ruahai and the Shin family could not afford to delay. After all, engagements and weddings require time to plan, and attending a ceremony while visibly pregnant would be quite embarrassing. With the child only a month along, both families hastily arranged for the engagement to take place in a week, followed by the wedding a month later, ensuring that Somi would be brought into the household before her pregnancy became apparent. The rushed engagement left Mingyan unaware until he received the invitation. Staring at the delicate pink invitation, he felt as though he had missed a crucial plot development. Shin Qingyan did not seem like someone who would ally with the Wen family. Could it possibly be an HK? But that seemed unlikely, especially considering that Shin Qingyan had fled the following morning, appearing far from responsible. Mingyan pondered the invitation. Songli descended the stairs, ready for breakfast, and noticed the invitation in his hand. Without a word, Mingyan stated, "It is the engagement invitation for Shin Qingyan and Wen Songyi, set for 3 days from now." Recently, Songli had been unusually silent, both at work and after hours, retreating to her own room and becoming increasingly distant. Mingyan felt hesitant to broach the subject, and their conversations were limited to their brief breakfasts together. "When Songyi is pregnant," Songli stated bluntly, and Mingyan's realization struck him. After all, the only reason Shin Qingyan must marry Wen Songyi was likely due to this circumstance. Mingyan nodded. Indeed, quite impressive that Songli sipped her warm milk. She contemplated the implications of the alliance between the Wen and Shin families, realizing that the Wen family was poised for a revival. Having been with the Li family for quite some time, Songli's analytical prowess was to be expected. Mingyan did not dwell on it. Wen Songyi marrying Shin Qingyan meant she would no longer pose a threat to Songli, which was a relief. His primary concern had always been to protect Songli from Wen Songyi's potential harm. Suddenly, Songli halted her drinking, her gaze fixed on Mingyan. If Wen Songyi was to marry, then no one could hurt her, which meant she could finally move out. Chapter 48. The Celestial Maiden Descends. Now that Miss Wen is married, I suppose it is no longer appropriate for me to stay here. Thank you, Mr. Li, for your hospitality these past few days that I will return after work to pack my things, Songli blurted out. Mingyan, taken aback, remained silent. Observing Mingyan's expression, she concluded that he did not care for her. And given her lack of status, it made no sense to cling to a place that she could not rightfully occupy. With that thought, Songli tightened her grip on the milk cup, her brows knitting together in displeasure. No, I did not mean to suggest that you should leave. You are welcome to stay here indefinitely. No one will force you out, Mingyan reassured her. He would never drive away the innocent flower, particularly after having grown accustomed to her presence over the duration of their cohabitation. Songli's grip tightened further on the milk cup. No, it would be too much of an imposition on you. Mr. Li, she replied through clenched teeth. Noticing the tension in her hand, Mingyan hastily stepped forward to relieve her of the cup. Imposition? How could it be an imposition? Your company brings me joy, he insisted, puzzled by her barely contained anger. This strange dynamic persisted for nearly a week, which was unusual. Her menstruation should have concluded by now, yet it seemed to be intensifying, and as Songli contemplated Mingyan's comforting words, she gradually regained her composure. Closing her eyes, she exhaled softly. The gentle morning sun bathed the two of them as Songli gazed out at the distant, azure sea, so far beyond her reach. She finally understood the source of her anger. A week had provided her with ample clarity regarding her feelings. She had fallen for him, yet he remained oblivious. It was clear he did not harbor any feelings for her. Steadying her mind, Songli felt an indescribable ache in her heart as she scrutinized Mingyan, her brows furrowed in conflict. If she moved out, she would no longer have to endure the daily commute with him. Given his current attitude toward her, it would not be long before another woman replaced her in this space, enjoying his tender care and concern. The mere thought was unbearable, and as Songli envisioned that dreadful scenario, her eyes narrowed at the distant, unattainable sea. That if it was intolerable and unacceptable, Then it must not come to pass that IT could not possibly become a reality. After much hesitation, Song Li finally resolved herself in that moment. Her gaze firmly fixed on Ming Yin. With a steady breath, she gently shifted the topic, asking, "Have you decided which partner you will bring to the engagement party?" Ming Yin, feeling a twinge of unease under her intense gaze, shook his head that I do not have a partner, that I in truth. She was rather reluctant to attend, yet Ming Yin was determined. "How about I be your dance partner?" In her previous life, Song Li was accustomed to decisiveness in matters of life and death. And before her, Ming Yin was equally resolute. She silently vowed to seize this life anew, claiming family, children, power, status, and this individual as her own. All right, Ming Yin mused, for she was already acquainted with Song Li, the sole girl she knew. The Shin family had risen to a level comparable to the Li family in the business realm, and naturally, the engagement banquet was of the highest caliber, attended by dignitaries from various sectors. The event was to be hosted at the largest hotel under the Shin name, the Cheer Hotel. Attendees were required to don formal attire and attend to their appearances. Naturally, Li Ming Yin had her own dedicated styling team, a fact known to Song Li. However, she found herself faced with a tremendous dilemma. How was she to wear a gown with her pregnant belly? She could gather her slightly rounded midsection like a young girl, but not suck it in. Song Li gazed despondently at her pregnant belly in the changing room. Hanging on the rack behind her were rows of carefully selected loose-fitting gowns. Taking a deep breath, she slipped into a white puff-sleeve dress, somewhat juvenile, yet the voluminous fabric effectively concealed her belly. Alas, the zipper opening of the gown was too small. Whether attempting to put it on from the head or the feet, it would snag against her abdomen. Gritting her teeth, Song Li resolved to try on another that I in the makeup room. Ming Yin had already donned her suit and was ready with her hairstyle, while the makeup artist tended to her brows. Glancing at her watch, Ming Yin noted that half an hour had passed. How was Song Li still in the fitting room? She pondered, recalling that Song Li had never taken this long to change before. Inside the fitting room, Song Li tried on one dress after another, feeling exhausted and irritable, her eyes reddening with frustration. Finally, she discovered a relatively loose gown, albeit in the color she despised most, pink, with a deep V neckline and a sheer overlay cascading below the chest. It concealed her belly quite well. However, the V was cut rather too deep for her liking. Staring at her reflection, she saw the pronounced cleavage it created. "Miss, are you ready? We need to start styling," a staff member gently reminded her. Song Li responded with a non-committal sound, her expression less than cheerful, and stepped out of the fitting room to the makeup area. Ladies typically required more time for their makeup, and Ming Yin was engrossed in a game. While waiting in the booth to as she sensed Song Li's approach, she raised her head. Just a glance, and the game became irrelevant, that I in a pale pink tulle dress. With crisscross straps across her chest, the deep V neckline was filled out by her bosom, accentuating her curves. Beneath the deep V lay layers of delicate tulle, revealing a portion of her back, culminating in a trailing hem. The pink gown, with its sensual design, radiated both purity and allure. Her cascading hair was adorned with sparkling accessories. The fresh and alluring makeup harmonized with her attire, showcasing her lashes, eyes, nose, and deliberately accentuated lips. Was she not the very heroine Ming Yin had been searching for in novels all these years? Indeed, Song Li was. How beautiful, like a fairy. So enchanting was Song Li that as she drew closer, Ming Yin found herself entranced by her beauty. "Can we proceed?" Song Li, visibly relieved to be free from her earlier wardrobe frustrations, inquired with a pleasant demeanor. Her voice, cool and noble, resonated in Ming Yan's ears. Suddenly, Ming Yin felt as if that voice were captivating her very soul. It was the author's fault for crafting the heroine as a paragon of beauty, and now she found herself among those who valued appearances. Tears welled in Ming Yan's heart. She had never wished to become one of those superficial individuals who only admired beauty. Silently, she rose, offering Song Li a gentle smile, observing Ming Yan's still-dazed expression. Song Li beamed, linking her arm with Ming Yan's, exuding a playful affection that hinted at a touch of indulgence. Ming Yan's breath caught, as if she had been drawn into an abyss by Song Li's smile. She felt compelled to bend. Chapter 49. The engagement ceremony in the wedding hall of Cheer Hotel. As a distinguished guest, Ming Yin was escorted to the front row. Entering through the grand doors of the hall, She was greeted by a ceiling adorned with a starry sky of blue and purple crystals. Delicate chains of small crystals hung down, creating a fairy tale-like atmosphere. The walls on either side, along with the guest seating, were adorned with white roses. The main aisle, crafted from glass, emitted a soft glow, flanked by luminous orbs. Above the aisle, sheer curtains appeared to drape like glass, glowing in soft blue hues, leading to a crescent moon of pastel pink and blue at the end. It was a dreamlike wedding, embodying the most beautiful fantasies of every girl. Ming Yin stood spellbound, as did Song El. Do you like it? Song Li regained her composure and turned to Ming Yin, inquiring. Ming Yin, grasping Song Li's hand, led her towards the guest seating. Of course, you don't like it? Ming Yin retorted, not believing any girl could refuse such attention. Song Li smiled indifferently. I do like it, but it seems I may not have that opportunity. Ming Yin, already aware, sat Song Li down. As guests took their seats, the atmosphere grew somewhat chaotic. A few had arrived late, and the table was nearly filled, creating a lively noise at the 8-person table. Ming Yin soon realized that all around them were the young elites of High City. Upon seeing Ming Yin's arrival, they all rose to engage her in conversation. Ming Yin wore a polite smile, responding coolly, then crossed her legs and placed her hands on her lap, gazing distantly, adopting a demeanor of aloofness as she awaited the commencement of the event. It was effective. Few dared to approach her in this stance. Sitting beside Ming Yin, Song Li observed her shifting demeanor and raised an eyebrow with a smile. Leaning closer, she whispered, "You certainly look quite intimidating now." Song Li, sitting just at the level of Ming Yan's neck, leaned in to speak, her breath tickling Ming Yan's neck, eliciting a slight itch. Ming Yin cleared her throat, maintaining her expression as she replied. Avoiding ineffective socializing, adopting a cold demeanor is the best approach. Song Li chuckled softly. It was indeed a clever tactic. Ming Yin nodded and offered a slight smile towards Song El. It seemed that with her monthly visitor gone, her smile had returned, allowing for some light-hearted banter, a complete turnaround in her demeanor. Ming Yin thought to herself. Unaware of Ming Yan's thoughts, Song Li was determined to win her over, only finding her current demeanor quite endearing. The engagement ceremony proceeded with relative simplicity. After the opening, a reputable matchmaker was invited to speak and extend blessings, greeting both families, followed by the exchange of engagement rings, parental speeches, and finally, a toast. Ming Yin and her companion sat in the front row, positioned close to the stage, while they stood to the left, allowing Ming Yin to easily see Shin Yin and when Song Yi on stage. The two stood in matching white formal attire, emotionless, as if the engagement banquet had nothing to do with them. Ming Yin glanced around, but was surprised when the two, as if in sync, turned their gazes towards her. Reluctantly, Ming Yin held eye contact for 2 seconds. And upon the shared gaze, she promptly averted her eyes. Though brief, it drew the attention of several onlookers. Not wishing to become entangled in gossip, Ming Yin lowered her gaze to observe Song Li. She found Song Li glaring coldly at Wen Song Yi. Their eyes locked, an unspoken tension thickening the air, akin to a low rumble. The visible displeasure on Wen Song Yi's face was palpable. Her gaze icy and fierce. Sensing the escalating situation, Ming Yin hurriedly wrapped her arm around Song Li. "All right, let's not stoop to her level. Calm down. Getting worked up isn't good for your health." Ming Yin instinctively assumed it was Wen Song Yi who had instigated. Being embraced, Song Li's fierceness dissipated instantly, casting a reproachful glance at Ming Yin. She wanted to assert that it was indeed Wen Song Yi who had initiated the provocation, given that she was so openly staring at Ming Yin in front of everyone. "Understood," Song Li replied, refocusing on the stage, where Wen Song Yi's glare was fixed on her, as if her eyes could burst from their sockets, prompting Song Li to retreat further into Ming Yan's embrace. The affectionate posture of the two did not go unnoticed by others present. Given the recent rumors circulating in High City, speculations began to arise regarding the dynamics between the four of them that had led to this current state. Shin Yin also glanced at the affectionate pair, closing her eyes briefly to hide the rolling whites of her eyes that should have been her seated with the beauty in her arms. With a sigh, she turned her head, only to catch sight of the malice in Wen Song Yi's eyes, contemplating the decades ahead filled with her presence, causing her teeth to clench, closing her eyes again. She attempted to suppress the indescribable frustration. When the time came to exchange rings, Both Ming Yin and Song Li found themselves intrigued, attentively watching the stage, affected by Song Li, when Song Yi's expression soured. While Shin Yan's usual smile vanished entirely, that it was evident to all that the two newly engaged individuals were reluctant. The exchange of rings was hasty and superficial, their hands barely grazing before pulling away. As if the other were a thorn, Ming Yin felt a twinge of pity for them. How tragic to spend a lifetime with someone one does not love. During the parental speeches, Shun's father, Wen Ruo Hai, donned the guise of a benevolent father, spouting auspicious platitudes that reeked of insincerity. Ming Yin pursed her lips, finding it all too contrived. She chose instead to lower her gaze and scroll through short videos on her phone. Noticing this, Song Li leaned over, peering at Ming Yan's screen. Sitting closely, their heads inclined towards each other, by then. Shin Yin and Wen Song Yi had begun to offer toasts, starting from the opposite side of Ming Yin. An elder led the introductions of family friends. Their table was conveniently the last one to be approached. "I can't drink right now. If anything happens, you'll have to drink on my behalf," Song Li said, watching when Ru Yin and Shin Wei, who were serving as the best man and maid of honor, respectively, poured drinks in the background, but a sense of foreboding washed over her. In her past life, Shin Wei had been an obstacle due to Su He, each return home thwarted, preventing any significant progress. However, with Su He absent now, Shin Wei would surely become the next Wen Song Yi. Song Li knew little about Shin Wei, only that she had harbored feelings for Li Ming Yin for many years, but had remained overseas due to Su He, after having caused her some trouble in the past. Shin Wei had disappeared once the Shun family fell from grace in this life. The land in the west suburb had been granted to the Shin family, and with their rising fortunes, their arrogance would surely return, signaling potential new turbulence. Song Li narrowed her eyes, clenching her fists. All right. Ming Yin understood that it was ill-advised to drink right after her monthly visitor. As the line for toasting drew closer, Ming Yin cleared her throat, sensing an uneasy feeling. "This table is filled with young elites, so I won't introduce you. You two newlyweds can chat amongst yourselves." To Shin's father, feeling unwell, had clearly had a few too many drinks and was supported as he spoke. Shin Yin, eager for this, signaled to the staff to assist his father away. He then raised his glass, smiling broadly at Ming Yin. Ming Yin stood, returning the smile, and along with the others, lifted her glass in a toast. Song Li's drink had been discreetly swapped for orange juice by Ming Yin, and she stood alongside Ming Yin, her expression serene as they clinked glasses. She didn't need to look to know that Shin Wei and Wen Song Yi were watching her intently. As the last table, Shin Yin had begun to feel the effects of alcohol. The two, at the same height, leaned towards Ming Yin, who had only taken a sip of her red wine, expressing discontent. "Ming Yin, on this joyous occasion, you must finish this glass." Shin Yin beamed, and Ming Yin glanced at the meager amount of red wine in her glass. "All right, for your sake," she said, raising the glass and, with a faint smile, downing it in one go. Months without alcohol had diminished her tolerance. After finishing, Ming Yin swirled the wine in her mouth before swallowing. The alcohol's potency could easily lead to a headache if consumed too hastily. Once she finished, Shin Yin smirked, patting the man sitting beside Ming Yin, signaling him to leave. With the two major powers of High City at the same table, no one dared to intervene. The man promptly stood, and aside from Song Li, everyone else discreetly set down their glasses and vacated the table. Shin Yin settled next to Ming Yin, while Shin Wei shifted direction, attempting to sit beside Song Li, but when Song Yi was quicker, Shin Wei had no choice but to sit beside Wen Song Yi. The best audience for gossip, when Ru Yin chuckled, positioning himself beside Shin Wei. As the four of them formed a veritable gossip column, in summary, it was a tale of unrequited love and tangled affections, a rare spectacle unfolding before the onlookers of High City. Chapter 50. Toast. The eyes of the crowd descended upon Ming Yin like raindrops. Ming Yin smiled faintly, gritting her teeth as she seated herself. When Ru Yin, "Why are you so oblivious? Pour the wine," Shin Yin remarked, his mood soured by the alcohol. The compliant Wen Ru Yin rose to pour the red wine in his hand. "Wait," Shin Yin raised an eyebrow, gesturing for Wen Ru Yin to fetch the Moutai from the side. Ming Yin's pupils contracted. She was acutely aware of her alcohol tolerance. A single glass of white could send her spiraling, prompting her to intervene. "Qing Yin, it's a joyous occasion. Drink less and rest early," she advised. You know I'm engaged. Today you must drink to your heart's content, Shin Qing Yen insisted, once again placing his hand on Ming Yan's shoulder. A mischievous grin illuminating his face. Ming Yan curled her lips, meeting Shin Qing Yan's gaze with a challenging look, tension crackling between them. Across the table, Shin Yiwei observed Ming Yan's profile, decisively grabbing the Mao Tai. Filling 2 small cups to the brim, she stood and presented the drinks to Ming Yan and Shin Qing Yan. The two remained locked in a silent standoff. Shin Yiwei, unfazed, picked up another cup to toast with Song Yi, seemingly reaching an unspoken agreement, and together they approached Song Li. Ming Yan sensed the impending confrontation, blocking Shin Yiwei's drink with a low, husky voice that I won't drink. Thank you, Ditto. Ming Yan brought her little girlfriend. On such a wonderful day, how can you drink orange juice? You should drink wine instead, when Song Yi taunted, eyeing Song Li threateningly. Song Li's gaze sharpened. Did they think she was still the same pushover as before? With a calm smile, she tilted her head, mirroring Song Yi's expression. Indeed, a pregnant woman shouldn't drink. I'll toast you a glass, Miss Wen, you must drink. Song Li was certain of Song Yi's condition. Since she was intent on being confrontational, she would not hold back. She pushed her glass towards Song Yi, lifting Ming Yan's glass and smiling at her. The knowledge of Song Yi's pregnancy was known only to a select few at the table. Upon hearing Song Li's words, Shin Qing Yan's expression tightened, and Ming Yan, aware of Song Li's inability to drink, also watched the two intently. The battlefield had shifted to a confrontation between Song Yi and Song Li. Having been coddled throughout her life, Song Yi was unaccustomed to being challenged. She scoffed, reaching for the glass to down it, convinced that a single drink wouldn't harm her child. With swift movements, she raised the glass, but Song Li's calm gaze prevented her from succeeding, as Ming Yan quickly snatched the glass away. She remembered the original story where Song Yi had given birth to a child unable to walk. Perhaps this was the consequence of her drinking. Concerning the child's well-being was essential. Ming Yan could not stand idly by. However, this act would only draw more attention to herself. Song Yi stared at Ming Yan, her expression shifting from contempt to a pitiful gaze, calling out, Brother Yin. The 3 words drew gasps from the crowd. Even though Song Yi was not loved, she was still an unchangeable part of Shin Qing Yan's life. And the latter's expression darkened visibly. Ming Yan's temples throbbed as she caught the sharp, electrifying gaze from Song Li. Meanwhile, Shin Qing Yan's demeanor soured instantly. He glared at Ming Yan, threateningly stating, if Song Yi can't drink, then you, Ming Yan, must. Ming Yan exhaled, recognizing her meddling. She raised her glass and drank it all at once. The fiery liquor slid down her throat, and she fought against the discomfort. No one knew how much she detested alcohol. Shin Qing Yan's expression lightened momentarily, but before he could speak, Song Yi struck again. Since Brother Yin drank for me, it's your turn now. Song Yi's mood had brightened, and she taunted Song Li with a smug tone. Song Li glared at Ming Yan, anger rising within her, and poised to raise her glass. Enough, Ming Yan gritted her teeth. She seized Song Li's glass and downed it in one go. The fiery spirit scorched her throat. And her rationality began to falter, the edges of her vision darkening. Ming Yan forced herself to remain composed, turning to Shin Qing Yan. A moment of passion is worth 1,000 gold. Let us not disturb the occasion. Ming Yan tightened her grip on Song Li's hand, preparing to rise. However, the grinning Shin Qing Yan would not allow her to leave, pressing down on her shoulder to keep her seated. Ming Yan, appearing somewhat dazed, found it increasingly difficult to see clearly. She tightened her grip on Song Li's hand. Shin Yiwei observed the scene, and as Ming Yan sat down, she approached them, refilling their glasses. Standing, she raised her glass to toast Ming Yan. Brother Li, it's been 4 years since we last met. You must drink this. Shin Yiwei's smile was radiant, her eyes fixed on Ming Yan since she had entered the banquet. Are you even a man? My sister has already done it. Shin Qing Yan interjected, raising his glass, intent on pouring it into Ming Yan's mouth. Ming Yan's delayed reactions from the alcohol caused her to realize only as the wine reached her lips. And as Song Li attempted to intervene, Song Yi yanked her back forcefully. Song Li turned, her expression unguarded and fierce as she glared at Song Yi. The latter found Song Li's gaze unnerving and shot back a fierce glare. Ming Yan frowned, taking the glass and drinking once more. Shin Qing Yan had already deduced that Ming Yan was drunk from her earlier reactions. Exchanging glances with his sister, Shin Yi-wei rose again, her determination evident. "Brother Li, let me toast you one more time." With that, she drained her glass again. Ming Yan's grip on Song Li's hand tightened further. "That's enough. Drinking harms the body. Congratulations on your engagement. Qing Yin, we will take our leave now." Ming Yan's eyes were unfocused, but her voice remained deep and authoritative, laced with anger as she attempted to rise. However, Song Li was still tightly held by Song Yi, and both women were struggling against each other. Shin Yi-wei, seeing this, circled the table and clutched Ming Yan's other shoulder, trying to pull her away. "Let go, don't touch me," Ming Yan exclaimed, unable to discern who was before her. Shaking her arm free. Song Yi continued to cling on to Song Li. Observing from across the table, Shin Yi-wei, who had been watching the scene unfold, was reminded of her own past wounds. Ming Yan, shaking off Shin Yi-wei, noticed Song Li ensnared by Song Yi. Clenching her teeth, she leaned in, locking eyes with Shin Qingyan. The chilling glare in her eyes cut through the air. "Shin Qingyan, are you seeking death?" Chapter 51. Falling and bleeding, Shin Qingyan's gaze turned icy, laced with disdain. "Ming Yan, I'm genuinely curious what kind of charm you possess that causes so many women to be infatuated with you." Shin Qingyan, under the influence of alcohol, disregarded Ming Yan's fierce glare and finally voiced his long-standing question, "Did you want this fortune?" Ming Yan's dark eyes revealed no hint of emotion. "Oh wait, haven't you already taken it?" Ming Yan's gaze flickered as she engaged Shin Qingyan in a battle of wits. "Haha, I truly thank you for being so generous." Shin Qingyan's eyes were shadowed, tinged with a hint of mischief. "You should receive what you deserve." Ming Yan's eyes narrowed slightly, internally reminding herself to stay alert. The two remained locked in an intense stare. Meanwhile, Song Li was nearing a confrontation with Song Yi. Seeing Shin Yi-wei approach for assistance, Song Li's gaze sharpened. Ming Yan, though she was outmatched by two individuals, upon hearing Song Li's cries for help, Ming Yan's dazed gaze sharpened, and she swiftly turned her head. To her dismay, she witnessed Song Yi tumbling from her chair, as if she had been forcefully dragged down, landing heavily on the floor. Instinctively, Ming Yan's body reacted, yet the abrupt motion caused her vision to blur. Following that, Song Yi's anguished screams pierced the air, stomach hurts terribly. "You push me." Song Yi clutched her abdomen and pointed accusingly at Song Li. Instantly, Song Li's expression turned icy, her fists clenched as her breath quickened. How dare she frame her? If only she had a knife in hand, she would not hesitate to stab her right then and there. Song Yi's outcry cast a heavy pall over the atmosphere. Awakening Shin Qingyan from her stupor, she rushed over to assist Song Yi, and chaos ensued. The pain was palpable for Song Yi. "Call 120. Ming Yan, feeling dizzy and bracing herself against the table, sensed the effects of the strong liquor surging through her. Yet her rationality remained intact, even as her body began to betray her. The immediate priority was to get Song Yi to the hospital. That it was only upon hearing Ming Yan's urgent plea that Shin Qingyan, having drunk earlier, realized the gravity of the situation and fished out her phone to call for help. Meanwhile, Song Yi lay in Shin Qingyan's arms, writhing in agony, while the onlookers murmured and pointed fingers at Song Li. Standing nearby, Shin Yi-wei wore a smug smile, casting a glance at Song Yi's unfortunate state before shifting her gaze to Song Li. The tight grip between Song Li and Ming Yan ignited a spark of malice within Shin Yi-wei, who smirked sinisterly. "Oh, so you dare to push my sister-in-law? You must be seeking death." Shin Yi-wei feigned ignorance, pretending to be the avenger for Song Yi. Suddenly, she erupted, directing her fury at Song Li, her hand coiling back with force. Her lips trembled as she prepared to strike. Song Li, initially fixated on Song Yi, was caught off guard by Shin Yi-wei's sudden attack. Startled, she tightened her grip on Ming Yan's hand, while her other hand instinctively shielded her abdomen. The intoxicated Ming Yan could not discern Shin Yi-wei's intentions, yet the fury-laden words conveyed an impending threat. She yanked Song Li backward, positioning her body protectively in front of her, realizing that had she been a moment slower, that slap would have landed squarely on Song Li's face. Time seemed to freeze as Song Li's pupils dilated. With a resounding slap, Shin Yi-wei's hand struck Ming Yan's back. The sudden pain in her back made Ming Yan wince. Shaking her out of her stupor, the alcohol-induced haze dissipating instantly. How could a girl hit so hard? Ming Yan felt a burning sensation on her back. Shin Wei, accustomed to years of weightlifting and martial arts abroad, swiftly retracted her hand. "And I'm sorry, Li Gyo, I didn't mean to hit you." Shin Wei was aware of her own strength. In her past, she had knocked people unconscious and left them disfigured. She had intended to deal with this woman, but had not anticipated this outcome. Shin Wei felt a flicker of panic. Ming Yin leaned down against Song Li, realizing that had that slap connected with Song Li's face, it could have resulted in disfigurement or worse, a ruptured eardrum. "Get away." Ming Yin forcefully shrugged off Shin Wei's hand resting on her shoulder, sending her crashing to the ground. With a fiery glare, Ming Yin turned around, her eyes ablaze with fury. "Li Go, I didn't mean it." Shin Wei assumed that Ming Yin was upset due to her heavy dash-handedness that moment. Ming Yin was devoid of inebriation, her brow furrowed, fists clenched tightly. The sight of Ming Yin, filled with unspoken rage, radiated an intimidating aura, especially combined with her established authority. Shin Wei, frightened into inaction, swallowed hard and instinctively sought help from Shin Yin. Yet, Shin Yin was too preoccupied, as when Song Yi was bleeding. "What should we do?" Li Ming Yin, Shin Yin appeared helpless. After casting a fierce glance at Shin Wei, Ming Yin turned her attention back to when Sanjai, that in her white fishtail gown. A crimson stain the size of a small palm marked her lower body. "We can't wait any longer. Call for a car to take her to the nearest hospital." The situation was dire, as bleeding during pregnancy posed significant risks to a trained nurse. Ming Yin swiftly sprang into action, preparing to assist, naturally releasing her hold on Song Li. Within mere minutes, Song Li's emotions surged dramatically. Once Ming Yin let go, she suddenly felt weak, collapsing to the ground, succumbing to unconsciousness. Just as Ming Yin turned to help, she was met with the sight of Song Li lying motionless on the floor. Her steps halted, and her pupils constricted. "Song Li, are you okay?" Ming Yin crouched down, shaking Song Li, yet there was no response. "This is terrible." "Shin Yin, where's the car?" Ming Yan's panic escalated, her voice rising in desperation. The entrance. The stretcher hasn't arrived yet." Shin Yin was equally anxious, but he couldn't risk moving when Song Yi. It had only been 10 minutes since the fall, yet with when Song Yi bleeding and being just over a month pregnant, the risk of complications was imminent. Time was of the essence. Ming Yin made a swift decision. "Disregarding everything else, that I'll carry her out. Just hold her steady and don't let her fall." Ming Yin instructed as she carefully lifted the pale, unconscious Song Li. Observing this, Shin Yin swallowed hard, gently cradling when Song Yi and following Ming Yin out of the hall. "Shin Yin, which is the nearest hospital?" Ming Yin asked, carrying Song Li ahead. The corridor of the Manor Hotel was wide and lengthy, with the hall situated farthest from the exit. The nearest is Li Hospital. The hotel was by the sea, with few hospitals nearby, and Li Hospital was the best and closest option. "All right," Ming Yin glanced back, noticing Wen Ruyan and a few others following closely behind. Wen Ruyan, "Call Li Hospital and instruct them to prepare downstairs, bringing all the doctors back." Ming Yin was past the point of caring. Song Li's safety was paramount. The entrance. Ming Yin quickly hopped into the car, and the driver sped to Li Hospital in just 15 minutes, when Song Yi was rushed into surgery while Song Li remained in the examination room. Family members were barred from entering either area. Ming Yin and Shin Yin stood vigil outside. Shin Yin, exhausted, slumped into a chair, his hands trembling uncontrollably. The nurse, unable to bear the tension, offered, "It's only been half an hour. They should be able to save them." Based on clinical experience, the fall from the low bench hadn't inflicted as much force as a slip or a tumble. Ming Yin instinctively analyzed the situation, her concern shifting back to Song Li's examination room. Rubbing her aching temples, she remained on high alert. "Thank you," Shin Yin murmured, exhaling deeply and raking his fingers through his hair. That moment, he secretly wished for the child to be lost, as it would spare him the entanglement with Wen Song Yi. Chapter 52. Ming Yin is female. Approximately 5 minutes later, Song Li was wheeled out of the examination room, still unconscious and pallid. "What is the situation?" Ming Yin hurriedly stepped forward to inquire about the situation. Startled and fainting, she was now undergoing an ultrasound to assess the circumstances. Overall, there appeared to be no significant issues. It was advised that she take care of her emotions and refrain from being too agitated. Upon lifting her skirt, Song Li's pregnancy was clearly evident, leading the doctor to assume that Ming Yin was already aware, and he summarized the findings. Upon hearing the doctor's remarks, Ming Yin let out a sigh of relief. After Song Li departed, a succession of doctors emerged from the consultation room, leaving Xin Yin in a state of astonishment. The commotion hardly warranted such a grand display. Within the next 5 minutes, the two prominent families, the Wen and Xin clans, rushed over. Ming Yin spotted them from a distance. "Take your time. I will check on Song Li," she remarked, feeling it inappropriate to discuss matters concerning others. By the way, when Song Yi mentioned that Song Li pushed her, I observed them sitting together. Even face-to-face, Song Li could not have pulled when Song Yi to her left side. Either when Song Yi fell herself, or someone took advantage of the chaos to pull her down. You should investigate this thoroughly after you return. Although somewhat inebriated, Ming Yin was still coherent. Xin Yin, not a fool, nodded in agreement, indicating that he would look into it. After Ming Yin left, Xin Yin finally noticed the crowd that had arrived, rubbing his temples in exasperation. Outside the ultrasound room, Ming Yin found it inappropriate to enter and sat alone in the waiting area. Propping her head with her hand, the effects of the strong liquor began to resurface. Despite having changed bodies, her tolerance remained poor, and she suffered a headache soon after drinking as she forced herself to stay awake. She pressed her fingers against her temples to alleviate her discomfort. Her head felt as though it were spinning again. The engagement ceremony was scheduled to commence at noon. After completing the entire process, it was only now. Ming Yin glanced at the time. It was barely 5:30. While Song Li was being examined, she regained consciousness, and the doctor in the ultrasound room began to inquire about her condition. By the time Song Li was wheeled out, Ming Yin had already fallen asleep at the entrance. The effects of the alcohol were overwhelming, causing her head to pound. Perhaps a brief slumber would provide some relief. "Li Zong, wake up, Miss Song Li has completed her examination," a nurse gently urged. Ming Yin had not fully succumbed to sleep. Her body felt tingly, and her head continued to whirl that, "Oh, thank you. How is Song Li?" Ming Yin propped herself up and opened her eyes. The fetus had been somewhat startled, but fortunately, Miss Song Li was in good health and suffered no major issues. She was advised to rest well and avoid unnecessary movement. The older female doctor cautioned, her words flowing like a stream. Ming Yin, whose head was spinning, blinked in response. Upon hearing that there were no major concerns, the doctor's lengthy admonitions went in one ear and out the other. Meanwhile, Song Li, feeling aggrieved and proud, turned her face away. As the doctor continued to lecture about pregnancy precautions, Ming Yin remained silent, prompting the doctor to curiously glance at her, listening attentively to the doctor's advice. Ming Yin nodded in acknowledgement. After observing Ming Yin for a moment, Song Li could no longer bear to look at her. "Doctor, please hold on. He is drunk and cannot absorb any of this information," Song Li interjected. The doctor had been meticulously advising for quite some time, yet Ming Yin continued to nod. "Li Ming Yin, get up. We are leaving," Song Li commanded briskly. Ming Yin seemed not to hear and continued nodding. "Speaking is futile to Li Ming Yin. Can you hear me?" Song Li's voice softened slightly. Upon hearing her call, Ming Yin immediately raised her head, dazedly scanning her surroundings. Now, the environment appeared quite clear to her, but her mind was still uncooperative. "Ming Yin, I have finished my examination. Let us head back to the room," Song Li said gently, having never encountered a drunken Ming Yin before. Complying, Ming Yin stood up and followed her out in the hospital room. "Miss Song Li, do you need someone to stay with you tonight?" As Song Li was settled onto the hospital bed, Ming Yin obediently sat at the bedside, though the nurse remained slightly apprehensive about Ming Yin's potential drunken antics. Song Li shook her head, asserting that Ming Yin was not that kind of person, and with others present, she would not be able to rest well. "You may leave. I will ring for assistance if needed." "Understood," the nurse replied, gently closing the door behind her. Only then did Song Li shift her attention to Ming Yin, who was staring blankly at the floor. Rubbing her pregnant belly, Song Li asked, "Ming Yin, did you understand what the doctor said?" Ming Yin gazed at the swirling marble pattern on the floor, replying, "No, really." Song Li leaned closer, lifting Ming Yan's chin to meet her gaze, but found that Ming Yan's clear, innocent eyes seemed unfocused. "That I truly didn't. Don't touch me. The patterns on the floor are mesmerizing." Ming Yin evaded Song Li's hand, returning her gaze to the ground. Realizing the situation, Song Li licked her lips and tentatively asked, "What is your name?" Ming Yin, the inebriated Ming Yin answered without hesitation. "How old are you?" Song Li pressed on. 26. Ming Yin responded, lacking the capacity to deliberate. You don't seem 26, Song Li remarked in disbelief. Observing Ming Yan's demeanor, which resembled that of a 6-year-old. Pondering again, she asked, what is your profession? Nurse. A male nurse. Song Li was taken aback. That's quite good. She quickly accepted, then straightened herself, clearing her throat to inquire. Do you like Song Li? Of course I do, Ming Yin replied, a smile unconsciously tugging at her lips. Song Li felt a surge of satisfaction at this response. Biting her lip, she contemplated before asking, how many girlfriends have you had? Girlfriend? Ming Yin looked up in confusion at the question. I wouldn't have any. What? Song Li was perplexed, unable to comprehend how that could be. Why wouldn't you have a girlfriend? Is it due to premature ejaculation? Erectile dysfunction? Or are you gay? Countless possibilities raced through Song Li's mind until Ming Yin uttered an unexpected response that left her utterly bewildered. Because I am a girl. Stunned into silence, Song Li took a moment to regain her composure. The myriad expressions crossing her face reflected her realization. And oh wonder Ming Yin was so gentle, considerate, and adorably innocent. No wonder she cared for her so attentively and tenderly. No wonder she didn't harbor romantic feelings for her. Song Li felt an overwhelming urge to cry. After finally coming to terms with her feelings and recognizing her affection for the person before her, she had excitedly spent several nights devising plans to win her over. She had envisioned a peaceful life together, putting aside the grievances of their pasts, and fantasized about how fortunate their child would be to have such a father. With a heart heavy as if struck by lightning, Song Li sighed deeply. In 2 lifetimes, this was the first time she had felt her heart stir. She had speculated numerous times about who Ming Yin truly was and what kind of person she might be. At one point, she resolved that regardless of who it was or whether they liked her, she would bind them to her side and treat them well for a lifetime. But now, after contemplating so much, she had failed to consider the most crucial detail, Ming Yan's gender. Damn it, Song Li sighed in exasperation, collapsing onto the bed, turning her back to Ming Yin. She simply wanted some peace and quiet. Chapter 53, Pregnant. It's yours. Exhausted Song Li and inebriated Ming Yin slept from 6 in the evening until 10 the following morning. The sun shone brightly, its rays streaming through the floor-to-ceiling windows onto the hospital bed. Ming Yan's eyelashes fluttered as she opened her eyes, staring blankly at the pristine ceiling, her mind momentarily blank. The sound of running water from the bathroom snapped her back to reality, rubbing her aching temples. She collected herself as Song Li emerged from the bathroom, drying her hands with a tissue. Observing Ming Yin massaging her head, Song Li licked her lips and slowly approached, tossing the crumpled tissue aside as she settled into the chair beside the bed. Do you remember what happened yesterday? Song Li asked, her tone cool yet tinged with a hint of hoarseness. Ming Yin blinked at Song Li, her expression dazed as she contemplated for a moment before shaking her head. The alcohol was too strong. I lost my memory. I think I brought you to the hospital, then heard that you were fine, and it all becomes a blur after that. Ming Yin scratched her head. Song Li scrutinized Ming Yan's expression closely, noting that she did not appear to be lying, allowing her to relax her guard. After all, it was not that she feared Ming Yin remembering. Rather, she was reluctant to let their relationship end there. Deep down, she still felt a sense of attachment, even a longing for the care of this 26-year-old nurse. That a sardonic smile crept onto Song Li's lips. That I have something to tell you, she said seriously. Preparing to reveal the conclusion she had pondered over all night. What? Did something happen? Ming Yin, still somewhat bewildered, looked up at Song Li with the same innocent demeanor she had displayed the night before. Song Li averted her gaze, repeatedly reminding herself not to be swayed by Ming Yan's charm. Swallowing hard, she moved closer to Ming Yin on the bed, lightly licking her canines as she took Ming Yan's hand and placed it on her abdomen. Then, she fixed her gaze on Ming Yan's face, determined not to miss any change in her expression. Ming Yin was utterly perplexed. Song Li, who had changed from the pink dress she wore yesterday into a hospital gown, felt Ming Yan's hand touch her slightly protruding belly. Hesitantly, she ventured, "Have you gained weight?" Song Li cast a sidelong glance at Ming Yin, reaching for the loose hospital gown that accentuated her prominent pregnant belly. For the first time in her years as a nurse, Ming Yin found herself questioning the reliability of her own vision. In disbelief and panic, she turned to Song Li. "How is it possible that you are pregnant?" "I am indeed pregnant," Song Li stated clearly, her gaze fixed on the corner of Ming Yan's eyes. Ming Yan's pupils dilated sharply as her mind began to race. Two thoughts collided. Is this yours? Bang, bang, bang. It was as if Ming Yan could hear the sound of her own brain exploding. Her expression shifted through a kaleidoscope of emotions. Song Li scrutinized her intently, ready to sever ties should Ming Yan display even a hint of disdain. Yet all that reflected in Ming Yan's eyes was sheer astonishment. Then, a tremor of incredulity escaped her lips. But you were on medication, weren't you? Medication cannot entirely prevent it. You ought to know that. Song Li replied with the rehearsed words she had long prepared. Ming Yan's hand rested on Song Li's pregnant belly, and Song Li could feel the slight tremor in Ming Yan's hands. I don't know that I'm so sorry, Ming Yan uttered, still in disbelief but instinctively apologizing. She truly had no idea. She thought fragments of memories with Song Li flooded Ming Yan's mind, moments that had gone unnoticed. Especially for a professional nurse. Upon hearing Ming Yan's apology, Song Li's expression softened slightly. That I only found out not long ago that I intend to bring them into this world, Song Li asserted with calm conviction. But you are only 21, so young, Ming Yan mused, her thoughts distracted by concern. That is 21 really so young? Song Li challenged, locking eyes with Ming Yan, whose overflowing compassion seemed to pierce Song Li's heart. What of being 21? I had a child in my past life. Song Li thought nonchalantly. I am unbothered. Whether it was a recollection of her past life or the weight of Ming Yan's words, those few words escaped her lips with a hint of emotion. But you have your youth ahead of you, a flourishing career, a bright future. A child could become a hindrance. Ming Yan blurted out her innermost thoughts without hesitation. That IT is not a hindrance. I choose this for them. Song Li countered, her unwavering love for her children evident. That a mother would never forsake her offspring. She was willing to do anything for them. That I'm sorry. This is all my fault, Ming Yan reflected, having witnessed many remarkable mothers in the obstetrics ward, alongside an abundance of irresponsible fathers. This was the reason for her long-standing singlehood and disinterest in her youth. She too had succumbed to the whims of infatuation, but as she stepped into the realm of work, her experiences matured her understanding. She suddenly realized a profound truth. Women are inherently at a disadvantage compared to men. Regardless of intellect or strength, men possess an innate rationality and selfishness that positions them above women in matters of affection. No matter how rational a woman may be, the interference of hormones compels her to invest greater emotion into love, rendering it a significant part of her life. The obstetrics ward was rife with young girls seeking abortions, tricked into pregnancy by a few sweet words from men. Each time these girls arrived alone for their procedures, Ming Yan would vehemently scorn the men who had wronged them. Little did she expect that she would become the very type of person she so despised. Clenching her fists, Ming Yan wished to strike herself, guilt washing over her as she glanced at Song Li. Song Li instinctively averted her gaze, reminding herself that the woman before her was akin to herself. Someone who would not fall for her. Are you going to take responsibility? Song Li inquired, her voice regaining its icy demeanor. Without a moment's hesitation, Ming Yan replied, of course, it is my responsibility, and I will not shy away from it. Her tone was sincere and resolute. She was not the kind of person to abandon responsibility, especially not toward Song Li. She cared deeply for her. Memories began to flood Ming Yan's mind, each frame featuring Song Li. Her affection for Song Li fueled her desire to provide everything for her, wishing to shield her from any negative impact stemming from her identity as Li Ming Yan. How will you take responsibility? Song Li flung the question back at Ming Yan, eager to see how she would respond. How? Ming Yan pondered, glancing up at Song Li, her mind racing. Rearing the child and marrying Song Li. Would that be too rash? She had never considered the prospect of marriage or having children, nor did she want Song Li to relinquish her talents and career to become a housewife. She could not allow Song Li to follow the path laid out in her past life. If the child is hers, I must take responsibility. But what does a responsible man do? Ming Yan, a straightforward woman, had never encountered such a situation. You say it. I will do everything I can and give all that I can, Ming Yan declared, each word deliberate and clear. Even if there were no child, she would still provide Song Li with what she desired. As a devoted fan, Ming Yan vowed to protect her beloved flower at all costs. From the moment of their interaction, Song Li had been gazing into Ming Yan's eyes. That it was evident to her that Ming Yan was both confused and resolute. Are you certain? Song Li asked, her gaze penetrating. Certain, Ming Yen affirmed without hesitation. Then I shall not hold back. Since she held no affection for her, Song Li, lost in her own world, disregarded Ming Yan's earnest gaze as her thoughts wandered. I want shares in the Li Corporation. I want a portion of the management decision-making power. I want you to care for and nurture our 2 children, to be a good father. Song Li articulated each demand, drawing closer to Ming Yen as she concluded. And finally, I want you to marry me. Can you truly manage that? To demand shares and management rights is a test of how much you value power and status. Being a good father tests your sense of responsibility. Marrying me is my ultimate goal. Song Li had contemplated this for an entire night, struggling to accept the thought of Ming Yen being kind to anyone else, be it a man or a woman. Ming Yen, regardless of gender, must belong to her, only able to show care toward her and her children. To meet a kindred spirit only once in 2 lifetimes. She would not let go. She would not allow Ming Yen to slip away. Drawing closer, Song Li and Ming Yen locked eyes, each able to see their own reflection in the other's dark pupils. As Song Li voiced her initial demands, Ming Yen did not even blink. However, upon hearing the last request, Ming Yan's gaze faltered. Song Li noticed Ming Yan's hesitation, her expression hardening as she inquired, "Why do you hesitate to marry me?" "No, it's not that." Ming Yan quickly waved her hands, astonished that Song Li would even consider marrying her. The mere thought was unfathomable, that one day she might marry the perfect heroine from a novel. Heavens, what a far-fetched notion. In an instant, countless images flashed through Ming Yan's mind. "I just feel it is too hasty. I lack experience in this regard, so I had to think for a moment," she explained. "What is there to think about? It's merely a marriage certificate." "Are you unwilling?" Song Li's eyes burned with intensity, her tone insistent that no. Marriage is a sacred matter. It cannot be reduced to just a certificate. At the very least, there should be a wedding, right? After the initial shock, Ming Yen began to envision a future, recalling the wedding ceremony from the day before, a dreamlike wedding, something she had fantasized about for a long time. Now that she had the means, she wished to give it a try. Yet, she had never imagined that the subject of her trial would be Song Li. Ming Yen pressed her lips together, suppressing her rising smile and her eager heart. But to Song Li, she seemed to be deep in contemplation. Ming Yan's words managed to ease Song Li's expression, lifting the weight of pressure. "You may consider everything," Song Li mused, reflecting on the fact that neither in this life nor the last had she ever worn a wedding dress. She had thought that opportunity had passed her by. Lost in her own reverie, Song Li couldn't help but let a small smile grace her lips. Returning to the present, she queried, "As for the earlier conditions, do you agree?" "I have no objections. The shares can serve as a dowry upon marriage. You possess exceptional talent in business. After giving birth, I will support your management of the company," Ming Yen replied, her observations confirming Song Li's business acumen. Indeed, the most significant reason was that she had long grown weary of the grind of work. To be why marrying Song Li, the company would effectively belong to both of them. It mattered not who managed it. Without hesitation, Ming Yen raised both hands in agreement. Song Li narrowed her eyes, as if silently asking, "Are you truly certain?" Chapter 54, A Child, or perhaps 2 with the revelation of impending fatherhood. Ming Yen swiftly embraced the reality of becoming a father, that he placed his hand gently upon Song Li's abdomen. Distinctly aware of the 2 vibrant lives nestled within in truth, she had often contemplated the notion of having her own child. Even if not born of her own body, her astonishment, that very dream had materialized, and in multiplicity. Song Li gazed at Ming Yen, absorbing the sincerity of his words in her imaginings from the previous night. She had never anticipated such a reaction from him. She would gladly accept his proposal to marry and to be a good father. However, she knew that acquiring the shares and decision-making power of the Li family would necessitate a considerable amount of pressure. Their relationship would likely never return to its previous amicable state. It might even devolve into hostility. "You are truly wonderful," Song Li expressed earnestly, feeling as though perhaps she had been bestowed a divine gift, one that would heal her myriad wounds. "Are you willing?" Song Li queried, gently squeezing her fingers, her eyes swirling with tumultuous emotions that if she were truly willing, she would never let go. Ming Yen met her gaze. His eyes filled with sincerity and determination, replying, "I am willing." Their companionship over the past few months had been delightful. Neither had exhibited intolerable habits, nor were there insurmountable issues in this fast-paced society. That was more than sufficient. Moreover, Song Li was indeed the female lead. Bringing the protagonist home was akin to having accrued immense fortune in a past life. Yet more importantly, Ming Yan's mind flickered through the tender moments they had shared in recent months. Song Li's exquisite and restrained visage. Her graceful demeanor, her cool, articulate words. Indeed, Song Li was his crush. Ming Yan lowered his gaze to conceal his bashfulness. Truthfully, his heart had long been captured. The naive facade he presented was merely a guise to mask his feelings. Every smile, every word from Song Li pierced his heart incessantly. Having been a woman for many years, he had grown accustomed to concealing his affections to protect himself. Yet love is difficult to hide. No matter how well one conceals it, it inevitably reveals itself in the minutiae of daily life. Ming Yan found himself unconsciously treating Song Li with a special kindness, a double standard, if you will. Song Li sensed Ming Yan's affection, but mistakenly believed he treated everyone in such a manner. Very well, Song Li responded, her satisfaction evident as a smile graced her face. Can I listen to it? Ming Yan diverted a fraction of his attention to the little ones in Song Li's womb, his sparkling eyes eagerly awaiting her reply. Song Li nodded with a smile. Ming Yan lifted the covers and leaned over Song Li's belly, listening intently. Song Li's face radiated warmth and love, sunlight streaming over them, enveloping them in a cocoon of tenderness. As she turned her gaze towards the window, she recalled how she had once fantasized about such moments of parenthood. She felt grateful to the heavens for allowing her a second chance, enabling her to fulfill those long-buried desires. How miraculous, she mused, to suddenly have children. 2 of them, no less, and with the female lead. How many months has it been? Ming Yan inquired softly, concern lacing his tone. Song Li replied, "What do you think?" She was at a loss for words. They had only consummated once for months, Ming Yan finally realized. "All right, enough of this," Song Li said, pushing Ming Yan away. "Do we need to address something serious now?" Song Li's expression turned grave, and Ming Yan, puzzled, asked, "What is it?" "It's about my mother finding out that I'm pregnant before marriage. She might just break my legs." Song Li stated. Her mother, Song Ran, being a dance teacher with antiquated views, would surely be enraged if she learned of her daughter's premarital pregnancy. That a look of concern crossed Ming Yan's face as he realized that even Song Li experienced fear. "It's my fault. If anyone should be punished, it should be me. That I will bear the consequences," he said, feigning a serious demeanor. "Bear the consequences? My mother would truly go through with it." Song Li chuckled lightly. "I am not afraid. I will face what I must," Ming Yan replied resolutely. "You need not worry about my grandfather. I will handle it and introduce you to him afterward." The moment he agreed to marry Song Li, Ming Yan had already formulated a plan for how to approach his grandfather. Observing Ming Yan's thoughtfulness, a smile lingered on Song Li's lips. "Get up and tidy yourself. We can discuss your grandfather later," she instructed as she prepared to rise. That a knock at the door interrupted them, and Xin Yan entered after a few perfunctory taps. "The sun is high, still indulging in your affection," Xin Yan teased, leaning against the doorframe, his mood seemingly buoyant. "How is your fiancée?" Ming Yan asked as he got out of bed. "The baby is stable. She needs to rest well," Xin Yan replied, his tone neutral. "Congratulations to you," Ming Yan said, slipping on his shoes. The suit from yesterday was crumpled and reeked of alcohol, and he had no intention of wearing it again. "That I will get to the bottom of yesterday's events," Xin Yan remarked thoughtfully. "Yes, it needs clarification. And regarding your sister, I hope you exercise proper guidance." Ming Yan recalled the slap from the previous day, still feeling uneasy. Had it landed on Song Li's face, the consequences would have been dire. "She likes you. You know that," Xin Yan pointed out. "Stop right there," Ming Yan interjected swiftly before Xin Yan could utter anything untoward. "That I have no interest in your sister. And the one sitting on the bed is my fiancé. Who knows? We might even have our wedding before yours." Ming Yan was candid with Xin Yan, knowing this news would soon circulate. After all, he was now a married man and needed to conduct himself accordingly. Song Li sat quietly on the bed, observing the exchange between the two. "Did I end their previous lives?" Ming Yan and Xin Yan had never coexisted in such harmony. Song Li reflected on this as she glanced at Xin Yan. This version of him was markedly different from his past incarnation. His polite smile remained, and the ominous shadows that had once clouded him were conspicuously absent. Even in conflict with Ming Yan, He exhibited none of the disdain that had characterized their previous relationship. Such tranquility was a testament to Ming Yan's transformation. Some matters, if quelled in their infancy, serve as the best means of mitigating loss. Song Li's heart was a tumult of emotions. Well, what transpired in a single night for you to suddenly become engaged? Xin Yan's scrutinizing gaze flitted between the two. For the same reason as you, Ming Yan stated plainly, it all needs to be made public. Xin Yan's eyes widened in astonishment, his gaze darting to Song Li's abdomen before turning a scrutinizing eye towards Ming Yan's lower half, his expression laden with incredulity. Xin Yan, what kind of look is that? Xin Yan's gaze was unabashedly penetrating, provoking a strong sense of offense in Ming Yan, who squinted in response. Aren't you incapable? After a brief pause, Xin Yan finally spoke. You are the one who is utterly incapable. Your entire family is as well. Ming Yan, now possessing a man's dignity, exclaimed as he lunged toward Xin. That I clearly saw you drinking goji berries last time. Xin Yan stood at the door, his voice booming. Ming Yan's expression tightened. Get lost. Xin Yan, do you have any common sense? That was health tea. He retorted, you can't judge my capabilities based on a mere cup of tea. You don't intend to view me this way forever, do you? Ming Yan feigned an attack toward Xin Yan. Xin Yan deftly dodged, prompting Ming Yan to pursue him. The two men, both standing at 1.87 meters, tussled at the doorway, causing Song Li to fear the door would collapse. Ming Yan, stop fooling around. Come back and tidy up that we're going to meet my mother. Hearing Song Li's words, Ming Yan halted his chase, casting a fierce glare at Xin Yan before returning to Song Li's side. Oh, so you are henpecked. I never would have guessed, Li Ming Yan. You're such a coward, Xin Yan mocked. Get away, don't come near and obstruct me. My baby is still small and cannot be exposed to strange uncles. Ming Yan retorted, who can't be shameless? You are going too far, Xin Yan declared, clearly infuriated, as he attempted to storm into the hospital room. The attending physician, the same elderly female doctor from the previous night, stepped forward to intervene upon hearing the commotion. Pregnant women need rest and tranquility. What is the meaning of this racket? The doctor reprimanded sternly as she pushed the door open. Both Xin Yan and Ming Yan fell silent instantly, standing quietly to the side. How are you feeling this morning? Song Li asked, sitting on the bed as the doctor approached to examine her belly. I feel no discomfort. The baby is very well behaved. She replied, her loose hospital gown revealing a rounded belly under the doctor's gentle touch. Xin Yan's eyes widened in disbelief as he inquired, Doctor, how many months along is she? For months, twins, which is why she appears larger. The doctor responded. Xin Yan's pupils widened in shock. Ming Yan smirked triumphantly. Didn't he expect that, did you? This one is the older sibling. Apologies, but there are two. Upon hearing this, Song Li hurled a pillow at Ming Yan. In their previous life, Li Ming Yan constantly compared children. In this life, Ming Yan would absolutely not allow such behavior. But I'm sorry, I was wrong, Ming Yan said, basking in his own triumph. Xin Yan glanced at him, snorting dismissively. He held no regard for Ming Yan's antics. Xin Yan turned on his heel, casually striding out of the hospital room. Chapter 55. Meeting the mother-in-law yesterday, the pregnant woman was overly agitated and frightened. For the next few days, she should refrain from unnecessary movement. 4 months is a critical period. We must exercise extra caution, the elderly female doctor reiterated tirelessly. And this time, Ming Yan listened intently, committing her words to memory. After the doctor departed, he turned to Song Li, saying, I'll have Li Mo bring a wheelchair. Yesterday was indeed too dangerous, and we cannot allow such a situation to arise again. Ming Yan sent a message to Li Mo, who had come to deliver clothes. Song Li, however, felt it was unnecessary that in her previous life, despite significant ups and downs and wandering, the child had remained steadfastly within her womb. Yet, she felt gratified by Ming Yan's concern for her well-being. Thus, when Song Ran saw Song Li again, she was seated in a wheelchair, pushed before her by someone. Song Ran, watering plants, was startled, causing the watering can to clatter to the ground. What happened? Why are you in a wheelchair? Song Ran rushed over, her face etched with worry. Song Li exchanged a glance with Ming Yan. She had initially not intended to sit, but Ming Yan insisted that if she used the wheelchair, her mother wouldn't be able to scold her. Furthermore, during their journey, Ming Yan had been especially tense, fidgeting with his suit pants, unable to utter a single word. This was Ming Yin's first meeting with his mother-in-law. "Mom, I'm fine," Song Li smiled, attempting to reassure her. "Then why are you in a wheelchair?" "Your complexion doesn't look too good," Song Ran questioned anxiously. Song Li swallowed hard, glancing at Ming Yin. His gaze was erratic, his grip on the wheelchair handles tightening. Ultimately, it was she who had to address the situation. Song Li pressed her lips together. "Mom, there is something more serious than my illness. You must hold it together and not get angry." She issued a preemptive warning, then gestured for Ming Yin to bring a stool for Song Ran to sit on. In the villa's corridor, sunlight barely illuminated the steps. The three sat in the shade. Song Li swallowed hard again, her nerves palpable. "Mom, I'm pregnant." She spoke slowly, and Song Ran's pupils dilated. "What did you say?" "Pregnant," Song Ran echoed. "Equally incredulous that I'm pregnant. It's his twins." Song Li exhaled rapidly. "Whether dead or alive, it's still death." Song Ran, in an unexpected reaction, Ming Yin, either from anxiety or fear, took a step back with the wheelchair before bowing deeply to Song Ran. "Annie, I'm sorry that it's all my fault. I'm the scoundrel that I will take responsibility and care for the children." Ming Yin, having prepared grandiose rhetoric, forgot all his eloquence, pouring forth promises instead. Song Ran stared at Ming Yin in disbelief, then turned her gaze to her daughter's belly, her shock rendering her momentarily speechless. Despite the clear sunny day, she felt as if struck by lightning. "You Song Li, you." Song Ran gritted her teeth, struggling to articulate her emotions. Her eyes darting between Song Li and Ming Yin. Shock and anger intertwined within her. Her obedient daughter had become an unwed mother. "Mom, Song Li found herself at a loss for words, unsure how to explain or console her mother. In her previous life, her mother had passed away before she could even discover her pregnancy. In this life, she had not yet figured out how to help her mother accept it. She had intended to wait until her mother was in better health before revealing the news. But time had slipped away. Having Ming Yin accompany her was far better than facing this alone. "Auntie, yesterday Song Li was frightened, which is why her complexion isn't great, though we only just learned about the pregnancy. We will take responsibility for the child and ourselves," Ming Yin stated earnestly, holding Song Li's hand firmly. Song Ran remained in stunned silence for what felt like an eternity. Upon hearing Ming Yin's words, she lifted her gaze to the two of them. Narrowing her eyes, she noticed their intertwined hands, which were particularly glaring at that moment. Yet, her concern for her daughter prevailed. "How could she have been frightened? We attended a wedding yesterday, and things got a bit chaotic. There is no need for you to know the sordid details," Song Li answered hastily. However, Song Ran's expression darkened as she looked at her daughter and sighed. "How many months along are you?" 4 months, Song Li replied, her voice barely above a whisper. "4 months? That means it was during her illness." Song Ran gazed at Ming Yin, reflecting on the assistance he had provided them, and no wonder he had offered to cover her medical expenses and ensured she received treatment in such a good facility. Could it be? A sudden realization struck her mind, and she looked at her daughter with suspicion in her heart. Ming Yin had been closely observing Song Ran's expression. The actions he had taken and his identity, indeed, made it easy for misunderstandings to arise. He quickly clarified, "Annie, I have always had feelings for Song Li that I only offered help after learning of your illness. Song Li is a wonderful girl, and we are in a relationship based on mutual respect and equality." Ming Yin tightened his grip on Song Li's hand. They had already discussed presenting their relationship as one of equality to the outside world. Song Ran squinted, recalling that she hadn't seen her daughter for some time after her surgery. Putting those thoughts aside, she focused on the current situation. "What do you both plan to do?" "Get married before the pregnancy becomes evident. Annie, I will arrange everything and guarantee that I will take good care of Song Li and the child," Ming Yin declared, having specifically researched phrases for meeting his mother-in-law beforehand. Song Ran cast a sidelong glance at Ming Yin, her expression less than pleased. She never would have imagined becoming a grandmother at the age of 45. And so suddenly two grandchildren, for months along. Song Li, clad in loose attire, sat in a wheelchair, making it difficult to discern her pregnancy. Song Ran furrowed her brow as she approached and gently touched her daughter's burgeoning belly. At 4 months pregnant with twins, the roundness of her abdomen was quite pronounced. After a long pause, Song Ran sighed, gazing at Song Li with a blend of helplessness and affection. Hearing her mother's tone, Song Li felt a wave of relief. She understood that her mother had reluctantly accepted the situation. Mom, thank you, Song Li expressed, feeling a mix of anxiety and anticipation when she had arrived, having pondered numerous explanations and excuses. Yet, when the moment came, only those few words escaped her lips. Song Ran shook her head, her expression shifting to one of compassion. Since her illness, her daughter had matured far too quickly. The weight of such a significant event as pregnancy caused her more concern than comfort. Tenderly, Song Ran caressed her daughter's cheek, the sight reminding her of her own past self. At least her daughter had someone to lean on now that I know you've grown up and can handle many things on your own. Since you've made your decision, I will only support and assist you, Song Ran said, her heart quietly admiring her own capacity for acceptance. Thank you, Mom, Song Li replied, both comforted and moved, tightening her grip on Ming Yan's hand. The complexities surrounding marriage and childbirth overwhelmed Song Ran, prompting another sigh. You haven't even finished your senior year. How will you manage your studies while carrying a child? Once she had accepted her daughter as pregnancy, Song Ran began to worry about the complications that marriage and motherhood would bring, that I'm currently in my internship and don't need to return to school. The baby will be born in over 5 months. So I can forego this semester's courses and take the exams after the baby is born. Song Li reassured her, having meticulously planned for herself and the child since her rebirth. Regarding the wedding, you're already showing. We must arrange it without delay, Song Ran insisted, glancing at Ming, that I'll return home shortly to discuss it with my grandfather and aim to move the wedding date up as much as possible. We'll hire professionals to handle the arrangements, so it won't take long. Ming Yin promised that. So, your family is still unaware of Song Li's pregnancy. I only just found out, but don't worry. Annie, my grandfather adores Ali and will surely support us, Ming Yin assured her, knowing that the Li family's patriarch was likely to scold him only lightly. Then you should hurry home. I'll stay here with my mother, Song Li urged, emphasizing the need for prompt action. Chapter 56. The old man's opposition in the Li family's ancestral home. Ming Yin adjusted his tie and slowly made his way to the study on the second floor. In a rocking chair, the elderly M.L. amused himself by teasing a small bird in its cage. Grandfather, Ming Yin announced as he approached the door and knocked. Come in, the elder replied without moving. The study was spacious, with shelves brimming with books lining the left side. The old man sat comfortably by the large window on the right. Ming Yin stepped closer and cleared his throat, preparing to speak. Speak. What is on your mind? The elder inquired, casting a glance at Ming Yin, who seemed to be gathering his thoughts. Grandfather, Ming Yin inhaled deeply, contemplating whether to mention the child or the wedding first. His hesitation piqued the old man's interest, and he tilted his head curiously. What is causing that expression? The elder was intrigued by the sight of his grandson's unusual demeanor. Grandfather, I want to marry Song Li, Ming Yin finally declared, prioritizing the wedding news. What? Song Li? The girlfriend mentioned online? Yes. The elder had always been aware of Song Li's existence, and likely knew they had been living together. Why the sudden announcement? He asked, sitting up straight with a serious tone. While he found Song Li to be a well-behaved girl, he worried that his grandson was too infatuated, since Ming Yin had begun to clash with the Wen family over Song Li. The old man had harbored a sense of unease. Song Li is pregnant. Ming Yin stated the undeniable truth. Pregnant? When did this happen? The elder squinted, scrutinizing Ming Yin, determined that the Li family could not afford to have another Su-He situation. 4 months along with twins, Ming Yin exhaled, revealing all at once. Twins? Boys, girls, or a mix? The elder's excitement was palpable. The Li family's lineage was thin, consisting of only him and Ming Yin. The prospect of 2 great-grandchildren invigorated him, especially when facing those boastful old-timers during family gatherings. Not sure, but likely a boy and a girl. As per the books, Ming Yin replied casually. How wonderful. The wedding can be discussed later, but the children are a must, the elder expressed, brimming with enthusiasm, yet maintaining a sense of pragmatism. Grandfather, what do you mean? The child is already 4 months along, and it's evident now, Ming Yin exclaimed in surprise. Ming Yin, I don't care what kind of girlfriend you choose, but the decision about your marriage must be mine, the elder declared. This statement was intolerable to Ming Yin, who immediately retorted, I am the one getting married, so naturally, I will choose my partner. Besides, I'm already having a child with her. Who else would I marry? The elder scoffed, casting a sidelong glance at Ming Yin, as if to say, "Didn't your father do the same with your mother? Do you really believe Song Li can fulfill the role of the young mistress of the Li family?" The elder's skeptical tone only solidified his stance. "Why not? Our family isn't dealing with royal succession. Besides, even if you agree, her mother might not," Ming Yin countered, having anticipated his grandfather's opposition and preemptively invoked Song Ran. "Song Ran? She did have some interaction with you during her hospital stay," the elder recalled, acknowledging their previously pleasant rapport, yet recognizing the need to separate personal feelings from familial obligations. "Yes, if you maintain this attitude. Aunt Song won't let her daughter marry, let alone allow us to see the child," Ming Yin asserted confidently. "That's impossible. Song Li is still so young. The child will require financial support. Furthermore, no child of the Li family would ever be left to fend for themselves," the elder retorted dismissively, firmly believing that money and power could resolve any issue. Ming Yin shook his head, gazing out at the lush greenery outside, and prepared to unveil his trump card. "Grandfather, Song Ran was able to raise Song Li on her own and nurture her so well. Song Li is exceptional. They can easily manage 2 children. Moreover, since the child is Song Li's, if you try to take them away, she might leave with the children, and soon, 2 great-grandsons would be calling someone else great-grandfather and addressing another as dad." Ming Yin casually probed at the old man's heartstrings. "Do they dare? How could I possibly agree? If you insist on me marrying someone else, Song Li will undoubtedly sever all ties with me. According to the law, a child must remain with their mother until the age of 3. Furthermore, once the child grows up and discovers that I abandoned Song Li to remarry, it remains uncertain whether they would even call you great-grandfather, let alone refer to me as father." Ming Yin sighed, contemplating the long-term implications. "Your mother hasn't even officially entered the household, yet you still address me as grandfather. That's because my father passed away early, and Sui failed to uphold her responsibilities. Otherwise, it wouldn't be the case." Ming Yin smiled slyly. "Grandfather, the wedding preparations are already underway. You can look forward to enjoying the company of your grandchildren once the child arrives." "Enjoying the company of my grandchildren? I might well be driven to my grave by your antics first." The old man detested surprises. Ming Yin was aware of his impropriety, but felt pressed for time. Softening his demeanor, he sat beside the old man and continued to speak from the heart. "Grandfather, yesterday I attended Xin Xingyin's engagement ceremony. You know that Xin Xingyin and Wen Somi do not harbor feelings for one another. They are both reluctant, which will inevitably lead to quarrels and chaos in their lives. You know my temperament. I relish solitude, but if you truly wish for me to marry someone I do not love, I would rather spend my life alone. Moreover, Song Li is merely 21 and is now expecting my child. She is still so young. If I fail to take responsibility, I fear Aunt Song would not allow her to carry the child to term, that I end this life. I desire no one but Song Li. If she refuses to marry me, I shall live alone, that I will certainly make time to visit you during the holidays, and you can indulge in the company of your grandsons. Should the Li family business be handed over to the state, I suppose it would be a means of serving our country. What do you think, grandfather?" Ming Yin spoke earnestly, his innocent eyes fixed on the old man, as if genuinely contemplating such a fate. Each of Ming Yin's words struck deep within the old man's heart. The Li family enterprise was a result of his hard work. How could it possibly be relinquished to the state through Ming Yin? With 2 more grandsons on the way, the notion of abandoning them was utterly unacceptable. The old man straightened in his seat, his sparse white beard nearly bristling with indignation. This family was full of resolute individuals. The old man understood Ming Yin well enough to know he would follow through on his words. "Grandfather, it would be wise for you to adopt a more agreeable demeanor, that we are indeed at fault here. And if you continue to be stubborn, it will be difficult to explain things to Aunt Song." Ming Yin gazed out at the scenery, casually remarking. The old man's anger flared once more. He had yet to relent, and now he was being told to soften his stance. "Grandfather, when do you think would be the most suitable date for the wedding?" Ming Yin deftly sidestepped the old man's furious gaze, retrieving an old calendar from his pocket to inquire with a smile. The irate old man retorted, Chapter 57, The Movement of Life. The 4-month twin pregnancy has become evident, and the wedding is imminent. After informing the old man, Ming Yin publicly announced the wedding news, setting the date for 2 weeks hence. The Shin family's engagement banquet was arranged in a week, and a wedding banquet within half a month was certainly manageable. The announcement of Ming Yin and Song Li's marriage took the Shun family by surprise, with many members of the Li family unaware. Shen Wei was busy devising her next plan, only to find Ming Yin had made the announcement without prior notice. "Brother, if you knew in advance, why didn't you tell me sooner?" Shen Yin, having returned home after a few days in the hospital, was intercepted by his younger sister. What difference would it have made? "Were you planning to treat Song Li as you did when Song Yi?" Shen Yin intended to keep the matter under wraps, but upon witnessing Shun Wei's excitement, he sensed trouble brewing. "Brother, what are you talking about? I don't understand." Shen Wei struggled to process the disjointed conversation. Shen Yin shot her an exasperated glance before seating himself on the sofa. "You were the one who pushed when Song Yi that day, weren't you?" Shen Yin's eyes remained fixated on his phone, betraying no emotion. "How could that be? It was Song Li who did it." Shen Wei believed the chaos of that day meant no one noticed her minor actions. "The cameras captured everything clearly," Shen Yin scoffed. "Shen Wei, while it is true that I am allied with Wen Songyi through marriage, she is now your sister-in-law, carrying your nephew, that I do not wish to witness such incidents again." "But you don't even like her." Shen Yin's words were cut off as Shen Wei interjected. "Dislike matters little. Life's unforeseen circumstances are beyond our control. Therefore, Shen Wei, it is in your best interest not to interfere with Song Li. Or else with Li Mingyin's affection for her, you will surely face dire consequences, and marriage will be the least of your concerns." Shen Yin knew his sister's temperament all too well. Should she make an irrevocable mistake, no one would be able to protect her. Why is the wedding date so rushed? Is Song Li pregnant as well? Shen Wei ignored Shen Yin's warning, pressing for answers. Shen Yin sighed, uncertain if his sister absorbed any of his advice. "Yes, she is pregnant. The child is already 4 months along." Recalling Li Mingyin's proud demeanor, Shen Yin felt an urge to roll his eyes. 4 months along in twins. Who knows how intelligent their children will turn out to be? He mused silently. Shen Wei fell silent, plotting her next move that I end the villa behind Li's hospital. Song Li enjoyed a peaceful pregnancy with her mother. After spending 3 days with the old man at the ancestral home, Ming Yin arrived at the villa to take Song Li for wedding photos that I in the backyard. An array of flowers bloomed vibrantly. Song Ran, having undergone surgery, was no longer fit to teach dance, so she dedicated her time to tending the garden. Becoming a skilled gardener, Song Li lounged in a swing chair beneath the pavilion, enjoying a nap, while Su Mingyue, recently recovered from surgery and now in a wheelchair, basked in the sun, happily observing Song Ran watering the flowers. Ming Yin strode into the garden towards Song Li. Perhaps due to a sixth sense, she opened her eyes just as he approached. The man walking toward her wore a tailored blue suit, and beneath his polished hairstyle was a radiant smile. Song Li grinned, blinking at him. "Awake, how have you been feeling these past few days?" Ming Yin inquired as he settled across from her, reflecting on it. This was their first prolonged separation since moving in together. With her mother by her side, Song Li felt little difference, while Ming Yin found the solitude of the quiet ancestral home disconcerting after 3 days. "Everything is fine. The baby is very well behaved and hasn't tea-fussed at all," Song Li replied, her eyes still slightly drowsy as she caressed her belly. Unlike before, Song Li wore a soft yellow and white mermaid gown that highlighted her form. The fabric clung gently, and as Ming Yin looked up, he realized just how pronounced her 4-month baby bump had become. "May I touch it?" Ming Yin gazed at her belly, feeling a strange mix of wonder and surrealism at the prospect of becoming a father after 26 years. Song Li shifted slightly aside, as the swing chair was narrow and swayed with movement. After Ming Yan's solid frame settled beside her, the swing chair rocked vigorously. The soft cushion enveloped them, causing Song Li to lean uncontrollably into Ming Yan's embrace. Taken aback by the sudden intimacy, Ming Yan found himself at a loss, with her fragrant softness enveloping him. His hands, unsure of where to land, instinctively rested on her baby bump, although the movement of the baby was subtle. The moment he touched her belly, a sudden strong kick startled Song Li. She inhaled sharply, feeling the baby move vigorously for the first time. "Are you all right?" Ming Yin quickly withdrew his hand, bewildered by the unexpected sensation. "No worries," Song Li shook her head. "It seems the baby doesn't like you. Why else would it react like this when you got close?" As a professional nurse, Ming Yin was taken aback by Song Li's comment and retorted. "Really? Why is that?" Song Li smirked, playfully teasing him. "Perhaps it's because you don't spend enough time playing with it, Song Li chuckled, and Ming Yin frowned. I'm being serious, you know? Well, it is true. You haven't spoken to them properly, Song Li remarked as Song Ran emerged from the flower bed. That Su Mingyue also joined them, wheeling her mother into the pavilion. Hello, Annie. Hello, Grandma, Ming Yin greeted politely. Song Ran nodded, observing the playful interaction between them. Though a twinge of displeasure stirred within her. Having nurtured her daughter for over 20 years, she felt a pang at the thought of someone else stepping into Mr. Li. Su Mingyue's dedicated room had been prepared. For a brilliant hacker, a high-spec computer was akin to a trusty weapon. Su Mingyue felt immense gratitude toward Ming Yin, who nodded in acknowledgement. Mom, we're heading out to take wedding photos soon. Would you like to join us? Song Li suggested, eager to capture some formal pictures with her mother. What do you mean by joining you for wedding photos? Song Ran waved her hand dismissively. I just want to take a few nice photos with Mom, Song Li replied, stepping closer to Song Ran with a familiar, endearing tone, seeing her daughter about to cuddle against her slightly soiled dress. Song Ran quickly intervened. All right, I'll go, but don't come near me. I'm filthy from tending to the flowers. Let me change first. Reluctantly, she agreed and turned to head upstairs, watching Song Li's affectionate demeanor. Ming Yin's mouth fell slightly agape. That was the first time he had seen this side of her, and he couldn't help but think how adorable she was. This was the essence of being 21. They had both shed their facades in each other's presence, and Ming Yin was enchanted by this softer, more endearing side of Song Li. What should I do if she loves him more? Sister Ollie, my grandmother, and I won't go. We'll head upstairs first, and my grandmother is quite old, and Su Mingyue spends all her time in front of the computer. Speaking little, she stated directly. Song Li understood Mingyue's temperament and nodded, prompting Su Mingyue to push her grandmother back to the room. Chapter 58. Wedding dress photo shoot. In the bustling metropolis of Haishur, the economy thrives. The number of wedding photography studios is countless. And naturally, Ming Yin had reserved the top-tier professional wedding photography service in Haicheng. As autumn descended upon Haicheng, the weather became unpredictable, and Ming Yin was preparing to fetch a jacket to drape over Song Li. Just then, Song Ran came downstairs, having changed in her outfit and thoughtfully bringing a jacket and a light blanket. Ming Yin took it from her willingly. Details determined success or failure, and Song Ran felt satisfied with Ming Yin's recent actions. Song Li stood up, bypassing Ming Yin to link arms with her mother. As they walked towards the door, in the center of Haicheng, where crowds abound, a driver is essential. Ming Yin exited the passenger seat and gallantly opened the door for the mother of his child. Behind him, his mother-in-law silently awarded him an additional point in her heart. With 2 sets of both Chinese and Western wedding dresses, along with group photos, at least half a day was required. The wedding photographer Ming Yin had booked responded enthusiastically to Song Li's inquiries. Glancing at the time, Song Li noted it was still only 10 in the morning and turned to Ming Yin, saying, after the wedding photo shoot, I wish to return to the office briefly to tidy up my things and hand over work. With an abundance of wedding details to manage, coupled with her pregnancy, Song Li had no time to be distracted and had to forego her job. Ming Yin gazed at the array of wedding gowns and suits in the room, his eyes shining. Suddenly, he felt a pang of regret. When he was a girl, he never had the chance to wear a wedding dress. And now that the opportunity had finally arrived, he had become a man. Ming Yin felt a twinge of sorrow. Newlyweds, draw a little closer, let your heads touch, and don't be too stiff. The 2 first-time wedding photo shoot participants appeared quite unfamiliar and shy. Beneath the glaring white backdrop and blinding flash, their faces were almost frozen in smiles. Yet the shoot had yet to be completed, and the wedding dress was changed multiple times. They also had to finalize the wedding dress and tuxedo for the actual wedding day, consuming a considerable amount of time. Meanwhile, Shun Yiwei, dispatched by the Shun family to monitor Ming Yin, had received the photos of Ming Yin and Song Li's wedding shoot, dressed in a pink suit and donning golden-framed glasses. Shun Yiwei, who also favored an elite appearance, stared at the images on her phone, her expression trembling uncontrollably. Her tightly clenched fists drove her long, beautifully manicured nails into her flesh. Her face darkened, with Sui gone. When Song gone, and now Song Li appearing. What was even more infuriating was that Li Gij still harbored feelings for her. Shun Yiwei, who had long desired to possess Li Ming Yin, felt resentful. The woman appeared pregnant. Her belly quite prominent, that a subordinate who was shadowing them sent a photo, showcasing Song Li in a mermaid-style gown with a conspicuously protruding belly, while in the image, Ming Yin gazed at her pregnant belly with affection. Shin Yi-wei's eyes narrowed sharply, her brows furrowing. Pregnancy to gain favor. What an effective tactic. Shin Yi-wei ground her long nails against her fingertips, realizing why when Song-yi had once resorted to such underhanded means to drug Li Mingyan. Although she had targeted the wrong person, she had ultimately benefited. Anyone can have a child. As long as Li Gij is fond of her, she too can give birth. However, no one else must bear Li Gij's child, no one. As Shin Yi-wei contemplated this, her expression trembled again, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. The wedding dresses and suits were exquisite, yet the shoot consumed far too much time. After completing the photo shoot, Song Li took additional photos with Song Ran. By the time all the filming concluded, they were utterly exhausted, collapsing against Ming Yan that he caught her securely. Half a day was supposed to be enough, and now it's nearly 5, Ming Yan remarked, glancing at his watch. The two nestled together on the soft sofa, as Song Ran brought over a cup of warm water, tenderly feeding her daughter. Finally receiving the care a pregnant woman deserves, Song Li couldn't help but smile. Her lips curving upwards. Li, do you still need to go to the office later? Noticing Song Li's fatigue, Ming Yan inquired. Pregnant women are prone to drowsiness, and Song Li felt as though she might drift into slumber at any moment. However, Jiang Yin was still waiting for her at the office. She felt compelled to pay him a visit. With a sigh, Song Li opened her eyes and steeled herself. Let us go. Li Corporation. Jiang Yin circled around Song Li, astonished. What is with that belly? Jiang Yin was unsure if it was his eyesight or perception that was amiss. How could it suddenly have grown so large? Song Li chuckled as she revealed the truth. I wear loose clothing. The baby is only 4 months along. Don't overthink it. 0.4 months? It's that big. Twins. Jiang Yin was rendered utterly speechless. Seeing Jiang Yan's exaggerated expression, Song Li smiled. This is some of my previous work. Thank you for taking care of me these days. That you're not quitting, right? At 4 months, you could still work. With so many wedding matters to attend to, and given her growing belly, it was inconvenient. Rest assured, I will return to work after I give birth. That is good to hear. The HR department will always welcome you. Jiang Yin assumed that Song Li was planning to become a housewife. Thank you. Song Li expressed her heartfelt gratitude before stating her purpose, that I'm most familiar with you in the company. So after I leave, I would like you to keep an eye on 2 individuals. If they face the risk of being dismissed or sidelined, I hope you can inform me. Yen Li was being heavily suppressed in the finance department, while Lin Sheng faced endless intrigue in the marketing department. Falling victim to schemes, without her presence, it would be difficult to look after them. Entrusting this matter to HR Director Jiang Yin was the best course of action. After listening to Song Li's words, Jiang Yin let out a sigh of relief. She initially thought Song Li wanted her to watch over the big boss. That don't worry. I will notify you at the first sign of trouble. Meanwhile, in Song Li's office, Ming Yan was navigating the necessary path every man must undertake. Ming Yan and Song Ran had been assigned to Song Li's office, where Song Ran began to tidy up Song Li's belongings. Ming Yan stood quietly by the window, the atmosphere thick with awkwardness, until Song Ran spoke up. Ming Yan, may I call you that? Having spent over a decade teaching, Song Ran's voice carried a sense of authority. Of course, Sandy. Ming Yan fidgeted, unsure where to direct her gaze. Ming Yan, how did you come to know our Li? Finally, the conversation had begun. Ming Yan cleared her throat. She certainly wouldn't disclose the truth. Andy, we met at a part-time job with Ali. Fearing that too much detail might expose the truth, she kept her responses brief. And what did you see in our Ali? Having spent many years in the educational field, Song Ran had not felt the disparity of social classes until arriving at Li Corporation. From the moment Ming Yan entered the building, countless employees greeted him with bows and salutations that I asked the president of Li Corporation. Ming Yan could use the exclusive elevator and move freely throughout the premises. Observing her daughter's splendid and opulent office, Song Ran began to grasp the formidable strength of Ming Yan's influence, deepening her understanding of the affluent family her daughter was about to marry into. It wasn't love at first sight. I just liked her upon our first meeting, and as we spent more time together, my feelings deepened. Ming Yan spoke candidly. During their first encounter, Song Li's demeanor had not been particularly warm. Yet she still felt an innate desire to protect this delicate flower. Later, they cohabited, shared meals, and commuted together. Song Li spoke little, her cold exterior seemingly concealing countless burdens. Mysterious, yet noble, she was difficult to approach. Yet she captivated Ming Yan's heart, stirring feelings of yearning that she struggled to suppress. She was timid, never taking the initiative. But fortunately, Song Li chose to be with her for the sake of their child. Song Ran raised an eyebrow, somewhat skeptical of her daughter's allure. Her daughter was indeed striking, but her personality was another matter. Although she had changed significantly after her illness, the traits of being temperamental and difficult to appease remained unchanged. It was uncertain whether this esteemed young man could endure her true nature when she unleashed her temper. Song Ran felt a twinge of worry. It's manageable. She can indeed be a bit difficult to please. And she has her mood swings. Chapter 59. Wedding preparations. After leaving Jiang Yan's office, Song Li had yet to push the door open when she overheard Ming Yan's words, regardless of their truth. She couldn't help but smile as Song Ran was about to ask something further. Song Li had already entered the room. See if there is anything else to pack. Let us finish up swiftly, so we can head home to rest. UV had a long day. Song Ran now treated her daughter like a precious darling. Listening to her mother's words, Song Li felt a surge of emotion, having finally experienced the warmth of maternal love after 2 lifetimes. Touched, Song Li leaned against her mother. Song Ran, unable to bear the sight, continued tidying up as she worked. She resumed questioning the unfinished inquiries regarding Ming Yan. Ming Yan, what other family members do you have? With the wedding approaching, they hadn't yet dined with each other's elders, nor had they explored the complexity of each other's family backgrounds. Song Ran genuinely felt that the marriage was being rushed. The only direct family member is my grandfather, the one who was in the hospital last time. He is currently enjoying retirement at our old home in the suburbs. Song Ran nodded. This seemed to indicate a relatively straightforward family dynamic, and that elder appeared quite amicable. The DOU intend to sign a prenuptial agreement. Suddenly recalling, she inquired aloud, for it seemed that affluent families often engaged in such practices. Annie, there is no prenuptial agreement. I will transfer my shares and management rights of Li Corporation to Song Li as a dowry. This had been agreed upon beforehand, and Ming Yan was committed to following through. Additionally, she had never particularly desired it. Your shares of Li Corporation? Song Ran seemed to have not comprehended. Ming Yan took the opportunity to explain to Song Li as well. The currently family business is a merger of the company founded by my grandfather and the one I established, appearing as a single entity, yet the legal entities remain distinct. Consequently, my shareholding in the original Li company is minimal, and any changes require my grandfather's consent. Ming Yan spoke delicately, and having relied on her mother, Song Li understood. Ming Yan could discreetly manipulate her own shares without drawing attention, yet any alteration in the original Li company's equity would undoubtedly be noticed by the old gentleman. If he were to learn that she had instructed Ming Yan to transfer shares into her name, it would surely. Thus, the matter of share transfer could only be conducted clandestinely by Ming Yan. Song Li's lips curved once more. Her initial proposal for shares and management rights within the Li family was merely a test of Ming Yan's desire for power and status, to her surprise. Ming Yan had readily agreed without a moment's hesitation, seemingly eager. It is indeed rare to find someone who is neither avaricious for wealth nor covetous of power, and she had fortuitously encountered such a person. Song Ran, lacking knowledge about matters of shares, merely nodded in a daze, completely unaware of how much wealth her daughter was about to acquire. The wedding photos were among the few tasks requiring their personal involvement. After the wedding shoot, most other arrangements would be entrusted to professionals. With half a month remaining, as per custom, Song Li moved into the villa where Song Ran resided, under her mother's care and in proximity to the hospital, ensuring both safety and convenience. However, it meant Ming Yan had to traverse back and forth for work daily. With no job to attend to, Song Li relaxed, relishing the most tranquil moments since her rebirth. When Song Yi, having experienced a scare during her pregnancy, needed to rest and announced the postponement of the wedding banquet by 2 months. Thus, Ming Yan's wedding would occur a month earlier than Xinqing Yan's. The two great titans of Haicheng concurrently announced their nuptial news, particularly the illustrious Ming Yan marrying a girl from an ordinary family, which sparked considerable discussion. However, this buzz was confined to the upper echelons of Haicheng's social and economic circles. Entirely unbeknownst to Yu Qi and their counselor, Old Zhao, who were still engaged in their academic pursuits as the wedding approached, the primary concerns were confirming the guest list for the banquet and selecting the best man and bridesmaids. With Song Li's father unknown and only relatives from Song Ran's side present, and Song Li's grandmother too frail to attend, Song Ran invited a few past acquaintances to the ceremony. The reborn Song Li wished to keep things understated, sharing her marriage news solely with Yu Qi and her two roommates, as well as Counselor Old Zhao. Her roommates conveniently filled the roles of bridesmaids that on Ming Yan's side, the candidates for best man were plentiful. As the Li family had numerous branches in commerce and politics, with many cousins eager to participate. Even Xinqing Yan expressed a desire to join in the festivities, unsure of how to choose. Ming Yan decided to seek Song Li's opinion that in the evening, in the garden of the villa, a weary Ming Yan collapsed onto the swing chair after a long day. He disdainfully tossed aside his constricting tie. Nearby, Song Li, pruning the newly bloomed chrysanthemums in the garden, noticed him. With a gentle smile, she approached, holding a bouquet of green chrysanthemums, placing them on a nearby table. "What troubles you? Why did you return just as the sun was setting?" As she fiddled with the stems of the green chrysanthemums, she continued, "My cousins are all eager to be best men, and even Xinqing Yan wants to join in. It's quite a dilemma." Ming Yan, eyes closed, reclined on the swing chair, in the warmth of autumn. With night approaching, a refreshing breeze swept through. The evening wind tousled a few strands of hair by Song Li's temples, prompting a soft smile from her. As for Xinqing Yan, let us not consider him. Your cousins could indeed be viable options that in her previous life. Song Li had scarcely encountered Ming Yan's cousins, having only met their parents on several occasions. "Do we have photos?" Song Li inquired, as she arranged the green chrysanthemums in a vase and washed her hands nearby. Ming Yan sat up, retrieved his phone, and shared pictures from his cousin's social media with her. After drying her hands, Song Li sat beside Ming Yan to take the phone from him. Ming Yan's father, Li Xiaohua, had numerous brothers, and even more branches had emerged from Ming Yan's lineage, moreover, as a direct descendant. Ming Yan wielded considerable influence within the family that in his youth, he had grown up alongside these cousins. Had it not been for Su He might have had several close companions by his side. "Let us just choose these three," Song Li said after perusing the photos, easily selecting a few handsome ones, given the Li family's commendable genetics. "Right, let the bridesmaids report their measurements to tailor the dresses." Ming Yan instructed, messaging his three cousins, instinctively adding, "Make sure to ask them." Song Li glanced at Ming Yan. "Should I send you their measurements tomorrow?" "Sure," came Ming Yan's oblivious reply. "You truly want me to send my best friend's measurements to you?" Song Li squinted, repeating her question with a hint of mischief. Realizing he was a man, Ming Yan quickly corrected himself. "No need to send them to me. Just send them directly to the designer." It was indeed absurd to send a best friend's measurements to her fiancé. With a huff, Song Li stood and retreated to her room, not wishing to elaborate further. Chapter 60. The wedding date approaches as the wedding date drew near. Compared to Xinqing Yan's engagement banquet, Ming Yan and Song Li's wedding was on a much grander scale. The ceremony was held at the ancestral home, albeit somewhat cramped, so they set up a lawn on a nearby plot of land by the sea, transforming it into an outdoor wedding venue that on the day of the event, a gentle sea breeze wafted through. Early in the morning, Ming Yan and Song Li rose to begin their preparations. Within a month, Song Li's wedding gown had been completed. It was a snow-white creation, adorned with layers of dreamy, silver-tinged tulle cascading from a strapless bodice. The soft yet airy tulle, stacked in hundreds of layers, created a voluminous skirt that could barely conceal her burgeoning belly beneath. She wore custom-made diamond heels, the pointed toes embellished with diamonds of various sizes, forming a lotus-like design that a regal veil, also embellished with diamonds of different sizes, crowned her head, coupled with the exquisite jewelry adorning her. Her ensemble was worth a fortune. While Song Li had chosen the style, she had not anticipated that Ming Yan would go to such lengths to incorporate so many diamonds into it. However, at present, Song Li was dressed in another outfit, a vibrant red dress. After paying respects to her ancestors and meeting her family, she would don the white wedding gown for the seaside venue. The entire ensemble was a striking crimson, with the strapless bodice hand-embroidered with opulent pink and yellow peonies, and the skirt just long enough to conceal her pregnancy. Pearls in the form of necklaces, earrings, and hair accessories complemented the outfit, with the bold red fabric accentuating Song Li's fair and luminous complexion. "Your dress is nearly blinding," exclaimed Yu Qi, who had changed it to a pink bridesmaid dress and was covering her eyes from a distance. At that moment, Song Li appeared like a dazzling flower in full bloom, breathtakingly beautiful. Ran Qing Li, a roommate from another province with a modest fortune, was utterly astonished by the grandeur of the Li family's ancestral home and Song Li's splendid attire. Shaking her head in disbelief, she remarked, "Song Li, I have been narrow-minded. From today onward, I shall never boast about being a second-generation rich kid again. Song Li, congratulations. Wishing you a joyful marriage." Zhang Weiyu, the studious roommate accustomed to a reserved demeanor and engaged in research, approached to embrace Song Li, sincerely expressing her congratulations. As graduation approached, the four roommates found themselves interning in various fields, some in research and others in different pursuits. Song Li's sudden marriage had taken them by surprise. "Thank you all for being my bridesmaids." Song Li expressed her gratitude during the wedding preparations, taking the time to reminisce about carefree moments from the past. Her days at school were undoubtedly the happiest of her life. Though they were destined to part ways after graduation, this time together was something they would cherish forever. "Just hope you don't forget to invite us," Yu Chi teased as she settled next to Song Li. The wedding was not on a Sunday, so the group had specifically taken leave to arrive early, getting ready before seeing Song Li. "How could I?" Song Li retorted. Why, Yu Chi pouted. "How could you even say that, when you once told me they were just colleagues?" "Well, the circumstances were different back then," Song Li replied, suppressing a smile. "What about the best man? Is he handsome?" "Handsome, you will see soon," Song Li remarked, feeling a twinge of nervousness as the time for their entrance drew near. Following the established protocol, they would first pay their respects to the ancestors at the ancestral home before proceeding to the seaside venue. Song Li's fingers fidgeted subconsciously, in her past life. Li Mingyan had never granted her a rightful status or a wedding. And due to Su He's actions, the Li family naturally harbored discontent towards her. Owing to the child, the old patriarch often insisted she return to the ancestral home with the baby. Although Li Mingyan's uncles had not spoken harshly to her, their disdain and contempt were deeply etched in Song Li's heart for this lifetime. Even though she was marrying Mingyan, she would still have to confront those hypocritical individuals. A bitter smile crept across Song Li's face. Meanwhile, in the grand hall, Mingyan donned a custom-made white suit identical to Song Li's, gently assisting the old patriarch into his seat at the head table. The elders and uncles standing nearby only settled into their own seats after the patriarch was seated. "All right, the time has come. Let us go fetch Song Li," the patriarch declared, now dressed in a new Zhongshan suit, holding a wooden pestle that Mingyan had procured for him. His voice was deep yet authoritative, signaling his stance. Everyone else followed suit, putting on smiles to align with the patriarch's demeanor, and the hall buzzed with liveliness. Mingyan pursed his lips, waving to his groomsmen as he prepared to bring Song Li over. "Ali, I'm coming," he thought, feeling his previous displeasure dissipate the moment he laid eyes on Song Li. Bathed in the glow of her crimson gown and the soft lighting, she appeared as a radiant angel. Mingyan approached her with a bright smile, his tone suffused with sweetness. Song Li's eyes curved with joy. Upon seeing Mingyan, the heaviness in her heart, burdened by past memories, lifted instantaneously. That if it were her, she would willingly bow to those individuals for his sake. Wow, a glance could last a millennium. They are both utterly captivated. Yu Chi remarked from the side, observing the tender exchange between the couple with a shiver of excitement. "Hello," she greeted as Mingyan turned his attention towards the three bridesmaids accompanying Song Li. "Hello there," they responded in unison, their gazes inadvertently drifting towards the three groomsmen behind them. The groomsmen, handpicked by Song Li, were all handsome and scholarly-looking college students, winning the hearts of the bridesmaids. "Time us up. Let us get going," a staff member managing the proceedings quietly reminded. Mingyan took hold of Song Li's hands, the hem of her gown trailing behind her as they walked toward the hall together. The Grand Hall, a venue for significant events and discussions within the Li family, boasted an impressive height and grandeur as they walked along the red carpet, their fingers instinctively tightened around each other. "Don't be anxious. I'll handle everything," Mingyan whispered reassuringly, his gaze softening. Song Li nodded, hoping for a smooth affair. In the hall, the patriarch sat at the center, flanked by several brothers of his generation, followed by accomplished uncles. The Li family members filled the sides, awaiting the ceremony. "You need not kneel," Mingyan reassured as they approached the altar. Hearing his words, Song Li couldn't help but smile slightly. Responding with a silent nod, the head steward, who had served the patriarch for decades, stood by to preside over the ceremony. "Stand tall," he commanded, and Ming Yin released Song Li's hands, kneeling straight with his palms placed before him in accordance with tradition. The Li family's attitude was unmistakable. Should she choose to ignore it, they would only escalate their disdain and criticism towards Song Li. Ming Yin's intent was to bestow Song Li with the respect and dignity she deserved. Song Li stood firm, holding her fan to mask her face. Previously, the people in this hall had looked down upon her, making her life difficult that if she were to grovel today as before, it would only lead to her humiliation once more. Why does the bride not kneel? A slightly hoarse voice in the back pierced through the solemnity of the hall. The man's words incited murmurs among the Li family members, and the seated elders appeared poised to speak. Ming Yin frowned, rising from his bow to call out, "Grandfather." The patriarch cast a glance at Song Li, who was shielding her face with a beautifully crafted fan, before turning his gaze to his ineffectual grandson. Acknowledging Song Li's condition due to her pregnancy, he stated, "If it's inconvenient, then there's no need to kneel." The murmurs subsided at his words. The voice belonged to Li Rindai, Ming Yin's second uncle and the patriarch's illegitimate son, who had returned to the country under a new identity after serving time, that he had lost his claim to the Li family's inheritance and sought to undermine Ming Yin. However, he was nothing more than a fool unworthy of support. In her previous life, Song Li had employed some tactics to ensure he returned to his previous circumstances. Chapter 61. Tea ceremony. The head steward announced, and servants began serving tea. Song Li handed her fan to Ming Yin, who accepted the tea and, bending slightly, presented it to the patriarch. To be wide drinking this cup, the patriarch formally acknowledged Song Li as a member of the Li family. "Grandfather," Song Li called softly. The patriarch's sharp gaze remained fixed on her face. Perhaps pondering whether she would become another Su, he was concerned, yet knew he could not defy his grandson. After a moment, he took a few sips of the hot tea before retrieving a prepared red envelope to pass to Song Li. After he drank, she offered tea to the 4 elders of his generation. They were all nearing the end of their lives. A simple cup of tea and a red envelope sufficed. Li Rindai, being the brother of Ming Yin's father, was served tea before the others. Song Li moved slowly, accepting the tea from the servant, her gaze lifting to meet Li Rindai's with indifference. Little did she expect to pay him respect one day. A disdainful snort escaped her lips, but she managed to maintain her composure as she offered the tea. "This isn't necessary. Let us move on." Li Rindai smirked, his eyes filled with contempt, satisfied with his perceived superiority over Song Li. "Unfortunately, you won't be drinking this tea," Ming Yin interjected, snatching the cup of tea from Song Li's hand and tossing it onto the tray. "That if you dare to belittle Song Li, do not blame me for my actions." It was clear that he had come to realize that since they did not regard him or Song Li with any respect, there was no need to show them any either. In the past, Ming Yin had shown great respect to Su He and these uncles, yet it had not earned him the same courtesy in return. She was not Ming Yin, and she had no obligation to respect these unkind elders. "What do you mean by this, Ming Yin?" Li Rindai exclaimed, his voice raised in indignation. Ming Yin scoffed, "If all the elders of the Li family were like you, then this cup of tea would be unnecessary." He turned to the few uncles still waiting for their tea, and continued, "I will make this clear today. From this moment forward, Song Li is my only wife. That if anyone dares to disrespect her, they are disrespecting me. And I believe you all know my temper. Li Rindai, this is the first and last time I will say this. Apologize to my wife now, or you will face the consequences." Ming Yin warned, his voice low and menacing. "Do you dare?" Li Rindai shot back, his eyes wide, slamming his hand on the table. Ming Yin stood unfazed, his gaze fierce, the coldness in his eyes unmistakable. The two stared each other down. Li Rindai's fists clenched tight. Ming Yin had always presented himself as obedient within the Li family, yet the rumors of his dominance in Haiqing were known but seldom seen. This was the first time he revealed the true nature of the so-called tyrant of Haiqing in front of everyone. Standing beside Ming Yin, Song Li could only gaze up at him, witnessing his commanding presence. Clad in white, Ming Yin exuded an air of authority that easily overshadowed any previous demeanor. She looked into Ming Yin's fierce eyes. Song Li felt incredibly fortunate to have him by her side, shielding her from the storms of life. "Father, look at Li Ming Yin." She thought that Li Rindai's loss of inheritance meant that if Ming Yin targeted him, he would struggle to survive not only in Haiqing but throughout Huagua. Weighing the pros and cons, Li Rindai understood that he could not stand against Ming Yin. However, being chastised by a younger generation was a humiliation he could not easily accept. His fists remained tightly clenched as he turned to the patriarch to voice his grievance. Ming Yen scoffed. The patriarch, seated above, observed the standoff between the two with a cold eye. Hearing Li Rendai's complaint, he leisurely took a sip of tea. In the past, he had worried that his grandson was too lenient with these so-called uncles, fearing it would nurture their ambitions. Now, however, it was beneficial for these people to understand his grandson's stance, albeit for the sake of a woman. The patriarch shook his head, increasingly convinced that marrying Song Li was a grave mistake. Yet, with the matter already concluded, there was no turning back. That I will die, and Ming Yen will become the head of the Li family. You all should keep your eyes open and behave accordingly, the patriarch warned, knowing his grandson's capabilities. This statement served as a reminder to everyone present. Should they overstep their bounds, they would face the repercussions. Ignoring his foolish son, the patriarch cast a glance at Song Li before rising with his cane and departing. His attitude was unmistakable, and Ming Yen's confrontation with Li Rendai exuded a dominating presence. His eyes were filled with unrestrained ferocity. The uncles seated nearby and the Li family members standing behind exchanged awkward glances. Time is of the essence. If we miss it, the second uncle will bear the responsibility, Ming Yen stated with a piercing gaze and a chilling tone that Li Rendai, accustomed to being in a position of power, trembled under the pressure of humiliation for the first time in such a public setting. Had he not lost his influence, he would never have been subjected to such disrespect. That I apologize, dear niece-in-law, Li Rendai spat out grudgingly, glaring at Song Li. Yet she stood unyielding, meeting his cold gaze with her own. Detecting her disdain, Li Rendai huffed angrily and turned to leave in a hurry. Once he was gone, Ming Yen finally relaxed his expression, addressing the onlookers with a cold voice. The auspicious moment has passed. The ceremony is concluded. Uncles, please return and rest early. They were all individuals who had once made Song Li's life difficult, so what was there to toast? Ming Yen's expression was far from friendly as he finished speaking. Taking Song Li's hand and exiting the grand hall, leaving a group of proud Li family members exchanging bewildered glances, Ming Yen quickened his pace, and Song Li, in her flat shoes, matched his hurried steps. The gentle breeze played with her gown, and her smile was equally carefree. Regardless of the circumstances, she felt immensely fortunate to have Ming Yen by her side, protecting her from the tempests of life. Outside, Yu Qi and the others stood distant from the hall, unable to discern the happenings within, but the atmosphere seemed foreboding. That they prepared to transition to the next segment. Song Li and Ming Yen exchanged smiles and nods before parting ways to change into their wedding attire. In the dressing room, did someone just give you a hard time? Yu Qi inquired, concern etched on her face as she assisted Song Li with her outfit. It's fine. Ming Yen has my back. No one will dare to bother me anymore, Song Li replied, feeling slightly hindered by her pregnancy, grateful for Yu Qi's assistance. Did the elders deliberately make things difficult, only for your husband to stand up for you and chastise them? Ran Qingli speculated excitedly from the side. Something like that, Song Li responded, as the intricate wedding gown made her feel somewhat cumbersome. The staff quickly approached to adjust her accessories. Really? That's so domineering. Song Li, you're not only marrying into a wealthy family, but you're also marrying a tall and handsome tycoon. How enviable! Ran Qingli exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Song Li smiled faintly, knowing that the reality was far more complex than it appeared. Chapter 62. The Kiss. The seaside wedding venue had been under construction for a month. Fortunately, it was not deep autumn. The midday sea breeze was gentle and calming. The previously uneven ground had been leveled and covered with grass. Nearly 300 square meters of open lawn featured the wedding banquet table, guest tables, and a path all lined with white wooden planks. The wedding altar faced the ocean, adorned with a backdrop of roses arranged in foam. The long aisle for the entrance was festooned with flowers and balloons that swayed gently in the breeze. This moment, Ming Yen stood at the altar, awaiting Song Ran to escort Song Li down the aisle. I'm so nervous, he thought, his hands nearly trembling as he awaited Song Li's appearance at the end of the corridor, that in the past he would never have imagined marrying, let alone becoming a man wed to Song Li. The grandeur of the wedding felt surreal. Ming Yen clenched his hands, swallowing hard as he fought his nerves. Who would have thought you'd be nervous? Shin Yin chuckled from the side, arms crossed, enjoying the spectacle. Ming Yen shot him a glance. You're not married yet, so you wouldn't understand my feelings. This is such a sacred occasion, and you're the star of the show. Just thinking about it is enough to make anyone anxious. Shen Qingyan continued, nonchalantly dismissing Ming Yan's concerns. Marriage is just a ceremony. Everyone goes through it, so what is there to be so excited about? Shen Qingyan remarked, his tone reflecting his understanding of the burdens of familial expectations. Having known all his life that he, as the sole pillar of the Shun family, could not choose freely. Consider the fact that someone will enter your life and accompany you for a lifetime. Soon, you'll have your own child to raise together, nurturing and loving them. Marriage is not merely a ritual. It entails responsibility and love. Ming Yan understood that Shen Qingyan and Wen Songyi were not in love. Yet they had chosen to marry for the sake of their future child. Recognizing that children did not choose their parents or circumstances that we're all bound by circumstances, that I can only do what I can. Shen Qingyan said, gazing out at the endless sea, that if given the choice, he too would wish to marry for love, but he felt he was incapable of forming such connections. All we can do is try our best. Ming Yan replied, not wishing to delve deeper into the topic. As Song Li was finally making her entrance, the wedding music began to play. The ceremony officially commenced. Ming Yan had changed into a dark blue formal suit, complemented by a white shirt and a black bow tie. Giving him a refined appearance, he stood straight, hands at his front, legs slightly apart, his gaze fixed on Song Li as she approached. The sea breeze caressed her as she walked arm in arm with her mother, moving gracefully to the music toward the man she regarded as a divine gift. The midday sun sparkled, illuminating her gown adorned with diamonds, while her crown and veil dazzled the guests with their brilliance. Song ran, in a hand-embroidered qipao reaching her ankles and wearing heels, walked slowly alongside her daughter toward Ming Yan, tears welling in her eyes. Though she walked slowly, she eventually reached the end of the aisle. Ming Yan and Song Li stood facing each other, with Song Ran at their side. Before she could express her prepared words, tears began to flow freely. Song Li tenderly took a tissue to wipe away her mother's tears. Ming Yan, my daughter has been spoiled since childhood and has a bit of a temper, but if she does anything wrong, or if you find her lacking in any way, please tell me, and I will correct her. And don't ever hit her. I've never laid a hand on her, and no one else should either, Song Ran implored, her voice trembling. She knew her daughter's temperament, recognizing that few could handle her. Had it not been for the child, she would have never allowed her daughter to marry, especially into a family like the Lees. The carefully prepared blessings escaped her mind in her emotional state. And she continued to advise, I won't do that. I promise I won't hurt her, Annie. You can rest assured. Ming Yan, aware of his towering stature compared to the petite Song Li, quickly reassured her. Still calling me Annie? The bridesmaids and groomsmen chimed in, amused by Ming Yan's formality. Don't, Mom, Ming Yan said, feeling a bit embarrassed for having referred to her as such for so long. All right, Song Ran said, wiping her tears and taking her seat. Ming Yan and Song Li knelt on the soft mat, bowing respectfully to her. Song Ran then handed a red envelope to Ming Yan, a gesture of acknowledgement. Look at this. I didn't know that Ming Yan would be the one to be treated like a son-in-law. Shen Qingyan commented from the side. Ming Yan accepted the envelope, helping Song Li to her feet. From this day forward, you will acknowledge and accept Miss Song Li as your lawful wife, that I in the future. Through wealth or poverty, health or illness, you shall love her until the end of your days. Do you agree? Ming Yan and Song Li stood facing each other, the gentle sea breeze lifting Song Li's delicate veil. Everything felt so swift and dreamlike that Ming Yan felt as though he were floating. By the time he came to his senses, he had automatically uttered, I do too, Song Li replied, her gaze locked onto Ming Yan's clear eyes. Since they were both willing, she thought, then you shall be mine for this lifetime. The depths of her eyes mirrored the tumultuous sea in the distance. Now, dear groom, please embrace and kiss your beloved wife. The officiant's words snapped Ming Yan back to reality, but he swallowed hard. Visibly nervous and shy, lowering his gaze, he found it difficult to meet Song Li's eyes or make a move. Tears welled in Song Li's eyes, reflecting the tumultuous emotions within her. The 10-centimeter crystal heels elevated her height to a striking 175 centimeters. She elevated her heels slightly. Ming Yan instinctively bent down, aligning their heights perfectly. Without allowing Ming Yan any time to react, Song Li closed the distance in an instant, capturing his lips with her warm ones. Their lips met in a passionate kiss, a deep and lingering connection. Caught off guard, Ming Yin instinctively responded, and upon feeling his reciprocation, Song Li relaxed, wrapping her arms around his neck. Ming Yin encircled her waist, drawing her into his embrace. The kiss lingered for several seconds, and the crowd's astonished gasps at Song Li's boldness crescendoed into excited cheers as they witnessed Ming Yin's response. The bridesmaids and groomsmen erupted in an enthusiastic chorus. Ah! The crowd below erupted in excitement. Ah! Shen Qingyan, TSK, TSK, TSK. Lu Yuwu, had I known that Li Gu preferred to take the initiative, he would have made his move this morning. The audience was in an uproar, with some even standing to cheer, confetti flying everywhere in a vibrant display. Yet, two individuals remained seated in quietude. Shen Yiwei and Wen Songyi exchanged glances, with Wen Songyi remarking, "The commotion belongs to them. We are left with nothing. What does it feel like?" As guests, Wen Songyi and Shen Yiwei maintained their composure, seated side by side, oblivious to the revelry surrounding them. Their gazes fixated on the two individuals on stage. Shen Yiwei squinted and raised an eyebrow, directing an inquiry towards her so-called sister-in-law. Wen Songyi cast a sidelong glance at Shen Yiwei. "This question ought to be directed at you. After all, she is now Shen Qingyan's fiancée, and the child within her serves as a constant reminder. From the moment she became pregnant, her connection with brother Yin was severed. She understood this all too well. A childhood bond pales in comparison to a celestial intervention." Shen Yiwei, dressed impeccably in a navy blue women's suit, voiced her sentiments in a tone that seemed to lament yet remained indifferent. Beneath her long eyeliner, a tide of intense dissatisfaction surged. All misfortunes are merely temporary. As long as she desires, there is nothing beyond her reach. Marriage may lead to divorce, pregnancy may result in miscarriage. Love may fade into estrangement. Yet Li Mingyin will ultimately fall for Shen Yiwei. Crossing her legs, Shen Yiwei smirked, her crimson lips curling as she gazed at the laughter emanating from Ming Yin on stage. Compared to Su He, Song Li was but a trifling challenge. Chapter 63, The Violet Diamond Ring. "Now, may the newlyweds adorn each other with rings of love," announced the master of ceremonies, commanding the crowd's attention amidst the clamor. The previously raucous audience fell silent the moment Ming Yin revealed the diamond ring. To her astonishment, it was a violet diamond. Shen Qingyan, positioned at the forefront of the spectators, couldn't help but exclaim upon seeing the color of the diamond ring. Violet diamonds of such size are seldom seen, and Ming Yin's ring was no less than 7 carats. While not exceedingly large, the rarity of the violet hue rendered it invaluable, fetching at least 100 million. Li Mingyin truly has a penchant for extravagance, Shen Qingyan mused, pouting. Recently, a violet diamond of similar caliber had been auctioned in Hong Kong, reportedly acquired by an unknown wealthy individual. It turns out to be Li Gu. Shen Yiwei's demeanor remained composed, her tone unchanged, yet her clenched jaw betrayed her inner jealousy and displeasure. Casting a sidelong glance at Wen Songyi, who was seething with envy, she scoffed. "Rest assured, you too shall have one. My brother has specifically prepared a ring for you, larger than hers, albeit lacking in rarity." Shen Yiwei's joy has always been built upon the suffering of others. Who would covet that worthless diamond? With Su He gone, Wen Songyi had never managed to best Shen Yiwei in their confrontations. Already resentful at the prospect of marrying Shen Qingyan, Wen Songyi found herself incensed by Shen Yiwei's taunts. "Don't be angry, it's not good for the baby." Sensing Wen Songyi's fury, Shen Yiwei felt a sense of relief wash over her, a smirk gracing her lips. The child. Were it not for this child, she would not have to marry Shen Qingyan, and brother Yin would not be marrying so hastily. Now, both the Wen and Shen families were preoccupied solely with her pregnancy. Whoever considered her feelings? Wen Songyi, long burdened by her grievances, shot a fierce glare at Song Li on stage before storming off in a fit of rage. Shen Yiwei felt a measure of satisfaction at Wen Songyi's reaction. The wedding ceremony was drawing to a close. With no banquet by the seaside, the evening feast was held at the ancestral home. The Song family hosted merely 2 tables of guests, while the Li family accommodated dozens. As Li Mingyin wed, the elder patriarch welcomed numerous old friends, who had traveled from afar to attend the ceremony. The elder, in high spirits, toasted with the brothers of yore, introducing Mingyin and Song Li to each table. Among the guests were several prominent figures from Huagua, marking the elder's formal endorsement of Mingyin as the next head of the Li family. Ming Yin, possessing a low tolerance for alcohol, and Song Li, who could not drink, were mindful of the elder's high blood pressure and opted for milder beverages. The elder's liquor was replaced with a lower alcohol option, while Ming Yin and Song Li exchanged their strong Mao Tai for a sparkling white soda. The soda, effervescent in the glass, bore little resemblance to true alcohol. Despite the substitution, Ming Yin still consumed several glasses of genuine liquor, and by the final table, he was noticeably intoxicated. Ming Yin was indeed somewhat inebriated. Mindful of Song Li's pregnancy, the groomsmen and bridesmaids, along with some peers, refrained from any rowdiness, gently assisting him back to the newly decorated bridal chamber. The Li family's ancestral home was staffed with numerous servants, ensuring that the guests who would stay over required no attention from the hosts. The potency of the liquor overwhelmed Ming Yin, and as soon as he was laid on the new bed, he succumbed to a deep slumber. Rising at 5 in the morning and hardly resting throughout the day, even Song Li, the expectant mother, felt utterly fatigued that I in the small lounge outside the bridal chamber. The pink tulle of her gown accentuated her burgeoning belly. Song Li, weary and in pain, was supported by Yu Qi as she settled onto a cushioned chair. That I'm utterly exhausted. Song Li leaned to the side, rubbing her back, while Yu Qi kindly assisted with a massage. Your belly seems to be at least 5 months along, remarked Ran Qingli, who lounged on the opposite sofa, having noticed Song Li's abdomen. Although she was aware that Song Li was hastily married due to her pregnancy, she had not realized just how advanced it was. That I would say 6 months, Yu Qi affirmed as she assisted Song Li with changing her outfit, gently caressing her pregnant belly for confirmation. The touch of Yu Qi's hand pressed the soft fabric closer to the belly, making it appear even larger. I think it looks like 7 months, added Zhang Weiyu, despite lacking experience but having seen plenty of dramas. 7 months. How could that be? At that time, Song Li was still attending classes at school. How could she have had the chance to conceive? Exactly, it's impossible, the others echoed, reviewing the timeline to reject the notion that in no way it's 7 months. It's only 5 months. That it appears larger because it's twins, Song Li hastened to clarify. So, it was during summer break, my goodness, and twins to boot? You didn't think to inform us of such significant news. Yu Qi feigned indignation. Song Li quickly apologized and explained. The four of them engaged in playful banter in the lounge. When Song Ran finally settled her few relatives and made her way to see Song Li, she found her daughter reminiscing about cherished moments with her roommates. Mom, have you settled Uncle and Annie? Just as Song Ran arrived, the four were on the verge of feeling melancholic, as they would soon part ways upon graduation in 6 months. Song Ran's entrance alleviated some of the sorrowful atmosphere. All settled, now sit properly. Reclining like that may press on the baby, she advised as she approached and noticed Song Li slouch with her belly hanging. Oh, all right. The reborn Song Li was most obedient to her mother's instructions and promptly sat up straight. UV had a long day as well. It's time for you to rest, suggested Ran Qingli, offering Song Ran her seat. Song Ran settled beside her daughter, rubbing her back as she spoke. Mom, that feels amazing. Song Li truly felt fatigued, but with Yu Qi and her friends set to return to school early the next morning, this was one of the few moments they could gather together. I am indeed exhausted, but Song Li, Annie, and I will head back to our rooms now. We need to rise early for school, Yu Qi announced as she stood. That sounds good. The housekeeper will arrange for someone to take you back to school in the morning. If anything comes up, just give me a call, Song Li instructed, aware that her friends would leave early and might miss the send-off. All right. Yu Qi nodded, and Zhang Weiyu and Ran Qingli got up to bid farewell to Song Ran before returning to their room. Where is Ming Yin? Amid the playful antics of the younger generation and the nostalgic exchanges of the older, Song Ran had yet to spot Ming Yin. He is already drunk and fast asleep, Song Li replied, glancing towards the closed door of their room. She was well aware of Ming Yin's tolerance for alcohol. Once he fell asleep, he likely wouldn't awaken any time soon. That's fine. You should change in your evening gown and rest early as well. The baby needs to develop properly, and you can't stay up late, Song Ran admonished, feeling like a mother hen and unable to hold back from lecturing. Though fortunately, her daughter did not mind. Got it. Mommy, can you help me change my clothes now? Song Li not only welcomed her mother's nagging but relished it. If she could, she would wish to remain by her mother's side, indulging in childlike whims forever. Just as in her childhood. Chapter 64. Class B. Autumn stretches endlessly, the evening glow casting a serene reflection upon the tranquil river. Haicheng, situated in the tropics, boasts an ancestral home nestled in the outskirts. The mornings are often shrouded in a delicate mist. The gentle autumn breeze is warm, and the sunlight is soothing. Ming Yen, who always suffers from headaches and drowsiness after drinking, stirred awake, his eyes still heavy with sleep. As he opened his bleary eyes and propped himself against the headboard, the room's vivid red decor momentarily disoriented him, as if he were still dreaming that a gentle morning breeze wafted through the window. And Ming Yen inhaled deeply, the air both crisp and sweet. Wait, where is Ali? Now fully conscious, Ming Yen recalled his beloved wife, rising hurriedly. He couldn't afford to lose the wife he had only just gained. Slipping on his shoes, he dashed out the door, only to realize he was clad in a red sleepwear set. Who changed me? The hazy memories of the previous night eluded him. The door led to the small lounge from the night before. And just as Ming Yen was about to descend the stairs, he spotted Song Li, who was ascending with Song Ran by her side. What is going on? As Song Li lifted her gaze, she was met with the sight of Ming Yen, whose hair was tousled and expression bewildered. Curiously, she inquired, what's the time? Ming Yen, feeling somewhat dazed, certainly wouldn't admit that she had been frightened and had rushed out in search of someone who had gone missing. Turning, she ushered the mother and daughter upstairs, asking, Is it 11 o'clock? Ming Yen, are you hungry? I can bring you something to eat. Compared to before, Song Ran's tone had softened considerably, especially since Ming Yen had now become a legitimate son-in-law. No need, I'll just wash up and get something myself. Mom, she hesitated, finding it somewhat difficult to address her as mom. After finishing her words, Ming Yen turned and returned to her room to bathe and change. Although she wasn't particularly hungry, she felt her appearance was not fit for public view. Coincidentally, the old man had also risen late. Upon learning that Ming Yen was awake, the butler came to invite her to join for a meal. After breakfast, aside from a few close acquaintances who insisted on staying for a few more days, the rest had departed. The old residence once again fell into tranquility, surrounded by the sounds of birds chirping and insects buzzing. When are we returning to the city? The old man inquired, sipping his nourishing white porridge. Today, I suppose. The end of the year is fast approaching, and I haven't yet inspected the branch offices. The Li family's enterprises span the entire nation, with numerous ventures abroad as well. According to past practices, this was the time for her to personally assess the year's achievements at the various branches. With Song Li's pregnancy advancing, she needed to handle this matter promptly, or else she would find herself pressed for time later on. That's good. With the child on the way, you, as the father, should be by her side, the old man remarked, taking another sip of porridge. Recently, my old friends are here to keep me company for a while. Once they leave and the child arrives, you must bring them back frequently to spend time with me, understand? All right, once the child is a bit older, I'll bring them back to visit you on weekends, Ming Yen replied. The old man lived alone in such a large mansion, which indeed felt lonely. The presence of children would surely enliven the atmosphere. As Ming Yen pondered this, a smile crept on her lips at the thought of having 2 children. Reflecting on her future life, she couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. Her previous choice to remain single had been a rational decision, but it did not signify a lack of yearning for the warmth of family and children. Had she found a companion for life, along with the means to support a family, she would have willingly embraced the institution of marriage. Unfortunately, in that world as a woman, she had been steeped in the lingering shadows of centuries of patriarchal oppression, where despite the advancement of civilization, human nature remained selfish and corrupt. Ming Yen, plagued by severe cleanliness issues, could not tolerate those arrogant, self-righteous men who were not only ugly of visage but also monstrous in spirit and neglectful of hygiene. She had encountered both the affluent and the impoverished, as well as those who appeared polished, during her time at a prestigious hospital. Regrettably, in the face of life, death, and disease, their true natures were laid bare, and having witnessed so much, she had naturally developed a sense of revulsion. Life, aging, illness, and death were inevitable experiences, and she found the ugliness of humanity distasteful. Remaining single had been her most judicious choice after weighing the pros and cons now. Marrying Song Li and having children was a long-held dream that had finally come to fruition. Since it had become a reality, she was determined to wholeheartedly embrace and savor the promising days that lay ahead. The old man did not insist on keeping them after lunch, as he was accompanied by his old friends. Ming Yen, along with Song Li and Song Ran, returned to the city. The hillside villa was simply too far from the hospital and the city, leading them to decide to reside at Yinduan. It was closer to the company, offered a magnificent view from the top floor, and boasted a spacious terrace of 200 square meters. Most importantly, it was a beautifully renovated house that Song Li truly adored. Verdant greenery adorned every room, and the terrace was transformed into a sky garden, making it an ideal setting for both Song Li's pregnancy and Song Ran's elder care. To prepare for the arrival of the two children. The second bedroom on the second floor, which Song Li had occupied, was remodeled. This arrangement meant that the two spare rooms on the second floor could serve as the children's future bedrooms, even though it would likely be another 2 years before they would be ready to sleep independently. Yet, Ming Yin could hardly contain her excitement as she eagerly participated in the design of the children's rooms. Awaiting the arrival of the babies, her concern for the children and for Song Li was a significant factor in Song Ran's changing attitude. Although they had conceived out of wedlock, Ming Yin had never neglected her daughter or herself. On the contrary, she had been exceedingly attentive. This was indeed a rare quality, and now she could only hope that Ming Yin would continue to maintain this level of care. The butler, along with the chef and other servants, had everything prepared well in advance. According to Ming Yin's usual routine, by the time she and the others returned to the villa, they had already settled into their respective rooms. With Song Li's pregnancy progressing, Ming Yin would need to be ready for business trips at any moment, so the now-recovered Song Ran had also moved to Yinduan to assist in caring for Song Li. "Mom, your room is right here. Everything has been tidied up," Song Li said as she led her mother inside to show her the room. Ming Yin placed her belongings down and promptly returned to work, despite having several days of wedding leave. However, an issue had arisen at the company's Shengding Entertainment that required her immediate attention, and she felt it would be inappropriate to disturb the mother and daughter. In the office, she lamented, "I don't want to spend a single day in this B-class position." Returning to work on the second day after her wedding, she felt more miserable than anyone else. Ming Yin gazed upwards in silence, internally howling in despair. "Boss, the higher-ups have requested that all explicit scenes from the original script be removed," Su Bolin informed her, as she handed over the documents. It wasn't that everything had to be handled by Ming Yin, but the domestic release faced obstacles. Meanwhile, there had been no developments regarding the overseas release, necessitating Ming Yin's personal involvement. To release the series abroad, she would require the assistance of her old friends. This was also the reason for her urgency to return to the company. Filming for the main series continued, and Ming Yin organized the original version and script of the recently filmed dual male lead drama, instructing that the director and both male leads wait in the reception room for a meeting. With Ming Yan's marriage, her old friend from T Country was also in attendance. However, due to the overwhelming number of guests the day before and Ming Yan's inebriated state, she hadn't had the opportunity to elaborate. Thankfully, they had made arrangements to meet at the company. Taking advantage of the time before the guests arrived, Ming Yin quickly reviewed the storyline. The series consisted of only 12 episodes. And while the director's artistic approach was apparent, it felt somewhat excessive. Nevertheless, this genre was certainly prone to garnering awards that if the artistic elements could harmonize with the narrative, it would be a coveted outcome. Chapter 65. Zhou Xing. You truly are a busy individual. Returning to work on your second day of marriage. The newcomer was dressed casually, sporting loose light blue jeans paired with a white t-shirt and a light gray-blue blazer. Effortlessly blending casualness with decorum, isn't it you who's hastening back to T Country? In the original text, Li Mingyin's entertainment industry had not flourished so rapidly. It only began to take off 3 years after Song Li had fled abroad. Zhou Xing was the infatuated male supporting character whom Song Li encountered while overseas. Unbeknownst to Zhou Xing, Song Li's child belonged to Li Mingyin, and Song Li was unaware that Zhou Xing was a friend of Li Mingyin. It was only when Song Li was brought back to the country by Li Mingyin that Zhou Xing learned the truth. Having studied together, Zhou Xing understood Li Mingyin's character and pretended not to know Song Li. When Li Mingyin let his guard down, he rescued Song Li, intending to take her and the 2 children away. However, at that moment, Song Li discovered that her mother had been killed by Song Yi and thus chose to abandon her escape, resolutely returning to the Li family to seek revenge for her mother. Although Zhou Xing risked developing feelings for Song Li, the original text established that Song Li never reciprocated his affections, as the second male lead could never win the heroine's heart. Ming Yin concluded that as long as they did not encounter each other, there should be no issues, especially since Zhou Xing was set to return to Tea Country soon and would likely not cause any trouble. What script has piqued your interest so much? Zhou Xing inquired, sensing Ming Yan's seriousness regarding the matter. Sit down, take a look at the script and storyline, Ming Yan replied, handing over the script while aligning the screen towards Zhou Xing. The series had already been filmed. You know that Huagua is traditionally conservative, and the original storyline wouldn't pass the review. Therefore, I plan to release a censored version domestically, while the uncut version will be made available abroad. Zhou Xing did not examine the script, but instead viewed the original video. What kind of storyline can't pass the review? Zhou Xing was unaware of the specifics, as the plot had just begun to unfold. Isn't your tea country known for its flourishing BL dramas? Ming Yin remarked, taking a sip of her health tea, a perfect remedy after yesterday's drinking. What? Are you familiar with the BL drama, Li Ming Yin? He is depicted as a steadfast straight man, solely focused on accumulating wealth, harboring a rather malevolent and sinister disposition. It is simply inconceivable for him to be swayed otherwise. What sort of perception is that? I merely find such characters to possess considerable investment value. Moreover, the delineation between the fictional characters and reality is quite pronounced. While one might develop a fondness for paper characters, an affection for a real-life TXL is quite implausible. It seems that only wealth can capture Li Mingyin's attention. With an excessive number of episodes, would you kindly summarize the overarching narrative for me? By the time I return, having watched 12 episodes, the sky will have grown dark. Very well, the director and the two protagonists await, ready to elucidate. Just as Ming Yin made a phone call, Yin Jing ushered the trio into the office. The director, approaching his 40s, had long aspired to create a dual male lead drama, but had been thwarted by a lack of investment and opportunity. This production represents the culmination of his utmost dedication and effort. The two male leads were hand-picked by the director and Ming Yin, their visages undeniably striking. The more dominant character is slightly taller than the submissive one, yet possesses a robust physique and a gentle, amiable appearance. The latter appears somewhat frail, but his features are exquisitely refined, almost enchanting in their allure. Ming Yin is pleased, as is Zhou Xing. Having navigated the entertainment industry in Tea Country for many years, he possesses a keen understanding of what the audience finds appealing in male characters, and he has a premonition that these two will undoubtedly achieve fame in Tea Country. Please do continue. I can hardly contain my anticipation. Zhou Xing feels a twinge of excitement, and Ming Yin is equally eager for the unfolding plot. The director, aware of the limited time of his employer, strives to be succinct that it is a tale of rebirth. The protagonist, a singer who has garnered the highest accolade in global music, learns on the day of his triumph that the submissive character has perished in a psychiatric facility. The long-confused protagonist returns to the institution and discovers the submissive's journal, revealing that he had secretly loved him since childhood and has always cherished him. The submissive, aware of the protagonist's straight orientation, has publicly declared himself a straight man as well. However, following a betrayal orchestrated by his half-brother, both characters find themselves drugged and entangled in an intimate encounter. That time, they had just begun their university journey, and the submissive's brother, seeking to sow discord, had arranged for the protagonist to study abroad before he could fully comprehend his own sexual orientation. Despite the protagonist's multiple attempts to return and seek out the submissive, his brother remained steadfast in his interference, fearing his sibling's potential attraction to men would lead him astray. The submissive's brother also contributed to their separation, resulting in a decade-long estrangement. Upon their reunion, the submissive has already met a tragic fate at the hands of his half-brother. Overwhelmed with regret, the protagonist is reborn on the day of their initial intimacy at 18, embarking on a journey of affection and redemption. The emotional tug-of-war between the two prior to rebirth and the subsequent sweet adoration is utterly captivating. Furthermore, the director adeptly conveys the struggles faced by young men grappling with their feelings for those who do not reciprocate. Coupled with the artistic value imparted by the director, this production is poised to garner numerous accolades. After absorbing the general premise and viewing portions of the narrative, both Zhou Xing and Ming Yin are visibly excited. Excellent. I shall meticulously review the film and script before we reconvene to discuss the premiere of this drama. Zhou Xing, as an investor, has always felt somewhat out of his depth in the realm of BL dramas. With Ming Yin's involvement, a new turning point is undoubtedly on the horizon. Very well, before I depart, please provide me with a response. Mingyan is quite satisfied with Zhou Shiheng's reaction. Upon returning to his hotel, Zhou Shiheng diligently watches the film, while Mingyan seizes the opportunity to confer with the director regarding their next project. Su Bolin has numerous details to report and confirm. Before long, night has fallen. When Mingyan arrives home, Song Li and Song Ran have already dined. Mom, where is Ali? The penthouse offers excellent views and privacy, with minimal noise aside from the occasional wind. After changing his shoes, Mingyan searched the ground floor until he found Song Ran tending to the flowers. He inquired, Ali. She went upstairs to rest after dinner. Song Ran set down the watering can, hesitating momentarily, before adding, Ali is pregnant and her emotions are quite unstable. Please be understanding. Moreover, today is the second day of your marriage. While work is important, so too is her health and family. Mingyan recognizes that returning to work on the second day of their marriage without spending time with his wife is rather inconsiderate. And he readily agrees, I understand, Mom. I will make sure to return home earlier in the future. All right, Ali is upstairs. Please go check on her. Mingyan nods and quietly ascends the stairs. Chapter 66. Massage. The master bedroom upstairs is even more spacious than that of the hillside villa. In addition to a study, wardrobe, and shower room, it boasts a large terrace overlooking the city center. The terrace is semi-enclosed, capable of being fully closed during thunderstorms. Currently, in autumn, a gentle breeze wafts through the partially open space. The entire second floor is tranquil. With the main lights off, the room appears somewhat dim. Mingyan gently opens the door, loosens his tie, and removes his suit jacket that on the semi-open terrace. Song Li is nestled in a hanging chair. Engrossed in a parenting book. Ali, I'm back, Mingyan whispers softly. Song Li glances up at him briefly before lowering her gaze. Why are you so late? Did something happen to the company? She feels slighted that he abandoned her on the second day of their marriage to attend to work matters. Well, yesterday, a friend from T Country attended the wedding, and a project at the company required me to discuss it with him. So, we arranged to meet at the office, and once the discussion concluded, I realized there was still a mountain of work awaiting my attention. By the time I finished, the sun had set. I promise I won't return this late again. Mingyan explains gently beside Song Li. Song Li raises her eyes to meet his once more. Work is work. But please notify me in advance if anything comes up. It is only the first day of their marriage. Mingyan nods, vowing to cultivate the habit of keeping his wife informed, for they do not possess telepathic abilities to discern when one another will return for dinner or how busy the other may be with work or other plans. Just let me know. Help me up. I need to use the restroom, Song Li requests, her pregnancy pressing against her bladder, making her frequently in need of the facilities. All right, Mingyan assists Song Li to her feet, placing one hand on her waist to alleviate her discomfort. It is only 8 o'clock. After Song Li finishes in the restroom, Mingyan heads for a shower. Feeling somewhat restless upstairs, Song Li descends to the garden to find her mother, who is tending to the flowers. Mom, you've already fed the fish 3 times. If you feed them again, they'll become overweight. Mingyan has designed the garden to resemble a tropical rainforest. An artificial stream winds through the entire space. Home to small fish and shrimp, small in size but plentiful in number. Song Ran is particularly fond of them, checking on them daily. Eat well and grow big. The sky garden is maintained by dedicated staff, ensuring it is nearly free of mosquitoes and ants. Song Li finds a spot by a flower bed to sit down. As soon as she settles, Song Ran places the fish food down and retrieves a cushion for his daughter. The stone surface is hard and cold, and he worries she might get chilled. Feeling her mother's love, Song Li smiles softly. Mom, you're so considerate. Only now do you realize, by the way, why hasn't Mingyan come down? He in the shower. Ditto. Song Ran nods, then hesitates as if wanting to say something. What is it, Mom? Song Ran, unable to conceal his thoughts, is promptly questioned by Song Li. After confirming that Mingyan is unlikely to appear suddenly, he speaks cautiously. You're only 5 months along. This is a crucial period, and the baby can't endure any stress. He pauses for a moment. You both need to exercise some restraint. Restraint? Song Li raises an eyebrow, glancing toward the upper floor before chuckling softly. Mom, don't worry. I think my husband, the nurse, might not be up to the task. Those matters may be quite a while off. Meanwhile, in the bathroom, Mingyan is struggling. Despite being in his 20s, a time when one's desires are fervent, he has learned to endure cold showers. After his shower, Ming Yin lies on the expansive 2-meter-wide bed, instinctively pulling out his phone to scroll through the latest news. The financial markets have been unpredictable lately, and the entertainment industry is equally unstable. What a mess! Song Li was aware of Ming Yan's otaku nature, so after lingering downstairs for over an hour, she returned to her room upstairs. The rooms here were not interconnected, with a dressing room separating the bathroom. Thus, it was only after Song Li completed her ablutions that Ming Yin noticed her presence. Ming Yin had already changed into her pajamas and was reclining on the bed. "Let me help you dry your hair," she offered. The two, lacking any experience and utterly oblivious to the dynamics of a normal couple, appeared particularly awkward on their first day of cohabitation. Ming Yin could only rely on her empathy as a fellow woman to care for Song Li. However, accustomed to solitude and with a carefree demeanor, she inevitably overlooked certain details. This was something Ming Yin was already striving to amend. For instance, Song Li had just stepped out of the shower, her hair still damp beneath the drying cap. "That would be wonderful," Song Li eagerly responded, for her hair was so abundant that drying it took an eternity, often leaving her arms sore, that if someone could assist her, it would be a welcome relief. Ming Yin wasted no time. She set her phone aside and rose to fetch the hairdryer. Song Li had already detangled her hair. Once a girl herself, Ming Yin was quite adept at blow-drying hair. Yet, Song Li's voluminous locks required considerable time to dry, and as the silky, jet-black strands slipped through her fingers, Ming Yin could not help but lament the unfairness of fate. Once a beauty in her own right, having even reigned as the school's flower, she felt utterly overshadowed by Song Li's flawless complexion, delicate lips, and smooth, slender thighs. How unfair! Ming Yin silently cried out, pressing her lips together as she set down the hairdryer. "Could you also help me apply body lotion and anti-stretch mark oil?" Song Li requested, presenting a bottle of lotion and a brand of oil specifically designed to prevent stretch marks. Now that her belly had grown, applying it all over her body would take considerable time, especially since she had previously relied on her mother as assistance. Living with Ming Yin now meant it was solely Ming Yan's responsibility to help her. "Oh, of course," Ming Yin replied as Song Li leaned back against the bed. After inspecting the ingredients, Ming Yin recognized that the oil was an effective foreign formulation for preventing stretch marks that "Let's start with your belly. Lie down for me." Ming Yin set down the lotion and oil, gently guiding Song Li to recline, ensuring she was comfortable with a pillow. Applying lotion and oil was a task Ming Yin was quite familiar with. "Have you applied any to the inner thighs?" she inquired, softly massaging Song Li's pregnant belly to aid absorption. "No. Do I need to?" Song Li asked, surprised. "Yes, stretch marks don't only appear on the belly. They can extend to the thighs as well," Ming Yin explained. Song Li recalled noticing a few lines on her inner thighs before, mistaking them for weight gain. "Then hurry and apply it. It's not too late to do so now." Trusting Ming Yin's expertise, Song Li remained blissfully unaware that Ming Yan's casual statement had inadvertently shattered her composed image. "Then go ahead and take off your pants," Ming Yin said, biting her lip. "All right. You can help me with that," Song Li replied, casting a sidelong glance at Ming Yin, her tone laced with ambiguity. They were both women, and she was curious to see how Ming Yin would react. Perhaps she could handle it, sure. Perhaps due to her prolonged absence from work, Ming Yin felt somewhat awkward and clumsy. Song Li's loose pajamas shifted, revealing her thigh with a gentle tug. "Let us get those pants off. We still need to apply the lotion." Song Li spoke with a disregard for propriety. "Oh, all right." Ming Yin felt her hands tremble slightly, her gaze avoiding certain areas. "You apply it. I'll squeeze it out for you," Song Li said, handing the oil to Ming Yin and motioning for her to open her palm. Clearing her throat, Ming Yin subconsciously took a deep breath. The cool oil warmed slightly in her palm before gliding down to Song Li's thigh. With her eyes unable to avert from the task at hand, Ming Yin focused on applying the oil to the inner thighs. Feeling an unusual sensation within herself, Ming Yin silently chanted, "I am a professional nurse. This is a patient before me, a patient, a patient, a patient." Repeating it several times helped clear her mind. Immersed in her own world, Ming Yin remained blissfully unaware of Song Li's keen observation from above. Warm hands glided over every inch of Song Li's delicate skin, the pressure just right. Unable to stifle a sigh of comfort, Song Li reveled in the sensation. Meanwhile, Ming Yin composed herself, her demeanor betraying not a hint of ulterior motive. Song Li narrowed her eyes, skeptical. Was it truly her lack of allure, Or was Ming Yin simply unresponsive? The body lotion needs to be applied all over. Could you also remove my pajamas? What? What? Ming Yin steadied her expression, gazing into Song Li's inherently clear eyes. That was sure. Ming Yin dared not elaborate, fearing her true thoughts might be revealed. Ming Yin wiped her hands with a wet wipe before retrieving the body lotion. Song Li complied by turning onto her side. Ming Yin grabbed another pillow to support Song Li's burgeoning belly before she began to massage her back. How could someone's back be so fair and smooth? With such graceful lines, Ming Yin felt her breath quicken. She desperately needed a distraction. By the way, Ali, let me give you a massage, she suggested, drawing upon her knowledge from her nursing studies, confident that her skills would bring comfort to Song Li. What? Song Li exclaimed, astonished that Ming Yin wished to massage her after seeing her body. Almost revealing her intentions, Song Li quickly added, that sounds great. My lower back has been bothering me. With her back turned to Ming Yin, Song Li remained oblivious to the emotions flitting across Ming Yan's face. Ming Yin's massage technique was truly exceptional, and while Song Li sighed in contentment, a sense of melancholy enveloped her. The realization that her devoted husband held no interest in her was a disheartening truth. Feeling disheartened, Song Li sighed deeply. Meanwhile, Ming Yin was a tempest of emotion. She felt as though her cold shower had been in vain. Swallowing hard, she attempted to redirect her focus, but to no avail. Her feelings only intensified. Never had she imagined that desire could be so challenging to suppress. Was this truly the body of a domineering CEO? Luckily, before losing composure, Ming Yin concluded the massage. Clearing her throat to soften her voice, she announced, "All right, I'm going to wash my hands now." With that, she hurried into the bathroom. No desire could withstand a sudden deluge of cold water. After 5 minutes in the bathroom, Ming Yin emerged, originally holding onto a glimmer of hope. Song Li felt that anticipation dissipate. Well, I suppose I should go to bed early. She had thought her charm would be enough to win Ming Yin over. But perhaps she had been Navi. Was gender truly an insurmountable chasm? With tears threatening, Song Li turned over, covering her head, yearning for silence. Meanwhile, Ming Yin, relieved she had maintained her composure, felt a sense of inexplicable bewilderment. Chapter 67. The second day of cohabitation. Another bright and refreshing morning dawned. Small wisps of clouds danced in the clear blue sky, creating delicate ripples. At 8:30, the alarm clock rang punctually. Ming Yin awoke, her eyes still heavy with sleep. The large bed faced the floor-to-ceiling windows, bathing the room in bright light, with the rolling blue sea visible in the distance. Time to get up. Ali, she called softly. Song Li's petite frame nestled against Ming Yan's body. Her pregnant belly rested against Ming Yan's taut abdomen, her head pillowed on Ming Yan's chest, while Ming Yan's other hand cradled Song Li's waist. The warmth of Ming Yan's body and her unique fragrance enveloped Song Li, granting her the best sleep she had enjoyed in days. Just a little longer, Song Li murmured, having not only slept soundly, but also dreamt beautifully. The dream was so lovely that she wished for it to last a bit longer. Then go ahead, sleep a little more. I must get up as I have work soon, Ming Yin replied, slowly lifting her hand to adjust the pillow beneath Song Li's head and belly before rising. Don't go, Song Li murmured, half asleep. That as Ming Yin began to withdraw, she furrowed her brow and instinctively grasped the hem of Ming Yan's shirt. The simplicity of her request made Ming Yan's heart skip a beat, her cheeks warming at the tender tone accompanied by a hint of a pout. She cherished this moment, envying how Song Li would sweetly plead with her mother. The night is fleeting, and the sun rises high. From now on, the king shall not attend court early. That moment, Ming Yin wished nothing more than to be a negligent ruler, lying in bed with her beloved wife until the end of time. Yet, with their child soon to arrive, she knew she must tend to all company matters to be able to spend more time with Song Li. With a heavy heart, Ming Yin leaned down to plant a loving good morning kiss on her wife. As Song Li felt a rush of warmth on her cheek, Ming Yin whispered, "Be good, Ali. I'll return early today." This statement was indeed a heartfelt declaration from the domineering CEO. By the time Song Li opened her eyes, Ming Yin had already stepped into the bathroom. Sigh. Song Li exhaled deeply, the warmth of the bed fading, leaving her wide awake. After another long sigh, she sat up and stretched. The dazzling sun had already risen outside the window. With her gaze lowered, she sat quietly, savoring the beautiful dream from the previous night. A dream of a family of four. After completing her morning routine, Ming Yin dressed in a suit from the dressing room, preparing to give her wife a farewell kiss before leaving. Ali, why are you up? Ming Yin asked gently as she adjusted her tie, moving to the bedside. You left and I couldn't fall back asleep. Can I come to the office with you today? Song Li's voice was husky and magnetic, imbued with a profound sense of dependence and reluctance. Ming Yan's breath caught, completely surrendering her thoughts. All right, let me take you to freshen up. At that moment, Ming Yin wished to bestow the entire world upon her beloved Li, for she desired nothing more. Hold me. Song Li extended her arms, and Ming Yin responded with a radiant smile. With her hands wrapped around Song Li's waist, Song Li's feet intertwined around Ming Yan's hips. Ming Yin securely carried her into the washroom that in the past. Ming Yin could never have imagined herself being this affectionate, yearning to pamper someone to such an extent. The thought of offering her entire world felt like the essence of that fabled, beautiful love. Song Li, too, had never envisioned herself being so fond of relying on another, longing to be together at every moment, desiring an eternity of intimacy with her. The two clung to each other, wishing to meld into one another. They descended the stairs in their affectionate state. Sharing breakfast in a similar manner, Song Ran, who had risen early to prepare for their meal, found the scene rather overwhelming. The love of the young truly defied description. Mom, today I'm going to the company with Ming Yin. Song Li suddenly recalled her mother and reported to go ahead. It's clear you cannot bear to be apart for even a moment. That is a good sign of your bond. Yet, Song Ran still found it hard to watch. For lunch, have someone bring it back. The food outside is not safe. Don't forget your coat and a light blanket, lest you catch a chill. Nowadays, young people hardly know how to care for themselves. Song Ran fretted. All right, Mom. I'll take good care of Li, Ming Yin assured as she peeled an egg for Song Li. With her background as a professional nurse, she was confident in her ability to care for Li. Chapter 68 Thus, the truth is, the Li Corporation was conveniently located near the Cloud Summit, just a 5-minute drive away without traffic. Even in their leisurely, affectionate state, Ming Yin and Song Li managed to arrive at the office before work began. They took the exclusive elevator from the underground parking lot. Not many were aware that Song Li had come to work as well. Coincidentally, that day featured a 2.5-hour morning meeting. Ming Yin had to arrange for her wife to be looked after in the office. Entrusting Yin Jing to attend to her while she attended the meeting in the office, Song Li sat at Ming Yan's desk, gently caressing her belly. Ming Yin had taken over the Li Corporation for a little over half a year, and her long, wide desk was adorned with numerous trinkets that she cherished. Within the desk drawer lay 4 or 5 limited edition keyboards. To her surprise, Ming Yin was a keyboard enthusiast. Closing the drawer, Song Li picked up Ming Yan's tablet. Intending to watch a drama done on the tablet, the unedited version of a 2-male lead show was still open, with the plot reaching its climax. Out of curiosity, Song Li pressed play, becoming engrossed for 2 hours. This inadvertently opened a door in her previous life. Song Li had been too preoccupied with revenge to pay attention to certain circles, and her awareness of TXL emerged only shortly after she took over the Li Corporation. Zhou Xing had suddenly presented her with a man, declaring that he had found true love. Song Li was bewildered yet greatly astonished. After Zhou Xing left with his beloved, she began to research TXL and naturally stumbled upon the world of Fujoshi. Ming Yu had mentioned that Ming Yin enjoyed peculiar things, and now that she was watching such a show, could it be that Ming Yin had once been a Fujoshi? Song Li's pupils widened in shock as she uncovered this truth. She swallowed hard. Indeed, 2 handsome young men together were quite a sight to behold. However, before she could ponder further, the door swung open. Ming Yin, this drama is phenomenal. Zhou Xing, having spent the night binge-watching, rushed into the office. Eager to discuss the film's release, he had been thrilled by the exceptional direction and had been excited throughout the night. Song Li was taken aback to find Zhou Xing before her. Had he come to the wedding with so many relatives from the Li family, she had barely noticed. Oh, sister-in-law, hello. You're here, Zhou Xing said, a bit awkwardly, quickly adjusting his tone. Hello, Song Li was perplexed. She had not known that Zhou Xing had once been close to Ming Yin. Ming Yin has gone to a meeting, Zhou Xing declared, overly excited as he dashed into the office. Yin Jing, realizing the situation, noted that the two were already conversing. Oh, all right, I'll wait for him in the reception room. The atmosphere turned a bit awkward as Zhou Xing sought to escape. And no need, just sit there and wait. Ming Yin will be back soon. In this lifetime, Zhou Xing had yet to meet her. But Song Li felt a deep gratitude for the assistance Zhou Xing had provided her in her past life. Ming Yin didn't want Song Li to wait too long in the office. So the 2.5-hour meeting was abruptly shortened by half an hour. She hurried back to the office. Upon entering, she saw Song Li at the desk and Zhou Xing perched on the visitor's couch. Both exchanging glances. Ming Yin furrowed her brow. She had completely forgotten that Zhou Xing was meant to visit today. Their meeting would not unfold like the story suggested, with Zhou Xing professing his affection for Song Li and persuading her to elope. What happened? Did something occur during the meeting? Song Li inquired, noticing Ming Yan's sudden frown. Ming Yan quickly shook her head, dismissing her errant thoughts that it's nothing. Zhou Xing, have you made your decision? Ming Yan's tone lacked its usual warmth. Tinged with a hint of coldness that a flicker of curiosity and confusion crossed Zhou Shiheng's eyes, but he brushed it aside in the face of great work. Yes, I want this drama to premiere in T country immediately. Given the unique narrative style, if it's not suitable for Hua country, T country will gladly embrace it. Each country has its own cultural nuances. This type of storyline would undoubtedly thrive in T country. It has settled then. The domestic version will be expedited for release, while you will handle the international arrangements. You need to catch the next flight back immediately. Time waits for no one. Ming Yin urged without reservation. All right, Zhou Xing felt a sense of being dismissed. Did he really come across as so undesirable? I'll return to prepare. After the premiere, I'll come back to discuss the next project. Good, hurry back. Ming Yin replied with a polite smile. All right. Zhou Xing, feeling perplexed, stood and shot a strange glance at Ming Yin, then at Song Li. Could it be that Ming Yin was feeling jealous because he was in the same office as her wife? Though odd, it somehow made sense in the context of Ming Yin. Zhou Xing cast one last curious glance at the couple before leaving quietly. That it was only when Zhou Shiheng's figure vanished around the corner that Ming Yin felt a sense of relief and promptly closed the office door. She silently vowed to remind Yin Jing to keep a close watch on the door next time, that it wasn't that she was petty. Zhou Xing was, after all, the charming and considerate male lead in the narrative. Such men, who are only overly devoted to the female lead and possess no other flaws, rarely rise to prominence in stories. Yet, Ming Yin still felt a twinge of anxiety. After all, she was currently within a narrative world where the plot had already unraveled. What if Zhou Xing fell head over heels for Li and became relentless in his pursuits? Would she not be inviting trouble into her home? The possibility seemed rather high, and a hint of distress crossed Ming Yan's face as she turned. She found Song Li gazing at her with an expression of deep complexity. Li, what's wrong? The scrutiny in Song Li's eyes was too evident, leaving Ming Yin feeling perplexed. You and him. Song Li hesitated. Her words caught in her throat. Why had Ming Yin stood by the door, watching Zhou Xing leave? And what about Ming Yan's urgent tone? Was there something amiss? The scenes from the drama replayed in her mind. Zhou Xing was fond of men. Ming Yin had previously been female and held no attraction to her. Song Li's expression shifted to one of fear. Surely, she could not be the clown in this scenario. Yet it must be said, Zhou Xing was quite handsome, and standing next to the equally striking Ming Yin, they made for a delightful sight. No. Song Li shook her head vigorously, banishing the errant thoughts as she returned to her desk. What's the matter? Ming Yin sensed an unsettling fear in her own heart. Could it be that Zhou Xing had already piqued Song Li's interest? That would not bode well. Are you two on good terms now? Song Li inquired delicately. We have business dealings. I also need his assistance, Ming Yin replied. You just mentioned the drama's release. It wouldn't happen to be that one on your tablet, would it? Chapter 69. The dominant Song Li's compulsory love. What? You watched that drama? Ming Yin exclaimed, astonished. Yes, it was quite enjoyable. Dou and Zhou Xing like it as well. Song Li opened her tablet, directing it towards Ming Yin, revealing a scene of intimate moments between two male protagonists. Ming Yan's pupils constricted, breath caught in her throat. You can't possibly like men too, can you? Song Li, not wishing to beat around the bush, shook the tablet in her hand and inquired, but a closer look revealed a smile at the corner of her mouth. Yet beneath that smile lay a ticking time bomb, poised to explode at the utterance of a single word from Ming Yin. Impossible. Ming Yin retorted instinctively, without a moment's hesitation. She had loathed men even as a woman. Let alone now that she had transformed into one. That the authenticity of Ming Yan's reaction was palpable. Song Li observed closely, and to her surprise, detected a hint of disdain in Ming Yan's eyes. Setting down the tablet, Song Li approached Ming Yan with deliberate steps. "Then why are you interested in two men?" Ming Yan swallowed hard, her mind returning to focus that I simply find aesthetically pleasing things together to be delightful. And besides, novels and films featuring dual male leads are quite popular among girls. This presents a significant business opportunity for the future. Ming Yan assured her of the veracity of her statement. Convinced that any future dual male lead production would achieve remarkable success, yielding substantial profits. Delightful. Song Li drew closer, rising onto her toes, and with a single hand, coaxed Ming Yan to lower her gaze to meet hers. "You truly do not like men?" "I swear, I do not like men, that I am merely an avid reader, enamored with fictional characters. But in reality, I prefer to keep my distance, that it's like comparing heaven and earth," Ming Yan declared, raising 3 fingers in earnestness as she gazed into Song Li's eyes. Song Li narrowed her eyes. "What about women? Do you like them?" "Not at all," Ming Yan replied with a smile. "But I only have affection for you, regardless of whether you are male or female." Finally, Ming Yan discerned Song Li's probing nature, swiftly contemplating her response, managing to express her feelings without leaving a trace. "Is that so?" Song Li's grip tightened, causing Ming Yan's head to dip once more. Their faces were now mere inches apart, allowing them to see their reflections within each other's eyes. Ming Yan blinked, contemplating whether she should initiate a kiss, but hesitated, fearing it might be too forward. "Offend you? Nonsense, you fool," Song Li retorted, fully aware of Ming Yan's obliviousness. She knew that if she did not speak up, Ming Yan would never take action. Song Li's gaze fell, her body leaning slightly. "My neck is starting to ache like this, and if we find ourselves in such a moment again, your job is to support my waist." "Oh," Ming Yan obediently bent down, her hands resting on Song Li's waist. With the added support, Song Li felt significantly more at ease. "Now kiss me." Before Ming Yan could fully comprehend, warm lips had already enveloped hers. Song Li was thoroughly dissatisfied with Ming Yan's sluggishness, her approach becoming more fervent. "Stop expecting me to make the first move every time. Are you even a man?" Ming Yan remained as unresponsive as a block of wood, leaving Song Li exasperated as she caressed Ming Yan's cheek, her frustration palpable. "That I wasn't before, but now I am." Ming Yan's eyes sharpened, one hand moving to cradle the back of Song Li's head as she kissed her fiercely. "Of course, I am a man, one who intends to be a father." Their kisses deepened, becoming increasingly passionate. Song Li felt a surge of relief at Ming Yan's awakening. It was evident that a little stimulation was necessary. The heated, lingering kiss left Song Li tingling all over. She closed her eyes, returning the kiss with fervor, greedily savoring the essence that belonged to her. Their entanglement felt like an eternity frozen in time. In the Shun family's ancestral home, the union between the Shun and Wen families had fostered a closer relationship. Within the old residence, parents and family members from both sides gathered to discuss the details of the wedding ceremony, all wearing smiles except for the 2 individuals at the center of it all. The pregnant Wen Songi was suffering from severe morning sickness, visibly losing weight in just a month, and was currently nestled in a corner of the sofa. Resting her eyes, Shin Qingyan sat beside her, his expression unreadable as he remained silent, contemplating a question that had long plagued him. Was Li Mingyan's profound transformation truly a result of love? Could love's magic wield such immense power? Shin Qingyan's understanding of the world was largely derived from books and personal experience. However, having been groomed as the heir since childhood, he had been told repeatedly that love was the most useless and cheapest of emotions. Given that he was inherently a selfish and cold individual, the idea of opening his heart to another was almost a fantasy. Thus, he was certain he lacked the capacity for love and had no need for it. His curiosity now stemmed from a desire to understand Li Mingyan's changes. Or perhaps it was envy that Li Mingyan could marry and have children with someone she loved, while he was left to wed someone he did not love. With that very person being someone who loved Li Mingyan. Was this truly what he desired? Did he genuinely want to spend his life with Wen Songi? Did she even wish for that? Shin Qingyan closed his eyes, massaging his temples, cursing the words Li Mingyan had spoken, which had ensnared him in a cycle of confusion, that he could have accepted the arranged marriage without question. Yet Li Mingyan's remarks on the beauty of marriage had caused him to doubt his long-held beliefs. To live a lifetime with someone he did not love, or to seek a life with someone he did. Shin Qingyan's mind was a battleground, two inner voices clashing. Unbeknownst to him, he wavered in his indecision. Suddenly, when Songyi, who had been feigning sleep, was overtaken by another wave of nausea, and she lunged for the trash, at Shen Qingyin's feet, retching violently. Shen Qingyin frowned, not out of disgust, but as a reflex. He stepped closer to gently rub her back, embodying the gentlemanly demeanor expected of a well-educated individual. He handed her a tissue and then retrieved a glass of water from a servant for her to rinse her mouth. In the living room, both the Wen and Shen families observed his actions with approving smiles. Shen Qingyin lifted his gaze, scanning the room before lowering it once more to look at Wen Songyi. He shook his head with a sigh. What was he hesitating over? The decision had already been made. It could not be altered, as Li Mingyan aptly stated. If one could do something, they should strive to do it to the best of their ability. Shen Qingyin was not an irresponsible scoundrel. Regardless of Wen Songyi's affections for another, she was already his wife. The child was his flesh and blood, and all he could do was fulfill his responsibilities. Striving to do his utmost to be fair to himself and to others. As Wen Songyi continued to vomit, tears and snot flowed uncontrollably. This had become a daily occurrence, pushing her body and mind to the brink. She accepted the tissue from Shen Qingyin, wiping her tears as best she could. Once she managed to compose herself, she rinsed her mouth with warm water. Afterward, when Songyi's expression became vacant, her eyes filled with despair. Shen Qingyin sighed. May I carry you to rest? His voice softened, striving for warmth and kindness. Upon hearing this, Wen Songyi lifted her gaze to meet Shen Qingyin's, remaining silent but giving a slight nod. With her permission granted, Shen Qingyin gently lifted Wen Songyi into his arms, disregarding the curious gazes of those around them, and ascended the stairs to his room. In his room, Shen Qingyin possessed a strong sense of territoriality. This was the first time he had brought someone into his personal space. The bedroom embraced a consistently austere and cool aesthetic. Unlike Li Mingyan's pitch-black decor, Shen Qingyin's room was dominated by shades of blue and black. Yet it was not entirely monochromatic. The bed linens and various decorations were of more conventional colors, creating an overall appearance that was deceptively refined. Facing the bed was a study, featuring a large sandalwood desk adorned with an array of calligraphy brushes. Several pieces of calligraphy adorned the walls. Chapter 70. The wedding of the Wen and Shen families. Shen Qin gently laid Wen Songyi on the bed, then pulled back the covers to tuck her in. She did not open her eyes, sinking into a deep slumber. She was utterly exhausted. If given the choice, she wished never to awaken. Why was it always like this? Things rarely turned out as she wished. She had never obtained what she truly desired. Yes, painful thoughts filled her mind. A single tear fell. Shen Qingyin reached out to wipe it away, pressing his lips together in silence as he walked over to his desk. When feeling restless, he often turned to calligraphy for solace. Before long, the sheets of rice paper were filled with the phrase, "Things rarely turn out as wished." How could he consider himself any different? What he desired had also always eluded him. They were but two lost souls in the vast expanse of the world. When Songyi slept for an extended period, only awakening as the sun began its descent. Upon opening her eyes, she was greeted by the sight of the setting sun, casting a warm glow across the horizon. The unfamiliar weight on her body caused her to frown slightly, as she rolled over. She discovered Shen Qingyin cradling her, his hand resting on her form. Awake, Shen Qingyin, who did not typically indulge in afternoon naps, felt an unexpected weariness wash over him. When Songyi's eyelashes fluttered. Get up. I have something to discuss with you. Shen Qingyin sat up, rubbing his eyes, and reached for his gold-rimmed glasses, which he habitually wore. The moment he donned the glasses, he reverted to his usual austere demeanor. When Songyi lowered her gaze and slowly rose. It then dawned on her that she was in Shen Qingyin's room. The grand bed faced a large calligraphy desk, where unfinished sheets of rice paper lay drying. Surprised, when Songyi remarked to herself that she had not anticipated this man to possess skills in calligraphy. Shen Qingyin sat beside Wen Songyi, gazing at his future wife, and let out an involuntary sigh from the depths of his heart. Initially, he had found amusement in Li Mingyan's situation, yet he had become the unwitting fool instead. What does that sigh mean? The sound of Shen Qingyin's sigh echoed distinctly in the quiet room. When Songyi, with her already volatile temperament heightened by pregnancy, erupted in irritation. Nothing, it was unintentional, Shen Qingyin immediately clarified. When Songyi furrowed her brow slightly, Speak up. What do you wish to say? As Shin Qingyan gently touched his nose, he remarked, I am aware that we are not well acquainted, yet we must embark on the journey of marriage and parenthood. It is a challenge for both of us to acclimate, but I wish to assure you that I shall endeavor to be a competent husband and father. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Shin Qingyan expressed his thoughts earnestly. When Songyi listened intently and responded directly, rest assured, I shall fulfill my role as a daughter-in-law of the Shin family and will no longer cling to Brother Mingyan. That a profound silence enveloped the room. Rendering the atmosphere still, did I guess it time to rise. Dinner awaits, Shin Qingyan stated, unaccustomed to such forthrightness after having grown accustomed to indirect communication. Indeed, came when Songyi's calm reply, as she slowly emerged from beneath the covers. Where are my shoes? Oh, they are over there. Allow me to fetch them for you, he said, getting up to retrieve the slippers from the foot of the bed and placing them before Songyi. Having enjoyed a restful sleep devoid of any queasiness, when Songyi's spirits were relatively high. With a hint of pride, she donned her shoes and pushed past Shin Qingyan to descend the stairs for dinner. As the evening air turned cool, Mother Wen noticed her daughter wearing a light top and promptly offered her a coat. Indeed, the temperature has dropped in the evenings. You should wear this, Mother Shin added upon observing the situation.